and racing. That is a brilliant manoeuvre. Oh! Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Snetterton for day 2 of this TCR UK and BRSCC race event, the second event of its kind in 2024. Yesterday afternoon certainly provided the drama and lots of good racing, but that's what we've come to expect over the years from the championships on show here today, and we're expecting more of the same again on a sunny Snetterton Sunday, and it's not often that we get to say that when we visit this particular corner of the country. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box, ready to talk you through what should be an action-packed day around the just over 3 miles Snetterton 300 circuit. We're on the full layout here at Snetterton for only the second time actually in TCR UK history that we've raced on the full circuit, but the BRSCC Championships far more familiar with the 12 turns, very technically demanding circuit that has this added challenge today of an unseasonably warm temperature. It is at the moment about 17 degrees, but we believe it's going to get well into the 20s ambient temperature later on today. Clear skies, not a cloud expected to be seen all day, and that will have an effect on track conditions. Track temperature yesterday was a big talking point. It's even hotter today, and in some of the races that may well become a factor. We've got a big day of racing along with those 2 TCR UK Championship races that will come, the first of them at about 2 o'clock this afternoon, the second one at about 5:30. We've also got another 2 rounds of the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. They provided a very entertaining first race yesterday, and like TCR, their second race of the weekend, which is coming up at 12:15, is a partially reversed grid. Their second race for the Civic Cup a little bit later on in the day, just before 4, but we also have action from the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship, the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup are here. They've just been out qualifying earlier this morning, and our first race of the day, which will be the second, I believe, of the weekend, for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. They certainly brought the drama in their first race yesterday, but we're hoping for a slightly more trouble-free, actually third race of the weekend coming up a little bit later on. In fact, those cars will be released out onto the circuit in the next few minutes. So they will be our first race. They'll be followed by the Fiesta Juniors, who were out qualifying yesterday. The Audis will be up after that, and then we will begin the build-up to the Miltech Sport Civic Cup. So that's the order of the day for the next hour or 2. I'll be joined later on by Paul O'Neill for the TCR and Civic Cup content as per usual, but yeah, for now the stage set for a third race of the weekend in the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, and a championship that, although it's in the early stages in 2024, has already taken a couple of twists and turns, and it's tightening up nicely at the top of the championship standings. So it's going to be an interesting third race of the weekend. And these are cars, definitely, that will be feeling the heat, I think. Front-wheel drive, turbocharged, 240 brake horsepower Ford Fiestas, little pocket rockets they are, but they do chew up those front tyres a little bit, and at the end of the weekend, some drivers might be on the same tyres that they've used a couple of times already yesterday, and now when we're asking the most of the tyres, they're going to have the least amount of grip available, so it will be a challenge. As you can see, there is a bit of recovery work being done after our previous session, just down at the Wilson Hairpin. This is always a hot spot of activity, particularly on the opening laps. In fact, many drivers I spoke to yesterday were really referring to the hairpin as turn 1. It isn't turn 1. The very quick double apex right-hander at Riches is the first corner, but on the opening lap of the race, it's the hairpin where you have the big sort out, really. If you can come out of that hairpin ahead, then you've got at least another half a lap, really, to try and build a margin before you get onto that back straight where the slipstream takes effect and often produces some good side-by-side racing. There's a big crowd on hand this morning as well to enjoy the racing. Lots of good vantage points around the Snetterton 300 track. That is just on the outside of Palmer's, but there are many areas because of the layout of the circuit, the way that it's almost like a go-kart track, isn't it? It sort of goes back and forth on itself quite a bit. So from that particular spectator banking, there's another view of it. You can see about half the track, really, and if you look behind yourself, then you get that view. Well, that spectator not enjoying the view particularly right now, but you get a view of the back end, or the turn one end of the pit straight, which is just about the fastest part of the track. That's the Brundle and Nelson complex down at the end of the back straight. We saw a few shenanigans down there yesterday. It's always a tempting place to try and launch and overtake, but it can sometimes go a little bit wrong. Yeah, good place to try and get a move done. I think the spectators, a couple of them, just readying themselves for the excitement that is to come as we eventually will get cars out onto the track. And in fact, I think they have now been released from the assembly area. So our first race of the day coming up then, the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s. So the cars making their way to the grid, and they will line up, not in the order, actually, in which they finished yesterday's race, because this is the sort of partially reversed grid now. It's a top 10 reversal by the looks of it, which means that, in fact, no, it's not a top 10 reverse, but I think they jumble up the order amongst the top 10. So Alistair Kellett, double race winner so far this weekend, now has it all to do and is starting 10th on the grid, alongside Zach Lucas, who has finished second in both of the races so far. And what that means for the championship is that it's tightened up quite nicely. We had 3 races at Brands Hatch, the season opener. The first was won by Lucas, but the second by Alistair Kellett, and actually the third race by Dan Lewis. At the top 3 in the championship, all netting a race victory apiece at Brands Hatch, but it really was Lucas and Kellett, the two more consistent scorers. There were 9 points between them in Zach Lucas's favour, arriving here at Snetterton, but of course Kellett has beaten him in both of the 2 races so far, so that gap is down to virtually nothing now. We're only about a quarter of the way, not even that actually, through the season, but it's never too early to start thinking about championship points, because every race, after all, counts for the same number of points. It's all relevant, and the drivers who are hoping to contend for the title, Lucas and Kellett definitely among them, will absolutely be taking note of the championship standings as they are now. But they both now have some work to do coming through from that 5th row of the grid. And we saw at Brands Hatch, it was a struggle to get anywhere near the front, really. Kellett and Lucas, again, both started towards the back end of the top 10. Lucas made better progress through the order, in the end finishing 1 place ahead of Alistair Kellett. But neither of them ultimately able to get up there and challenge for a race victory. That race won by Dan Lewis after a slightly disappointing first couple of races, so it sort of evened out a bit over the weekend. Dan Lewis hasn't had the best of times here either. He was 3rd in race 1 yesterday, but didn't finish race number 2. So that was a non-score for him. Drop scores will save him a little bit. Of course, you can drop some of your lower scores over the course of the year, but certainly didn't really want to be relying on that so early on in the year. So Dan Lewis keen now to get a slightly better result, but of course we'll have to do so from the back of the grid. Right, let's go through that grid then. It is headed by John Cooper. John Cooper, I seem to recall, going pretty well in this equivalent race at Brands Hatch. He's got Lucas Hayden for company on row 1, Connor Blackburn and Caitlin May together on row number 2. Caitlin certainly will be aiming for a podium here, ahead of Gary Miller and Archie Johnson. 4th row is where you find another of the several Fiesta Junior graduates. Joseph Knight starting 7th alongside Simon Horobin, definitely not a Fiesta Junior graduate. He's been racing Fiesta Seniors for quite some time. Then the top 2 from the 2 preceding races this weekend, Zach Lucas and Alistair Kellett are on row 5 together, ahead of James Pope and Adam Clark. And it's Luke Wharf, a former Mini and Renault Clio racer, with Charlie Ellis for company on row 7. Morgan Kidd and Harry Hayes are together on row 8, ahead of Matt Chambers and Henry Howarth. Then, at the back of the grid, Daniel Lewis will be starting 19th after that non-finish yesterday. We will not, though, have Marco Ricci. Marco Ricci had every intention of racing today. There was just one slight problem. His car was written off, essentially, in a very sizable accident yesterday. I'm only sort of making light of it because he is okay, I can confirm. Those of you who tuned in yesterday and perhaps were a little bit worried about Marco's well-being, understandably so. It was a huge accident down the back straight. The car barrel rolling several times at high speed. He was fine. He got out of the car in the end, and he arrived back at the track again yesterday, hoping to be able to race today, but sadly his car was unsalvageable and certainly wouldn't be able to make it out for this third race. So we wish Marco well. Hopefully we'll have him back out on track again later on in the season, but that was a relief to hear that positive news this morning, because that was certainly a scary, scary moment and a reminder of how fast this place is. We think of Snetterton as being a very technical track, this infield section, lots of sort of second and third gear corners. It looks a bit Mickey Mouse, doesn't it? But there are areas on this track where particularly the ST240s are really picking up the pace. I actually went and stood on the pit wall for a portion of the restarted race yesterday afternoon, and the speed at which they flashed past the pit wall, and of course they hug that pit wall as well to try and carry the optimal line down the pit straight, quite literally takes your breath away. It is remarkable, and that's not even quite as quickly as they're going down the end of the back straight. It is a quick circuit. Corners like Riches and the Bomb Hole and Coram, really, really high commitment right-handers. And in cars like these, front-wheel drive cars prone to a bit of understeer, you've got to have them set up in a way that will allow them to turn through those kind of corners, which means quite often they are fairly loose, fairly oversteery. And certainly on cold tyres that can present a little bit of a challenge, but they shouldn't have too much of a challenge generating tyre temperature today. Although, as warm as we think it is, the tyres require very, very high temperatures to work at their very best. So it's not actually really warm enough yet for them to have full grip from the first lap. They will have to work the tyres a little bit, as you can see them doing, weaving, using the full width of the circuit down the Bentley Straight to really try and get the heat into those tyres. But the weaving side to side, it looks good, and it does generate some surface temperature, but really the best way to generate temperature in the tyre is to stamp on the brakes. Racing brakes operate at an almost unfathomably high temperature, and that heat has to go somewhere. It radiates out into the tyres, and so by stamping on the brakes repeatedly, accelerating, then stamping on the brakes, accelerating again, it really is what heats the core temperature up of the tyre. But weaving around looks cool, doesn't it? And it looks like they know what they're doing, so that's just sort of the done thing. Who was the racing driver who started that trend? There must have been a driver who was the first to start weaving around on a warm-up lap. Everybody else in the history of motorsport has copied them. They were really a trendsetter. There's Dan Lewis at the back of the grid then, the black, orange and white machine, number 19. So Dan Lewis, third in the championship coming into the weekend. It's not been a couple of days to remember for Dan, but he... Race Car Consultants machine will definitely be looking to work his way through. I mean, he's 19th on the grid, appropriately, in car number 19. That is 9 places behind the likes of Zach Lucas and Alistair Kellett, with whom he was battling for the championship lead coming into the weekend. So if he can at least try and get onto terms with them, of course, we would expect those two to also gain places over the course of the race. But if he can get somewhere towards the top 10 fairly quickly, then maybe he can move through the rest of the top 10 with those two. But that will take some doing. Of course, it all depends on how much progress he can make on the opening lap of the race. And Lewis, one of those several drivers that I mentioned earlier on who have come up through the Fiesta Junior ranks. The likes of Lucas Hayden have done the same. Joseph Knight I mentioned, I think. James Pope, I'm pretty sure we saw in juniors before. I've got a funny feeling Morgan Kidd might have done Fiesta Juniors. I might have made that up. But yeah, there are several drivers on this grid who have come through the junior racing ranks within the BRSCC's Ford Fiesta community. And the natural next step, really, is up into the ST240s, and it's good to have that mix of youth and experience on this grid. You've got that youth, but then you've also got the likes of Alistair Kellett and Simon Horrobin, who have been around for quite some time now, very experienced campaigners, and it's always fascinating to see those two generations almost of Fiesta driver doing battle together. Right then, we're almost ready to go. It's a 20-minute race, the 6th round of the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship about to get underway here at sunny Snetterton. The red lights are on, they will go out now, and a good start looks to have been made there by John Cooper from pole position. He's on the inside line. A slow start I noticed there for the number 11 car, mid-grid. That was Charlie Ellis going backwards, but it is going to be car 88 that leads them into Rich's corner for the first time. They're 2 and 3 wide further back. Hold your breath, they all get through, a bit of hopping and skipping over the curbs, but they all still seem to be there. Dan Lewis has gained a couple of places from the back, I saw, but John Cooper leads the field into the Wilson hairpin for the first time. Archie Johnson there, number 10 on the outside of Alistair Kellett, who is, I think, behind Zach Lucas, isn't he? So, no, he's ahead of Zach Lucas. So Alistair Kellett up one already and ahead of the driver that he beat to the 2 victories yesterday. He only won those 2 races, though, by about 1.1, 1.2 seconds. Both of them did Kellett, so he's not that much quicker. Up the inside on the grass goes Alistair, gets a squeeze from Simon Horrobin. That's all going on towards the back of the top 10, but he is gaining positions, not getting past the number 14 car, but Alistair Kellett now actually has put a car between himself and Zach Lucas. And by my rough calculations, is about 8th, I think, as they turn through Hamilton. Now, I mentioned a slow start for Charlie Ellis. I'm hearing that he has actually stopped on the start-finish straight somewhere, so he didn't even make it to turn 1. There he is. Now, that almost looks like it's a drive shaft or something, doesn't it? When a car breaks down under acceleration off the line, it's almost always drive shaft related, but that car is definitely in a dangerous position, so I'd be surprised if we don't get the appearance of the Jaguar safety car at the end of the lap. We'll wait and see. Meanwhile, they're still very much racing down the back straight, and the battle appears to be the one for 3rd place, doesn't it? That's Caitlin May on the inside, defending from the number 46 machine, which tries to go right round the outside. That is Lucas Hayden, and he's up the inside then into the right-hander at Nelson and through the bomb hole, but the yellow flags and safety car boards are out. He got the move done just in time and moves back up into the top 3. The safety car then is scrambled. As soon as they see a board, they will stop racing. The boards I can see are being hung out now from the marshal's posts, and so they'll slow down through Coram and Murray's with John Cooper the leader. He hadn't really started to get away anyway, I suppose, so the safety car won't affect him too badly. Oh, right up over the curb, someone there, and a little bit of side-by-side action as well. I suspect a couple of drivers hadn't spotted the safety car boards, which won't go down terribly well, but there you can see them, not only the boards, not only the flags, but also the LED panels now that are based at almost all marshals points around the track. And that's just an extra method for the race control team to let the drivers know it's time to stop racing for a moment. And there you can see the reason. The number 11 car of Charlie Ellis on the left-hand side of the road sadly didn't make it much further beyond the end of the pit lane. Now, thankfully, he is near the pit lane exit. They should be able, you can see the tow truck heading towards his car now, they should be able to just tow him back into the pit lane. So I don't think it'll take too long to get the car out of the way. And we should hopefully be able to go back to racing again at the end of the lap. So lap 1 in the books then. John Cooper the leader, Connor Blackburn 2nd, Lucas Hayden started 2nd, dropped to 4th, and then got back to 3rd again just before the safety car was deployed. That was at the expense of Caitlin May, who drops to 4th. 5th place Gary Miller, 6th Joseph Knight, 7th position for Simon Horrobin, 8th Alistair Kellett, and 9th Zach Lucas. So actually in the end, Kellett gained 3 positions. Is that right? Yes, 3 positions. 2 positions, sorry, and Zach Lucas gained none. He started 9th, he is still 9th, and crucially behind Kellett now, so that's not gone to plan really for Zach Lucas. That was his opportunity, this race was his opportunity to try and get some points back out of Alistair. He may still do that, but he's got to overtake him again, and he's not been able to do that in either of the 2 previous races, so Zach Lucas will be a tad frustrated, I think. Top 10 completed by Archie Johnson, who started 6th, so he's gone backwards a little bit off the start, but a good start by John Cooper. He looked confident on cold tyres as well, and having got the jump, got the whole shot, so to speak, and led into Rich's, he looked like he was settling nicely into a rhythm, and that's really the damage that a safety car can do. Even if you didn't have a big lead, it can sometimes knock you out of your rhythm. Now, whenever there is a safety car, the main source of interest for our camera ops seems to be local wildlife, and they found some. I'm not sure where that is, but a career in nature documentaries beckons, I think, for a few of our camera workers who have done a splendid job all weekend so far, out and about around the racetrack. And least they're getting a nice bit of a sun time. One of them did have the cheek to complain that they were a bit cold yesterday. I don't think they'll have the same complaint by the end of today. It's getting very toasty already, and it's only 10:15 in the morning, but it's a good day to be out trackside, whether that be manning a camera, working as a marshal. There are lots of marshals in attendance, as always, at TCR and BRSCC meetings. There are a couple of the marshals out and around the circuit. Spare a thought for them, because they're there in their marshal's overalls and usually big, heavy boots, several layers of clothing, even on a warm day like this. So they'll be a tad uncomfortable, I think, by the end of the day, but they'll have enjoyed themselves. They get front row tickets, don't they, free of charge to get the best view of the racing. And they do a fabulous job of enabling us to go racing pretty quickly whenever there's an incident, and that's what's happened here. The safety car is only going to do one lap. They've got that car of Charlie Ellis out of the way, and we're able to resume racing this time around with John Cooper, the race leader, with Connor Blackburn in second position, and Lucas Hayden looking to try and claim a podium. He's back into a podium place now, is Lucas, who I don't think we did see on the podium. Actually, he got a second place in the reverse grid race at Brands Hatch, so he has previous for doing well in these reverse grids. It looks like he might be able to do the same again. He'll be on the attack here to try and get himself ahead of Connor Blackburn off the restart, which is imminent. The safety car pulls off the final corner, heads for the pit lane, and we are almost good to go then. And look at that, so already John Cooper has accelerated and pulled probably a bigger gap now than he had at any point on the first lap of the race before the safety car came out. So a really good restart that from John Cooper. Green flag waves, then across the line he goes. You get a bit of a sense of the speed as they flash past the pit lane, hugging that pit wall when they sort of drift over onto the racing line. But Caitlin May doesn't, because she is defending from Gary Miller, who tries to go right round the outside. Doesn't just try, succeeds in doing it. Brilliant move that for Gary Miller, and he is up into fourth position. Caitlin May now knocked out of her rhythm a little bit. There's someone on the grass further back in a car heading off towards the scenery and backwards into the barriers. That was the number 7 of Adam Clark, I'm afraid. So Adam Clark, well, he's going to try and continue. The back of the car didn't look too badly damaged, so he did hit the tyre wall, but not terribly hard. It's quite a lot of runoff area there. He had time to slow the car down, and he has continued. It's good news. So Gary Miller up into fourth place. Caitlin May now under threat from Joseph Knight, that is, isn't it? The number 89. And then it's Kellett behind. So Kellett's got himself ahead of Horribin off the restart. So another place gained from the double winner so far this weekend. Off the hairpin at Agostini they go. Keep an eye on that blue and yellow car, the driver who's won the previous 2 races already this weekend. And Alistair Kellett, with that 1 win from Brands Hatch, 2 more this weekend, building a championship challenge as he knows how to do. And crucially, keeping Zach Lucas at arm's length right now. Caitlin May has been overtaken by Joseph Knight and might now be overtaken by Kellett, because Caitlin is very wide coming out of Williams. Over the curb, scrubs off speed, loses momentum all the way down the straight, and I suspect that Kellett's definitely going to have a go here. So too, I think, is Lucas Hayden. This is where he got past Caitlin May just before the safety car, remember, and he's having a go now for second place against Connor Blackburn. Kellett's, in fact, they've all gone past Caitlin May, haven't they? So Joseph Knight had already gone through, but Kellett and Horribin both getting by. This is looking pretty interesting now, isn't it, for second position? And actually, I'd say they've all caught Simon Horribin since the restart. So Connor Blackburn closing in on, sorry, Simon Horribin, John Cooper, I should say, the race leader. So they're all together now. You can see that gap is not as big as it was at this point a lap ago when the race got back underway. So the top 4 together, but Joseph Knight, Alistair Kellett and Simon Horribin are likely going to be able to close in as well. So this is developing into a very tasty race as we approach halfway. Across the line they go then. Cooper leads, Blackburn second, third Hayden, fourth Miller. Is anybody going to try and make a move into Rich's corner? Well, yes, they are. Gary Miller looking up the inside of Lucas Hayden. That's for third place. Hayden, though, does to Miller what Miller did to Caitlin May a lap ago and toughs it out around the outside. Is that going to work? No, it's not. Gary Miller's gone through. So Miller into third. All sorts of shenanigans further back as well. But let's focus on second place, where Miller is into the side of Connor Blackburn at the hairpin. Taps him out wide. Miller goes through. Joseph Knight's got the run as well. It's all kicking off now in the battle for second place towards the left-hander at Palm as they go. John Cooper rubbing his hands with glee. He's escaping out in front. Miller into second position. But what is happening behind him? Down the hill they come. Joseph Knight is up into third, and that's Lucas Hayden defending on the inside line, trying to fend off the likes of Connor Blackburn and Alistair Kellett, who is up the inside of Blackburn. Blackburn was second a couple of corners ago. He's now out of the top half dozen because he's on the grass coming out of Agos, and that means that Simon Horrobin now moves up to challenge. That's the inside line for Hamilton. It's difficult to go side by side through there, though, whether you're on the inside or the outside, and so Simon Horrobin has to just back out of it, wait for another opportunity. Whilst that's been going on, by the way, Zach Lucas has finally, about 2/3 of a lap later than the rest of them, managed to find a way past Caitlin May. So Zach Lucas now the next one behind Connor Blackburn, because Horrobin has gone past, and Lucas is going to do the same thing now, heading down the back straight. So, an eventful half a lap there, which means Cooper still leads, but it's now Miller second, Knight third, Hayden fourth, and Alistair Kellett picking them off one by one is into the top 5 now. Oh, Caitlin May sideways under braking. That's another place loss now, with Archie Johnson coming through in the number 10. Next to challenge will be the number 42 of Henry Howarth. There he is, the purple car. And then James Pope behind in number 47. So Caitlin May is now almost out of the top 10, I think. Down to the last corner we go, though, and Gary Miller has very much caught John Cooper, so Cooper didn't really make the most of that lap of action behind him. Really, that was someone going very wide further back, Blackburn maybe. But yeah, John Cooper had an opportunity there to make a break, and he's not really been able to do it. Gary Miller is right back with him again. The gap at the line is 4/10, but Joseph Knight in third place sets the fastest lap, a 2:12.5, 6 or 7 tenths quicker that was than the race leader. So definitely bringing that gap down again. There's Caitlin May on the inside, Howarth goes around the outside. That will drop Caitlin May down to 11th position, so now further back actually than she finished yesterday. Gary Miller tries the outside at Wilson for the lead and gets it horrifically wrong. He's all over the grass, and he might now be out of the podium places. I'm not quite sure what happened there. There's very little grip if you go offline up at Wilson, and I think Gary Miller just discovered that for himself, so he loses a few positions, and still John Cooper retains the lead. Now Knight second, and Kellett is on the podium, so Alistair Kellett has got a real shot here at taking 3 race wins from 3 races, and that doesn't happen that often in such a competitive championship as this. He's into the podium spots though, and now we'll definitely be thinking with 8 minutes to go that he's got a good chance of doing this. Hamilton doesn't really need to rush this either, because Zach Lucas hasn't made the same sort of progress through the order. Zach, you can see, is only 7th, and he's several places then behind Kellett. Through the right-hander they go. Lucas Hayden, for some reason, still showing in 4th position, but that obviously has changed since the line. All shuffled around through the Wilson hairpin, which I said pre-race was always an action spot. It's certainly living up to that reputation so far. Through all of this, though, no matter who ends up in second place or how quick they look, they can't find a way past John Cooper, can they? They seem to catch Cooper and then immediately start battling amongst themselves. And I think the same thing is going to happen now, because Joseph Knight has caught John Cooper, but at the same time as he's caught the leader, Kellett is starting to apply the pressure to him. So every time they get onto terms with the leader, the battle for second place seems to break out, and that just delays them a bit and gives Cooper a chance to just stretch the margin again. Let's see if that's what's going to happen this time then. Through Coram into Murray's corner they go. Wasn't a great exit, that was it for Cooper. Seemed to pick up a bit of mid-corner understeer. Has that left him vulnerable to attack now from Joseph Knight down the pit straight? Let's see. Across the line they're about to go. Down towards Rich's corner. They're absolutely nose to tail. Just 0.2 of a second in it. Is Joseph Knight going to try and do something into Rich's? No. Far better idea, I think, to get a good run off the corner and then try and make the pass into the Wilson hairpin. That's where Gary Miller tried it a lap ago. We saw how that went for him. Can Joseph Knight have a slightly better go at it now? There's Caitlin May. Luke Waugh now battling with her for 12th position. But at Wilson, it still looks to be the same order then. And yet, look what's happening. Kellett's having a go at Joseph Knight. So just as Joseph was starting to apply the pressure for the race lead, he has to then turn from attack to defence. And this lets John Cooper off the hook again. We're only 6.25 minutes from the end of the race now. I still think that Kellett is the favourite for this, but Joseph Knight is going to put up a fight here, I reckon. Down into Agostini. There's no move made by Kellett here. Joseph Knight very late on the brakes. I thought maybe too late, but got the car stopped on the apex quite nicely. All just starting to bunch back together, aren't they? Gary Miller 4th, Lucas Hayden 5th, Horrobin 6th, and Lucas is still stuck in 7th place. So Zach Lucas just cannot cut through the pack in the same way that Alistair Kellett has. and has been stuck in 7th for a couple of laps now, I think. New fastest lap, by the way, set by the 8th place man, Archie Johnson, a 2:11.8 that was, compared to the fastest lap of the weekend so far, at least in race conditions, of a 2:10.0. That was set, unsurprisingly, by Alistair Kellett in race number 2 yesterday afternoon. Kellett then sits 3rd for the time being, but he's about to try and convert that into 2nd place. He's up the inside of Joseph Knight into Brundle. Is he late enough on the brakes? No. Joe's already proven that he's pretty confident under braking and had to draw on all of that confidence there to keep Kellett at bay. But that defensive move, look what it does. It just allows Cooper to pull a car's length or so. Cooper definitely isn't as quick as those 2 drivers behind him, but they're so intent on battling with each other that they're never really able to start asking any serious questions of the leader. Oh, hearing reports, by the way, that Dan Lewis has stopped trackside. I was about to mention that he hadn't really made the progress through the order that I thought he would have done. He was only 16th at the time, but he's stopped on track. Whether he's in a dangerous position or not, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully not, because we want to see this race go to its conclusion under green flag conditions. Simon Horobin now, well, according to our timing system, sets the fastest lap. I'm not actually sure if he has, though. Henry Howard's still showing as the fastest lap on the TSL timing screen. But anyway, that doesn't really matter. It is worth a bonus point, but right now, everyone in that lead group targeting the race win, and the 50 points you get for a win. That was Dan Lewis parked trackside, I think, on the back straight, maybe. So Dan Lewis's day is done. It's been a weekend to forget, really, for Dan. 2 non-finishes, that now. And podium yesterday in race 1, 3rd place, but that's the only positive to come out of the 3 races here at Snetterton. Now, can Alistair Kellett get into 2nd place here? You feel that if he's going to win this race, he really has to try and get past Joseph Knight on this lap to give himself the chance to catch and then challenge John Cooper for the win. But I suspected that Joseph Knight might be the toughest man for Kellett to overtake in this race, and that's proven to be the case so far. And Hamilton, 2 wheels on the dirt there for Kellett, which is a possible track limits infringement, but Zach Lucas has definitely been exceeding track limits. He's been shown the black and white warning flag. Down in 7th place still, and actually now 1.4 seconds behind Simon Horobin. So Zach Lucas not really at the races this morning, which is a bit of a shame. He's going to lose some valuable points here to Kellett, it would seem. But how many? It's now really in the hands of Alistair Kellett, isn't it, to see how many more places he can pick up. But not close enough this time to attack Joseph Knight into Brundle. And Joseph's so strong on the brakes, that's going to make it very difficult for Kellett to pass him. In a way, you wonder if maybe the best thing for Alistair to do here is just sort of let Joseph go and chase after John Cooper. And then maybe if they start battling, that will open the door, because I think he's going to struggle to actually overtake Joe Knight here of his own volition. Let's see what happens into Murray's. We saw a few overtakes here yesterday, but it's a tricky place to execute a pass. Off the corner, accelerate down the pit straight. Kellett's had a good exit there. And with a bit of a slipstream down the main straight now, might be able to challenge into Riches. We're going to have time for 2 more laps of racing then. So 2 more laps, 6 and a bit miles to go. And the lead gap, 0.6 of a second, but it's 2nd to 3rd that is the closest of the battles. Where, if anywhere, can Alistair Kellett make his move? It now doesn't look as though Joe Knight's got the pace to go after John Cooper, so Kellett might have to take matters into his own hands. Is there a chance at the hairpin? No, because Joe Knight, again, the later of the 2 under braking. Oh, maybe a bit too wide at that time, though, a bit too late on the brakes, but again, you can kind of go wide there and then straighten up the steering, get on the power nice and early, and still carry good momentum off the corner. It's a strange turn, Wilson, where it isn't necessarily a bad thing to run a little bit wide. Down into Agostini, we know yet again that Joseph Knight's going to be the later on the brakes. Look at he distances himself visibly from Kellett and closes right back in on John Cooper. Then on corner exit, Cooper gets away again. So I do think Joseph Knight, as strong as he is under braking, he's braking a bit too late. He's getting away with it, but not actually gaining as much time as it looks like he's going to, if that makes sense. Zach Lucas, by the way, perhaps listening to me, saying that he was off the pace a bit, has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 2:11.5. That's still quite a long way away from the fastest lap from yesterday's 2 races. But he's at least now closing back in on Simon Horobin. He's going to have a lap and a half to try and pick up another place or 2. It has all stagnated a bit, hasn't it, in the second half of the race? Everyone's sort of finding their place in the line now. Not Not really able to go any further forward. Look at Kellett closing right in through Brundle and Nelson, trying to get the power down on corner exit to get up the inside into the bomb hole. If you can get an overlap to the inside into that right-hander, then you're probably going to get the place, because it's not a place that you want to be stuck on the outside. Now Coram they go then, and Joseph Knight definitely now dropping back away from John Cooper, isn't he? It's now all about this fight for second, I think. Alistair Kellett's chances of winning the race might have gone. Same true of Joseph Knight, but who is going to stand on the second step of the Snetterton podium? Well, we've got one lap to settle it then. Across the line they will go. The checkered flag will not wave. There's another lap of racing to go. The last lap board should be out though. And Alistair Kellett knows now that he's got to get on with this. 3 riches they go. Not close enough to do anything there. What about at Wilson? Has Alistair been keeping a little bit in reserve, maybe? Or does he genuinely not have an answer? Oh, Lucas Hayden with a huge moment in 5th place there. And Simon Horrobin sees the opportunity to get to the inside. Can Zach Lucas capitalise on this as well? He's going to try. He's up the inside. He's on the power, but that's the outside line for Palmer's. He could do with gaining this place, but I don't think it's going to come easily. The left-hander will favour Lucas Hayden, who probably is still catching his breath after a huge moment at the first corner. Not a good place to be snapping sideways, but he managed to survive it, thankfully. Still on the inside defending as Alistair Kellett tries to do something about Joseph Knight. There is Hayden on the inside, and he's going to keep Lucas at bay for now. Zach tries to get the switch back, but just gets a face full of Fiesta. And Lucas Hayden holds on at least to 6th place, so very fortunate there, Lucas, to only lose 1 position. That could have been a big moment, and thankfully, some quick hands, he managed to gather it together. So round round Oggies towards Williams they go then. Horrobin up into 5th. What's going on for 2nd place though? Kellett right in behind Joseph Knight as they head onto the Bentley Straight. What will be the final time? Past Dan Lewis, who'll be watching on as an interested spectator, hoping that Alistair Kellett doesn't find a way past Joseph Knight, but it looks like he might. He's on the inside into Brundle, and look at that, he's drawn fully alongside, but that's the outside for Nelson. He's got to be careful here, Alistair Kellett. Joseph Knight will defend this place, but he might have run a bit too wide. This is the opportunity Kellett was waiting for. No, can't get the overlap into the bomb hole, and Joseph Knight hangs on. There's realistically 1 more place to try and pass, but it's a risky place to try and pass. It is this corner, Murray's. And is Alistair Kellett going to try and throw everything at this? It looks as though John Cooper is going to claim the race victory, but for 2nd place, I think Joseph Knight has probably done enough now. Gets on the power, decent exit from the last corner, and I don't think Alistair Kellett is going to get there. So John Cooper heads for the line, and it's going to be a race victory, a well-deserved and well-managed race victory, that for John Cooper. Checkered flag for Cooper. Joseph Knight hangs on to 2nd, and Alistair Kellett, in the end, has to settle for 3rd, but that was a really terrific race there. The crowd enjoyed that, and as did we. That was a fantastic battle between Joseph Knight and Alistair Kellett, but John Cooper managed that race perfectly. He led every lap of it from pole position. Not easy to do, really, in a reversed grid race, because naturally you're putting people at the front of the grid who perhaps haven't ultimately had the pace this weekend, and yet John in clean air wasn't the fastest, but played that race very sensibly, I thought. Positioned his car well. Didn't ever really see him defending. He just sort of followed his own line, followed his own rhythm, and came out a race winner by 1.1 seconds. That's been about the same winning margin in all 3 races this weekend for the ST240s. John Cooper, though, this time the winner, and Joseph Knight just hanging on to 2nd position from Alistair Kellett, who has 2 wins and a 3rd place to take home from Snetterton. Not a bad weekend's work. Gary Miller was 4th ahead of Simon Horrobin, then Lucas Hayden and Zach Lucas, with Archie Johnson, Henry Howarth and Connor Blackburn completing the top 10. Then it was James Pope, Luke Waugh, Harry Hayes and Caitlin May. And in 15th position, Morgan Kidd, with Matt Chambers a lap down at the flag. In fact, I think Matt's just coming through to take the checkered flag now. Dan Lewis, a non-finisher, as was Adam Clark, but for Dan Lewis, that has not been a good weekend here at Snet. 2 non-finishes means he's on the back foot in the championship standings already. So as we saw yesterday, the cars for anything that isn't TCR, basically, are all being led into Parc Ferme the back way, if you like. So they come off the track halfway between turn 3, Palmer's, and turn 4, Agostini. There's a back entrance into the paddock. They then drive through the paddock and arrive at Parc Ferme just opposite the commentary box at the end of pit lane. It's a unique way of doing it, but it works quite well. It means they don't have to do a full cool-down lap of the very lengthy Snetterton 300 circuit. And it means that once the track is ready, the clerk of the course can release the next group of drivers onto the track pretty swiftly, and that next group of drivers will be more Fiestas, but this time the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. That's the race that is coming up next. So, good start to the day. That's the last we will see of the ST240s, unfortunately, this weekend. They'll be back out again, of course, at the next TCR UK round. But before all of that, let's hear for the first time today from Richard John Neal, who is down in Parc Ferme, enjoying the sunshine and about to enjoy chatting to our podium finishers.
Welcome along to a very sunny Parc Ferme, Victory Lane. Nearly got run over then, but let's go and have a word with John Cooper. Apparently we've got to be quick, so well done, Alistair.
Thank you.
Good stuff. We'll have a word in a minute. Triple podium for Alistair. John Cooper.
Afternoon.
Race winner. Many congratulations. How are you?
Thank you. Tired after that. And quite warm. So, but yeah, good race. Enjoyed that one. So.
It looked like you had it under control because there were threats, but you had a gap.
Yeah, it was just a case of managing gap. I could say Alistair and Joe were battling, so it was pointless killing me tyres trying to get away. It was just a case of keep it steady and don't fall off track.
It's nice to get that first win of the season.
Yeah, been struggling a little bit this weekend, mainly down to me, not the car. Car's been on point all weekend, but I've just struggled to get my head around it. So today it seemed to work. So good race. I enjoyed that one.
It's always a good positive to move on to the next round. Alton Park, obviously, totally different kettle of fish.
Yeah, I like Alton as well. I normally go all right there, so should be a good weekend at Alton.
Brilliant. Well done, John. We're going to catch up with Joseph as we haven't had a chat with him on the podium. Joseph, we had a quick chat yesterday, didn't we, on the grid? But now we get to see your face, which is great. Big bonus for the viewers. Well done.
Thank you. I can't put it into words. It was amazing. I think we started off the weekend a bit on and off. Obviously, we had an engine going practice. And I don't think we got the best luck with the reverse grid as well. But we managed to get second. We had a brilliant race. Lots of fun. Lots of pressure from Keller at the end. But, yeah, amazing. Really happy.
Yeah, Alistair gave you a good race, didn't he? He was hungry to get that. He said yesterday that there was very little chance of getting in. You know, he wanted top six, so third is great for him. But he was gunning for another step up and possibly for a go at John as well.
I was thinking to myself, he's being a bit nice to me because there was a bit of a gap from Keller to the car behind.
Well, we've just lost Richard John Neal temporarily. I hope we'll try and get him back if we can in a moment, because we've got a few minutes, I think, before the juniors are sent out onto the track. It's the recovery of Dan Lewis that will create a little bit of a delay here. So hopefully if we can get Richard back, we'll hear from him in a second or two. And be good to carry on with those interviews, because they've got some interesting things to say, I would imagine, after what was a fascinating battle between those top three in particular. But we'll hopefully get back down there to hear from them before too much longer. So, in the meantime, the marshals go to work to get Dan Lewis's car out of the way over on the Bentley Straight. In fact, as I say that, I can see there the Fiesta Junior drivers heading out onto the track. And so, our second race of the day coming up next. More Fiestas, but this time, the juniors. So, BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, their second event of the season. Like the seniors, they had 3 races at Brands Hatch last time out, and it was an interesting weekend of racing. Jensen O'Neill going looked like he was going to be the dominant man. Won the first 2 races, the first of those coming with a fastest lap point and the points for pole position as well. But then he had dramas in race number 3. That opened the door for the very consistent Finn Leslie to claim a race victory instead. So Finn Leslie, who had 2 third-place finishes in the earlier races, then went and won race number 3. But it's neither of those drivers who leads the championship, because even more consistent, in fact the definition of consistent, was Jacob Hodgkiss. 3 second-place finishes at Brands Hatch, and that meant that he led the points arriving here at Brands Hatch. Now, the juniors were on track twice yesterday, but neither of those occasions was a race. It was a free practice session in the morning, and then the qualifying session later on. They have their races today. And that is a busy day for the juniors. It is just the 2 races this weekend, so not the triple header that we had at Brands Hatch. Only 2 opportunities to score points, but Jensen O'Neill going is the man who has set himself up perfectly for the win, because he was fastest in qualifying yesterday. You can see he's parked on the grid at a very aggressive angle. not a particularly sensible angle, I would say, aiming straight towards the pit wall. You would probably want to be staying away from that, Jensen. But he knows what he's doing. He's been rapid in a Fiesta Junior ever since he first sat in one, which was probably quite some time ago, actually. His father being Jamie Going, who runs the Jam Sport team. And, you know, that is one of the top operations in the BRSCC's Fiesta ranks, but also across other championships throughout the country as well. And Jensen O'Neill going in a car, a chassis that has won this championship before, also run by Jam Sports at the time, and Jensen hoping to give them and this car a second title by the end of the season. Let's take a look at the grid then, shall we? It's a big one because, as has been the case really the last couple of years, the Fiesta Junior Championship extremely well subscribed with this weekend, I believe, 23 of them on the grid, but there are others who we expect to see joining us again later on in the season. It's Jensen O'Neill going, though, who was fastest by, in the end, 0.2 of a second over Tommy Harfield in qualifying yesterday. So they share the front row. Jensen Mason and Finn Leslie together on row number 2. Finn Leslie, the winner of that third race at Brands. Alfie Garford and Callie Clifford are on row number 3. Row 4 for Josh Watts. He seems to be finding a bit of pace as we move deeper into the season now. Tom Merritt shares the 4th row with him. Then it's Henry Foote and Ben Doherty, with Jack Burgess and Jake Wardle completing the top dozen. Billy Blockley and Jacob Hodgkiss are next. Hodgkiss much further back than you'd expect to see. I wonder whether maybe that was the dreaded track limits rearing their head for him. Then it is Jack Sant and Hayden Gray on row number 9 on the top 20, completed by Archie Davis and Harry Lindley. Then it's Michael Wheeler and Aaron Beattie, with Maggie Webster, who had, I believe, broken rear suspension. A rear toe link or something had broken in qualifying yesterday, so she starts at the back, having not set a time, but I believe has been allowed to qualify out of session and will therefore be taking the start of the race, we hope. Not sure if she is there at the back of the grid. Now, is this a delay? No, I think this is perhaps one of the stewards coming and talking to Jensen O'Neill, going about his parking skills. I know it shouldn't matter because this isn't the start of the race, but I think they're perhaps warning him that if he were to park the car here at the end of the green flag lap, which is coming up shortly, then he would probably find himself in some trouble. I'm hoping that's all it is. There's now a team member sort of gesticulating at him as well. I hope they're not discussing some sort of a problem with that car. We'll find out, I suppose, momentarily, because the green flag lap, well, I thought the green flag lap was about to start, but they've actually just held out a start delayed board over the starting gantry. Why the start's been delayed, I don't know, but anyway, it has. I presume they've moved Dan Lewis's car now from the back straight, so I'm not sure what the reason would be. There is some sort of discussion going on further back. There's a car that's very much out of position, isn't there? A couple of rows from the back of the grid. That might be Harry Lindley, is it? It's somewhere around the back of the top 20 that we have a car not where it ought to be. And I wonder if that's the reason, if that car's had a problem. That's the reason maybe that we are delaying the start. So the drivers will not be enjoying this, sat on the grid, baking hot conditions, having already been sat in the cars for a little while on the in the assembly area. And now they are sat waiting ever further. There is definitely some attention being given to the right-hand side of that car at the back of the grid, isn't there? Right front corner, maybe the left front corner as well, I'm not sure, but whoever that is, there is obviously a problem, and that is meaning that we can't release the cars onto the green flag lap. There's no point doing that if this car's going to be stuck on the grid anyway. Might as well just keep things waiting, otherwise you have to do the green flag lap, and then we still can't start the race, and then you have to do another green flag lap after that. So, a bit frustrating this, but there is a recovery truck, we believe, heading to the grid, and there it is, right on cue. So a car needing to be recovered before we've even started the warm-up lap. That's a rare occurrence, not unheard of, but a rare occurrence, and unfortunately that means we're going to be waiting a few minutes, I think, before we get the race started. There's also a circuit maintenance van there now as well, so are they worried that there's some fluid been dropped? on the track? If there is, this could take a little bit longer to sort. Trying to see out of the window. I've just got a better view out of the window, really, of what's going on. It does look like they are inspecting the track, but not yet seen them put any cement dust down or anything like that. But thankfully, of course, they've not done a full lap around the track to get to the grid. So if there is a car that's been leaking some fluid, it's not like it's done a whole lap of the Snetterton 300 track. It's just come out of the assembly area, which is just out of shot, basically, up at the far end of the pit straight. So it hasn't left a trail of oil across the entire circuit, but still they'll want to make sure that even this, on a straight line on the start-finish grid, that they have a clear track. Hearing it's 94. So, it's Jacob Hodgkiss. It's Jacob Hodgkiss then who's had the drama. So that is drama because Jacob Hodgkiss was the championship leader. So Jacob Hodgkiss, 3 second-place finishes at Brands Hatch. Dismal qualifying yesterday by his standards anyway, ending up down in 16th place. And Jacob Hodges is the car that is now being pushed out of the way. And that might have been Jacob, I think, exiting stage left there. So there you can see, yes, it is number 94. So the championship leader not going to take the start of this race. That is big news. And, of course, his 2 closest rivals in the points, Jensen O'Neill going and Finn Leslie, are both starting inside the top 4. So O'Neill going on pole. Point scored for that already. Came into the weekend, did Jacob, with what sort of margin? He was 4 points clear of Finn Leslie, 5 ahead of Jensen. So I know, again, we've only had 3 races. It's a long season, but still not ideal for Jacob. It's a calendar that has for the most part, triple headers. This is one of only 2 events where they only have 2 races, here and Alton Park next time out, just 2 races, but then Croft, Silverstone, Thruxton and Silverstone, 2 different versions of the Silverstone circuit that we're racing on. They're all triple headers. So the whole second half of the season, there are more points available in the second half of the season than there are in the first. So I guess if you're going to have a problem, this is one of the weekends to do it. But I'm intrigued as to why Jacob was so far down the grid anyway after qualifying. Let's see if the TSL timing page tells me anything. Jacob completed 5 laps, which was maybe just below the average. Most drivers doing 6 or 7. Hodgkiss had 1 lap time disallowed for exceeding track limits, but he wasn't alone. It was half the grid who had lap times disallowed, including Tommy Harfield, actually, who was second fastest. So not really sure what the issue was for Jacob, but whatever the issue was, it's a bigger issue now, and I can see there is now cement dust being placed, so it's obviously a oil leak or something like that. You can see Jacob wandering off in background, being guided off the grid by the marshals, and look at the drivers there fanning the doors, trying to get some cool air into the cars, but it's not cool air really. It will feel cool compared to the temperatures inside the car, but it's not really that cool, it's not really that refreshing. And just sitting here now in your helmet, in your fireproof overalls, in your race suit, in your racing boots, just slowly melting is not pleasant at all. Not great for the concentration levels either, this, because of course the drivers get themselves all hyped up and ready to go in assembly, often being egged on by their teams or their friends or their family members, all trying to, you know, get them in the mood to go on the attack. And now we just sit here for 10 minutes or so, and all of that energy disappears. And trying to psych yourself back up again is not always the work of a moment. But hopefully it won't take too long to clear the oil spill or whatever it is up at the back end of the grid. You might wonder why it's important to do this, even though this is a straight piece of racetrack. You think, well, you can't lose control on a straight. Well, that's sort of true. It's possible, I suppose, if you make a sudden move with the steering and happen to hit the oil. But it's actually mainly an issue on the start of the race, because that grid bay will now have oil all over it. Presumably the grid bays just behind it will as well. And that's obviously then going to present a big disadvantage for the likes of Hayden Gray, Harry Lindley and Aaron Beattie, who are starting directly behind Jacob on that left-hand side of the track. So they obviously don't want them to be slipping and sliding on oil as they accelerate away. So that's the reason for clearing it up. The crowd on hand, though, happy to wait. At least they're not stood in the rain. They're enjoying the weather, although quite a few coats and jackets on. And you can see there, the wind a lot stronger today than yesterday. There was hardly any wind yesterday. There's quite a stiff breeze blowing across the track this morning. And it is quite a cool breeze. Doesn't really cool the track down any, but it does just keep the ambient temperature down, perhaps into the lower teens. Not sure if that's going to persist through the day or not, but it's obviously a very flat, open expanse, the Snetterton circuit, and this whole area really sort of famous for it. So there's nowhere to hide from this wind, and it won't affect the car's handling particularly. Certainly not something like a Fiesta, but this means the spectators are perhaps still having to wear their jackets, but. We'll see. Hopefully that will die down as the day moves on. So for whatever reason, this is taking quite a long time to clear the fluid. I don't really know why, but there is obviously some sort of complication down there. There is Jensen O'Neill going, the 272 car. Still parked at that very jaunty angle. I'm not really sure why. But Jensen looking pretty calm. Always a pretty relaxed character is Jensen O'Neill going. But I wonder whether that will change as we go through the season. He's certainly stolen early march on the rest as far as overall performance is concerned. I would argue he's been the quickest driver so far this season, but not necessarily being reflected in the points situation. And that will frustrate him a little bit. You know, yes, he had those 2 victories, but he will argue really it should have been 3, or certainly 3 podiums. But I forget what the problem was now in that third race for Jensen. I seem to remember him slowing at one point. I don't think he went off. I think he just slowed with some sort of problem late in the race, I seem to recall, and that's why he had a pretty lowly finishing position. But anyway, hoping not to have a repeat of that here. Now, that looks to me as though the marshals are vacating the scene, are they, up at the far end of the grid? So, hoping now that means we're not that far away from getting the green flag lap started. Of course, they haven't yet done a green flag lap, so they'll do a lap around the track and then get the race underway. Got a fairly lengthy lunch break in the schedule, a full hour of lunch, we are hoping. So we shouldn't have to delay or have to shorten the race. Being only a 15-minute race, you really don't want to be taking any time off that, do you? So we should get the full 15 minutes still. Just being made to wait for it, but I'm sure it'll be worth the wait. Now, I thought they were leaving the track, but they're not, are they? That's still a bit of work being done back there. So obviously a fairly substantial oil spill, which is odd, isn't it, really? I mean, the car, all it did was came and pulled onto its... Well, it didn't pull onto its grid spot, I suppose. It pulled into the middle of the track, but it looks like it's dumped all of its oil on the circuit. And it's really taking quite a bit of time to be sorted. Marshall's there waiting patiently. See the crop field in the background. That often gets a couple of visitors over the course of a race weekend here at Snetterton. And it did yesterday in, I think, one of the ST240 races. We had a car vanished into the field. Hopefully it was recovered at some point. But it's sort of a rite of passage, isn't it, really, at Snetterton? If you're going to go off the track at Riches, then at least try and get yourself into the field. There's far less in there that will damage your car. Many a great racing driver over the years has done it, so yeah, certainly the driver who went off there in pretty good company. Now, what I don't see anymore is a van on the track. I don't see any marshals on the track. I'm hearing whistles, and I think that means that we are about to get the green flag waved, and in fact that is about to happen now. Yes, it does. So the green flag lap then finally gets underway for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship here at Snetterton, and having sat on the grid for what was that, nearly 15 minutes I think in total, they are at last released. Hopefully that's the last delay that we have in this race. Jensen O'Neill going then, leading them around, and the Mark 6 Fiesta that Jensen is at the wheel of, qualifying on pole position, followed by quite a group of the newer Mark 7s. It's the last year of the Mark 6 being used in this championship. It's not that it's any slower than the Mark 7s, as Jensen has proven, but it is being phased out, has been for a few years now, and the Mark 7's very much taking over next year, and that's all because the Mark 7 Fiesta is the same shape of Fiesta that we use in the ST240s, although it's not really like it used to be. When it was Mark 6s being used in this championship and the senior championship, then you could literally race the same car in a junior race in the morning and then in a senior race later on in the day. In fact, I seem to recall some father-son combinations doing just that, but you had to change the car slightly, but it was only really the engine, the horsepower of the car that had to be changed. But now these ST240s, they are a bespoke junior car, and they are different, very different from the ST240s that we saw out a little bit earlier on, but still great looking cars. They drive really well. The Mark 7s have come on really leaps and bounds. It was only this point last year that we were sort of waiting for the first race to be won by Mark 7, and now it's, well, in fairness, Jensen O'Neill going is booking the trend, isn't he? But generally now it's the Mark 7s that seem to have the edge, only because they have an advantage in numbers, I think, really. There are more of them now, more of the quick drivers are in them. But Jensen O'Neill going wanted to race specifically in this car, in this chassis, because, as I said, it has this history within the championship. It is the very same car that Aaron Thompson won the 2015 championship in, and Jensen watched on from the pit lane with his dad and the rest of the team and the family as Aaron, a good family friend of the goings, went and won that championship. That was 9 years ago, and now here Jensen in the same car, winning races, and about to start from pole position in it again. He is planning, I believe, on racing a Mark 7 next year. That's sort of the idea. If he wins this championship, he might, if he still chooses to come back, be quite a rare driver in that he would try and defend the Fiesta Junior Championship. Now, someone, probably Scott Woodwis, will correct me if I'm wrong here, but I don't recall another driver winning the Fiesta Junior Championship and then coming back the next year to try and defend it, because the nature of a junior championship is that you do this and then you move on to other things. But Jensen is so young that actually he doesn't really have that option, and there are only so many other places that he could go and race. So if he wins it this year, getting ahead of myself maybe here slightly, it's only round number 4 after all, but if he does win the championship this year, I wonder whether he would still choose to come back again next year and try and win it a second time. That would be a first. He's leading them very slowly around Coram Corner on this green flag lap. And Jensen O'Neill going perhaps a bit of gamesmanship here, just trying to slow everybody down and prevent them from generating too much tyre temperature. But this is a very leisurely run around to the grid. Accelerating off the final corner. They make a really nice noise, actually, these junior cars. Probably the best sounding junior car out there, I'd say. Proper bits of kit, these, like I said, bespoke junior racers designed specifically for this championship. And the Mark 7s anyway. They're proper bits of kit, good fun to drive, and they teach the drivers everything that they need to know about car control, about car setup, about racecraft. It's what a junior championship should do, really. Now that we've got these big grids again, which for a few years we didn't, but it's now the norm to have grids well into the mid-20s. You do have plenty of opportunities to practice that racecraft, but Jensen O'Neill going, we'll be hoping he doesn't really have to do that, because he's starting from pole and he'd quite like it if he didn't see another car for about 15 minutes, but I suspect he's not going to have it that easy. Tommy Harfield was only 0.2 of a second off his pace in qualifying. Tommy, though, had about 0.4 in hand over Jensen Mason. Qualifying results you can only read so much into, I suppose, but it is still a sizable advantage, although a long lap this, so you do tend to get bigger gaps between the cars in qualifying, whereas in the race, because of the long straights and the slipstream, actually it tends to be quite close. So we'll wait and see. The start will be important. Jensen needs to try and get off the line well if he can. His starts normally are pretty strong. He'll need another one here to keep Tommy Harfield behind him then as we finally get ready to go racing for the 4th time of the season in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Jensen O'Neill going on pole, Tommy Harfield alongside him. The first of 3 black and green cars in the top half dozen. That's going to confuse me. Off we go then. Jensen O'Neill going leads the way, and it was a good jump in the end. He's going to lead them down towards Rich's corner, no doubt about that. They're all away cleanly. Harfield looks as though he's holding on to second. That's Josh Watts trying to go up the inside line. All the track funnels down quite significantly here into Rich's, so you've got to be careful doing that. And he does back out of it. Callie Clifford in the Jam Sport car just behind as they round Rich's and head for the Wilson hairpin for the first time of asking then. O'Neill going leads the way. Harfield second, side by side for third. That's Finn Leslie trying to go to the outside of Jensen Mason. The red car of Finn Leslie, the winner from race 3 at Brands Hatch, has got the inside line now for Palmer's, and I suspect will appear in third. There's a spin further back for the number 24 of Michael Wheeler. I'm not quite sure how he ended up on the inside at Wilson. That's an odd place to end up, but anyway, no major damage done, and he has managed to continue, albeit at the back of the field, which is led by O'Neill going still, but it's this battle for third that won't resolve itself, will it? Still, Finn Leslie is trying to get the better of Jensen Mason, and still he's not able to do it. He's got the inside into Agostini, but Mason, well, eventually does have to give way because he's given the hip check by Finn Leslie. That was fairly robust, and I don't think that will have pleased Jensen Mason. He's got his teammate now right behind him of Alfie Garford. Which means that Callie Clifford has dropped down the order then, because Josh Watts is next, then Callie Clifford. So Clifford didn't have a great start, did she, in the 169 car? But a perfect start, really, for Jensen O'Neill going. He and Tommy Harfield distancing themselves already from the field as they head down the Bentley Straight and towards one of the other good overtaking opportunities down at Brundle and Nelson. Maggie Webster there towards the back, but not right at the back, of course, after the moment was had by Michael Wheeler. Leaders then underneath the bridge. Jensen leading the way. Tommy in second position. The battle for third then. Finn Leslie versus Jensen Mason. And Jensen might have revenge on his mind here. He wouldn't have appreciated that little nudge that he had coming out of Agostini. And I'm pretty sure if he gets the chance to return the favour, he probably will. Not in a dirty way necessarily, but it's just that sort of racecraft that you learn, isn't it, really? If you try and go around the outside of someone and they don't leave you any room, you'll remember that. And if you find the roles are reversed, then you'll probably not treat that driver as kindly as you would some others. For now, Jensen not really able to get onto terms with Finn Leslie as they drop through the last corner, come across the line, and Jensen O'Neill going's lead is a reasonably significant one. He crosses the line then 1.1 seconds clear already of Tommy Harfield. That's the 138 car that didn't make it to turn 1. Second race in a row that we've had somebody pulling over there. That's Henry Foote. Unlike the car from the ST240 race though, he's off the track, he's well off the track, so hopefully race control will be happy to leave it there. There's no sign of a safety car yet. The driver's out of the car, so I think they're going to be pretty happy to leave his car where it is. Oh, that's a lunge that almost ended in tears. Who was that? That was the 194 car trying to come through, and that was Jack Burgess, not quite able to get the place. I think that's Wardle, isn't it, that he's battling with? Yes, it is, the number 3 of Jake Wardle. But positions stay as they were. Oh, green flag at Palmer's, that means yellow flag at Wilson. Why is there a yellow flag at Wilson then becomes the question. Someone perhaps has had a moment. Yes, they have. It's the number 12, and that is Thomas Merritt, who was inside the top 10, wasn't he? 8th at the end of the opening lap, so Merritt's had it off at the hairpin, but again, rejoins. So a few little problems on the opening lap, but generally a pretty clean start to the race, which is what we like to see. And Jensen O'Neill going's race is going absolutely according to plan so far. 1.1 seconds up the road from Tommy Harfield already, and looking to try and extend that margin now on the second lap. This battle still raging on further back then. Wardle, as well as trying to fend off the car behind him, Burgess, also trying to get past Ben Doughty, the number 28 machine. This is the battle then for 9th position. The pink Parrot machine of Benjamin Doughty dropping away slightly from the group ahead. There are the leaders. That gap possibly a little bit bigger than it was at the start of the lap, but not by a huge amount. Rocking on the suspension down through Brundle and Nelson. The best of the battles is the one for 9th, isn't it? Definitely. These three very close together, and there is a move made now, and there's contact at Nelson, sideways for Wardle. He gathers it together, but that was Jack Burgess going for a gap that unfortunately seemed to close, and you can see the momentum that lost Jake Wardle there, losing a whole heap of places. There's a surface flag out on the pit straight, which means there may be more fluid down, presumably courtesy of the car that's stationary at the side of the road. there's also a bollard on the road at Nelson as well. Bit of bodywork maybe there, flying off one of the cars. So the track is being littered with things that shouldn't be on the track at the moment, but it's not really affecting Jensen O'Neill going. He was 2/10 quicker than Harfield that time and extends his margin slightly. The fight for third, though, starting to build back up again. Jensen Mason challenging Finn Leslie. Oh, the red flag is out, though. We're getting a red flag. Why is this? I can see out of the window a car stopped at the last corner on the track, but that is, I would have presumed, not necessarily a reason for a red. So there must be a bigger story to tell there, but the race being stopped and the race, unfortunately, is going to be paused. So the cars will be gridded back up, I would imagine. But the race, which was already delayed once, now being delayed a second time. But we are not halfway through yet, so I think that we probably will get a restart. But Jensen O'Neill going, if we do get a restart, we'll have to do it all over again. I think Maggie Webster was the car that I saw stationary at the last corner, but has managed to continue. But there is another car that has been involved in the same incident. That's the reason for the red flag. Webster has carried on, but who the other one is, I'm not entirely sure. But anyway, we'll let the marshals and the recovery crew do their job and hopefully get a restart of the Fiesta Junior race before too much longer. It'll take them a while to get around this lap, I suspect. And we'll wait and see how long exactly it will be and what sort of length restart we get. The timing screen, as it always does in these situations these days, has gone down to 0, but that doesn't necessarily mean the race is over. They just sort of reset the time and will eventually give us a new race distance. But of course right now race control's main priority is making sure that the drivers involved are okay and that the track is going to be safe for a resumption of the race as soon as possible. But obviously driver safety and welfare has to come first, and then they'll worry about getting the race back underway at a later point. We had done 2 laps, so I think it's my understanding that we would no longer go back to original grid order. I think it would probably be the order that they were at the time of the red flag, more than likely. So I don't think it will that won't affect Jensen O'Neill going or Tommy Harfield, obviously. But Finn Leslie, having got the better of Jensen Mason on that initial start of the race, he would benefit from this. He'd be able to start third, I reckon. But that is if we get a restart. I know I mentioned earlier on that we do have this fairly lengthy lunch break, but that is not a lunch break that's going to be spent doing nothing, because we'll have our TCR UK grid walk for the duration of the hour, and so be sure not to tune off as soon as the racing's finished in the morning, because we will have that grid walk. Myself, Paul O'Neill, Jack Oliphant will be down there chatting to the drivers, soaking up the atmosphere ahead of what hopefully should be an exciting second race of the weekend for TCR UK, their 80th race in championship history, and it's the reversed grid race here at Snetterton, so that should guarantee some excitement. That will be at about 1:10 I think the grid walk will be kicking off. But we've got plenty of racing before that. The Audis are up after this, then the Civics, and then the MG Metro Cup as well. Right, cars have finally made it back around to the start-finish line. They are being gridded up, or they will be gridded up in a moment or two. And they are going to wait at the moment. I think you can't see them because the red flag's in the way, but they are going to wait in a single file line and then await further instruction. But the fact that they've not been ushered straight into the pit lane is a good sign. That probably means that they're going to be having a restart. There's Richard John Neal getting some information from the start line marshals about what the plan is going to be, and we're hoping might be able to chat to a few drivers possibly in a moment or so once they do head down into their grid positions and can get their thoughts on what happened there. If he gets a chance to speak to Jensen Mason, I dare him to ask Jensen about the move that Finn Leslie made on him. Might not be a good idea, I suppose, but I'd be interested to see what what Jensen's response to that is. Right, here they come. They are now being sent down to the grid, so it's a good sign. Looks like we're going to get a restart at some point anyway. And Jensen O'Neill being ushered into pole position. An 8-minute restart we're seeing on the timing screen, an 8-minute restart. So again, the fact that they've already got the restart time up means that we must be getting somewhere with the recovery. It's not taking too long. That's a good sign, and yeah, hopefully means that the race will not be neutralised for too longer. Right, Richard, I think, is ready. So let's head down to him and see what we can find from the drivers as we await a race restart.
Yeah, this is where we see whether the drivers need any media training, or indeed whether I do. Let's have a word with Tommy Harfield. And we'll get through the door. We've got the safety net, which is up as well. Tommy, frustrating situation for you as drivers, isn't it? And what's your mindset as you look forward to the restart?
Yeah, you just kind of have to forget about the red flag. Is he okay?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, just focus on what you're doing. Focus on turn one, and yeah, just focus on driving.
Obviously, Jensen got away well first time out. Was there anything that you could do? Were you happy with your first start?
Yeah, I think he's always going to get a better start, different day. But yeah, mine was good enough. I just want to hold second and then see. I think we should be quicker nearer to the end than the start. So yeah.
Right, nice prediction there. So you think the car will come on stronger maybe towards the end of the race?
Yeah, I think so.
Nice one. Thanks for letting us have a quick chat with you. Good luck for the race. Tommy Harfield there in P2. Now, the reason I didn't talk to Jensen is that possibility, because he got pole, I'm hedging my bets that he may get the win, and therefore we will have a chat with him, perhaps on the podium. We might also with Tommy as well, and indeed Jensen, who's there. I'm going down the outside of the grid. Let's see if we can have a word with Finn. Are you okay? He's giving me thumbs up. Finn Leslie. Good lad is Finn. You might remember, double winner last year. Finn, how are you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks.
I wanted to ask you, how much did the racing that you did towards the end of last season in the championship set you up for this year?
Quite a lot, to be honest. I mean, it just sort of gets you used to being around other cars and, you know, the places where you can and can't overtake, sort of thing.
And now you're up at the sharp end, obviously taking a race win already this season. Happy with the performance so far this weekend, or what have you learned?
Yeah, well, I had exams on Friday, so I missed all the testing, so I only had 5 laps of testing on Saturday morning. And yeah, to come away with 4th in qualifying, you know, I think we've done all right there.
A lot of youngsters, sometimes you hear sort of mums and dads and youngsters saying, oh, you know, I'm going to take a year off for the exams. You can get that balance right, though, if your family and school are supportive.
Yeah, I mean, exams are obviously quite important, but, you know, you've still got other things to do.
Exams are quite important. Racing is more important, as they say in the joke. What subject were you doing, by the way, on Friday?
Chemistry and geography.
Yeah, I was never very good at those.
Yeah, neither am I.
Wish you well with the exam results. Thanks for chatting to us, Finn. Finn Leslie, star of the championship. How good was it when he came in last year and took a win? There was no pressure on him last year. Not saying there is this year, but a super competitor. We've got Callie Clifford. You all right, Callie? You all right for a quick? Callie's up for a quick chat. And I'm going to go and have a word with Josh Watts, I think, if we get time as well. Callie, lovely to see you. We caught up for I think the first time, wasn't it? Was Silverstone, the non-championship round. Was that a nice way to bed yourself into the championship, having a non-championship event at the start?
Yeah, especially with my first time in cars, it's nice to be able to get that practice and just sort of understand what you have to do throughout the weekend. And I think that's really helped me develop for the championship.
And obviously you're making progress, so I think, was it your best qualifying this weekend so far?
Yeah, best qualifying in P6, but we've still got pace, so let's see if we can push up the order.
Okay, wish you well with the race. Thanks for having a quick chat with us. Callie Clifford, scholarship winner for Jam Sport. Of course, we've got Daniela Sutton, who won the BRSCC Fiesta Junior scholarship. So let's pop over and have a word with Josh Watts. Now, I haven't spoken to Josh this year, so I had my first chat with Josh. Josh, we caught up, didn't we, last year? I think it was Donington, I think, the first time I chatted to you. And you'd had a couple of issues, gearbox issues or something that day, and betting yourself into the championship. Nice. How are things going? Give us a summary of the season so far.
Well, at Silverstone, we did pretty well in the opening round. I think we got 4th, which was good. And then Brands that has just gone, it's been good. We have good lap times, good pace. you know, everything's looking promising, but it's just getting used to the cars from not doing karting, so it's a big jump just going straight into a car, and a lot of these lads doing karting, so we're just getting used to the car and everything, so good.
How much pressure is there? I'm sorry to refer to mum and dad, but obviously they're well versed in motorsport. Yeah. Does that put added pressure on you, being a sort of semi-known name in the Formula coming in, and give you a little bit more focus?
You know, it's because my dad is obviously quite well known and my mum's well known. There's a bit of pressure to perform and maybe match what they're doing. So, you know, I aspire to be like my mum and dad, obviously, but, you know, I'm trying my hardest to be like them.
And sponsor-wise, a glorious car, wonderful colours, and also even inside, look at the, I don't know if Laura can see the sponsor logos on side there. Boston Bowl, is that somewhere you go a lot?
Yeah, Boston Bowl, it's my granddad's business. They're a great brand, bowling alley, food. They're really good. I've also got other sponsors like Mill Tyres who are helping me pay for my tyres, and there's Alliance Transport, they're really good with transport and stuff like that. So yeah, I really appreciate all my sponsors who help me go racing like today.
Nice one, well done for remembering those. Good luck for the race, Josh. Thanks for having a chat. Josh Watts there, let's get the door shut. This is the thing I usually flunk. I've been all right so far, maybe doing it a little bit too much. Should we have a word with Ben Doughty? If we've still got time, if the directors want to tell me if we do need to crack on. I'm just going to see if Ben's okay. You okay for a chat? Ben's all right, isn't he? In the pink Parrot car. Hi Ben, good to see you. How's the weekend so far?
It's going okay considering we didn't get any practice on the Friday because of exams, but we're doing okay. We're improving every session, so that's good.
What was your exams? We were just chatting to Finn. Was it chemistry and geography like Finn?
It was just chemistry.
Right. How did it go?
We'll have to find out on results day.
Do they still do boils law and things like that?
I don't know.
I obviously don't. So if it was in the exam, you're stuffed, mate. But what sort of things are you covering in that?
I can't really remember. My mind's on racing at the minute.
Focus on the racing.
Yeah.
I'll just look at this. This is always interesting for me to see Snetterton because it's actually uphill, isn't it? This bit.
Yeah.
Does that make the start difficult?
It depends whereabouts you're starting. You can balance it on the clutch, or you can just use the handbrake and make it easier. But I just like to balance it on the clutch.
Looks like we're being moved, Ben. Sorry to cut across, but thank you for having a chat with us. Good luck for the race. So Ben Doughty there on the grid, and door is shut. That's it from the grid for the moment. I think we're going to take a quick ad break, or hand you back to Andy, one of the two. But more chats for you. No, it's back to Andy. Hope you found that useful, Andy, and grabbed a little bit of water or a little wee break or something like that. We'll see you soon.
Giving away all my secrets, Richard. Thanks for that. Yes, a much needed break. It's going to be a busy day, this, but that's what we like. We like lots of racing crammed in, and we certainly are doing that here today. Right, we have, I think, had the incident dealt with now up at Murray's. I can't see out of the window anyway, any recovery still ongoing. No, there we go, track is clear, and so we are good to get a race restart. I think minus Jake Wardle, who I think I heard earlier on, unconfirmed anyway, might have been the driver involved at Murray's, but it's been a swift operation to get the cars cleared out of the way, so that's usually a good sign, and we should be able to get a resumption of racing in the next few minutes. As I said, it will be a shortened race, 8 minutes the duration, but then they'd done a lap anyway, 2 laps, nearly 3 actually, so that's probably about how much time was left. I forget now how long there was on the clock, but I suspect that we're probably not actually going to lose a huge amount of racing here. There's a car, and I've only just noticed this, there's a car that is completely parked across the middle of the track, and I think that's Ben Doughty, the number 28, not entirely sure why. I think they're pushing him back to his correct grid position now. Maybe he'd lined up in the wrong place, but you can see they have got Finn Leslie's car 3rd and Jensen Mason's 4th, so they have gone to the order in which they were running at the time of the red flag by the looks of it, rather than back to the original grid order. I've just seen, by the way, Jake Wardle's car on a flatbed truck going through the paddock out of the window. So it was Jake who had taken the tumble at the final turn, but he hopefully is all right, and the team will get to work on the car because, of course, there's another race to come later on in the day. That second Fiesta Junior race will be just before the 3rd Miltech Sports Civic Cup race. That is coming up later on this afternoon. So our second Fiesta Junior action at about 3:25-ish. And won't be too much longer before we get Fiesta's back on the move again. 2010 racing team watching on, one of the big teams within the championship. Watching on with interest to see how their drivers will do. And now a little bit more activity on the grid. Now actually that's certain what the reason for this particular delay is. Oh, there's a conversation being had, that's Charlotte I think from the BRSCC, who is having a chat with Jensen Mason. Now is she telling Jensen that actually he is in the wrong position or not? I don't know. But the drivers, and there's definitely some reorganisation going on at the back, isn't there? So another delay. I'd love to tell you what it is for, but I can't because I don't know. So what we'll do is we'll assess the situation, we'll find out what's going on, and we'll have a resumption of racing in the Fiesta Juniors in just a couple of minutes. So we have Fiesta Juniors hopefully now ready to go here at Snetterton for a resumption of their first race of the day, round 4 of the championship, after a delayed start initially for an oil spill on the grid and then a red flag for an incident up at Murray's Corner. Drivers are very hot and bothered. I mean, they must have been in their cars now since I'd say getting on for 45 minutes now they've been sat in these cars, and they've done a grand total of 2.5 laps of racing, and ironically they will have been feeling the heat less whilst they were racing than they are now just sat there baking away in the summer sunshine. So yeah, they'll be very grateful I think to get underway. The marshals I think are now gradually clearing the grid. I think there's been a bit of confusion at the back of the field as to where certain drivers should be lining up for the restart, because they perhaps didn't realise that we weren't just going back to original grid positions, but the rule is if you've completed 2 racing laps, then you don't do that. If the red flag comes out within the first 2 laps of racing, then yes, you defer back to the original grid order. So anyway, that's all been dealt with now. The back, there are a couple of gaps in the middle of the grid, I noticed. So there is a gap about row 4, isn't there? So who are we missing there? Was that maybe Ben Doughty's car that was sort of parked at a strange angle in the middle of the field, maybe? We'll find out now because the green flag is waved. The warm-up lap gets underway, and let's see if Ben's number 28 car comes past. Yes, it does. There it goes. So I'm not sure why there's a gap. Maybe it was, again, just someone that had been in the wrong position and they pushed them into the correct place. Anyway, cars underway. That's the good news. Slippery surface reported by race control. Well, it doesn't tell us where, helpfully, but somewhere there's a slippery surface. First corner we're hearing, right, okay, so that's completely unrelated, seemingly, to anything else that's been going on. So why there is a slippery surface at the first corner, I don't know. Whether there is cement dust down, I don't know. But at least the drivers can use this warm-up lap as an opportunity to figure these things out. But they're throwing everything at these drivers in this race. Delayed start, a red flag, slippery surface, and an 8-minute restart now for this 4th round of the championship. Actually, Jensen O'Neill going has to do exactly what he did the first time round, really. Nail the start of the race. He got a brilliant launch off the grid the first time and led without any real challenge into the first corner from Tommy Harfield. But Tommy, of course, might have learnt from that now. Perhaps has figured out a way that he can do a bit better, get off the line a bit better, and perhaps give a bit more of a challenge to Jensen O'Neill going. There's Maggie Webster, look, the red and white car as well, towards the back of the grid, so she is going to take the restart. I thought maybe she'd have been involved in the Jake Wardle incident, but she was certainly stationary at the side of the track when that happened, but maybe hadn't actually had a direct involvement because the car didn't seem to be carrying any damage, did it? So she is going to be claiming her grid position for the restart. It takes a long time for anything to happen here at Snetterton because it's such a long lap. 3 miles at race speed in these cars is 2 minutes and 20 odd seconds. And of course at green flag lap speed, that's probably over 3 minutes. So it takes a while for them to get around and line up on the grid. That takes another couple of minutes. So just further sort of delays things and makes it even harder for the drivers to keep their head in the game. Right now they're again occupying themselves with weaving around, trying to generate some tyre temperature. A couple of drivers further back really weaving around quite vigorously to the point of nearly losing control there. Who was that? That was, I think, Jack Burgess maybe. He was getting a little bit sideways. So actually, now I think about it, I don't know how Maggie Webster would have been involved with Jake Wardle there, because Wardle was in and around the back end of the top 10. And Maggie Webster was at the back of the field, so I don't think they could have been involved. I wonder if Maggie was just stopping to make sure that that Jake was all right and then continued on. So that probably explains why she isn't carrying any damage. And she'll now hope to move forward from the back end of the top 20, where she'll be taking a restart. And getting perhaps a bit closer to the top half of the grid ahead of race 2 a little bit later on, although that second race, I think I'm right in saying it's second fastest lap times. Well, no, they've not released a grid yet, so no, maybe it is race results. It always used to be second fastest lap times that would set the race 2 grid. That doesn't seem now to be the case. So cars then gridding up, Jenson O'Neill going, again, very slowly, leading them onto the grid. Tell he's got nothing else planned for today, can't you? He's in no hurry at all to get this race restarted. Eventually, sort of meanders his way into pole position. Parks pretty much perfectly, I'd say, there within the grid markings. And Tommy Harfield alongside him likewise. There is a slight advantage, I'd say, here to starting on the right-hand side of the road, the inside line, because that is the racing line. A bit more rubber down, a bit more grip, a bit less chance of any wheel spin impeding your start. Still got that gap, haven't we, on the 4th row. In fact, it looks like quite a big gap, almost like there are 2 cars missing. Now, one of them might be Jake Wardle. Who the other one is, I'm not entirely sure, but we'll try and figure it out when the race gets underway, see who's missing. 8 minutes then on the clock, and take 2 for round number 4 of the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship then. Red lights go on, they go out now, after a long hold, and a very good start made by Jenson O'Neill going once again. Finn Leslie, though, as he did the first time, was away pretty well as well, and he's looking to try and get to the inside of Jenson Mason, who can't close the door, so that suggests that Finn had an overlap. Not anymore, though, by the time they get to turn number 1, so they're single file running through Riches for the first time. And is that going to change, maybe, as we arrive down at the Wilson hairpin? Well, no, not really. No one actually able to launch an attack up the inside until you get to Ben Doughty there, who's up the inside of Callie Clifford and manages to get past the 169 car. So Ben picking up a position, or perhaps actually defending a position. I think, no, he did start behind Callie, so yeah, that was a place gained. Very neat and tidy restart to the race then, round Palmer's. Downhill slightly towards Agostini, where Jenson O'Neill going tries to get into the rhythm a little bit. Looks a bit like that from Bumpers Loose, doesn't it? Oh, there are bigger problems, though, for Daniela Sutton, who is off, where? Wilson, I think? Now, how on earth has she ended up there? Because that's on the entry to Wilson. That's a long way after Riches. If that moment started at Riches, then that was quite a big moment. And if it started in the braking zone for Wilson, that's still a slightly odd place to end up. So you suspect that she didn't get there on her own. But anyway, she carries on, but unfortunately on such a short restarted race, she's got no real chance of gaining any more places. That, meanwhile, is Billy Blockley up the inside of somebody through Oggies, picking up the place. And Billy Blockley, who I think took the restart down in about 16th position, picking up a spot. Jack Sant, I think that might have been, that he managed to overtake. Leaders, though, down towards us. And as I started to say, you can see the front bumper on Jenson O'Neill Going's car. It does look a little bit dislodged, doesn't it? I think it's been like that since the start of the race, just not attached properly, maybe. But doesn't Doesn't seem to be slowing him down at all. Here comes the 87, that's Archie Davis, the black and yellow car, in behind George Foxlow, number 144. Just ahead of Jack Burgess in the 194. Three of them battling away, I think just outside of the top 10 then, as they head for Coram Corner for the first time. This restarted race. Looks to me though like Tommy Harfield is having a bit more of a go at this, isn't he? He's staying a bit closer to Jensen O'Neill going than he was on the initial start of the race, and might just be able to pose a little bit of a threat here to the double winner from Brands Hatch. Across the line they go. There you can see the gap. It was 1.1 seconds after the first lap last time around. This time it's only 6/10. So definitely Tommy Harfield learned something, I think, didn't he, from that first start of the race. That was Alfie Garford, I think, with two wheels on the grass. And there, Callie Clifford back ahead of Ben Doughty. So Callie Clifford into 7th spot now. After that changed around at the start of the race, changes again through Rich's corner, and now Burgess is up the inside of Foxlow, which means that Archie Davis has gone through already in the 87, and up the inside of everybody goes Billy Blockley. If that works, that is the move of the day. He's managed to get past Foxlow, and he might get Burgess as well, although Jack will fight back now on the inside line into Palmer's, and actually it's Billy Blockley who's struggling to find the gap back in line. He did squeeze in between those two cars, and might yet have another go heading for Agostini, but the red machine of Billy Blockley putting in some pretty big moves on this restart, defends from Foxlow a bit into Agos, and actually I think distracted Burgess, didn't it? Burgess outbraked himself, missed the apex. Blockley's up the inside, they lean on each other slightly on corner exit, and that just lost Billy Blockley a little bit of momentum, and it means that Burgess is clearly in front of him as they arrive at Hamilton, and towards the right-hander at Oggies. Awkward right-hander that sort of opens up as you accelerate out of it. Then a really tricky right-hander here at Williams. Probably one of the most important corners on the track though, because a poor exit from Williams will leave you under all sorts of pressure down at Brundle and Nelson, and I think that might be the case for Billy Blockley. He was a bit wide over the curb there. He saw the car bouncing around, just a bit of wheel spin, bit of understeer. That means he might be under some threat when they get down to this part of the circuit at Brundle and Nelson, where the leaders are very close together. Tommy Harfield definitely not being dropped by O'Neill going this time. Waiting to see what went on with Blockley and Foxlow. Foxlow has gone through, yeah, so Foxlow back in front. There's Maggie Webster. Bringing up the rear, is she? No, I think Michael Wheeler and Daniela Sutton are still behind her. Daniela obviously after the moment on the first lap. Not sure what's happened to Michael, but Maggie Webster continues on, learning every time she gets out on track. Younger sister of Albert Webster, who we saw racing in juniors a couple of years ago. Right, leaders across the line. The gap comes down by a tenth, and it's a new fastest lap for Tommy Harfield. So Harfield a 2:21.5. Pole position was a 21.1. So we're only about 4 tenths off that pace. Not bad for race conditions. And they have time for 2 more laps as well. So 2 laps to go, and Tommy Harfield not giving in. A nice move made there by Davis. Ben Doughty's struggling, isn't he? I wonder if that car's got a problem of some sort, because he has lost 2 positions in the last 2 laps, but dropped a long way back, really, from Callie Clifford ahead of him. Ooh, Foxlow, the inside of Burgess. That's a nice move at the Wilson hairpin. He leaves Burgess space on the exit as well. And actually, that means that he probably won't get the place, because Burgess was able to carry the better momentum off the corner and gets back in front again by the time they turn into Palmer's. George Foxlow giving it his best effort, and that is for the race lead, and that's Tommy Harfield past Jensen O'Neill going at Agostini, but he's wide, he's outbraked himself, and Jensen O'Neill going goes back through, but that was very briefly a change for the race lead. Tommy Harfield, for whatever reason, looks a lot quicker on the restart, doesn't he, than he did the couple of laps of racing we had before the red flag. And Jensen O'Neill going is going to have to work for this one. Tommy Harfield then right in his wheel tracks. I don't think Tommy's won a race in this championship before, so he will be extra incentivised to try and get the job done. But was that his one and only option, or is he now going to have another chance to attack? It didn't look like the best run off the corner there for Jensen. And with a bit of a slipstream, Harfield will try to close in now as we head down the back straight towards Brundle and Nelson. Flashing of the lights from Finn Leslie just to try and distract the 2 drivers ahead, but they are very much focused on each other right now as Harfield pitches the car through the left into the right at Nelson and looks to try and get a run off the corner towards the bomb hole. What's going to happen then? Tommy Harfield had a go, didn't quite work, but credit to him for trying. And Jensen O'Neill going now knows that he's going to have to keep an eye on the mirror. He might have to start defending, which he won't want to do. Car on the grass there in the background. That was an adventurous line being taken by Aaron Beattie, number 33. What's going on for the race leaders then? They are coming across the line, and I think we've got a new race leader, haven't we? Out of the window, I can see Tommy Harfield leading the race. So Tommy's got back ahead of Jensen O'Neill going. We start the final lap, and Tommy Harfield is back in front. Jensen O'Neill going, though, is right on his tail as we head towards Rich's corner, and now Finn Leslie buying into it as well. 3 of them covered by 3.5 tenths as we start the last lap, but Jensen is sideways over the curb. He's almost on the grass, and he loses second place, but does a great job not to lose control completely. Finn Leslie, who's just set the fastest lap, is suddenly in second. He's on the tail of Tommy Harfield and could yet claim a second victory of the season then. Out of the Wilson hairpin they go. Jensen Mason joining in as well. But this Fiesta Junior race has come alive all of a sudden with Tommy Harfield hitting the front. But can he stay there, or is Finn Leslie going to have a go? Finn didn't look quite as quick as Tommy or Jensen before they started battling. He closed in when they did start going side by side, but now he's going to go for the move up the inside into Agostini. There's an inevitable contact. The wing mirrors go flying. They're both out wide, and Jensen O'Neill going sees a chance to get back up the inside of both of them. It is Finn Leslie who leads. Tommy Harfield leaning on Jensen, heading towards Hamilton. Can Jensen O'Neill go and get back into second place? The answer is yes, but again there was a bit of paint traded, and Harfield will certainly try and get back up the inside into Oggies, which he does through the right-hander. Door handle to door handle for second place. They're bouncing all over the place and letting Finn Leslie get away. Finn Leslie from third to first in 3 corners. Look at the state of Harfield's car after contact with not one but 2 drivers, and it might be now that both of them lose a place because Jensen Mason's got the run down the back straight, a double slipstream, a much better exit from the preceding corner, and I think he's almost certainly going to try and have a go down to Brundle and Nelson. Leslie looks like he's got this one wrapped up, but the lower positions on the podium, it's anyone's guess. Jensen O'Neill going, is he back ahead? No, Harfield still has the inside line for Nelson, but he's too late on the brake, surely. Shuffles Jensen O'Neill going way wide over the grass. Jensen keeps his foot in it, though they're 3 wide into the bomb hole. That will never work. Contact is made around, surely goes Jensen. No, he's still there, and up the inside of everyone. Is that Alfie Garford or Josh Watts? It's Alfie Garford, I think, now, who comes through from 5th position to 2nd as they go round Coram. Finn Leslie escaped that madness at just the right time, and he will lead the field off the final turn. It will be a drag race between the teammates for second place, and Jensen O'Neill going hasn't given in yet either. Leslie for the win, but place your bets, everyone. Who's going to come home second? Finn Leslie gets the checkered flag. Jensen O'Neill going is going to be third, and I think that is Jensen Mason in the end who goes second. O'Neill going third, and Alfie Garford down to 4th with Tommy Harfield, who led the race going on to the final lap, finishing only in 5th position. Well, that was pretty exciting stuff, and I think there's going to be a few interesting interviews to be had after that race. I'm not convinced that all of that result will stand necessarily, but it was certainly exciting to watch, and you could just see it coming, couldn't you? As soon as Finn Leslie tried to make that move down into Agostini's, he was so late on the brakes, you just had a feeling he wasn't going to stop the car, and that was ultimately the case. And that just set about a phenomenal sequence of events. I have never seen 3 wide work through the bomb hole, and I still haven't seen it work, but quite how Jensen O'Neill going didn't end up getting fired off the road completely, I don't know, and he did at least manage to stay on the podium. So, provisionally, it is a win for Finn Leslie, very provisional. Finn Leslie, we think, won the race, there we go, by 3 seconds over Jensen Mason second, and Jensen O'Neill going third. Alfie Garford was 4th, and Tommy Harfield was 5th, ahead of Josh Watts, Callie Clifford, Archie Davis, Ben Doughty, and George Foxlow. Billy Blockley then was 11th, ahead of Jack Burgess and Hayden Gray, with Jack Sant in 14th position. 15th was Aaron Beattie, 16th Harry Lindley, 17th Michael Wheeler, 18th Maggie Webster, and Daniela Sutton 19th and last. Right, lots to unpack after that. I hope we can get some of the initial reactions of drivers as they get out of the cars, because I think there will be a few conversations to be had. I can see out of the window Finn Leslie being congratulated by somebody. That somebody will probably not be Tommy Harfield, because that was a fairly robust move that Finn made. But it got a lot more robust after that, really, so maybe it's all been forgotten about now. But anyway, Richard has the unenviable job of having to dive into all of that now and get their thoughts. So, Richard, good luck. Over to you.
Finn Leslie to the winner's circle. We'll get his crash off. Have a quick look at the side of the car. So we've got a little bit of work to be done on the car, and so here's Finn. I'm going to stick a mic in your chops while you got all the bit. Congratulations on the win. Good timing.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I just sort of played it out well. Jensen had a bit of a moment round the first corner. I just managed to sneak up the inside into the second hairpin, got it stopped. You know, just then led from there.
Yeah, going on to the last lap, you were in third place, but did you look in your mirrors at all?
Well, I tried not to, but as soon as I saw them scrapping, I just knew I need to get my head down and keep pushing.
And you did. You were clear by that point anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, good second win, hard earned. So there's plenty of life in this championship, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, I should be leading the championship now after that. So yeah, good.
I normally ask a driver that, and they don't know. But you see, this proves that you guys, you do your sums, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I was 4 points off Jacob going into that, and he's not. He obviously didn't start. Yes, and I beat Jensen, who was behind me, so I should be.
Well done, Finn. Good to see you. We might see you a little bit later on. Congratulations, mate. We've got TTs on the grid, so I'll see if we can get a quick word with Jensen. Jensen, can we grab you for a quick word? We'll stick the happy face on. Sorry to lose you from pole. I avoided talking to you on the grid because I thought we might get a podium interview with you. That was hard work.
Yeah, I think after the red flag, my car just went off because of the heat. So yeah, and then had a good battle with Finn. Finn won, so that's really good. And then got doored by Hartfield. And then me and Jensen, I think second and third. He got second, I got third. So yeah, it was really good.
So is it Clark's office now? Is it for everybody?
Probably.
Jensen, well done. Thanks for having a quick word with us. And if we've got time, Jensen Mason, we'll grab a quick word. And I've got to make it a little bit quick, Jensen, because the Audis are on the grid. But very well done.
Thank you.
Those last few laps, talk us through those.
Oh, well, I was just sitting in like fifth, I think, and they were all battling, and I was trying to take advantage of them all battling, and I could catch them all up. And then going into under the bridge, they all slowed down and went up the inside of Harfield, and then Alfie came back up the inside, and then I undercut him coming across the line, and then, yeah, came second. I was pretty happy with that.
It's all about the run to the flag at the end, wasn't it? Fantastic spectacle for everybody watching.
Yeah, it was just drag race to the line, really, at the end.
Jensen, good to see you on the podium. Well done. We'll see you a little bit later on. Another race, of course, coming up later in the day for the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors. Remember, an unashamed plug here, the scholarship for next year's drive is open. You can get onto the BRSCC website, have a look at that. If you want to join these guys and girls on track, then you can do that, or you have the chance of doing that by coming up to Blighton later on in the year, half term. In the meantime, though, enough from the juniors, enough from me. It's Audi TT time.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, okay. I could do with a nice quiet race now, really, just to calm myself down after the juniors. I don't think that's what we're going to get, though, because it's the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship. Rolls off the tongue, that, doesn't it? But title aside, this is really one of the true success stories of the 2024 season in British motor racing in general, really. A huge grid of cars, a brand new championship. They ran as a series last year, started off with grids immediately in the mid-teens, and it's just grown from there. We've got well over 40 drivers, I believe, subscribed to this championship. There was talk of split grids if they all turned up at once, but thankfully that hasn't had to happen. But still, really, really good grid sizes and fantastic racing. We had two races from the Audis yesterday, both won by Carl Swift, but in very different circumstances. The first one, Carl absolutely disappeared up the road. He dominated that one, won by 3.7 seconds. But race two, Bradley Burns gave him a run for his money, and of course now it's a reversed grid for race number 3, and that changes everything. It is actually the reigning Mazda MX-5 champion, Steve Foden, making a switch to front-wheel drive this year with the number 77 car that starts on pole position. Adam Blair for company on row 1. Then it's Jason Pelosi and Rob Boston. Yes, the Rob Boston of Rob Boston Racing fame, with Luke Handley and Matt Luff, former Civic Cup champion, on row number 3. Matt had a disaster yesterday with a spin on the opening lap of race 1 and has spent the rest of the weekend really recovering. Row number 4 then for Ross McCarr and Andrew Dyer, with Bradley Burns and Carl Smith, the top two from the earlier two races, starting 9th and 10th respectively, but Brad certainly looking more of a threat in that second race. Now he and Carl having to move through the pack together. They're just ahead of Rob Boston Racing driver Will Stacey and Patrick Booth, who share row number 6. 7th row for Sean Smith and Paul Luty, with Sam Meagher and Harry Yardley Rose together on row 8. Row 9, Danny Hobson and David Robb, and the top 20 then completed by Ryan Edgecombe and Sam Laidlaw. Charlie Budd, who for some reason is going by Charles again now, I've always known him as Charlie. Charlie Budd starting 21st alongside Morgan Root, who had brake issues in yesterday's first race. Brad Kaler and Jonathan Williams together on row 12, ahead of Nick Brady and Dan Budd, brother of Charlie, on the 13th row. 14th row is where we find Paul Savage, I believe, yes, and Mark Grice, with Ruby Smith at the back of the field. So really interesting grid this, having Steve Foden up on pole position. Steve had some mechanical dramas, I seem to recall, at Brands Hatch. He really didn't see the best of Steve, who's a very talented driver. One of a handful of drivers on this grid actually to have moved up through Mazda MX-5 racing and now finding themselves at the wheel of these 2-litre front-wheel drive Audi TTs. For Steve so far this weekend, he's looked a lot more competitive. He was 6th in yesterday's first race. He was 7th in the second race, and again, it's not a straight-up reversed grid, it's a jumbled grid, so it's not necessarily just the top 10 getting inverted. Steve finished 7th, but starts on pole position alongside Adam Blair. Championship-wise, coming into the weekend, Carl Swift, having won both of the races at Brands Hatch from pole position, had a 11-point lead over Bradley Burns. Well, he's extended that with another 2 victories so far this weekend, but this is the first of 4 triple-header weekends, and so we have this reversed grid now rather than just 2 races with the same sort of drivers at the front. So yeah, this will be an interesting race, and keep an eye to Matt Luff as well, coming from where did Matt start? 6th place, had that spin at the start of race number 1. In race number 2, recovered nicely to 4th position though, so he's got a good shot at battling for a podium. He's the silver number 72 car, you can just see there on the 3rd row. It's a 2x2 start, which does make me a little bit nervous on such a narrow track as this, and with such a large grid as this, 29 of them starting this one. I think we might have lost a couple over the weekend. No, I think that's about right. I think we've still got 29 that have been here all weekend. They've provided some fabulous racing, and I'm sure they will do so again now with a reversed grid race to end their weekend. The 5th race in the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship about to burst into life. The green flag then waved at the back of the grid, and it is Steve Foden versus Adam Blair on row number 1, Jason Pelosi and Rob Boston row 2. Who's going to get the best of the starts? Who will lead them into riches? Let's find out. The lights are out. A good start made by Adam Blair, I would say, better than Steve Foden, and so I think it will be the man who started on the outside of row 1 who leads the field into riches. There's a car on the grass further back. It's such a narrow run. Carl Swift actually was going backwards there, the man who's won every race so far this year, and Matt Luff. They both had terrible starts, so 2 of the favourites maybe dropping down the order in the early stages, but it is Adam Blair who leads. Foden is 2nd. 3rd place, good start made by the number 15 there of Andrew Dyer, from 8th on the grid to 3rd already, so it's a very jumbled order as they arrive at the Wilson Hairpin for the first time. They're all through cleanly though, making their way now down towards the left-hander at Palmer's. Tried to catch a glimpse of where Carl Swift and Bradley Burns were in relation to each other. Oh, there's a car heading off towards the barriers. That was a tiny little touch, I think, just on the apex of the corner. I didn't quite spot who that was. Might have been Patrick Booth, maybe, number 33. I can't see him in that picture. And I think he is running that sort of Martini-inspired livery, so I'm pretty sure that was Patrick who just ended up off the road, although there is a Martini car further up the road. I may be wrong. We'll figure it out in a moment. Anyway, out wide goes Andrew Dyer. Up the inside goes Will Stacey, and here comes Matt Luff. That's not going to work, surely. Matt Luff, how did he get the car stopped? He was so much later on the brakes than everybody else. That is not Patrick Booth that he's battling with. It's Ross McCarr, so I think it was Booth in the other similarly liveried machine who went off. There's a sideways moment there for the number 99 car through Williams, thankfully gathered together. That's Rob Boston. So Rob Boston started 4th and has, for whatever reason, plummeted down the order as well. So a lot has gone on this first lap, and it's still going on down at Brundle now, where Andrew Dyer is trying to get up the inside of Jason Pelosi, but actually that delays him and allows Will Stacey round the outside. We're finally seeing the best of Will Stacey here, I think, a driver that many were tipping to be a championship contender. Hasn't had a terrible start to the season by any means. Will Stacey was 4th in the points after a couple of top 5 or 6 position finishes at Brands Hatch, but maybe not been quite the standout driver that we thought he'd be. He's such an experienced driver for his very, very young age. We are getting a safety car. This, I'm guessing, is for the car that's off at Palmer's, which I do think is Patrick Booth. We'll double check whether or not he comes through at the end of the opening lap. But safety car being scrambled. And yes, it is Patrick Booth. There he is. Whether he made the barriers, I'm not sure. You can see Patrick's out of the car, chatting to the marshal on the right of shot. And that's good news, but just a tiny little tap, I think, just on the point of the corner at which you're really leaning on the tyres. And of course, it's that right rear tyre you're leaning on, but it has the least temperature in it, the right rear, because it's a clockwise circuit, so you warm the left-hand side tyres up a little bit more than the rights, and it only takes a small touch at that point to send you off the road. But doesn't seem to be too much damage done. Patrick is okay, and that means it shouldn't take too long to get the car cleared out of the way. So, Adam Blair leads, Steve Foden second, Jason Pelosi third, and Will Stacey fourth, with Andrew Dyer fifth, then Matt Luff sixth, Bradley Burns up to seventh, good start from him, Ross McCarr is eighth, Carl Swift is only ninth, and Morgan Root completes the top 10. Where did Morgan start the race? Morgan Root started 22nd on the grid, and is 10th at the end of the opening lap. That's an incredible start for the number 38 machine. That is pretty impressive. So Morgan Root then is one to watch. There's the recovery truck just arriving down at Palmer's to recover the Patrick Booth car. But yeah, some big movers on that opening lap, weren't there? There were 7 places gained by Will Stacey, 11 by Morgan Root, but of course where there are big winners there are often big losers as well, and I would say Luke Handley was one of them, down to 12th position, 7 places lost. And yeah, a few big movers further back. Steve Laidlaw up into 20th position, just ahead of Sam, having started 29th. So a real shuffling of the pack on lap number 1. But Adam Blair it is who got the better of Steve Foden off the line, and he leads them behind the safety car now then. So Matt Luff, I thought Luff had a poor start, but I think he then picked up a few places later on in the lap because he's actually back where he started in 6th position. But obviously allowed through Andrew Dyer and Will Stacey, which he could have done without. Bradley Burns putting a car between himself and Carl Swift. That could prove significant. The two drivers who have dominated the weekend so far, as they sort of did at Brands Hatch. Well, actually, Carl Swift and Matt Luff were the 2 fastest drivers at Brands Hatch, but Matt got tapped into a spin again on the first lap of race number 2, just as he did on the first lap of race 1 this weekend, and that opened the door then for Bradley Burns to come through and challenge Carl Swift for the victory in race number 2. But this weekend, Matt, again, has been quick, but another little bit of contact, and that's unfortunate for Matt, because again, I don't think his results have at all reflected the pace that we know he's got in that car. This, of course, the venue at which Matt won the Civic Cup championship a couple of years ago in the most exciting race that I think I've ever seen. And who knows, we could have another similar conclusion to this championship on the international circuit at Silverstone come season's end, but they're going to really have to get the better of Carl Swift, aren't they, if they're going to make a fight of it. So are we going to get the safety car in this time? I haven't seen a notification on the timing screen to suggest that, unfortunately, so we might be having another lap. We're getting to the end of this second lap now, and the lights are still on, so it's taking them a little bit longer than I anticipated to get Patrick Booth's car out of the way. Good news for Adam Blair, it's only a 15-minute race this, and so he gets to spend nearly half of it now, I guess, behind the safety car, not having to worry too much about defending from Steve Foden, and the likes particularly, I suspect, of Will Stacey charging through the order. Will has raced a lot of things in really not very many years. First time I was sort of really aware of Will Stacey, I guess, was back pretty much the first year of TCR UK, actually. He was in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup at the first ever round of TCR UK in 2018 at Silverstone. Will Stacey, I seem to recall, winning a race, or at the very least getting on the podium that weekend, and then sort of vanished. He didn't do the full season, and went off and raced Lotuses for a while, and then we've seen him in a few things in endurance racing in the UK and further afield as well. But nice to have him back competing full-time in a BRSCC championship now. Definitely still a title contender, I would say, is Will Stacey. He's had a solid start to the year. There are dropped scores, of course, that will further bunch things up when we move into the second half of the season. And I think we're going to be talking about Will Stacey for most of the year, I reckon. And if he could get a podium, or maybe even a race win here, then that would certainly go a long way towards building that championship challenge. So Stacey will take the restart from 4th. Andrew Dyer just behind him. Matt Luff in 6th position, like I said. Keep an eye on Morgan Root. That was a very, very strong first lap for Morgan Root, who had a spectacular off at Riches in the first race yesterday. I think it was a brake failure. It was a massive lockup, and the car just did not slow down, did not turn, and went straight through the gravel trap, and I think made a bit of contact with the barrier. He's bounced back nicely from that, and has put himself now into the top 10. Obviously put himself in the right place at the right time on the first lap to A, avoid the drama, but also capitalise on it and benefit himself. Cars make their way through Oggies then, up towards Williams. We're half a lap away from a restart, which we have had confirmed will be at the end of this lap. There's Paul Luty in his number 52 car, number 87 just behind him as well. That is Rob, isn't it? David Robb. They'll both be looking to try and move a bit further up the field as well, but really the attention has to focus on the leaders here. Can Adam Blair get as an effective a restart as he did an initial start to the race, getting the better of Steve Foden? Or can Steve find a way back into the lead? Steve Foden, pretty used to leading races really, was fairly dominant on his way to the championship in the Mark 1 MX-5 series last year, where very often we saw him hit the front and then disappear, which is unheard of practically in Mazda MX-5 racing. But not having things quite so easy here, is he? In a completely new car, a style of car, front-wheel drive that he's never raced in before. And talk about straight in at the deep end. Here he is in 2nd position, trying to get a first race victory, but he's not helped his chances. That wasn't a great restart for Steve, and so Adam Blair is starting to gap Foden already. Green flag waves, no overtaking before the timing line, but now they can go racing, and perhaps the first move that's going to come is for 3rd position. Will Stacey all over Jason Pelosi as they head for Rich's corner. Couldn't quite make the move into the right-hander, but Wilson hairpin could be where Stacey does try and slip up the inside. Let's see what happens then. Down towards the braking zone. No, I don't think Will is quite close enough, and actually he's under threat from Andrew Dyer in 5th place. Then it's Love, then it's Burns, then McCarr, Swift, and there Morgan Root, the big mover on the initial start of the race, but he's now under threat from the number 21 car of Sean Smith, that was, wasn't it? So Sean Smith started 13th, a couple of places gained for him too. Way wide goes Dyer. Now that opened the door, I think, for Matt Luff. Matt Luff trying to move into the top 5, but didn't have the momentum down the hill. And so Andrew Dyer stays in front. Luffy again peeks to the inside. Down at Agostini, in fact, does more than peek. That was a very late decision, I think, to commit to the move, but it's going to work. The Area Motorsport car slipping through into the top 5. And Bradley Burns keen to try and follow him through, but not able to do so. So Matt Luff with a good overtake, a clean overtake down at Agostini's. Don't throw it away, Matt. He's on the grass out of Hamilton, and here comes Burns. Launches up the inside of Andrew Dyer as well. So 2 really good moves under braking there. Andrew Dyer perhaps struggling for confidence under braking. That might have made it look a little bit more dramatic than it actually was. Carl Swift, though, that was pretty dramatic. Up the inside of Ross McCarr. Sideways they both were through Williams. But because he hasn't got the move made, they've both sort of delayed themselves off the corner, and now it's just a straight-up drag race down towards Brundle and Nelson, where also Andrew Dyer is trying to come back at Bradley Burns, so it's all kicking off behind the leading group, really. And there's Will Stacey up the inside of Jason Pelosi, levers him aside, and Will Stacey into 3rd, but Matt Luff is coming through with him as well. Matt Luff had a good run off the corner there, and was trying to move through into 4th position, through the bomb hole, and towards Coram. Now, is that going to be Matt Luff through when we next see him? If it is, that's been a good lap on the restart, hasn't it, for Luffy? 2 places gained. Yes, he is into 4th place, going with Will Stacey. Bradley Burns still ahead of Andrew Dyer. Swift did get the better of Ross McCarr in the end, so Carl Swift up into 8th spot. The leaders head across the line then. It is still Blair leading, still Foden 2nd. It's now Will Stacey 3rd. Fastest lap for Blair, a 2:11.0, but that's the first flying lap that we've seen unimpeded by a safety car. As they make their way through Rich's corner, it's building nicely. This 3¼ minutes to go, so 2 more laps. Here comes Luff on Stacey. That's for 3rd, and that could be a really significant move. Matt Luff up the inside needs to get this job done on the exit. He's not going to do it, though, I don't think. Will Stacey stands his ground. That's the inside line now for Palmer's, and actually Luff needs to be careful because Jason Pelosi isn't that far behind and could take advantage of this. Luff gets back in line, tries to get the switch back, and this time might have got the move made. He's on the inside line down the hill, gets a bit of a side draft. He's desperate to keep that overlap because the inside of Agostini Agostini is definitely the place to be. Pelosi's trying to go with him, and Brad Burns. Luff through into third, and Will Stacey, who's been moving forward ever since the race started, is all of a sudden losing places. Luff has gone through, Pelosi's up the inside, and the inside line at Hamilton is normally the preferred place. Will Stacey toughs it out around the outside, runs out of road a little bit. That was definitely exceeding of track limits, but he's managed to hold on to the place. Bradley Burns again launching up the inside, as he did to Andrew Dyer a lap ago, and this time trying to do it to Jason Pelosi, who turns across the nose of the number 6 car and manages to keep hold of the place. So lap and a half to go. Matt Luff breaks through into third. Can he chase down the top 2, or is third as good as it will get? It's a big gap, isn't it, really, that Blair and Foden have built, and actually Foden looks quicker than Adam Blair on this lap. That lead gap coming down, I would say. Stacey versus Pelosi is still raging on. This, of course, is where Stacey got past Pelosi a lap ago, and Jason now repays the favour. And behind them, look, the top 2 in the championship side by side. Carl Swift up the inside of Bradley Burns. That is a really important battle. Through the bomb hole they go, and Burns on the outside line as he held onto it. They're still side by side into Coram Corner. Bradley Burns knows the significance of trying to keep Carl Swift behind him, and that's exactly what he's done. Nice stuff that from Bradley Burns. I was pretty sure that Carl Swift was going to go through there, but Bradley would not allow it, and will hang on to the position. Car way wide in the background. Not sure who that was, but they've rejoined the circuit. Anyway, lead gap has definitely come down, I would say. I don't think Steve Foden's transponder is working, so I can't tell you the gap yet, but he was definitely still there in second place, and when he gets manually reinstated by the TSL timekeepers, we'll be able to tell you what the margin is. It looked a bit closer than it had been a lap ago. Burns and Swift on the grass. Stacey's back up the inside of Pelosi, and here comes Carl Swift as well. Sends it up the inside of Bradley Burns. 2 by 2 round Wilson hairpin they go. Stacey, I think, has got the better of Pelosi for third, but between the top 2 in the championship, it is still absolutely neck and neck. Towards the left-hander at Palmer's they go. Swift on the outside, Burns on the inside. Can Carl Swift find some momentum down the hill to get the job done? They've got to be careful, though, because Andrew Dyer is right behind them as well and is considering making it 3 abreast into Agostini. Thankfully, thinks better of that. And Bradley Burns, I think, might still keep Swift at bay here. He had the inside line, gets off the corner still in front, and that is still them. Car number 6 in position number 6. The timing screen has, by the way, now updated to show that, yes, the lead gap came down, and it came down because Steve Foden set the new fastest lap, a 2:10.9, and that was 4 tenths quicker than Adam Blair that time around, and he was 4 tenths behind at the start of the lap, so that could be building to a real crescendo as we're now halfway around the final lap of racing this weekend for the TTs, who once again have shown us how it's done. This is a proper show, proper racing, and are we going to get a proper finish? Here we go, down the hill then, towards Brundle and Nelson. This is where Foden looks strong, closing in on Adam Blair. Will Stacey and Jason Pelosi still not leaving each other alone, are they? Pelosi back round the outside at Brundle, and this time is going to get back in front of Will Stacey. And Will might now not have much of an opportunity to come back at him, really. But what's going on for the race leaders? Is Steve Foden going to have an opportunity to really challenge Adam Blair here and steal a first victory in the championship? Adam, of course, has not won a race in the championship yet either. One of them's going to take the checkered flag. I think it will be Adam Blair. Steve Foden's not really close enough into the last corner, but a really good showing this from Foden. Much, much more like it. He is going to be a threat, I think, moving forward in the season. Across the line, they're about to go then. Adam Blair is going to claim victory in round number 5 of the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship. Second for Steve Foden. Third for Matt Luff, one of the drivers of the race, that I'd say, from Matt to bounce back from that disastrous start to the weekend, really. Then it's Jason Pelosi and Will Stacey, with Brad Burns, Carl Swift, Andrew Dyer, Ross McCarr and Luke Handley completing the top 10. So Luke Handley, who I seem to remember mentioning had lost a load of places at the start. Yeah, he started 5th and dropped, I think, down towards the back end of the top 20 at one point, picked his way back through to 10th and managed to stay there to the line. Really, really good racing that, though. And Adam Blair, a deserving race winner. Steve Foden, so close to getting that first victory, but just in the end, 4.5 tenths shy. But that was a brilliant race. The TTs fast becoming one of the highlights of this particular package, but I think really of the British motor racing scene in general. And looking forward to following this story as it unfolds through the rest of the year. Adam Blair then is the race winner. Steve Foden comes home in second, with Matt Luff completing the podium. Not a bad way to end the weekend. It started pretty terribly for Matt. Jason Pelosi fourth, ahead of Will Stacey, Brad Burns, Carl Swift, Andrew Dyer, Ross McCarr and Luke Handley. Harry Yardley rose 11th, ahead of Sean Smith in 12th, and it was Sam Meagher and Paul Luty. In 15th position we had, drumroll, I think, Brady. There we go. Nick Brady in 15th, Brad Kaler in 16th, Morgan Root 17th, Jonathan Williams 18th, and then Ryan Edgecombe and Sam Laidlaw complete the top 20. I don't know what happened to Rob Boston. He's been fighting some mechanical problems all weekend, and I think they continued into that race there. 21st only for Rob Boston. Daniel Budd 22nd, Mark Rice 23rd, ahead of Paul Savage, David Robb, Steve Laidlaw, who's also racing in TCR UK this weekend. 2 more races for him to come, but he was a retirement, I believe, in that one. So too was Ruby Smith, and we also, I think, lost a couple of others because we should have had 29 starters. Yeah, Patrick Booth, of course, and Charlie Budd. Charlie Budd also didn't make it through the first lap. Didn't see what happened to him, but unfortunately they joined the retirements list. So all of that will mean that Carl Swift still leads the championship, but of course Brad Burns got a few points back on him, only 1 position ahead of Swift in the end, and they were further down the top 10 as well, where the difference between each position, points-wise, is less, but still, Bradley Burns at least able to beat Carl Swift for the first time. In fact, Adam Blair, the first person not called Carl Swift to have won a race so far this season. And I think maybe the first driver not called Carl Swift to have led a lap as well. So finally, the dominance of the championship leader is broken. It's broken by Adam Blair, and we can hear from him now down in Parc Fermé with Richard John Neal.
And with perfect timing by our director and also Andy McEwen handing over, the last of the TTs has gone past, and we go into victory lane where Adam Blair is here and not looking for his... Adam, congratulations. The first person not called Carl, as Andy said, to win a TT race. And this is back on the top step for you because you won last year. You had something like 6 fastest laps on the bounce last year when you joined the championship. How good is it to be back on the top step?
Well, it's more surprising than anything. We were struggling at Brands, as you probably saw. And also here, I was so glad that it was Steve behind me because our engines are pretty much equal. Yeah. But some of the other cars are just too fast for us on the straight, so we need to go back and kind of work on that. But yeah, it was. I was really pleased to see the safety car keep all those guys back there squabbling with each other, and relatively easy. A little bit nerve-wracking, but with Steve, because he's a super quick driver. But yeah, it was, I wouldn't say it was fun because I was spending all the time looking in the rearview mirror.
It's fun now you've won it.
It's fun now. Yeah, I can go and have a beer now. Yeah.
And championship points was, I mean, you say that you haven't had the pace, but you know none of it's been too shabby. 5th, 6th, and obviously a win here.
Yeah, I've just been trying to be kind of professional and get as many points as possible without taking too many risks. So with a view to later in the year when we get the engine sorted, hopefully up to the level of some of the other cars, we can start winning some races and hopefully challenge for the championship.
Brilliant. We look forward to that. We're rubbing our hands together with anticipation. Well done, Adam Blair.
Cheers, mate.
Good to see you. Congratulations. And let's get Steve Foden over. Steve, a first podium interview. Yeah. We've spoken many times on the Mazda podium, and well, here you are. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, reverse grid. Obviously, I didn't realise I was going to be on pole till I got a call last night about 7 o'clock from my dad just saying you're on pole for tomorrow. I was like, oh, right, okay. Didn't even know that was in the regs, to be honest with you. So yeah, just want to say a massive thanks to Urban Design Consult, Meal Group, Rock Oil for their support. James, Dave. I hope Harrison's feeling a little bit better today as well. I know he's James's son. He's got his GCSEs this week, so he's a bit under the weather. But yeah, no, we wouldn't be here without them this year, and I think we had a real difficult start to the season, and to come away this weekend, just saying to Tom, then if someone had said to me at the end of Brands, if you could have a P6, P7 and a podium in reverse grid on your second weekend, I would have bitten their hand off. So I just want to say a big thanks to them because we won't be here without them.
That's the context, isn't it? And also, I think much has been made about you moving from rear-wheel drive to front-wheel drive, and drivers can cope with that, but when you come into a championship with the level of drivers we've got here, the competition must make that all the harder.
Yeah, I mean it's not disappointed, shall we say, in the way of competition. I think there's 10 drivers on this grid already that we can see that are capable of winning races, and probably more than that, to be fair. And it's so close, it's so hard to overtake. So there's a lot of skill to it, managing the tyres, the brakes. It's a lot of skill to it. A lot of credit to the guys that have brought us all to here, for this series.
Fantastic, Steve. Many congratulations. First of many, I hope, Steve Foden.
Yeah, I just also want to say a big thanks to Area Motorsport as well, because they have been, you know, night and day making this car as quick as it is, and yeah, just onwards and upwards.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Steve. Matt Luff was third position. Let's see if we could get Matt down, or we might have to just take the step up. Matt, let's have a quick word with Matt. How you doing?
Good to see you. How you doing?
Good to see you. I'm very well, thank you for asking, and happy with that.
Yeah. I mean, I think this weekend's been pretty tricky so far. Yeah. We got very unfortunate in race 1, got sent to the back, managed to come back to P10, and in the race yesterday we come to P4 from P10, so I knew it was sort of already on the back foot this weekend. But yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with P3, not a bad result.
It's always a cliche that I say to drivers, you know, sometimes it's the results where you're not first or second that count towards the end run into the championship.
Yeah, definitely. I think I really had to fight for that one, especially after that safety car. There was a few quick guys behind me, and there was a few quick guys in front of me as well. So I really had to sort of make the moves happen at the right time, and I think I did that pretty well. So yeah, I mean, P3, like you said, it's not always the results that you win are the best ones. It's the ones that you really had to fight for that make it more valuable.
Yeah, particularly when you're coming through on the reverse. What was the move of the race for you in that one?
Oh, there was a lot. I did a pretty good move on Stacey. I really like that. Exit of turn 3 into the hairpin, just outbraked him and got my nose in there. Really happy with that one.
Yeah, and then Will got embroiled behind you, so you made the break away from that group at the right time.
Yeah, I think they started battling, and I sort of got my head down, tried to get in the toe of Steve, but those two were gone, so I was never going to catch them.
Nice one, Matt. Thanks very much. Good to see you on the podium again. We'll see you next time out. Matt Luff takes third position. No, it's not Luff, by the way. Andy, sorry, we'll be getting to the northern thing. I did wonder whether Sean Smith here. If we've got time, I'll grab Sean Smith, who took the Masters win. Getting the go for it thumbs up from our director. Just thank you for that. Sean Smith, sorry to interrupt. Masters win, well done. We spoke to Patrick yesterday. Only fair we talked to our Masters winner today. Obviously, you took clean sweep at Brands Hatch, and Patrick got the better of you yesterday, but back on the top step of the Masters podium today.
Yeah, we had a bit of, I don't know what was the matter actually. It might just have been a bit of me really. We don't know. We've done a lot of changes on the car last night. And it seemed better in that race. I mean, he was right behind me at one point before he went off, I think, in that race. So I don't think there was a lot between us. So, but the car was definitely better, but we still got a bit to make up to get to the front boys, I think.
How's the transition going? Obviously, Legends cars, a lot of people talking about that with the performance they did on Touring Car Weekend last weekend, but big change, isn't it, coming into Audi TTs?
Yeah, it's a massive difference. We're not allowed to bump draft to start off with, so I do like doing that. So you have to back off a bit. And front wheel drive, it's a massive change for me because I've never driven it. So, but we're trying to learn all the time. Can't get as much testing as what we like. There's a lot I think the front boys are doing. So, but I think another couple of meetings we'll be a bit further forward.
That's good to see. And obviously your dad and daughter team, how's Ruby settling in with the championship?
She's been okay actually. She's been enjoying it. She's finding it a bit hard. Just learning the tracks more than anything. So we're trying to get a bit of testing. I'm not sure. I think she pulled off in that one, so I'm not sure what happened with her there. So, but I'll go and see her in a minute, I think.
Yeah, nice one. Sean, well done. Good to see you on the Masters. Top step podium. Sean Smith wins the Masters, and our top 3. That sadly concludes our Audi TT Cup, sponsored by Demon Tweaks Action for Snetterton. I nearly said Donington Park there. I don't know why I was thinking about Donington, because next time out they're at Alton Park, aren't they? What's next on track? Well, next on the stream will be the Miltech Civic Cup. Good opportunity now to find out a little bit more about it.
I'm with Owen Hillman, with Will Butsey, I'm with Alistair Camp, Dave Marshall. Now, right, I'm with Josh. Well, I was with Josh Fowles. Look. You see, get the sponsors in. Yeah, he knows. Right, Josh Files, we're going to play the yes-no game. Are you familiar with the rules?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, I'll explain them to you, don't worry. If you say yes, no, or any kind of yeah or nah or anything like that, you are basically out when we end the interview right there and then. Are you ready?
Yeah.
No! Oi, come back here! Owen Hillman, do you understand?
I understand.
Very good job. Okay, right, so we're in Pro Alloys machines. They do a cracking job, don't they, this team?
They do.
Yeah, and how was the racing yesterday? It was pretty decent, wasn't it?
It was good, yeah. Got a good race.
No. Dave, we're actually playing a game. We're not having well, we could have a serious interview, but we're playing the yes-no game. Are you familiar with the rules?
Yes.
No. Now, we're going to play a bit of a game, Alistair. We're going to play the yes-no game. Are you familiar with the rules?
I am.
Thank you. Every time I've asked that, someone else has always answered yes or no. So if you aren't familiar with the rules, if he says yes, no, yeah, nah, or anything that's basically similar to yes or no, then he's out straight away. The game's over, okay? So, you ready?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. So you had a bit of a decent race yesterday, podium. Ended up being a happy takeaway. I'm sure you would have preferred to have a bit of a more of a fight with Lewis Kent, though.
We'd like to ask for a bit more where we can.
Top 10 reverse grid, he's happy already. Look at him, he's buzzing. That's just happier than when he wins. Second race, so top 10 reverse grid at Brands Hatch. You obviously came home with a victory. Are we going to see a repeat?
We can do anything.
He wants to carry on. Fair enough. But you're starting about that sort of, because you obviously were a little bit quicker in race 1 here this weekend than you were in race 1 at Brands Hatch sort of thing. Do you feel like you sort of got the car dialed in a little bit better?
I feel like it's where it needs to be right now.
Where it needs to be for what, though? Are you winning championships lately?
Absolutely is what the game is.
Is that what we're going for? With the FN2, obviously, you're the only car in the garage, though. Do you feel like you're a bit of a trailblazer for the rest of, potentially, the paddock to jump onto this car?
We don't.
You don't? How come?
We just feel that we are developing a new car for my gorgeous friend here, Josh Files, when he struggles against
Don't turn the camera
his EP3.
He enjoys that, to be fair, immensely. So, I mean, going away from the racing a little bit, did you play the darts yesterday?
I did.
How'd you get on?
123 score.
Was that first, second? I was commentating, I didn't get...
In second best, Lewis was number 1 dog.
Doesn't he play like professionally or something like that? Doesn't he play all the time? He had a nap and everything. To me, that's basically professional.
He doesn't. He comes from the land of like white teeth and permed hair until whatever it is came over, so they don't have pubs around there.
No, I've never heard of darts, have they? But yeah, he still ended up winning, which is a bit of a shame. But I mean, like, ultimately, you've got a pretty good shot at the race today. You got a pretty good shot at the championship in all seriousness, haven't you? Sort of thing. Do you feel like you actually are getting to grips with the FN2 after it was a bit of a surprise early in the season?
It's a car that's hard to develop and it changes track to track, so we're just going to do what we can and keep changing stuff. And I'm not going to say them words for you.
No, Alistair Camp, I mean, I'd say you've won that one. Congratulations. He's the first driver who we haven't got out. Fantastic. He can win on the track, he can win on the social media as well. Well done, Alistair Camp. Well, I'm going to take it seriously. Alistair is the only driver that actually has managed to get through all of this interview, okay, without saying any of them. So you've got to try and at least equal him if you're up to the challenge.
I'll give it my best shot, as always.
Fantastic. Right, race winner in the Civic Cup. It feels like finally, but I mean, we've only had 3 races before. And is that a bit of a weight off your shoulders at all?
Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
No! Now, we just did your teammate Simon Welch over there, the yes-no game. You understand the premise of the rules?
Yeah.
No! This is the second round. I felt sorry for Will. So, OK, if he says yes, no, yeah, nah, any form of confirmation like yes or no, basically, then you're out. You've already been given the baptism of fire, so you ready for the second go? You do have to answer the question still. No,
on the spot there.
Yeah, I did really. OK, so I'll start with a more easy question. How was yesterday for you?
OK.
This is good. What are you expecting today? The reverse grid obviously can really throw up some challenges and everything like that. Are you expecting a little bit of a melee?
Just off the start, as long as you get a good start and get to turn 1 and stay out of trouble at turn 1 and 2, it should be all right. But it's getting that initial launch and trying to find the grip straight away to stay with the pack more than anything. Because if you don't stay with the pack after the first lap, you basically overdrive the car trying to catch back up to the rest of the field. But we should be all right for race 2 and 3, I reckon.
Pretty decent. I mean, obviously, there's a bit of a change in weather conditions today as well. It's going to be a lot hotter than it was, say, in your qualifying session tomorrow morning. Does that change the setup at all, or does it change sort of the attitude of the car?
A little bit. You'll have a lot more confidence in the car than you would have yesterday because of the weather. But if you've got a warmer track, yeah, you get a bit hotter.
No.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Let it go.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Civic Cup, and it's Snetterton. It's a sunny Snetterton. I'm Paul O'Neill. Hello, it's Jack Oliphant. First of all, cars are still coming in, but have a look around. We're in the middle of the assembly area. There are a lot of Civic Cup cars. Miltech Sport Civic Cup is stronger than ever. The cars, the drivers, it's amazing, isn't it? Cars still backing in. I don't think they've got enough numbers. If you have a look here, they don't actually go up to 40, but yeah, I'm thinking they're going to have to pull some more cones and numbers out soon, aren't they, Jack?
I was going to say, that's for the minis, and all of a sudden they just sort of culminate in the middle. But it does look awesome. I mean, in the basking in the sunshine, it's the first time we've been able to see the liveries really looking strong, don't they? And it's a shame that a few of them aren't as clean as we'd like. Obviously, after a little bit of damage yesterday, Dave Marshall is a prime example of that. But the cars still look good. They look shiny. They look great. I'm looking forward to it. The racing yesterday was epic. So.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic, wasn't it? Talk to us a bit about yesterday and how it was from your point of view, as we might get stuck in a bit of a traffic jam in a minute. People backing in. Dave Marshall's car looking pretty like it's been in a bit of a bashing contest. He didn't finish the race, did he, yesterday?
He didn't know, and apparently we didn't really see what happened on he's thumbs downing it already. We didn't see what happened on stream, unfortunately, but I've chatted to him since, and apparently there was a bit of contact. Some people slow it up on apexes that he didn't expect. He has to hit the brakes. He then gets rear-ended from someone, and all this sort of thing. It was quite a long story. You can see it on the social medias, actually, because it's going to be going out either today or over the next coming days. A bit of an exclamation as to what happened to Dave Marshall, but apparently he basically overheated, damaged the car, damaged the radiator, overheated, and he was kaput, unfortunately, on the side of the circuit. But he's looking forward to today. He said he's all-out attack. He's one of the drivers that I'm guessing you and Andy will probably want to be keeping an eye on, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. That's what we will do. Another person we might keep an eye on, you commentated yesterday on him, and I expected big things from him. He had a gearbox linkage failure, and that was Lewis Kent.
Yeah.
So the 38, and Lewis just there speaking to his dad, had an absolute nightmare yesterday. Not great for him, was it?
No, and I think one of the best things that Dave Marshall can do is the fact that he's starting a alongside Lewis Kent is actually try and follow him through as the best he had. He's going to be one of the exciting bodies on this grid. Again, a good storyline. He was on for a strong podium. Himself and Alistair Camp were really going hammer and tongs at it. In fact, Alistair Camp, even though he got the 3rd place in the end, was a bit disappointed that the battle came home to a close a little bit too early for him. He'd rather had 4th and had a good battle than 3rd, and it sort of died away the way it did.
Yeah, definitely. I'll be looking for big things. Let me just not be rude 1 second.
No,
My
go
good
ahead.
mate's here. Hello, Captain. How are you?
I'm all right.
Good.
Well.
You're live. You're live.
Okay.
Your job is very important, and there's a lot of cars. How difficult is it?
It's all right. It's easy enough.
That's what I say all the time. Easy enough, isn't it? Jack, this is a difficult job, isn't it? Especially when there's so many cars, you know, on track, and a lot of them, especially Pro Alloys cars, they look kind of all the same, don't they? It's difficult, isn't it, being a commentator?
Oh yeah, it's very difficult being a commentator, absolutely, yeah. We have the hardest job in the world here, Paul, don't we? We get to bask in the sunshine, talk to racing drivers and enjoy motorsport. Hard life, ladies and gentlemen.
I've got to say, we are very professional. We both took our sunglasses off.
Oh,
we
I know.
literally look like Men in Black a minute ago, but we swerved that. I think should we go and have a duck in and speak to some drivers, especially Dave Marshall and especially Lewis Kent. Let's start with these guys. They're starting at the rear of the grid. Let's firstly, I just want to speak to Lewis Kent first of all. Sorry to interrupt, Lewis. First of all, thanks for providing the dartboard and darts. That went down like an absolute storm. Just explain to the viewers at home why we've got your dartboard and pins, or whatever you call them, flights.
I like darts. I've been caught onto the Luke Littler train, and
he's from near me in Warrington. Him.
Yeah, I know, he's miles away from me. Miles away from. I'm the wrong end of the country to be him, unfortunately. But yeah, no, I thought it'd be a good idea. Said to Jack we should set up a darts league, and Jack was like, yeah, great idea. I think it was 10 drivers, 5 pairs, and yeah, I think it's going to go all the way to Silverstone International. So long year ahead of us on the darts league as well as the season. So yeah, I practice enough. Don't tell Grandad, but I'm at work most days just throwing darts at a wall rather than actually working on stuff. So yeah, yeah, it's just a bit of fun. Bring us all together as a group. Me and Ollie had a bit of banter, a bit of crack with each other yesterday. So yeah, it's just another team building sort of thing for everyone on the grid.
Well, that's the thing I always explain to people, especially people who watch at home, because we're all together, whether you're a driver, a co-commentator like myself, a presenter, or you know, a mechanic, a viewer. We've all got the same interest, haven't we? And I know we go at it hard when we're racing and we might fall out. But if there's someone in trouble, you're always going to help your competitor out, aren't you? We're a family.
Yeah, exactly. That's fair. Like, we've always said it in our racing. We've always said if you don't enjoy it, don't do it. I think everyone here is here to enjoy it. It's to enjoy themselves and have a bit of fun. Like, we're not getting any rewards out of this. It's just a self-esteem thing and a nice thing to do with everyone that you're around. But yeah, as you say, as soon as you hit the track, everyone's an enemy, including teammates, best mates. I know people who are me and my brother. We were enemies. As soon as you hit the track, we were enemies. So yeah, as soon as you hit the track, it all goes out the window and you hate each other. But as soon as you come off, you know, it's nice to be able to enjoy yourself with everyone. Get as a group, have a drink, throw a couple of darts at a board, enjoy a bit of time, not trying to smash each other up.
Or as Nicky Lyons nearly did to me, stick one in the side of my head. Just quickly, on the racing front, you had an absolute nightmare yesterday. Qualified really well in one race. Load of track limits, apparently. I know you looked through your video and it was a bit touch and go, but you owned up. So you start at the back for the next 2 races because you had a gearbox linkage failure as well. What a terrible day. And you're still smiling.
Yeah. Well, if I'm not smiling, I'll be crying. But yeah, it was unfortunate. We had very, very good pace in race 1. I think we weren't far off of where Max and Josh were. We pulled a nice gap from Ali. We were pretty much in the clear to have another podium for the year, take in nice points and put ourselves up a bit. Come across the line, go from 4th to 5th, and then had a bag of neutrals, just literally gear stick like a porridge bowl. Stirred for ages, trying to find a gear. I was just hoping it'd stick in a gear so I could just drive around for a lap. But yeah, unfortunately nothing. Pulled off, but bit on the back foot today, but it'll be entertaining. I've already said to the boys, by lap 1 I want to be P12, so I know that Morgan Bailey went from 26th to 10th once.
I seen that, it was good.
I think that's the record so far, so if I can go from here to 8th in a lap, that'd be joint. So yeah, that's the aim, is try and pick off as many people in lap 1. As soon as lap 1's done, everyone starts to spread out. And it's a bit of an effort to catch up, overtake, catch up, overtake. But you look at my times, you know, I'm half a second quicker than everyone from 4th backwards. So I think with the boys who are on the top 3 as well, it'll bunch them up a little bit more for the first couple of laps. That might play into my hands, you know. As we saw at Brands in that second race, I'm not shy of putting my car in the way of people and getting past as soon as I can. I think when you watch me and Josh, you can kind of tell who's done the touring car stuff and who looks at a car and goes, oh, it's only a car, it's right, we can fix it. But yeah, it's going to be entertaining. But yeah, make sure you keep an eye out for the silver arrow coming through the pack as fast. I've already said to Dave, I'm going to get him on the back and latch on and pull him through as well. So have a little bit of a push through together. And yeah, we've got, well, there's 3 of us. It's me, Dave and Will. So you'll definitely see 3 cars coming through at quite a bit of pace.
Definitely going to be some action there then. Well, we look forward to it, fella. Good luck. We'll be impressed with that, Jack, won't we? If he can get up to 8th place by the end of the race, that would be some going, wouldn't it?
It would be. To be honest, I'd be expecting 8th place by the end of lap 1 now. I would be buying him a beer if that was the case. But at the end of the race, if he's anywhere near the top 10, I think he's got to be pretty happy with it, to be honest. And if he can crack the top 5, he'll be ecstatic, I'm sure. And I'm looking forward to seeing how Lewis can get through. And, of course, Dave Marshall. We might have a chat to a little bit later on, but it's probably about that time that we have a little sort of rogue trip across the paddock and across the assembly area, actually, to have a chat to a few of the drivers that really excelled yesterday, and one of them obviously being Josh Files. Max Edmondson, I'm quite interested to get his view on it as well, because Max was definitely doing himself down.
That's just Laura, our camera person there. Let's have a quick look at that. That's how close they already are. They haven't even left their teammates. They haven't even left the assembly area yet.
It's bordering on door bashing, isn't it, already?
Should we go and stick a boot in Max's door and say it was Josh? That'll go down well. That'll rile him up, won't it? Sorry, actually, Max has heard us. Max, come on, son. Come in. Do you want to talk us through the door there, mate? That Josh has already stuck a dent in your door.
He said he was going to give me the door. He's given me a bit early, but yeah, I think the wind's closed. To be fair, they were both open, but mine's now closed and his is doubly open.
How are you, boss? I got a nice little live stream yesterday of your racing, and I seen Josh calling you Max Verstappen. That's quite a compliment, isn't it?
Yeah, Max Verstappen was last night, Matt. I don't know what we're up to today, but should be fast.
Trying hard yesterday, mate. Big lock-up. I know you probably spoke about it already, but big lock-up into the hairpin. But great to see, you know, internationally renowned drivers in the championship, and you going hard at them and not giving up and giving them a good go, because that's what's going to happen now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I was struggling in Friday testing. I don't know if you were watching the stream. Struggling in Friday testing, so I was happy to be there or thereabouts with Josh, but he had that little edge across the race. I think I got fastest lap. But after like lap 4 or 5, he had that extra little 10 to 2 every lap, which slowly built the gap.
Is it all about the points this year, do you think, and sticking to your guns and not getting caught out by, silly manoeuvres by other people, maybe leaving the door open, that kind of stuff? Or what have you learned from that championship last year?
Just be consistent, mainly. Don't do anything stupid. Obviously, there's like 17 races in the season, and obviously if you might not be at fault for some things that happen, but obviously mechanical stuff happens as well. So you just need to literally get as many points as you can per weekend, and obviously just try to stay ahead of the certain people you want to be ahead of.
Yeah, we'll give it a go, mate. We'll leave you to it. Jack Oliphant, who should we speak to next? Go and have a word with Campy.
Well, I was going to say, it's either Alistair Camp or it's Josh Files, and to be honest, they're probably both going to run away, but Josh Files here, pretty terrible at the yes-no game, pretty good at driving a car, so what's the plan here that's going forward?
I'm going to hit Max Verstappen first, then Ali, and then hopefully win.
You hear that, Clark? Of course, it's going to be. It's already admission of guilt. We haven't even got going yet. Baking hot out here. I know you've probably dealt with every car and every single conditions going, but this surely is going to change a few things from yesterday.
Yeah, I'd have thought so, but we've made some little changes for the temp, so I think the car will be good. Area know how to put it together, and my guys know what they're doing, so we'll be all right.
You're loving the Civic Cup, aren't you? We were chatting off camera earlier on, and I was saying, what's it compared to the likes of everything else you've done, the TCRs and everything like that, but you just thoroughly enjoying your racing.
Yeah, no, it's wicked, and I was saying to you, wasn't I, like, me and Rob Baker, obviously, we did clear a cup together 11 years ago or whatever it is, it literally feels like we've just leapfrogged forward about 11 years and we're doing the same thing again. So it is wicked fun.
I was going to say, the cars, though, are obviously slightly different potentially to what you're used to. Is it a bit more like going back to those sort of raw driver skill level days rather than having to worry about aero or anything like that? It's just more about sort of the club racing feel and getting to grips with it and ripping it out there?
Yeah, I mean, they're the hardest things I've driven for a long time, to be honest. But they are good fun, and when you get the hang of it, it's really good fun. The racing's close. All the guys so far have been pretty well behaved, so it'd be nice to keep it up. But I'm sure at some point fireworks are coming.
What's it like working in a team with the likes of Alistair Camp and a fair few others? I mean, you've got a whole host of really quick drivers in your team as well. Is it a case of maybe sort of sharing the data happily, or is there a little bit of sort of constraint and keeping a few things back from each other, knowing there's a championship in the running?
Oh no, we share it all, but obviously Campy heard I was coming into the team, so he switched cars to make sure he didn't actually have to fight me. But it's good. Like, we're having a laugh, and we're all like egging each other on, and that's why I think we did well in qualifying yesterday, because obviously we're learning off each other, so it's working well.
Looking forward to it. Josh, congratulations on yesterday, and good luck for the race too as well. Paul, I believe you got the other half of the work marriage here, is Alistair Camp.
My word. Honestly, no disrespect, I did hear some of what you're saying, but Ali Camp was just telling me about the antics of last night, which we won't talk about too much because you weren't involved, were you? You're pretty pro. What's been going on behind closed doors?
We were just watching the boxing last night, and Max decided to go for a run across the tarmac, but hey, yeah, it's improved him a bit, but...
He had a big jump, didn't he?
Yeah, big jump. Like hitting a sausage curve, that's all we can say.
We'll leave it at that. So tell me about this FN2. Things are looking a lot better. We speak about the rear beam that's on the car compared to the independent suspension with the EP3. It's looking like a proper car now, but the characteristics are completely polar opposites, aren't they? Of an understeer and oversteer and where it is in the corner with your car.
Yeah, exactly. And Dave said to us last time that you'll be changing it every round, and I was thinking, will we? What we actually are. Like, the car from brands is totally different to now, which is weird because you wouldn't, like we're speaking with Rob, like what we write down, it's just, you wouldn't think it'd work, but it works. So yeah, it's frustrating with a low down grunt with it. It's got no low down grunt. Like when we've looked at the curve map from my EP3 last year to this year, we've had a look at, obviously we're doing a lot back at home, see what we can do, but no, I'm happy with it. Obviously at brands we're struggling to make the apex because we're trying to keep the minimum up on the speed, so it was if you weren't making the corner, just get your foot back on it to keep the rolling speed up, because as you could see in a straight line we were just getting eaten up all the time. But it's a lot better than what it was. It's not where we want to be still. Like you'll probably see now in this race, we'll come off the last corner and the lads will gain like a car and a half length on me, and then it will maintain, and then we seem to catch on the brakes. I like pressing the brakes as late as we possibly can, but it's just hard work because you are literally driving your heart out, and then when you get on a straight line, when you want to be relaxing, you're not, because you're just thinking, right, I've got to do it all again now, and just hope for a mistake. That's all you're hoping for. Like yesterday, you seen Lewis drove a brilliant race. I stuck with him, but I didn't have anything to give to overtake. So I think we'll get there with him, and it's great to see, obviously, they're this high up, because last year I didn't like them one bit, and I just thought, what, new challenge, let's do it, and it's good. And like everyone gets on, like the community in here, we all talk, like me, Dave, we're all talking, like even Neil, we all have chats about it and try and bring everyone up, because if we can bring these cars as well, it just means you haven't just got to buy an EP3 to go racing in this championship.
How on that note, actually, on the FN2, how impressed have you been with Dave Marshall? Because he was a bit of an unknown quantity in that FN2 on his own, but he can pedal, the boy, can't he?
Yeah, 100%, and like Dave was saying to me, and it is the main thing into its budget, and like Dave, he doesn't put new tyres on, he doesn't test, and that's what I'm saying, so credit where credit is due. He drives that machine as good as he can with what he is given. Believe me, if he probably had where I get the chance of obviously testing new tyres, I'm sure he'd be exactly where we are, and that's what I'm saying. I don't want people to be watching this thinking, well, Dave's not, he is 100% just as good. Like you've seen it with the EP3, it's just that it's budget, unfortunately, and that is what holds a lot of young drivers that are very good back, it's the budget.
Just quickly, while we were just listening to Josh Files, Leanne, who's the coordinator for this championship, just come over and said, can you speed up your green flag laps? What's all that about? Is that's a message from race control?
Yeah, no one chucks someone under the bus, but yeah, Lewis left about, I'm going to say, a lot of gap. Basically, they were going into Hamilton as we were just coming into Agostino, so on the green flag lap, he slowed it down. He did the same at Brands, so I think that's what it is. But obviously, everyone's got to be told, because other people might want to do that. And I know why it is. It's to let them cool down so you can get the advantage. But yeah, we just got to get on with it, and everyone wants to get the timetable back on track, and we go again.
Bit of gamesmanship, you'll be fine. I'll let you go, fella. Good luck in this race, we'll be watching. intently, which would be nice. Good stuff there. Josh was saying some interesting things.
Yeah, no, I think Josh was just happy. He's enjoying his racing, and I think you can sort of tell that. I mean, the camaraderie in the team, taking the mick out of each other, the sort of fun that they have, and you can tell he actually likened it to Clio Cup in 2011, 2012. The sort of enjoyment that he had from that, the sort of car that he was racing in there, and he's back to loving it. So yeah, I'm glad to have those sort of high echelon drivers in the paddock. And I was actually thinking a little bit of your opinion, but also the top 10 reverse grid. What's it like when you're finishing in 10th, you're used to battling in that, and then all of a sudden you get shoved right to the front? Do you get nervous or anything like that? You work with a lot of drivers who probably have that situation.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I've been on a few reverse poles myself at the back end of my touring car career, and it's difficult. The only thing I will say is when it gets reversed, if it is a top 10 reverse, which this is, you're battling directly with people you were battling with in the race before, so that's not too bad. But it's when you know that you've got the race winner and other people like Alistair Camp and Max Edmondson and Josh Files, obviously, not that far behind. So if you battle away too much, they will come and catch you. So it is nerve-wracking. You know yourself, mate. When you're on pole and all you can see is a set of lights, a little bit of the front of the car alongside you, and then nothing else, and just the corner, you're thinking, can I take the first corner flat? Because you always break off someone else, don't you?
Isn't it? Yeah, that's genuinely terrifying when you get when you think, I've actually got to be the one to make this up now. I've got to be the one who's actually figured this out. When it's wet, different. I mean, it's different kettle of fish. You let everybody fly into the first corner when it's wet and see what happens. But when you're the first person there, no, that's terrifying, to be honest.
It's hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
What I was going to say to you, actually, Ben Sharp Racing, good to see them out there, and with young talent and drivers doing well. Harvey Caton yesterday, I need to ask him the question, and you might know, did he have contact with his teammate yesterday?
Well, I think there was queries with Will Redford.
Yeah.
I don't know, because of the way the camera angle was sort of anchored up, we just looked like maybe Will Redford sort of outbroke himself, but it did look like his nose dipped a little bit too harsh for my liking, so I thought maybe there was a little bit of contact, and Will Redford obviously locks him, goes straight on and beaches himself. He does manage to get back out, fortunately, but that is one of those sort of inter-team rivalries that can break down a relationship like Alistair Camp and Josh Files currently have, sort of thing, because a lot of people are going for points, and this means a lot to a lot of young drivers. I will probably actually have the opportunity. I wanted to chat to Ben Sharp as well, but he seems to have disappeared. But let's have a chat to Harvey Caton, who he is over there. Mr. Caton, do you mind bringing him down? First of all, yesterday, we'll get to the incident that me and Paul were just talking about in a second, but overall, how did you feel the day went?
It was a pretty good race, to be honest. We were struggling all of yesterday with the understeer in the car. We can't seem to fix it, and for how the car was, we did pretty well, going from 8th to 5th. Not really with any overtakes of my own, just picking people off because they're making mistakes, and obviously people breaking down, which is unfortunate, but no, it was a really good race, yeah.
We're talking about picking people off and stuff like that. There was a potential incident with Will Redford going straight on. We don't know who was behind. We don't know if there was any contact. There was a suspicion that it may well have been you behind. Was there any contact?
Yeah, so I was behind Will, and we were planning to work together to get through the pack and catch up, but it looked like his rear brakes locked up into the first corner and he just went straight on. So
there was no contact with you?
No, I was quite far back. I braked quite early just because we're teammates as well, so you don't want to have any contact, so it wasn't me, no.
Oh, that's good news. I was going to say, in the live stream, it looked like you could see Will Redford just go straight on. It looked quite aggressive, the nosedive. I didn't want to accuse you at the time, but I thought, ooh, a bit suspicious. Ben Sharp Racing, obviously, is sort of the front runners here at Snetterton to try and take over area motorsport and to interrupt them. Does that feel like a big sort of team objective that you've got going for it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you always want to be on the top, and with us becoming a bigger team now, it's definitely one of our main priorities is trying to take over area. So we're doing as much as we can, working on the cars. I mean, a lot of the drivers like Spencer and Nick, they're quite new, so it's good to see a father coming and getting up here already. So we're doing quite well so far, I guess.
I was going to say, you've got a very young team as well, haven't you? As obviously Area Motorsport have a lot of experience behind them. You've got the Pro Alloys, quite a young team as well. Do you feel almost a bit of a camaraderie with Pro Alloys in trying to take down the juggernaut that is Area, who do seem to have their vines in every single championship here at BRCC?
I mean, they've been in this for ages, and they've got all the experience. I mean, they know it all, really. They've got all the setups, and the drivers are amazing as well, so it's definitely the team to beat. And yeah, it's good to have all the young drivers as well. It's quite good.
Awesome. Right, I've just been told that you've got to get in your car, so I won't interrupt you anymore, Mr. Cason. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Paul, it's about that time when the nerves start bubbling, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, especially mine, because I'll be going to comms in a bit. But yeah, I think we'll let Owen and the other guys just try to get in the cars and sort themselves out. So what we will do is I'm going to go off to comms in a bit, and then you guys are going to have a little ad break, and then we're going to go straight into the racing. But I will leave you to it in a second. But should we just try and quickly?
I wanted to try and chat to Owen Hillman, to be honest.
Yeah.
You're welcome to try and stick a microphone in his face before you run off.
He likes me. He doesn't like you. No, I'm
yeah,
joking.
he probably doesn't. I beat him at the yes/no game.
Quickly, while he's getting changed, we'll get him in there. I know you're strapping in, fella, but pole position, how are you? It's good to see you. I've not seen you yet. Are you good?
Yeah, feeling good, yeah. Looking forward to it.
You look like a bowling ball.
Feel like one.
I'll let you get in the car in a sec, mate. You can win this, come on.
Hopefully, see what we can do. I've been struggling a little bit with pace this weekend, but, you know, I think try and back the boys up a little bit. They'll start scrapping it out and, yeah, try and get away.
Got a good teammate there, though, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely. He's right behind me as well. So hopefully push me into turn one and we'll get away, but we'll see what happens.
Top man, listen, you crack on. I know what it's like to be on a reverse pole, not good. Listen, I'm going to crack on. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Jack, and we'll catch you in a bit, fella.
Thank you very much, Paul. Yes, we're going to very quickly, for about 1 or 2 minutes, I'd say, because the checker flag has dropped with the minis. I'm going to try to slide into those DMs, i.e. Dave Marshall's, and see what he has to say. He was very chatty in the sort of yes/no game in the interview that we did about what happened to him yesterday, but he was also very excited about what this race will bring. Dave, if you don't mind, once he's sorted out his helmet, because no, he's all good. He's always happy for a chat. Dave, you were all out going for the aggressive state this race, aren't you? Is that still the thought process, or was that all talk back then?
No, we've got to try something. Just have a look back and look at the toe on that car there now.
Are you sure you want us to?
Yeah, have a look there, look very familiar. Yeah, it's one of them where, you know what, I think there's a very, very good chance we'll strictly get near the top 10. That we're realistic about what we do. So we're starting, what's this, 25th or 26th on the grid. I think it's going to be a case of let's use this as a test session, see if we can find something in the car. And if we find something in the car, we're better for race 3. Because I think we start P10 in race 3, so we'll see if this works. It's going to be just hold on to it and see what happens. This is about as Larry as we dare run the car, so let's see what happens.
I was going to say, last question before we go. We just heard Alistair Camp being very complimentary of you and how the FN2, you were sort of running it last year as well, pretty much on your own on this grid. How much of a target is it to try and catch up to the likes of him? And has it put you out slightly, the fact that he's turned up and obviously is as quick as he is?
No, I don't think so. No, I mean, if anything, it's complimentary to us. You know, the lads behind the car that actually do the work, you know, Ryan who's sat there, you know, yes, I maybe had a few ideas how we'd make the car go quicker, but he's the boy who does all the work on the car. He's the one who actually makes it go. You know what, if we maybe had the budget to stick new tyres on it, you know, that's got to be worth, what, 6/10 a lap, something like that. But handling-wise, I followed him at Brands Hatch, and to see a top team like Area have a car that I would say we were almost neck and neck of Brands through all the corners, you know, that tells me I think we've about found the limit of the car. So, you know, maybe we need a bit more development, but other than that, that's where we're at.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Dave. I'll let you get into the zone, because I think it's about that time we throw to an advert break. This Miltech Sports Civic Cup is coming up on your screens very shortly. You'll have Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill sounding better than that PA system. We'll see you in a minute.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, and have to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Let it go.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
So the Miltech Sport Civic Cup drivers on the grid in the sunshine at Snetterton for round number 5 of their 2024 campaign. It's the reversed grid middle race, usually the highlight of the weekend. This certainly at Brands Hatch it was a good race. This one has an intriguing grid, doesn't it? The drivers at the front all hungry for their first ever victory in the championship, and a few of them I think have a real chance of achieving that. It's going to be an interesting race this. Of course, the top 2 from yesterday's race coming from the 5th row of the grid, and a couple of names further back. Dave Marshall, who we just heard from as well, Lewis Kent coming from right at the very back. Will Redford is massively out of position too. There are a few actually outside of even the top 16 or so who really you would expect to see well inside the top half dozen. So we should have lots of overtaking, lots of action, and who knows, maybe a new winner at the end of 15 minutes of racing. The championship, after yesterday's race as well, has taken on a slightly different look about it. Max Edmondson still leads the points by some way, but Josh Files now up into second place in the points, jumping ahead of the Ben Sharp racing car of Spencer Stevenson. Alistair Camp 4th and Lewis Kent 5th position now. This is all before dropped scores though. With dropped scores calculated, Lewis Kent would be right back up there, having had now those 2 non-finishes. One of course in the reverse grid race at Brands Hatch when he looked on maybe for a race victory, and one yesterday when he was definitely on for a podium finish, but sadly not quite able to get to the flag. Paul O'Neill has hot-footed it back to the pit lane. Paul, you're far less out of breath than I was having done that jog yesterday. Have you had a lift, or are you just in better physical condition than me?
Listen, my man, I am an athlete. I did 60 miles on my bike yesterday, so
wow.
Hey, tell you what, that was hot. No, to be fair, it was a brisk walk, but you did that so much yesterday. Fair play to you, mate. Hot down there. A lot of the drivers got the doors open already. One of the questions I didn't ask, and I really wanted to, was what are they going to change on the rear of these cars, because they will be pushing on. That FN2 of Ali Camp, that could really struggle in this race. Hopefully not, but it might be the lariest car you've ever seen on the first lap.
Well, it might be, but actually my vote would go to Dave Marshall, because you didn't hear the interview he did with Jack just now, but he said they've made that car as leery as they dare to try and make it turn in better, and he likes a sideways car, so for him to be saying that he thinks they might be pushing the limits a little bit too much now, he said that will be the most sideways car on the grid. So Dave Marshall, always one to watch. He's coming from the back row of the grid, and a really unfortunate non-finish yesterday. Had he not had that collision on the last lap, he would have been on the front row of the grid for this race instead. So yeah, he will be on a mission. So though will Owen Hillman from pole position, starting alongside Daniel Petters. They both gained quite a few places in yesterday's race to earn their spot on the front row. Alex Kite and Liam McGill share row 2, and Spencer Stevenson, starting from the 3rd row, perhaps one of the favourites to do well in this race, has got Harvey Caton company on row 3. Row 4 for Sam Kirkpatrick and Alistair Camp. That car for Camp instantly looking more competitive here than it did at Brands Hatch. And then the top 2 from race number 1, Max Edmondson and new winner in the championship, Josh Files, complete the top 10. Then it's Josh Bromley and Nicholas Cristoforo on row 6. Row 7 for Scott Smith in the Lightning McQueen liveried car, and Jack Riddell getting some coaching from Morgan Bailey, former race winner in this championship. They start on row 7. Row 8, Wesley Swain and Jordan Brennan, and then it's Jamie Petters and Aidan Hassan on row number 9. 10th row for Butsy, William Butt and Mark Hughes, who was the Goodyear Diamond Award winner yesterday. And then we start getting into some of those that had trouble yesterday, didn't finish the race, but we know are regular front runners, the likes of Will Redford, for example. He's on the 11th row alongside Harry England, former Fiesta Junior driver. Then it's Simon Welch and Lewis Kent, who had a gear linkage break in yesterday's race when he was running in 3rd place. And Dave Marshall, as we've said, in that car with a fairly risky setup on it, coming from 25th on the grid. If they've got it right with the setup, what sort of progress do you think we will see from the likes of Marshall, but also Lewis Kent and Will Redford from the back?
Yeah, I mean, some big names at the back. I think they'll be looking to get into the top 15. without a doubt. I think a top 10 would be a bonus. And I do put Dave Marshall in the class of the other two drivers that we just mentioned. So, yeah, they'll be looking ahead. I did see, you'll see him come through shot there, Josh Files.
Oh! Yeah, I did see Josh Files,
yeah. See, he's got his headlights on, and a few of them got headlights on, but he will be meaning business. But that just shows you how much temperature that the hardest working rear tyre on the car hasn't got, and how leery the setup is on that EP3 of Files, because he knows he needs that front of the car working later on. So this is going to be spectacular. I really can't wait for this. But look at the temperature. Do they really need to do that? They obviously do.
Well, they clearly think they do. But like you say, they're sort of deliberately throwing the car into a slide. It's not the fronts they're trying to warm up, it is trying to drag those rear tyres across the track and at least create some surface temperature, because we've seen in a few of the other races earlier on today, particularly Palmer's, that first left-hander where you really lean on the right-hand side of the car, they are getting a bit sideways on cold tyres. So as hot as we think it is today, for the tyres, this is not even getting close really to the temperature that they need. You've got to put some energy into them in order to find any grip. I've had one prediction off you then, as far as the progress that will be made from those at the back. Who are we tipping for the win? I mean, it's such a strong grid now that, as we've said, anyone who finishes inside the top 10 ought to have pace. If you give them clean air and you know, the race needs to turn one, they ought to have the pace to do something. Who's going to do it then?
Well, it'll be interesting, won't it? Like you say, it's a really strong grid. Maybe Kirkpatrick's a peddler, Stevenson's a peddler, Alex Kite, Harvey Caton. Who can go forward though? I'm going to put my neck on the line here, and I'm going to go for Spencer Stevenson.
Okay, that's not a bad shout, to be honest. He's not had quite the pace that he had at Brands Hatch, but starting ahead of the area motorsport brigade, I think could change things quite dramatically. Look at Alex Kite, even just in the, less than 60 seconds that he's going to be stationary on the grid waiting for the grid to form, he's got the door open. He's trying to let any cooler air in that he can, because this race, whilst it's only 15 minutes in duration, it will feel like an absolute age.
The darker cars attracting the heat. That's the thing, especially inside the car when it's dark.
Good point. Hadn't thought of that. Right then, let's see how he gets on. He shuts the door just in the nick of time. Green flag waved at the back of the grid, and round number 5 of the Miltech Sport Civic Cup about to get underway. Owen Hillman, Daniel Petters, row 1. Lights out, away they go. Good start made by Hillman. Very even start, actually, from most of the top half dozen. I'm not sure we'll see a huge amount of movement. There was further back. Mark Hughes taking to the grass to go around the outside of Aidan Hassan, that was, I think. Is it going to be Hillman that leads? I think just about. He fends off Daniel Petters into Rich's corner. And Petters is wide, but Hillman is wider, and he's heading for the field. Owen Hillman has lost control on perhaps cold tyres on that first lap, and Owen Hillman is going to be right at the back. It's his teammate Alex Kite who comes through to take advantage, so it's still a Pro Alloys car out in front, but not, Paul, the one we expected.
What a shame, yeah, just leant on that left rear and ran onto the grass, I think, and the dust was kicked up, and that was it, game over. I've seen some big accidents there, cars come across back onto the track.
Yes, thankfully he avoided that. He's deposited himself in the field, but hopefully will dig his way out, and he'll now be praying for a safety car. Here comes Liam McGill, carrying extra weight this weekend after an engine change, up the inside of Daniel Petters for second place. That was a lovely move. He will show Daniel the edge of the road on corner exit, and that opens the door for your tip, Spencer Stevenson.
Oh, great move that, wasn't it? Really anticipated, should get that move done, and it's done on Petters, no, because he's going to have the inside line. A lot of dust being kicked up as well by McGill, and down the inside at Redford.
That's Edmondson.
Oh, it's Edmondson, sorry.
That's Max Edmondson, who has got a car between himself and Josh Files, crucially. That car is his teammate Alistair Camp, and now he's up the inside of Caton as well. Edmondson on a mission.
Wow, that is proper stuff. Look at Campy in the tow as well. Campy's going to get this done. He's going to bump draft. He's going to bump draft, isn't he, the car in front?
Yeah, absolutely. Working together as a team, hunting as a pack, the area motorsport drivers. Single file at the front then. It is Kite that leads the way. And is that an engine on Petters, or was it a lockup? I think it was just a lockup, or maybe some cement dust. It possibly looked more dramatic than it was. This could get dramatic, though. That is Smith tangling with Jack Riddell, and that's Cristoforo up the curb, launching up the inside. And in the end, none of those positions changed. Smith hanging on, and one of the Pro Alloys cars buying into it all as well. A very lively opening lap then, but at the front, Alex Kite not really escaping yet.
No, not at all, but pretty close, isn't it, up front? But look at that gap to third. That's really opening up, isn't it? It's like like a bit of a roadblock going on at the back there.
Yeah, something's. I think Petters has dropped back. I think that's what's happened. That's Stevenson third, I think, now, with Max Edmondson, who, by the way, started ninth, in fourth place by the end of the first lap. But look at the gap those top two have built. It's Kite leading, McGill second, Stevenson third, but Stevenson's 1.8 seconds behind the top two. Still a good first lap for Spencer, though, having started fifth on the grid. Edmondson fourth, Daniel Petters down to fifth, Harvey Caton is sixth, and this for the race lead. Liam McGill has had a better run out of Riches. He's up the inside into the hairpin, and he's not the only one making moves.
That's a brilliant move, that is. All very well done, and got underneath as well, and that might be the race win right there. McGill's done a great job there, because that is a great gap he's got.
So Area Motorsport back out in front. What was happening behind? Harvey Caton is doing battle with Daniel Petters. He got the inside at the Wilson hairpin, did Harvey, and now he's on the outside through Palmer's, and still on the outside, heading down towards Agostini. Alistair Camp and Josh Files are there as well, and Campy's going up the inside, is he? Surely not from that far back. I think that was more a defensive move against a fired up Josh Files, who can see Max Edmondson disappearing up the pack and can't keep up. Jack Riddell is off. Does well to keep it out of the barriers.
Well, he's done well there, hasn't he? Look at Caton. How's Caton still in front of these guys? I thought he was well finished. Look at Campy down the inside of two of them. Locks up as he made contact. We will see. Where's Caton?
Yes.
Oh, there is big contact. What a nightmare. That's Petters, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. Petters and Caton both off. Files has got past them all. Up the inside now comes the 37. Who's that? That is Josh Bromley. So Josh Bromley buying into it all as well. But Camp, a rare mistake that really from Camp. An ambitious move, I would say, Paul.
Yeah, it is, especially at that corner as well. It just tightens up the apex. It's kind of a double corner as you're running onto the back straight or the corner before the back straight. That was hard work, that was. Look at Caton now. He's dropping, isn't he, like a stone?
Yeah, he is. He's on the outside. We didn't see the contact, but it might have damaged the car, possibly. And I think he's just finding the red mist descending a bit now as well. Bromley goes through. Camp is back up the inside, and this time makes the move cleanly. But they're all starting to stack up. That is Lewis Kent. That is Lewis Kent from the back of the grid, knocking on the door of a top 10 now. That's a fantastic effort.
Wow, that is, because he crossed the line with 14th.
Yeah.
So, that's proper stuff, Campy. Keeping it round the outside at Coram, and Josh just has to give him room in that 37.
Yeah, that was pretty Larry stuff. Let's get the order across the line. McGill into the lead, as we've seen. Alex Kite second, Stevenson third, but Max Edmondson fourth has the fastest lap. Josh Files is fifth. That's all about to change, though, because Edmondson's on the outside of Spencer Stevenson. The top four cars together, but there is no doubt, Paul, which the quickest of those four is.
Yeah, it's getting pretty feisty out there. Look at Max Edmondson in the number one. That's down the inside of Stevenson, and he has got a flapping window, isn't he? That number 12.
And so has Files, actually, behind them, I noticed. The left-hand side window is loose on Files' car, too. It's not slowing him down much, but you might see it here as he comes through, maybe not from that angle, but yeah, there's a couple of them with those windows popping loose. Anyway, not affecting Edmondson. He's through into third position. The progress that he can make now and how quickly he can make it is vital. I think if he can get past these two quickly before Files gets on his tail, then he might well win the race. But Josh has been quicker than Max all weekend long, so he'll want to get this job done quickly.
I think what you're seeing from the champ at the minute, the number one, Max Edmondson, is something he is doing because he knows how quick Josh Files is behind him. He's just trying to get to the front as quick as he can. Josh Files has been an absolute diamond of a signing for this championship, and it's made everyone up their game. That number one is thinking, I don't need this fella behind me now.
Yeah, they're all very friendly at the moment, those two, but whether that lasts over the rest of the season, we'll have to wait and see, because it really does look like it could boil down to Edmondson versus Files for the championship. I know it's early days, but those two consistently now look to be the quickest. Here comes Edmondson up the inside of Kite for second place, not quite close enough. That, of course, is where he tangled with Jack Harding whilst fighting for a race victory here last year, and perhaps he's learned his lesson from that, Paul.
Yeah, but McGill will be looking in his mirror leading this race thinking, you just keep doing you, Alex, because this is helping him out massively. Look, Max Edmondson's got to get this done now. Does he make the move at the last corner? I think that'll be difficult. If he goes round the outside of Coram, which he's doing, that is absolutely spot on the lock stop, gets it slowed down. That's the move of the race. Awesome.
Unbelievable. Max Edmondson into second position with one of the bravest moves you'll see all day. They're three abreast now behind him because Kite and Stevenson got tangled together, and Josh Files sees a chance to get them both. If he can clear them both, this could be game back on again for the race victory. They're three abreast into Rich's corner. Something has to give. Files gets the move done. Brilliant opportunistic driving that from Josh Files, and actually as impressive a move as that was for Edmondson, he's lost time to Files through that whole process.
Oh, that was just unbelievable. Like you said, it bunched everyone up, and then everyone kind of got spat out, and that's where they are now, line astern again. But brilliant stuff that, to go around the outside where you can hear the rubber being picked up off the floor and fired into your wheel arches. It's horrible. That's on the marbles around the outside. Still got it slowed down, didn't he? Headlights on. But Josh Files will not let up.
This is going to be fascinating. We're only halfway through the race, and these two are already into podium contention. It's an Area Motorsport 1-2-3 once again as well, worth reminding you. So this is going to be a good day for Area Motorsport, but will their three drivers play nicely? That's the question. Meanwhile, speaking of playing nicely, this is all looking pretty entertaining, and we've now got Will Redford part of this group as well. So Will Redford started the lap where he was, Will Redford's 13th, so he's knocking on the door of the top 10 and on the tail of Josh Bromley, looking to try and make more progress.
Yeah, he kind of backed out of that. He kind of didn't do. He didn't. Oh, look at this. This is Marshall, isn't it, on the move?
Yep.
Good effort.
On the inside of Cristoforo. So Marshall and Redford moving through sort of together, aren't they, really? So not making... Oh, is that Kite? Is that Alex Kite going slowly? I think it's 87. I'm pretty sure that's Alex Kite going slowly down the Bentley straight. It is, I reckon, isn't it? And that is a nightmare. Pro Alloys had two dogs in this fight who I really thought both had a shot at getting a good result. Riddell is off as well.
Wow.
Where's that?
He's been speared off. That's at the hairpin. Is that Agostini?
Could be a brake failure, that, do you think, in these temperatures?
No,
I mean,
because, well, it might have been a long pedal, but he's definitely, those tyre marks were a braking tyre marks, so the car had been trying to slow down, but maybe he's had a bit of a problem with the brakes. But we don't know, so let's see. But lots going on here. This has been a brilliant race. If Max Edmondson can win this race, it'll be one of the best race wins I've ever seen in the Militech Sports Civic Cup.
Well, he was slower than the race leader on that lap by 1,000th of a second, so almost identical lap times for the top two. Files did a 2:10.7 though, and was 2/10 quicker than them both, and he's right on the tail now of Edmondson as they round Wilson, and that is Smith around, coming off the first corner, stationary, thankfully off the racing line, picks it back up again, another lucky escape.
What's going on there? There's a lot of damage at the rear of that car as he just gives it a little bit of a squeeze, probably by accident. Well, that damage might actually be on the side still, so... And I did see Harvey Caton as well locking his rear, so I think the brakes and the tyres are starting to work really hard now. Marshall fully involved. His car looked battered before it started.
It does, but at least it's still pointing vaguely in the right direction, which he wasn't convinced it would be. He is on the attack now, trying to find a way past Josh Bromley. This is for 11th position, but of course into a yellow flag zone at Agostini. He has to bail out of any potential overtake, but yeah, he's made good progress. They've got Redford inside the top 10 now then, I reckon. Lewis Kent, 8th. I've only mentioned him once in this race, but he has come from almost dead last, 24th out of 25 cars on the grid into the top 10.
That is unbelievable, isn't it? That is unbelievable. Fair play. If Max Edmondson doesn't win this race, Lewis Kent has stamped his authority on maybe a driver of the day.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that, to be honest, but Max Edmondson could yet win this race. We haven't seen him on this lap to see whether he's bridging that 1.5 second cushion that Liam McGill had. We'll get our answer now. Not really, Paul. A little bit, but not as much as I expected.
That's a bit closer than 1.5 seconds, I'd say. Files is pushing him on, isn't he? Oh, Files is struggling now with front axle understeer. The front tyres are giving up. The car just needs to keep rotating to take the weight off those front tyres. But that last sector, it does look like McGill has got it nailed. Sorry, if you did hear that at home, that was my iPad getting smacked off the metal chair. Wasn't Andy McEwen's hip.
No, although I wouldn't be surprised after yesterday. But anyway, I've said I'm not going to complain about that again. Across the line we go, 1.1 seconds. So you're right, it did come down by 4/10, nearly 5/10 actually. So McGill slower than Edmondson. Files was slower than the pair of them, but that was probably after that moment that we saw through the bomb hole. Josh did say yesterday that they were really working on losing grip from the rear of the car to try and help it turn, particularly in the heat. But he's pretty good on his tyres normally, Josh Files. He sort of... He backs himself on that, and he'll need to draw upon that now if he's going to have a shot at a race win.
That Dave Marshall car, that's a good effort. That from where he was, that is a great effort. And that's why I said on the build-up, I'm very impressed with Dave Marshall and that FN2. He was an unknown quantity last year. and even Campy's got his respect, so spot on.
Absolutely. Those two are working together quite a bit. I don't know whether Alistair's told you this, to try and sort of gang up on the EP3s and show them that the FN2 is the future of the Civic Cup, and, well, starting to believe them, really. Camp's had a fairly quiet race after that knock that he had earlier on. In 6th position at the moment is Alistair, but I wonder whether maybe that's not the steering out or something. He's not as quick today as he was yesterday.
It's such a shame that's a yellow flag zone, because that is one big overtaking place, because you have another left-hander here at Hamilton's to get the move done if you do get your nose down the inside at the hairpin.
Indeed so. A couple of drivers being warned about track limits. One is Josh Bromley, the other is the number 54, which is Harvey Caton. Although one of the times he exceeded track limits, in fairness, he got nerfed off by Alistair Camp, so I hope they didn't count that towards the tally that they've got on him. Dave Marshall out onto the back straight, actually not really close enough now, is he, to the cars in front to attack. Camp struggling, actually, and in fact he's got Harvey Caton for company once again. Harvey trying the outside line through Brundle and Nelson. Risky place to do it, but a point to prove here, maybe.
Yeah, I think Harvey will be a bit annoyed maybe about what happened a bit earlier on in this race. Camp has got some big understeer. Harvey's car looks like it carries so much more momentum. The proof will be in the pudding here, was they go through Coram, left foot braking from Campy, and Caton is just trying to get onto the back of him.
Let's see what happens. As usual in these races, you don't really know where to look, but the leaders are nose to tail, and we're starting the final lap. So I would see that is a good place to start. Across the line they go, then one more lap to go, and the gap is down to 0.3 of a second. And interestingly, Paul, Max has got a second now, nearly, on Josh Files. This really looks like Edmondson versus McGill for the win.
Wow, this is going to be super, super, super awesome. This is Max Edmondson, gets it done. That's the lead done. Something happened in that first corner, and that is going to be an excellent victory if he gets this done. I feel very sorry for McGill. He's driven brilliantly.
Yeah, absolutely. Conscious maybe that it's his teammate he's battling with and a teammate that's fighting for the championship, but still it would have been nice to see Liam get the win. But Max deserves this, there's no doubt about it. And actually through the latter part of the race he's looked a bit quicker than his teammate Josh Files, who isn't yet within striking range of McGill. So Edmondson then through to the lead at the beginning of the final lap. Has McGill got an answer for him, I wonder, because he's not dropping him massively. I'd be surprised though if Liam went for a 50-50 move here.
Yeah, this is a statement, this, by Max Edmondson, because Josh has shown him the way most of the weekend, let's be honest. So this will be excellent stuff for Max to get this win. But the thing is now is Josh Files will be desperate to get past McGill and nick that second place. But the 99 has been a revelation signing for this championship. A real good thing.
And not having it all his own way like a lot of people thought he would. You know, I mean, we've seen that in this race. We saw it all along through Brands Hatch, although he did reckon there was an issue with the diff at Brands. But here at Snetterton, you know, he's made no excuses. He said, no, the car feels good. I'm enjoying it. I've not fully cracked it yet. He actually said it's one of the most difficult cars he's ever driven. And Josh Files has driven a lot of cars, particularly front-wheel drive tin tops. So for him to say that really does mean something. Sam Kirkpatrick, meanwhile, is ahead of Spencer Stevenson. No, he's not, sorry. That's still Spencer ahead of Sam, 4th and 5th. Alistair Camp on their tail in 6th. Harvey Caton 7th. Time penalty going the way of Harvey Caton for track limits, 5 seconds. That will lose him probably 2 or 3 places, but Max Edmondson has gained 9 places in this race. He started on the 5th row, and he will get one over on his teammate Josh Files with another race victory, a 3rd of the season for Max Edmondson, and this time it comes in the reverse grid race. A brilliant performance that from Max, wins over Liam McGill, and Josh Files completes that area motorsport 1, 2, 3. And Spencer Stevenson, the best of the non-area cars, in 4th place. The rest of them coming through. Daniel Petters losing out to Will Redford there, so Petters ends up finishing in 10th this time. And Will Redford in 9th position, getting the better of him at the end. Dave Marshall just misses out on a top 10 in the end. 11th place for Dave, but a solid result nonetheless for him. And from the back of the grid, certainly a very solid result, really. Lewis Kent was 8th, wasn't he? Didn't quite manage to catch Caton, although actually Caton will have 5 seconds to go on to that, won't he? So I think Caton's 5-second penalty will knock him behind Lewis Kent, but only behind Lewis Kent, because Will Redford and Dan Petters' battle on the last lap delayed them and actually knocked them out of that 5-second window. So anyway, this provisionally is the result of the 5th round of the Miltech Sport Civic Cup, and it is Max Edmondson the winner for a 3rd time this season. Liam McGill held on as long as he could, but ultimately on the last lap Edmondson found a way through. McGill 2nd and Files 3rd. 1, 2, 3 for Area Motorsport. Spencer Stevenson 4th for Ben Sharp Motorsport, then another 2 area cars, Sam Kirkpatrick and Alistair Camp complete the top half dozen, then another Ben Sharp Motorsport car, Harvey Caton, and then another area car of Lewis Kent. In fact, the top 9 cars in that race all run by those 2 teams, because it was Will Redford in 9th for BSR. Now it does shift around there. You can see that amended result, Lewis Kent being bumped ahead of Harvey Caton, actually. So Kent 7th, Caton 8th, Redford 9th. Daniel Petters breaks up the area and Ben Sharp Motorsport domination by stealing a top 10 finish. Dave Marshall 11th from the back, ahead of Josh Bromley, Nicholas Cristoforo, and Jordan Brennan having a solid run that time to 14th. Then it was Owen Hillman. What a disaster for him. That spin on the first corner from pole, from the lead of the race. He'll be disappointed with 15th. Scott Smith 16th after his scary moment at Riches, whilst Harry England, Aidan Hassan, Mark Hughes and Simon Welch complete the top 20. Then it's Jamie Petters, William Butt, Alex Kite, Wesley Swain and Jack Riddell. But of course those last few all non-finishers. Kite slowing with a mechanical issue, Swain off the road somewhere, I don't actually know if we saw that, and Jack Riddell in the barriers at Agostini. So, another great race from the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. We get to do it all over again later on with the 3rd race. That one, though, the grid has already been set, of course. That's based upon the 2nd fastest lap times from qualifying. So just a little preview of that. It's Files back on pole from Edmondson. Then Kirkpatrick and Camp 3rd and 4th. So that's the order at the front of the field, and that will be again Area Motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4. But we'll get the likes of, well, hopefully Jack Riddell if he can get his car fixed. He's supposed to be starting 6th. Redford will be in the top 10. Dave Marshall starting back inside the top 10 again as well. What we will also have is Lewis Kent coming from the back of the grid, because he only had 1 legal lap time in qualifying. He fell foul of the track limits rules, and that meant that he unfortunately has to start from the back of the grid in race 3 as well. So he is definitely going to be one worth focusing on when we go racing again later on this afternoon. That race due to kick off at about 4 o'clock, just before 4 o'clock. But obviously the timetable has been changing a little bit as we've gone through the day. We've got one more race before lunch. That's the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. And then we're into our grid walk ahead of our first TCR action of the day. Right, let's head down into Parc Ferme and hear from Paul O'Neill with our podium finishers from race number 2.
Wowzers, what a race that was. I did say on comms, if Max Edmondson won this, that would be a super, super special victory. But let's first talk to 3rd place man who had a fantastic race, Josh Files. You've seen all that unfold in front of you, but you must be happy with the podium, mate.
Oh yeah, I mean, I hoped for a podium on the reverse grid, but it's never easy, is it? Civic Cup so close and so tight. In hindsight, with the weather being so hot today, I should have taken a set of new tyres like Max did, because it was obviously a benefit. But you know, I'm happy to get a podium, and shame I just can't get the little bugger.
I did laugh on comms when on your warm-up lap, it was unbelievably leery, mate, round Palmer's, and I was like, are you all right, mate? I thought your car was broken.
Yeah, no, I've gone for a spicy setup all weekend, and it's worked. But yeah, as I say, I've got the best of the tyres now, so they've been on since quali, and I think they're a bit rooted. So we'll put a new front pair on for the next race.
Well, it was wicked to see, mate. And turn your lights off, or have you still got your engine running?
No, they're fixed, mate. Fixed beam. Just so everyone knows I'm coming.
My word. I was going to make a joke, but I'm not going to anyway. But let's skip the winner for a second. 2nd place, Liam McGill. Can we have a chat? Oh, mate, I am devastated for you. I honestly thought this was it. You were going to get it done. I know you've been up the front many times, but this was yours, wasn't it? But Max was so good. The first corner we didn't quite see. Did he just get underneath you?
Yeah, he did. Actually, I made a mistake into the first corner. Actually, a few corners before, I also made a mistake, which allowed him to catch up to me, and I just went in a little bit too deep. Max got underneath, but you know, he had the pace. I think there was a lap and a half left, but he was that much quicker. I think he would have got me at some point anyway, and it was mainly just once he was past, let him get by cleanly, tuck in behind him, try and get some sort of slipstream off him to remain in second. So I'm happy with second, to be honest with you. So yeah,
mate, it's a good effort, isn't it? When you're driving up against these guys, they are proper pedallers, aren't they? And I mean, to be fair to Max, he is on another level this year. To be completely blatant with you, proper stuff, isn't it?
Definitely. I mean, Max kind of had a wee bit of struggle in practice, and then he bounces back and he's like a second and a half quicker the next day. So aye, you can never certainly count them out, that's for sure.
Top man. Well done, mate, and my apologies. I thought you were really going to do that one, so well done. Mate, I have got to say, that was one of the best drives I've seen for a long, long time. And for you to win after that move around the outside of Coram, did you get all the marbles banging on the inside of your arch?
Slightly sideways. I don't know if it's hard on camera, but it was pretty deadly.
That was unbelievable, mate. I mean, why did you even think that was on? So much grip.
Well, I was sort of like coursing into the corner and sort of keeping it like, let's say 50% all the way around, and he was sort of braking and then jabbing the throttle. I saw that the lap before, so I was like, well, I was literally right up his bumper, so I was like, well, I might as well just go for it. And then he broke as I went to the left, so I was like, well, I have to go for it now. So then I went for it.
Well, it was one of the best things I've seen, and me and Andy were loving it. Have a look back at that comms, mate. I nearly lost my voice on that one. Well done to you.
Thank you.
Top man. Right, let's go and see the two other podium winners, if we can find them. Where are they? Here we go. Follow me. Let's get them over. They're going to come over here. Can I have you? Perfect. Let's talk to Spencer Stevenson, Paul Winfield trophy winner. Got to be happy with Paul Winfield trophy winner. It's great, isn't it, to take some silverware, but I had you down for maybe a win there.
Yeah, definitely. We're struggling a little bit compared to the area cars, but a lot better than what we were yesterday, so we've definitely made improvements, but just need a little bit more, and then, yeah, I'll be happy.
How hard was it to get the tyres up to temp at the rear? A lot of people seem to be struggling, even though it's quite warm. People are probably at home thinking, why are they bothering doing that? It's hot enough.
Yeah, no, mine was okay. It's just I was struggling a little bit with understeer, actually, if anything. So we'll go back and make some more setup changes, and then, yeah, go from there, I think.
Top man. Race 3, what do you reckon?
Same again, hopefully. Maybe a few more positions higher up. That would be nice. But, yeah.
Top man. Give it the big one, Captain. Well done to you. Spot on. Marky Hughes. Overhead kicks for Manchester United. What are you saying about my my legs?
Lovely, nice and tanned.
Oh, thanks, mate. I've been to Florida. Lovely.
Very nice. All right for some, eh?
I don't know why I put the microphone in front of you for that. Mark, it's nice to take a bit of silverware, isn't it? Goodyear Diamond winner. Good race, though. It was all right with it. You really cracked on. Bit stuck in the middle.
I'm stuck with this car, with this track. It's a very technical track, infield especially. It's quick through the bomb hole and out around Coram, but apart from that, I'm just sort of trying to keep ahead of Simon. There's only two of us in this Goodyear one today, so yeah, just trying to keep ahead of him.
Well, you keep doing you, fella, and you'll be sound, and we'll see you out for the next one.
Thank you very much, yeah.
Top work, Marky. Catch you in a bit, and keep telling everyone how lovely my legs are, mate. That'd be nice. Cheers. Back to you guys.
Yes, thank you, Paul. I hope you're not waiting for a compliment from me. I think you get enough of those as it is, so I don't need to add to that, do I? But yes, good stuff down there. Good to hear from the drivers, and as I've said, we'll have the Civic Cup drivers back out again a little bit later on with their third race due to kick off at about 5 to 4, which will be just before the second Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup race. They are out next for their first race, and then we're into the lunch break, during which we will have not lunch, unfortunately, but for us, but for you lot, we will have a grid walk to be enjoyed. Myself, Jack Oliphant and Paul O'Neill will be out on the grid chatting to TCR drivers in anticipation of their second race of the weekend, which of course is also the top 10 reversed grid, so that should be guaranteed action. So the grid walk coming up after this race. We're just waiting for the Metros to go on track. Well, actually one Metro is out on track, and that is a Metro that is qualifying out of session because they had issues in qualifying yesterday, weren't able to get out, or maybe they just weren't here yesterday, so they are going to be starting from the back of the grid, but to be eligible to race at all, they have to complete a certain number of laps, 3 laps usually, at a controlled pace behind the safety car, so that's a big part of qualifying. Qualifying doesn't just set the grid for a race, but you literally qualify yourself to be allowed to race, and if you haven't completed those 3 laps, then you are not able to do so. So yeah, that's what's happening, and we will have hopefully the rest of the Metro grid released onto the track. Like I said, it's their first race of the weekend. They had qualifying yesterday, and it was... I say they had qualifying yesterday. I'm sure they had qualifying yesterday. No, they didn't. It was this morning. I beg your pardon. So, yes, they weren't here yesterday at all. They qualified first thing this morning, 9 o'clock, and they've got their 2 races all in one day, and it means that keeps the costs down, really. You see a few series do this, where they only race on one of the 2 days of these events, because otherwise, you know, if you're here 2 days, then actually that means you're here 3 days, really, because they tend to come on the Friday to test, and that's 2 nights in hotels for you and for the team, and, you know, you've got to feed them, and yeah, it all adds up, doesn't it? So by cramming everything into one day, it's quite a busy day. It gives you next to no turnaround time between sessions and races, but it is still the cheaper way of doing it. And you know, this is club motorsport, certainly in things like the Metro Cup, very much a club racing championship that these days gets a little bit of extra exposure. Ever since they moved to the BRSCC package last year, they've sort of started regularly to become a part of TCR events, and they will be on other occasions, I believe, later on this year as well. I think they're with us again at Silverstone, I think, on the national circuit later on this season, off the top of my head. But they had 2 races at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago, which was also on the TCR package, and they were won by Dick Trevitt and Robbie Kenning. 2 good races at Brands, those 2 pretty evenly matched, but neither of them on pole position for this race. It's Mike Williams who was fastest in qualifying. Now, Mike, I seem to recall, qualified on pole at Brands as well and was leading the first race, I think, only to retire late on with an engine failure, and wasn't then able to get out for race number 2. So he is now out for race 1, hopefully here at Snetterton, and starting off pretty perfectly from pole position. He'll be hoping to put on a good show for the crowd, a big crowd here at Snetterton. Snetterton these days really does seem to be very well supported by the local fans, and the last couple of times we've been here with TCR, it's been nice to see plenty of them out. And they're having to sit through a small delay now whilst the barriers are repaired down at Agostini. Now, that's interesting, because that is not the bit of tyre wall that Jack Riddell hit. He hit another bit of barrier a bit further around the corner. So did we actually have 2 cars involved in that, I wonder, down at Agostini in that Civic Cup race? Because Jack Riddell, we saw the back end of his accident where he'd headbutted the tyre wall, but he was further around the corner. So 2 bits of barrier repair work to be carried out, perhaps, at Agostini Hairpin. And that's just delaying us getting the Metros out onto the circuit, but we will get there shortly. Oop, that's one of our... Oh, that's... I believe that's Mr. Holmes, isn't it? Over at the far end of the track, getting himself unintentionally on the stream. There we go. But he's looking the wrong way, but he's on camera anyway, so that's something. Our camera operators doing a brilliant job out there in the heat. Hopefully they're keeping themselves refreshed. One more race to go before they have a little bit of a lunch break. The Metros coming up soon here from Snetterton.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Let it go.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Welcome back to Snetterton, where we've got cars on the grid ahead of our first Hickford Construction Limited MG Metro Cup Championship race of the day. And the grid is now full. We've got everyone out there. The one driver who was qualifying out of session is also joining in at the back, we believe, so that's good news. That driver, I think, is Melanie Garrard. I don't think Melanie qualified earlier on this morning, didn't set a time anyway, so I suspect it was the number 149 car. We'll double check that when the green flag lap gets underway, which should be fairly shortly. They've sorted the barrier repairs out to Anna D'Agostini, and they are now about to be released onto that green flag lap. Like I said, 2 races at Brands Hatch with 2 different race winners. Dick Trevitt and Robbie Kenning. John Moore was on the podium in both of the races as well, I think I'm right in saying. But it was those top 2 who were very evenly matched, Dick Trevitt and Robbie Kenning, and in fairness, so too Mike Williams. There wasn't really a lot to choose between them at Brands, and there was next to nothing to choose between them in qualifying this morning as well. The top 3 covered by only 0.2 of a second, in fact less than 0.2 of a second, separating Mike Williams, Dick Trevitt and Robbie Kenning. They're the top 3 on the grid, with Matthew Simpson alongside Kenning on row number 2. Row 3, John Moore and Phil Goodwin, with Tim Shooter next on row number 4 ahead of Richard Garrard, with Richard Cowley and Ben Young completing the top 10. Neil Burnett is 11th, Carl Wheaton 12th, and then row number 7, Zach Gardner and Paul Deacon with Melanie Garrard at the back of the field, we hope. I did mean to keep an eye out for Melanie's car on the green flag lap, and I forgot as she drove past the commentary box, so let's have a little look. I think that's Melanie, the green yellow car at the back of the field. So yeah, I think that is the 149 car, which will be taking the start. So the little Metros, the Metro Cup has been a staple of UK racing, well, ever since the MG Metro was created, really. It's always been a popular championship, still going strong now. It used to be a part of the MG Car Club's group of series, but they made their way over to the BRSCC at the start of last season, and I don't think they've looked back since, really enjoying being part of the BRSCC package, and they produce some good racing, in fairness. These cars are not very powerful, not very big, don't produce a huge amount of grip either, so you've really got to throw them around to keep that speed up through the corners. It makes them much more spectacular to watch than you would imagine. If you've not seen an MG Metro Cup race before, then hopefully we'll be able to show you exactly how good this racing can be. Little pocket rockets, they're not very big, they don't fill much of the track, so you can go side by side, basically wherever you want to try it. And here at Snetterton, lots of opportunities to try and make some overtaking. So yeah, should be an interesting race this, and those top 3 so close together in qualifying. I would not imagine that any of them will be able to pull that far clear into the distance in the race. It's a 20-minute race for the Metros, and the tyre management will come into these cars as well, really. This is a front-wheel drive car, much like the Civic Cup cars that we had out earlier on. So in these sort of temperatures, that left front tyre take a little bit of a beating. We've still got that breeze blowing across the track as well. It looks like it's a tailwind down the pit straight and a headwind down the Bentley straight at the back part of the circuit. So that's good news for overtaking, really, especially in these cars. The slipstream is pretty powerful in these. Not the most aerodynamic of cars, and like I said, they don't have a huge amount of horsepower at their disposal, so any aerodynamic advantage you can get with a tow is big, especially if you're driving into a headwind. Just exaggerates that even more. So yeah, we're going to see probably some good overtaking opportunities down that back straight. Accelerate out of Marie's corner, head for the grid. Mike Williams and Dick Trevitt, the 2 who will be starting from the front row. Williams keen to bounce back from those non-finishes at Brands Hatch, or non-finish and then a non-start. Again, like most championships these days, they have dropped scores, but it's only a 12-race season, 6 events, 2 races at each of them. We have the 2 here today at Snetterton, then they head to Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit in June, Alton Park in July, Cadwell Park in August, and the Silverstone National Circuit in September is where it all finishes. So only the 12 races, so I think they probably only drop 1 race, perhaps 2, over the course of the season. So that really means that Mike Williams has used his drop score joker now. He has to try and finish all of the other races this year, and of course try and win some races as well, because if he doesn't, then there's a good chance that Dick Trevitt and Robbie Kenning will win them instead. He's closing that gap, not allowing him to stretch further ahead. Let's see what he can do then. He's starting from pole position in the black and red machine on the left-hand side of the road. Dick Trevitt alongside him. The rev's starting to rise, and the lights go out. Away they go. Brilliant start made by Williams from pole position. That was a phenomenal getaway. Robbie Kenning was off pretty well too, I would say. It looked like maybe Dick Trevitt from the outside of row 1 didn't quite have the best reaction times. He's dropped down into 3rd place, in fact down to 4th place as they go through the first corner. Matthew Simpson, I think, has come through into 3rd. So Dick Trevitt really did not get away all that well. He's trying to fight back now into Wilson, but of course Matthew Simpson not going to leave the door open. Moves over to the inside to cover and does make 3rd place his own. Then it's Phil Goodwin and John Moore. They've also swapped around. Phil Goodwin started 6th. John Moore is now behind him. So a place gained there. Look at Williams, though, starting to stretch his legs out in front, isn't he, as they go through Palmer. And if he can make a bit of a break here over Dick Trevitt in the early stages, that could make a big difference. Sorry, over Robbie Kenning, I should say, in 2nd place. Kenning late on the brakes, though, into Agostini. There is Trevitt down to 4th. And trying desperately to get back ahead of Matthew Simpson, which he might do. Simpson understeers wide through Agos and will be under pressure now, I think, into Hamilton. In fact, I think he's lost the place already. Yes, he has, and nearly fell behind Goodwin as well. So Goodwin in the number 3 machine, almost able to capitalise on that, but in the end stays in 5th place. So round Agostini we go then, or Oggies towards Williams onto the Bentley straight, and this is where that slipstream might just start to bunch them all back together again. John Moore looking to try and use that to his advantage, has a much better run off the corner than Phil Goodwin, but that means he almost has to pull out of the slipstream a bit too soon, doesn't get the full effect of it, and he's got some extra momentum, finds a way to get to the inside line, but is that going to net him 5th position or not? He's late on the brakes, and yes, it does. So through, I think, will go Moore ahead of Goodwin. Phil Goodwin back to where he started now, as is Moore. In fact, the only place change now that we've had on this opening lap is Trevitt dropping behind Robbie Kenning. Of course, he was initially down to 4th, managed to get that back with that nice little move at the Agostini hairpin. So Williams will lead the first lap. Kenning, I think, coming back at him through the second half of the lap, isn't he? He's not quite as far back now as he was, well, perhaps at the halfway point of that lap, but then he didn't get a great run through Murray, so the gap will now start to stretch again as they come across the line and complete the opening lap of the race. The timing screen tells us that the margin from Williams back to Kenning is half a second, and then a further 9/10 back to Dick Trevitt in 3rd, Matthew Simpson in 4th, John Moore 5th, Phil Goodwin 6th, Richard Garrard in 7th, Tim Shooter, Richard Cowley and Neil Burnett round out the top 10, and that's the little group that we see battling into turn 1 here. Tim Shooter, the white and green car, moving ahead of Richard Garrard. That's into 7th position now. So Richard Garrard losing a place, sorry. Tim Shooter started 7th, so again, just sort of getting himself back to where he started, I guess, but he'll be a bit more satisfied with that. Bit of a gap now to try and bridge, though, to close in on the top 6, about 2.5 seconds or so. Monitor his lap time, see whether or not he's able to do it. Like Williams, though, only that half a second clear, so he wasn't as far ahead of Kenning as I thought he'd be. And of course, Dick Trevitt back into 3rd place now. Will be looking to try and undo some of the damage from his slightly lowly first lap. And as they round the left-hander at Williams, the left-hander at Hamilton, about to go into the right-hander at Williams. Mike Williams leading the race, not by a huge amount still. Back at the car, moving around as they head through the right-hander onto the back straight. That really goes to my point that I made earlier on. You've got to drive these cars on the limit to get anything out of them, really. And carry that momentum down the back straight where you are racing into that headwind, and I think that is having an effect, isn't it? Kenning definitely closing in there down the back straight, so that's interesting. If he can get a bit closer off Williams next time around, he might be able to make his move into Brundle and Nelson, but of course it might happen sooner than that because he has now closed right in on Williams, and there are other overtaking opportunities around the track. A good run through the bomb hole towards the never-ending right-hander at Coram. Then onto the brakes through Murray's, all the while Dick Trevitt starting to inch towards them as well slightly. Through Murray's corner, then down the pit straight, 2 laps about to be in the books, and This is now shaping up to be the kind of race that I thought we would have, with Williams, Kenning and Trevitt basically inseparable. Here they come across the line. There was half a second between Williams and Kenning a lap ago. It's now only 6/10 between the top three, and Williams having to go defensive into Rich's corner. That's not really a good place to have to defend because, again, it's all about momentum out of this corner. If you're slow off the turn, that means you could be vulnerable into the hairpin. Is Kenning going to try it? Ooh, he was tempted, wasn't he? Once or twice there, ducked out of line, but decided he was just a touch too far back. Mike Williams, Robbie Kenning, Dick Trevitt, the top three. And then a further 2 and a bit seconds back to Matthew Simpson in 4th place. We've lost, by the looks of it, the number 46 of Ben Young. Ben Young never made it to the end of the first lap, showing has stopped on track, but don't know whether that's just a timing glitch and he's actually in the pit lane. We'll try and find out. But anyway, Robbie Kenning not too concerned about that. A snatched break there for Williams as he goes into Agostini. And so Robbie Kenning will now see that and realise that the leader is not infallible. He could make a mistake under intense pressure now from Kenning. Interestingly, Dick Trevitt seems to close in at certain parts of the track and then drop back again. I don't know whether he's just made a mistake off camera. Really closes in. Oh, no, he closed in because he missed his braking point by a mile. Straight off goes Dick Trevitt. I thought that he'd gained ground under braking, but very much lost it again on corner exit. So Dick Trevitt with a mistake drops behind Matthew Simpson and John Moore. So that's down to at least 5th position now for Trevitt. And surely any realistic shot of a race win gone, but not for Robbie Kenning. He's much closer this time down the back straight. He's got that slipstream, pulls to the outside line. Is he brave enough under braking? He's trying to crowd Mike Williams out of the way, and he succeeds in doing so. And so Robbie Kenning gets the lead through Brundle and Nelson. And that was sort of what I saw coming, really. He got a bit closer onto the back straight and used that slipstream to his advantage. John Moore is ahead of Matthew Simpson now. Looks like Moore and Trevitt actually ahead of Simpson. So I thought that Trevitt had fallen behind the two of them, but actually no, I think it was just that Moore had gone past Simpson already and Trevitt slotted in between them. But Dick Trevitt looking to try and get back at them as Williams has a big slide out of Coram. Across the line they're about to come. With Kenning now out in front and looking like he might be able to build a bit of a lead. Perhaps now the attention has to fall on the 3rd place battle. Here they come, look, Dick Trevitt in the slipstream across the line and trying to reclaim that 3rd place from John Moore. The leaders go through with Kenning having set a fastest lap, even whilst overtaking. That was pretty impressive. Moore, Trevitt and Simpson is your fight for 3rd position. Certainly Dick Trevitt's made this difficult for himself, hasn't he, with a bad start and then that off at Oggies. Perhaps not particularly happy with how that car is handling. You can see it really sliding around, picking up a bit of understeer into the Wilson hairpin. Oh, and is that... I thought Simpson was slowing there, maybe he just missed a gear. He's definitely dropped back from those two on the exit of Wilson, so possibly that was a bit of a missed gear, a bit of a fumble going out of 2nd, maybe into 3rd. Gearboxes can be a little bit temperamental on these cars, as you would expect. And in the heat as well, it's something we don't often think about when we think of drivers making mistakes, which you're far more likely to do in these high temperatures. We often think about them going off the track or locking a brake or something, but it can be something as silly as just missing a gear, putting the car in the wrong gear if it's a very short gearbox. Easily done. So round Williams onto the back straight we go again. Robbie Kenning in strong position now, you'd have to say. 2nd clear of Mike Williams at the line. Now is Williams able to use that slipstream to close back in down the back straight? I think the answer is no. He's dropping back, isn't he? So Robbie Kenning, who was the slowest of those three in qualifying, admittedly only by a couple of tenths, but he was slower than Williams and Trevitt this morning. And yet in race conditions certainly seems to have a pace advantage over Williams. Difficult to say really with Trevitt where he stands because he's been a bit up and down in this race, but he wasn't really massively quicker than those two in the few laps that he spent in 3rd place. And he has now got John Moore back in his sights. John Moore hunting for a podium finish if he can get it. John had himself of his results from Brands Hatch. John Moore, yes, he did have that pair of 3rd places, so he's consistently finishing on the podium, albeit a couple of steps lower than he'd like. Now now even that third place looking in jeopardy. Across the line we go then, nearly half race distance, 10.25 minutes to go, and Dick Trevitt once more is challenging John Moore, but really not close enough to do anything with him as they round Riches. Anything a bit further back now than he was a lap ago, I would say. Trevitt was, yeah, 10th slower than Moore. But both of them getting away from Matthew Simpson. There is Simpson. That's what understeer looks like, everyone. That was a car that did not want to turn out of the corner. Two types of understeer. You get either your turn-in understeer, which is where you sort of turn the car into the corner and the front tyres just don't respond the way you want them to, and then that, which was on throttle understeer, which often can be resolved with a slightly gentler right foot. And Matthew Simpson, I think, was just a bit too heavy on the accelerator there, trying desperately to drag the car off one of the slowest corners on the track, maybe the slowest corner at Wilson. But with a bit too much steering lock and a bit too much temperature in those front tyres, just couldn't quite keep within the white lines. And you've got to be careful with track limits. They're not monitored everywhere, but a couple of the drivers were saying it is most corners that the track limits are being monitored this weekend. As it should be, I suppose. And this is a good battle going on further back. This is Carl Wheaton, who's just battling with Paul Deacon at the moment, and also Melanie Garrard. So this is actually the fight not to be last, but it's still a pretty entertaining battle. Melanie Garrard is last at the moment. Paul Deacon is her target, and she's up the inside into Agostini. That should be a done deal, I imagine, which it is. And she manages to slip through, runs a bit wide of the apex, very wide on the exit of the corner. But Paul Deacon can't retaliate. So Garrard into 30. Carl Wheaton not that far up the road now. They are about 7 seconds behind Zach Gardner, who is 11th. Tim Shooter, by the way, who I mentioned earlier on, had got himself back into 7th place. Well, he has chased down Phil Goodwin. They are only just over a second apart at the start of the lap for 6th position. So Phil Goodwin and Tim Shooter's battle looks like it's going to run on. Just about a third of the race to go then. 1.4 seconds now is the lead gap. Kenning to Williams. Moore to Trevitt is 6/10. And Simpson in 5th position. Towards us comes Melanie Garrard. And already, I would say, well, certainly getting away from Paul Deacon. Maybe catching Carl Wheaton as well. I think she is. So Melanie Garrard with hopes perhaps of slipping into 12th place by the end. There goes John Moore, looking like making 3rd place his own now, isn't he? Looks a lot more comfortable ahead of Dick Trevitt. In fact, that's not 6/10 anymore, is it? If anything, it's the lead gap that's come down. That's not 1.4 seconds anymore. So look at that. So I wonder whether Kenning's made a mistake somewhere. Or is he running into a problem? Either way, that gap has more than halved, I would say, as they drop into Agostini for the 6th time. So 7 minutes to go, and Mike Williams has not given up hopes of a race victory yet. Like I said, tyre management, 20-minute race. You've got to make sure you've got good tyre life even at the end of the race, not just inside the first few minutes. Not like Kenning maybe pushed a little bit harder through the first half of the race to get the lead and then to try and pull away. Has Williams just been playing the long game? Wily old fox is Mike Williams. He tips 2 wheels in the dirt coming off Oggies, but a bit of dirt on the tyres might actually help rotate the car through Williams. He certainly had plenty of rotation there, and he's much closer now, within slipstreaming range, I'd say, down the Bentley Straight. So is Mike Williams going to make a move into Brundle? This is where Kenning made the move on him a number of laps ago. Mike Williams not quite close enough, but certainly making a nuisance of himself again now. Making Robbie Kenning think about this. Through Nelson, Kenning maybe just picking up a bit of understeer himself there. Not yet putting a foot wrong. Certainly not making enough of a mistake to open the door for Mike Williams. Mike definitely close enough now that if a mistake did come from Kenning, he would be able to capitalise, you'd have to say. Melanie Garrard had caught Carl Wheaton and looked as though she was having a go at getting through there into Hamilton. For some reason seemed to then go very slowly through Hamilton. I think maybe she backed out of that, or has she got a problem because Deacon's right with her again now. Anyway, leaders are across the line. 5 minutes 25 to go. And the gap 9/10 of a second. Personal best lap that for Williams. coupled with quite a slow lap by Kenning's standards anyway for the race leader, about 7/10 off his previous best, whilst Williams went faster than he'd been at any other point in the race, so that's why the gap came down. John Moore is now 1.4 seconds, nearly 1.5 seconds actually clear of Dick Trevitt. There go Goodwin and Shooter, so Tim Shooter's definitely caught Phil Goodwin now. And this was a sizable gap that he's had to jump across here, so pretty impressive stuff to be on terms with them. Down the hill come the top two though, and it does seem that in the first half of the lap Williams is able to close. Look at the wide line that he takes into Agostini. That looks like it's lost him lots of time on the way in, but then he picks up the late apex and carries a lot more speed off the corner, so two completely different approaches to the Agostini hairpin there. In the end, I think maybe Kenning did gain a car length or so, but it looked like he was going to gain a lot more than that, and then Williams picks up the throttle, straightens the steering up a little bit earlier. That's what allows him to get on the throttle sooner. Mentioned earlier on with Matthew Simpson, if you accelerate too hard with too much steering lock, it will just understeer, whereas if you can straighten the steering up and then get the power down, you'll get a much better run off the corner. That's what Mike Williams did, and now you can see he's really got Robbie Kenning thinking, Robbie weaving around to try and break that slipstream. But is Williams going to be able to have a go here? Down towards Brundle and Nelson, closer than he's ever been, but ultimately not really close enough, and now running out of opportunities. There will be 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. Mike Williams knows, I think, that he might have one shot at this, and if it doesn't work, he might never get back on terms with Robbie Kenning, so he's got to think this through. Carries a lot more speed through the bomb hole. Look at the tight line that Kenning takes there, not utilising even half of the road really, and that slowed him down on the exit. So Williams all over him, looks around the outside at Coram. We saw Max Edmondson do this in the Civic Cup race earlier on. Is it going to work for Mike Williams? He snatches the break into Murray's and just bailed out of that. I think he could tell that was going to be a bit 50-50. And Robbie Kenning lives to fight another day, but a fascinating battle here. 2 more laps to go. And I do think that Mike Williams has better tyre life at the moment, but look, by going in on that tight line at Murray's, he lost all of his exit speed. He's nowhere near Kenning now, 1.3 seconds back, and that's why I said maybe he would only get one shot, because if you do go for a move and it doesn't work, because you don't have the power to recover from that, you just drop so much time. You must have dropped a full second between the final corner and the timing line. That means he's probably going to need the entirety of this penultimate lap to close back in and maybe, just maybe, have enough of a chance on the final lap to try again. Dick Trevitt also coming back at John Moore here. Dick Trevitt, impressively, just set his personal best lap of the race, a 2:23.9, about half a second off the fastest lap of the race, set by race leader Robbie Kenning, but quite a bit quicker than he's been so far. So late in the day, you're starting now to see who has got the tyre underneath them. And Mike Williams definitely seems to, because actually he's caught back up to Kenning an awful lot more quickly than I expected him to. This is the Goodwin Shooter scrap. Goodwin still ahead, but Tim Shooter looking for an opportunity to get past as they drop into Agostini maybe. And I think Goodwin knows the attack might come, just moved over to the middle of the road to cover, but then he realised that Shooter wasn't really close enough. Got back onto the racing line. Having said that though, Tim Shooter so much later on the brakes and almost got close enough to have a go. Right, speaking of being close enough to have a go, Mike Williams is going to have another crack here, I think, at Robbie Kenning. He's actually closer to Robbie, I'd say, than he was a lap ago down the back straight. Kenning once again deploying the weaving tactic, but is that going to be enough to keep Mike Williams at arm's reach? I think it is. Williams not able to attack into Brundle. Kenning again takes a very interesting line, a very tight line into the left-hander. Oh, and Williams' car all over the place, just about kept within track limits, I reckon, but that was touch and go. And this is pretty good racing between the two of them. Both of them, I think, are grip limited at the moment. And Kenning absolutely trying everything to keep the car in front, but also Williams trying everything to find a way through. We're about to start the final lap of the race then, and again Williams takes that wider line through Coram, but this time doesn't try to get to the inside at Murray's, which means he'll get a better exit than he did a lap ago and should be much closer when they get to the timing line. The last lap board is waiting for them. Then across the line we will go. We've got these 2 pairs, 3 pairs really, battling, haven't we? We've got the battle for the lead between Kenning and Williams, the battle for 3rd between Moore and Trevitt, and the fight for 6th between Phil Goodwin and Tim Shooter. Into Rich's, though, comes the lead pair, and it's almost touching distance now. In fact, there might have been a bit of paint traded there. Up the inside tries to go Mike Williams, but Robbie Kenning gets over to cover, so Williams goes to the outside instead. Surely not going to try and go right round the outside. No, tries to cut back to the late apex again, but just sort of got himself a bit tangled up there, did Mike Williams. Didn't quite execute that perfectly. And so Robbie Kenning stays ahead through Palmer's. Long left-hander, bit of camber there to help turn the car. And that camber very quickly disappears on corner exit. Easy to understeer beyond track limits. And then down towards the Agostini hairpin they go. Now Williams, I think, is going to have one more chance at this, and it will probably come at the end of the back straight or into Murray's. I think if he has a go at the end of the back straight and it doesn't work, he won't be close enough to have a go into Murray's. So this could be a last corner decider here between Kenning and Williams. But Williams needs to be closer than this. He's dropped back a length or so from where he was at the start of the lap, and I would say from where he was at this point a lap ago. Through comes Robbie Kenning, Fluffy on the front of his car. I don't know if that's a nickname for Robbie or for the car, but I'm going to assume the latter. Right now, though, he looks pretty strong, doesn't he? He's got this little margin over Mike Williams. He's not even feeling the need to defend or weave around this time, just running down the racing line through Brundle and Nelson. And Robbie Kenning hanging on here, and I think might just be okay. A bit of a mistake there from Williams coming off Nelson as well. So yeah, I think actually Robbie Kenning is going to weather this storm, although again he takes that really slow, tight line out of the bomb hole. And so Williams might still have an idea of attacking here. If he's got better front tyres, he will be quicker through Coram. He's sideways through Coram. Can he get to the inside at Murray's? I think the answer's going to be no, but that was 10 out of 10 for effort for Mike Williams. He's just going to run short of getting the race victory. The checkered flag awaits, and the first race of the day in the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup will be won by Robbie Kenning. The winning margin in the end is going to be, what, 0.6 of a second? Doesn't really do that justice, does it? It was a really close battle between the two of them, but ultimately it was the track position that counted. Robbie Kenning getting out in front early. Mike Williams, as quick as he was in the second half of the race, just not able to find a way through. So Kenning the winner, Williams second, John Moore gets the better of Dick Trevitt for third, Matthew Simpson a lonely fifth, and then looking the top of the shot, you could just see Phil Goodwin and Tim Shooter coming round the final corner. There you go. That's going to be a bit of a drag race to the line. It's still Goodwin ahead at the moment. Tim Shooter looking to try and maybe get that slipstream, try and pop out at the last second, but he's not close enough, and it will be Goodwin who hangs on from Shooter in 7th position with a good race there. Robbie Kenning and Mike Williams doing battle at the front. It was a battle of wits, wasn't it, really, as much as a side-by-side battle. They weren't necessarily, you know, passing and repassing each other, but the pressure from Williams was constant upon Robbie Kenning. Kenning knew that he could not afford to make a mistake, and in the end didn't make a mistake, managed to keep it on the straight and narrow, and was a very, very deserving race winner. So Robbie Kenning then 0.6 to the good at the flag, picks up the race win, and for Robbie Kenning that is a second consecutive win because he won the second race at Brands Hatch last time out. Dick Trevitt took more points over the weekend, despite them both having the same results. Actually, they both had a win and a second place, but Trevitt, when he won the first race, took the fastest lap, and then when he was second in, sorry, in fact he was third, I should say, in the second race, but took the bonus point for fastest lap as well, so he came out with the better points haul, and comes out this time, although with only a 4th place. It's Robbie Kenning the winner, Mike Williams second, John Moore third, and Dick Trevitt in 4th place. Then it was Matthew Simpson and Phil Goodwin, Tim Shooter 7th, Richard Cowley in 8th, and Richard Garrett 9th, with Neil Burnett completing the top 10. Carl Wheaton and Paul Deacon had that good battle with Melanie Garrard, but in the end they both ended up ahead of Melanie by the flag, with Zach Gardner in 14th. So Zach Gardner was the one who really fell back there at the end. We lost Ben Young, not sure what happened to him on the first lap, whether he even took the start, but he sadly was the only driver not to see the checkered flag. So, right on cue, Richard John Neal is ready with our podium drivers down in Parc Fermé, so once more let's head down to Richard.
Thank you very much, Andy. I'm just going to head round to the front of the car because you were referencing Fluffy, so yeah, we're going to find out what Fluffy is all about. Robbie, Robbie, well done. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Question from Andy McCoon. What's fluffy on the front of the car? Is that you or the car?
I get to a certain point and my hair just goes like a mushroom, so I've had it for about 10 years, the nickname.
Very good. So we needed to know, so all our viewers know that. Well done on the win, 2 on the bounce.
Yeah, well, I felt like I earned that one, not under safety car, so that's my first win, I'm happy with that.
Oh, okay, fair enough. And Mike was keeping you honest, wasn't he?
Well, it was really apparent when his misfire was there, because he'd be up my bumper at one point, and then I'd get probably 4 or 5 lengths on him.
Yeah.
And then my tyres were starting to go off to the ends anyway, right. So he was closing the gap right back up when I was struggling with the braking and tyres. So it was a fairly even match, but yeah, I enjoyed it.
That was good, and a nice move. You got caught in the toe, managed to get up to him, and a neat pass.
Yeah, I know, he's a sneaky git. I tried probably for about 3 or 4 laps. He's on my bumper, weaving down the back straight, just to try and get rid of him, but I couldn't break the toe. So, but it was good race.
You got to do it all again later on.
Yep. Go back, recharge, go again.
Nice one. Robbie, congratulations. Thank you for chatting to us. Let's go and grab a quick word with Mike Williams. Mike, well done. Lovely to see you again. Yes. We thought we were going to talk to you on the podium at Brands. It wasn't to be. No. First of all, this race, still issues?
Yeah, still a bit of a misfire. Really hampered us in qualifying, so to be fair. I only probably got 3 clear laps in qualifying, and I think they were at the beginning. So should have done a bit better in qualifying, but I managed to get first anyway, so I can't really complain about it, can I? But it's still there, and we've swept right in, we've changed things, but there's still a bit of a hesitation every now and again. And it's obviously you get a hesitation, someone's passed you. It's really hard to get past again, isn't it? So yeah, I thought I'd maybe comfortably win this one and just stay out in front, but the Gremlins crept back in, and then it got a bit clearer near the end, and the race was on, wasn't it?
It was great. You guys entertained us royally. It was a good one.
Yeah. So near the end, it was clearing up. It sounds really rough. I don't know why, but it seems to be going all right when it goes.
Right.
I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, look forward to seeing you for race 2. Thanks, Mike. Well done. Congratulations. And John Moore in third very quickly. I know we've got to move. John, well done. Good to see you on the podium. Yeah. And straightforward race for you. You and Dick had a bit of toing and throwing.
Yeah, God, he was so quick on the last section because they've got limited slip diff on the A-Series. So, but yeah, he closed me down, and I thought, God, got a couple of seconds on him, and down the Bentley straight, and then into Murray's, he's right on me again. So yeah, but yeah, kept me on my toes. Really good race, yeah. Pleased after qualifying. So
keeping it on the podium as you did at Brand. So
yeah, that's the main thing. Yeah.
Anything to do for race 2?
No, not really. Just maybe change my tyres. I'm not sure yet. Well, it's only a 15-minute race, so but yeah, they went off massive then. The last couple of laps, really hard. So yeah.
Well, rather you than me in the car, and well done. Thanks for a great race, John. Well done. See you on the podium. Hopefully for race 2. That concludes our first podium for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup Championship. Great race, and we look forward to another one a little bit later on. We're now looking forward, of course, to our second TCR race of the weekend, and the build-up for that coming for you in just a few moments' time.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Let it go.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Alrighty then. I am catching a tan. I'm Paul O'Neill, it's TCR UK. Jack Oliphant is with me, Andrew McEwen is with me, and we are the TCR UK team. It's reverse grid time, and this is going to be awesome. Gentlemen, first of all, Andrew, you've had a busy day. TCR UK, its first race today. Great race yesterday, top 10 reverse. A lot of new people at the front, missing their marks by the look of it. So, yeah, I wonder what Steve's thinking in that Hyundai. He's just getting back onto the grid, isn't he?
Well, poor Steve's had a busy weekend, busier than me even, really. He's doing 6 races in total this weekend, 3 in the Audi and 3 in the Hyundai. So, yeah, he's had been a busy boy. He should know, really, where the grid markings are by now, but hasn't been on the front row yet. You know, this is his opportunity now to get a really good result. Mark Smith starting from pole position as well. This is how a reversed grid should be, really, giving people a chance to be at the front, who we don't normally see there, and giving the regular front runners a bit of a headache, which they're definitely going to have.
Yeah, we don't usually see it so much, do we, with the reverse grid? Sometimes it's names that you know that would maybe be on the front row anyway, so this is a bit different, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and you know that they're not going to have the pace of the likes of your Adam Shepherds or whatever coming from further back, but there's no obligation on their part to move out of the way. You know, this is their moment to shine, and you never know, if there's a safety car, if there's a big battle behind them, they could still get a podium out of it. There's no reason why not. And of course, a lot of them battling for the Gen 1 Cup as well, so they've got their own race that they're fighting for. They're not just going to move out of the way, so it is the job really of the usual front runners, the people like Adam Shepard, Callum Newsham, Brad Hutchison, and Carl Bordley, of course, to make those moves cleanly. They're racing against people that they're not normally used to racing with as well. That can cause complications, but it shouldn't be easy, really, should it? That's not the point.
Exactly that, Jack. Looking forward to this one, mate. It's always nice to have a reverse grid in it, and yeah, it's Gen 1 Central, isn't it, as we look at Will Beach just lining up in P3, so there could be a podium on for some of these guys who've not been on a podium, maybe.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. That's what we like about racing. It's that sort of unknown, I suppose, that we're going into, and that's why top 10 reverse grids, or reverse grids of any kind, are really some of my favourite racing. And mainly because when I used to race, it actually gave me the opportunity to be on that podium. So, but yeah, no, it should be epic. And I'm sure there's some nerves out there, as you said, Laidlaw and Smith on the front row and everything like that. But nerves are good. They try and amp you up. They try and get you on the best performance. So fingers crossed they don't just fail at the first hurdle and they actually get the car off the line.
Exactly that. Right, let's just talk about some youngsters who are involved in the grid walk. Just quickly, these are the Fiesta Junior drivers. Jensen, how are you, fella? You've had an interesting day.
Yeah, well, we just had race 1, came P3 overall. Had a little bit of contact, but yeah, well, let's just sort that out.
Well, I'm sure you'll be grand, but what's the idea of you guys coming up here?
I think it's just to make junior drivers in the whole of the UK, really, and across Europe. So, yeah, it should be good.
TCR, something for you?
Yeah, hopefully next year. I've done a couple of days at Brighton in the car, seemed really quick, so hopefully next year.
I never knew that. Well, good luck. Hayden? Yeah. How are you? Are you going well? Are you? Oh, mate, you've got the old shade on you there, fella. Good lad.
Yeah, it's going really well. A lot better than I thought it was going to go. I started P18 and I finished 13, so top 10, top 15 for us is amazing, and without any damage is an even better bonus for us. So yeah, it's going really well.
Oh, top man. Listen, keep up the good work, kids, because I love watching the junior racing. Remember, keep it clean. All right? I know what you lot are like. Callie, how are you? Good to see you here. Thank you for coming on the grid.
That's right. Thanks. It's going well.
How is it to be? Are you on pole? Actually, no, you're on the front row anyway, aren't you? How difficult do you think it might be for these guys? Because some of these people have never been on pole. They've never been on a front row. It's hard work, isn't it?
Don't know what to do. They'll sort it out.
You know exactly what the score is, don't you? I know what's going through their mind. It's going to be difficult. Well, listen, thank you for coming along. Keep up the good work in the juniors and good luck for your race later.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Right, come on, let's speak to some drivers. Who are we going to talk to, Jack?
Well, I don't know where Mr. Smith is, but I can see Steve Laidlaw over there.
Steve.
It'll be interesting to get their perspective and see if Smith turns up at some point. Mr. Laidlaw. You fancy coming and having a chat? I don't know if he does fancy having a chat, but I'm going to make him anyway.
Make him.
I didn't know I had an option to say no.
No, you don't really. We're just trying to be polite. Front row grid. You've done a lot of racing so far this weekend. Are you sure you were awake enough for this?
I've done more miles at the track than I did driving down from Huddersfield to get here.
That's a fair take. I've up near Leeds, and it's a long old way, isn't it? But no, I mean, you've done enough racing around here, as you said already this weekend. Is this something you were looking forward to as soon as you found out, though, that you would be starting on the front row?
You want the honest answer?
Yeah.
I probably can't say how I'm feeling right now because this is going on TV. But no, what an experience it's going to be trying to hold on to a decent position. Probably in education as well, as a couple of the faster guys will invariably carve their way through to learn how to better myself. But I'm brand new in this, so every day's a school day for me at the moment.
I probably know the answer to this then. How many race starts have you actually done in this car?
1.
Yeah, I thought so.
And it wasn't particularly successful.
It can only go up then. It can only get better.
Well, you say that? Well, let's see.
No one's going to stall in front of you. At least you got a clean run into that first corner, have you? How much do you think you're going to be actually looking in the mirrors though, rather than looking forward? Because obviously that's the aim, isn't it, to look forward?
Yeah, look, I've got a lot of good friends in the paddock who are much more experienced than me, and the one thing that they said is don't look in the mirrors.
Yeah.
But race your own race like it's not a sense of occasion going into a bigger championship. So I'm going to try and take heed of that. If someone wants to go past, then they have to figure that out, and hopefully we get the car home without any damage. That'd be nice.
How have you done in the other championship then, obviously, because as you said, you've done a lot of laps around here this weekend, and it's the TTs that you're racing in, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Due to the unique makeup of our team, that my son seems to like crashing cars more than racing them.
Sound like my dad.
We've had a bit of an up and down weekend this weekend. We haven't had finish in my cars twice because we've got some mechanical issues. But the racing itself's been great. The grid's mega. It's huge, 30 cars. So always exciting. Just not quite as long lived as I'd have liked.
Hey, well, there's always next time in there, Steve. Well, congratulations and good luck for a race win. I'm betting on you. I've got confidence in you, Steve. Right, Paul O'Neill, you over there. Have you got anybody?
Yes, I am over here. I've not got anyone yet, but let's go and speak to Will Beach. He is, sorry about that. It's nice to see the public here, you know, and everyone having a great time. Kids on the grid and everything. It's so cool. I love it. Will Beach, difficult Snetterton so far, but got pace, mate. And I know it's been a difficult weekend for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a difficult weekend. My father passed away last week, so try and make him proud and get a few firsts.
How difficult is it to drive this car around here? I know it's a great car, the Golf, but how difficult is it when the heat is so extreme? Have you made big changes from a cooler race yesterday?
It is difficult. The tyres will be going off mid-race, so we'll have to just wait and see. So the rear end will be getting a little bit leery.
You've had a start like this before at Brands Hatch, so you should know whereabouts you are. You started were you on the front row at Brands Hatch, I think?
Yeah, and it was awful, thanks.
What have you learned from that?
Nail it like the third start at Brands. So we'll have to just wait and see.
You've got some quick boys in front of you, but at the same time you have raced with them, so you can pick them off, can't you? Are you going to be looking in your rear view mirror, or are you just going to be looking forward, and what will happen at the rear, that will just happen?
Yeah, look forward to turn 1, P1, hopefully, then go from there.
Well, listen, you have a good race, fella, and fair play to you for coming to race this weekend. I can't imagine how difficult that is, mate.
Thank you very much, mate.
No problem. Right, Jack, where are we going next, mate?
Well, I've got my eyes on Rick Carey, and I'm sure I'm, not the only person, the handsome man he is.
Where is he?
But he's over there. He's actually chatting, doing an interview already now, actually, since we might not have missed
Did you know that Jack was a boxer?
Was he really?
TCR? No, he is. I'll knock him out. I'm
also sort of half hoping to chat to a few marshals, to be fair, because we quite like to do that on the grid walk, don't we? But I can't seem to see any now. Unfortunately, they've all ran away. I thought they'd be up in their box.
No, don't you worry. I think that...
I think they're having lunch, actually, to be fair, aren't they?
I don't blame them. I need my lunch. But just thinking about where we are on the grid, I think, Rick Carey and these people, even though it's a reverse grid, they know... what to do from here. The reverse grid race is always difficult, but they've been here before. They were here at Brands Hatch. It's a difficult one, but a lot of them have got, I'm just looking at Will Beach's car. He's got sticker tyres on the rear of that Golf, but at the same time, they're going to go on the front. He's going to have a lot of front grip. He's actually going for a big result. There's a lot of them that change, different tyre strategies, but yeah, a lot of them have got a brand new set of rears on that will go on the front for the cross.
I mean, why wouldn't they go for a big result? To be honest, like as you said earlier, it's that opportunity to try and get that podium position, which maybe they wouldn't get outright normally. So they only want to. He's obviously got the Gen 1 Cup to fight for, and obviously Rick Carey's a direct rival in that. So more than anything, he probably wants to beat Rick, but equally, he does want to move forward as well, and he's got a few drivers maybe ahead of him that he thinks he's naturally quicker than. Why worry about the people coming through? They might end up hitting into each other, they might end up having an incident, they might end up slowing each other down for the whole race. So yeah, you got to aim forward on a reverse grid. It's about the ambition, and that's what we love about it, and that's what we're sort of here for, really. Yeah. Also, a bit of a note, you mentioned about the public. It's great to have so many people out wandering around taking pictures of the car, isn't it? This is sort of what the interaction that everybody loves about TCR.
Yeah, I think the great thing for me is that, it's a big series. A lot of public here. A lot of the public don't get as close as this to the cars. You know, on a grid. This is like coming to Wembley when the football match is on at 5-10 minutes before the game's about to start. It's pretty impressive stuff in it. Should we go and have a little look if we can find some people?
Yeah, I think Rick Kerry is.
Rick Kerry is it? I just want to quickly speak to Mickey Butler from Goodyear. 1 second, let's just grab him. Sorry, gentlemen. TCR legends here. Hope you're well. Sorry, Mickey. Just a quick one.
Legends.
That's not very nice. Tyres. Let's talk tyres, mate. A lot of people on brand new fronts. It looks like.
Yeah, I think people want to take the advantage of the new tyre for the first couple of laps. Conditions now perfect. Track's up to 37, 38 degrees. So while they have the initial grip for 3 or 4 laps to try and pull away, then they've got to think about, getting into that room, looking after the tyres and say, well, it's a long race, 20 minutes around here. So it'll be all good.
What's the parameters? What parameters do you set out for the teams? Do you tell them, don't run over this camber, don't do this, don't do that, run this pressure? They're pretty good, aren't they?
To be honest, they are pretty good. They do listen. They listen to the information we give them. As long as they run sensibly, run the right cameras, run the right pressures, they'll be fine. You can't legislate for running off track around here, and the natural stone on this track is flint, so it's very sharp. But I think we'll be fine. We didn't see anything from race 1 that concerned us, so. Onwards and upwards.
Cool. Right. So yeah, he's not sorry.
That was the police.
I know. Hey, what kind of accent's that? You sound Welsh.
Welsh.
Jack, before we get in trouble, mate, is anyone else you want to have a quick word with?
Well, I was going to Rick. To be fair, he is right there. I wonder if we can just quickly, before we get shouted at, and if we do get shouted at, I can just run away and hide. That's fine. Rick, I mean, we were saying about how people are going to be ambitious from sort of these positions moving forward. Do you see an overall podium on the cards for you?
Oh, I don't think. Trouble is Snetterton with the Gen 2 cars being so much faster is unless we get a safety car the first lap and we get a minute at the end. I don't think we're over-prepared. I think I've got to be realistic. It's unless it depends what sort of carnage there is, sort of thing. But hopefully there won't be. But I'm just concentrating on the Gen 1 Cup. So.
Well, very quickly, with regards to the Gen 1 Cup, you were involved in a little bit of carnage yesterday, weren't you, with your rival over there, Will Beach. You're hoping for a reigniting of the rivalry, but maybe a little bit of a cleaner one this time.
Yeah, I think the cars are close, and it's always good at racing. I think it was a bit ambitious. I think he locked up and went too deep in the corner. I tried to give him a little bit of space, but these things happen as racing. If you're racing close and you're going for stuff like this, it's going to happen. So I'm sort of, you just took it as yes, that was his fault. I look at it that way, everybody else did, but you get racing incidents if you're racing that far up the grid, aren't you?
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you race that far up the grid again. I best let you get gone and get ready as the rest of the grid are. Paul, I think we've probably been told off a few times now. It's about that time we start wrapping up, isn't it?
Always, isn't it? Well, I don't know how long it takes to get Rick in the car, so what we'll say, I'm going to ask you, who's going to win this one?
To be fair, it's probably one of the drivers, let's face it, that we haven't spoken to, unfortunately. I would like to say that I would see Laidlaw on the top step of the podium, but to be fair, to be honest, I would see Newsham getting through quite quickly. I think he will be in the talk.
He better get in the car,
I know, the car better touch the floor as well. That would help, actually, going into the first corner. Luke Sargent, I'm quite interested in watching, versus Darren Lewis. That was a little battle that was going on yesterday for about 6th place. And if they can make basically a roadblock, if they get to the front and make a roadblock between themselves, I think the rest of them will really find it tricky to get through.
Yeah, right, cool. Well, engines are starting to fire, cars are going to drop off the jacks. We're going to be racing in a short while, so we're going to leave you with this little ad break, come back, and we're going to be racing in the doors, I reckon.
Let it go.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free. Covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders. Enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Welcome back to Snetterton, everybody. The grid is being cleared. Marshals are heading back on post, and that can mean only one thing. We're just a few minutes away from getting the second instalment of TCR UK action underway here this weekend. It's our reversed grid race, the 5th round of the championship, and as we've been making the point several times, a very jumbled up grid. We've got a real chance for a surprise result here, or certainly an exciting race if it is one of the sort of usual suspects, if you like, who end up winning this race. Then I think, Paul O'Neill, they're going to have a pretty tough job to do that. Yes, they're quicker than these drivers at the front, but it's a narrow track. It isn't the easiest of places to overtake at. I know there are places you can do it, but you can defend pretty easily too. And I think we're going to see a fair bit of defensive driving for some of these at the front.
Yeah, I think we will. Do you know what I'm thinking, though? Steve Laidlaw's done a lot of laps this weekend, hasn't he, as you've just spilt all your water all over yourself, you absolute idiot. That was good. But Will Beach there, he's got a point to prove now. He's going to want to get that Gen 1 Cup roll back going in that 27. The person that I'm really interested in is not Rick Kerry. No, I like Rick Kerry. The car next to Rick Kerry, Darren Lewis, in the brightly coloured car behind him. But Rick Kerry could have a good result. This car here, this brightly coloured Hyundai, this is the car that I think, with its driver that only looks forward and doesn't have as much respect maybe as the others have for the other drivers, I think this lad could get a podium here.
And he was quick yesterday, to be honest. He was having a pretty entertaining battle, race long really, with Luke Sargent, and there is Luke, who will start one place behind him this time, but of course Darren has a slight track position advantage on him. And yeah, you're right, Darren has never been afraid to ruffle feathers, has he? Ever since he joined TCR UK a couple of years ago, he's raced on and off with us a few times now, here full-time in the Hyundai, and yeah, he's an aggressive driver. We like aggressive drivers. There is a very cool customer, particularly, should be really, the size of that fan that's being blown through the window.
You can tell he's Scottish. You see the size of that fan? It was like, oh my word, it's above 13 degrees.
I think you said Scottish.
Sorry.
Yes, Callum Newsham, cool as a cucumber, as usually is Brad Hutchison, in fairness. He also was involved in one of the big battles, in fact, with Callum Newsham yesterday. But the real question, I guess, is what progress 3 drivers at the back of the grid can make. Our top 2 from yesterday's race, Adam Shepherd, there, the race winner, Carl Wortley, who we just saw, who was in second place, and in particular, the Rob Boston Racing Audi that starts right at the back of the field. Joe Marshall qualified on the front row for yesterday's race. He, so far, Paul, has been the only man who has an answer, potentially, for Adam Shepherd's raw pace. And actually, he's only 2 places behind him on the grid.
Yeah, definitely. And Joe Marshall has got a quick Audi in a straight line as well as chassis. So Joe Marshall in the 99 will be looking forward to this race. What I will say, though, it won't be how far you can get up as quick as you can. It'll be how far you can get up without any damage. It only needs one of the front runners to have a knock side by side and just drive by accidentally into one of the championship contenders. That can be game over for this weekend.
No, exactly so. It is a battle of survival out there, really, and you know, championships are won and lost. We always say this, don't we, Paul? Championships are won and lost on these reversed grid races. I know they only make up a third of the races all season, but you know, especially this year, where we are generally seeing the same 3 or 4 drivers typically showing the front-running pace. This year especially, it's these reverse grid races where you might see a mix-up to that order, and one of them might knock in a non-finish or a 6th or something after a spin, so you've got to try and stay out of trouble. Mark Smith then starts from pole position. Remember, this is not the green flag lap, this is just the tyre rotation lap, so we will be having cars stopping on the grid again at the end of this lap. It gives us plenty of time to big up the fact that Mark Smith is on pole position, with Steve Laidlaw, the busiest man at Snetterton, well, maybe the second busiest, starting alongside him. Row number 2 then is where we find Will Beach and Rick Kerry. Will Beach and Rick Kerry, who did battle for the Gen 1 Cup in the race yesterday. That battle that did rather end in tears. It was later overturned, that result, with Will Beach given a penalty. It was a one-place penalty, which is a fairly sensible one because it knocked him back behind Rick Kerry. So those two definitely will be doing battle for the Gen 1 Cup element of this race, you would imagine. Darren Lewis, all's tip perhaps for a shock result, starts 5th ahead of Luke Sargent in exactly the same position in which he started race 1, but this time he's ahead of all of the guys that beat him yesterday. Callum Newsham was one of them. He could not find a way past Brad Hutchison for that final step on the podium, but now does start one place further up the grid with Carl Bordley and Adam Shepherd at the back end of that top 10, with then next in line Jeff Oldham and Joe Marshall at the back, Paul.
I've got one thing to say to you.
Go on.
Liquid Molly.
Yes, Liquimolly, indeed. We are very grateful for our sponsors, Liquimolly, the official oil partner of TCR UK. You'll see their stickers on a few of the cars, including Callum Newsham's, who I did just mention. So yes, big thank you to Liquimolly and all of the sponsors, in fairness, who have put a lot of hard work into being part of the TCR journey and really helping to grow the championship. So yes, big thank you to Liquimolly, and we look forward to having their continued support through the rest of the season. And one of the drivers who does carry their sponsorship, Callum Newsham, definitely looking to try and move up the grid in this race. I think he's going to be an interesting one here. Callum doesn't have the raw pace this weekend with the weight now, the compensation weight that he's carrying, slight tweak to the balance performance maybe. This is his opportunity though to get one over on the likes of Shepherd and Bordley, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Sorry, I was just mesmerised by Darren Lewis warming his tyres up, and see the confidence that the guys at the back have got to weave those tyres so hard. Look at Adam Shepherd. That is someone that's not even thinking about the 20th minute of this race. It's someone thinking about the first minute. He made such a good start at Brands Hatch in the last reverse grid. So that is the difference, is the confidence that some of these drivers have got, weaving the tyres. And like you said earlier in Miltech Sport Civic Cup commentary, it ain't the fronts they're worried about, it's the rears, because they're the ones that are going to be leaning on hard and are just like a trainer.
And that's why we do this tyre rotation thing. And it's not unique to TCR UK either. Other touring car championships out there will do the same thing. And it is just because of the nature of a front-wheel drive car. It warms up the front axle much more quickly than the rear. So every major touring car championship out there that I can think of does this tyre rotation thing, especially because they've been sat on the grid for the last 20 minutes or so. Yes, it's warm out there, but the tyres will have lost core temperature, so important to give them these two opportunities to equally warm up the tyres, because it's all about that equal balance, isn't it, front to back?
Yeah, that's all it is. It's what we call the delta in temperature across the front and the rear axles, because if you just sent the tyres out as they were, went off, round, one lap, got on the grid, and then the lights went out, you would have super hot fronts and really cold rears. But what you're going to get now is really warm fronts that will now go on the rear, which you're seeing happen, and that then means that you can put temperature in the fronts as you go around on the next lap. So if you have a really bad delta of really hot fronts and very cold rears, honestly, I have driven enough tin tops to tell you, you go into the first corner hoping that you just don't go backwards and go upside down, because the grip is just not there. So yeah, once this rotation is done and they're sent away again, you'll probably see the more inexperienced drivers, more confident to really rotate the car and make it all warm up at the front and the rear. That's an interesting look. So that you don't just look in a bonnet at a particular thing if the driver hasn't said, I've got a little bit of a niggly problem.
Yeah, I don't think he was checking that the engine was still there. There was obviously something that Darren Lewis had mentioned, perhaps worried about temperatures. I mean, we talk about the tyres needing to be as warm as possible, but other parts of the car you want to keep as cool as possible. Look, even there, a fan being sort of blown into the radiator grille on Brad Hutchison's car, because engine temperature is a concern, particularly really in a race like this where you're going to be in traffic quite a lot. The hot exhaust fumes coming from the back of a car, that can help overheat the car. How concerned would you be on a day like this? I know it's not hot, but it's pretty warm.
It's pretty warm. The thing is, the problem they're going to have, to be fair, Andy, is the faster cars at the rear, they're going to be in traffic for a longer time than they usually are. And that's just trying to get through people. It overheats the brakes, it'll overheat the tyres, it'll overheat the engine, you'll get alarms on the dash. I've been round here in many a touring car races, pressing the red button on my steering wheel saying cancel, 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 cancel. high water temperature, high oil temperature, and you're on the radio to the team, which you can't do in this TCR UK series. I've been in different series across the UK and Europe. You're on the button saying, can I cancel this? Do I need to be worried about this temperature? They will be getting temperatures, and you just sometimes have to cancel them, but keep an eye out. But they flash like a big red beacon, like a rev limiter going off. So I'll be surprised if no one gets any alarms. But it is what it is, and it's the experienced people will manage.
Yeah, exactly. And the cars are designed to be able to withstand these temperatures. The TCR concept is a worldwide concept. They race in much warmer countries than this, and generally are fine as long as you look after the cars properly and you maintain them, and you don't do anything that would jeopardise the health of the cars. Then they are pretty reliable usually, and hopefully, even in the warm conditions today, they will all make it to the end. Right, tyre rotation is done. The cars will be released very shortly onto the green flag lap, and a chance once again to just make sure you've got the equally distributed temperature in the tyres, and mentally prepare yourself for what should be a very, very interesting race. You can see how narrow the track is here at Snetterton. That's often been a cause for concern with standing starts here, and particularly actually when you've got quicker guys at the back, slower guys at the front. The reaction times can differ. If two drivers go for that same gap in the middle at the same time, that can cause trouble.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what a lot of the drivers are going to be just wary of and careful of. The pinch point, Andy, as you know, that we always have is turn 2 at Wilson's. The Wilson's hairpin is where people go, do you know what, I'm not going to stay on the inside because I've got to turn left at Palmer's for the next one. So they'll try and go around the outside, then someone's bumped into someone else, lifted the rear of the car up and put them sideways into an unsuspecting TCR UK driver. So a lot of it is management, some of it is luck, but a lot of it is just grit and determination and keeping it around the outside.
Certainly is, and there are some drivers on this grid who don't lack in that department, so I'm sure we'll see a few people taking the risk. Maybe Adam Shepherd again looking to try and repeat that success that he had at Brands Hatch last time out, when, as we said, he had that demon start, came from the 5th row of the grid, I think it was, to lead a couple of corners into the race. If he can do that here, then I'll be particularly impressed. It is an awful lot narrower, is the Snetterton 300 circuit. Only the 4th race we've ever had on the 300 layout. We've raced here at Snetterton 2 years previously, but the first of those at the end of 2022 was on the 200 circuit, and it was during that round, I seem to recall, that we hit a bit of a landmark with the 50th ever TCR UK race. It was won by Lewis Kent. Well, this is the 80th TCR UK race here at Snetterton, we won't see Lewis Kent win. We might see him win a Civic Cup race later on maybe, but Carl Bordley won the 70th back end of last year at Silverstone. What do you think his chances are of maybe taking another landmark victory here? He's been tinkering is not strong enough word actually, he's been making massive changes to the setup of that car all weekend long. Don't know if you've spoken to him today. Is he confident they've got it right now, or is he still learning?
No, they seem to be, still tinkering about. I think the proof will be in the pudding with this now, and hopefully he can go forward and really make sure he stamps, a mark back on the championship trail. So, yeah, I think that it's difficult. It really is. This is a long circuit, and there's so many different corners, and you can sometimes be chasing something which just isn't in the car, and it's your style that's hindering you, because this circuit is just it's quite a lot different, Andy, to anywhere else. It's flat, it's got a lot of fast corners, medium speed, slow. This is a long way round, and it can easily add up if you just got a little bug in your technique. I was always good round here, but I was terrible at easier circuits. It's just it's a really strange thing. The setup sometimes just can't work.
Well, that was my next question, because I'd imagine all racetrack setup is a compromise, because there is no one racetrack that is all fast corners or all slow corners. But here in particular, you've got the really technically demanding infield through Wilson and Palmer's and Agostini and Oggy, where it's all second gear and really slow stuff. But then you've got corners like Riches and Coram, which are some of the most full commitment corners in the country. So how much of a compromise is it with regards to setup in a front wheel drive touring car?
Well, as long as you can hang on to a oversteery car, and that means that there's no rear grip on the back of the car. If you can hang on to that through the faster corners like Ritchie's and Coram, you're okay, because you do need as least rear grip as you can, because the tight and twisty sections, if you get an ounce of of too much rear grip and making the fronts push, and you can't get on the power and it won't turn around the corner. You lose a lot. You're always in the slower corners for a longer time than you're in the faster corners. So sometimes you just have to brave it out, you know, with the faster corner stuff. So I think that'll be the difference between the drivers at the front and the drivers at the back, and obviously the machinery they're in with Gen 1 Mark Smith there on the pole.
Indeed so, Mark Smith then. We keep talking about Will Beach and Rick Kerry fighting for the Gen 1 Cup for the older spec cars. Mark Smith very much a part of that fight as well. He's got the track position advantage here, starting at the front of the grid. But will he be there at the end of 20 minutes of racing for round number 5 of the TCR UK Championship then in 2024, the 80th race in TCR UK history? And the second of the weekend here at Snetterton. Mark Smith deciding that he could have used a bit more of his grid box there. He'll be all right with that. Once everyone's in position, if you start creeping forward, you'll get in trouble. But I'm sure they'll let him get away with a little bit of repositioning there. We're still waiting for the back row of the grid to be formed, which it is now. The green flag has been waved. Place your bets, everybody. Reversed grid time here at Snetterton. Watch the lighting gantry. The red lights go on. They go out now, and we're racing at Snetterton. Good start made by Boardley further back at the front of the field. It looks as though maybe not a great start from the second place man, but from pole position, Mark Smith, I think, is okay. Will Beach coming through in the Golf though. Will Beach leads into Rich's corner. A demon start. Wow. He said he wanted the lead by turn 1, and he has delivered on that promise. Luke Sargent through into third place as well. Which of the heavy hitters have made the most progress? Oh, contact! Mark Smith is off with Luke Sargent. Towards the field they will go, and I think they might get away with that, actually. Sargent will continue. Smith will as well, but luckily no major damage done. Look at Hutchison, Boardley, Shepherd though on the move.
Yeah, definitely. Hutchison up to second, I believe, so past Laidlaw, but Will Beach, what a getaway from third place. Brilliant stuff. What is it like to lead a TCR UK race? Well, you're going to find out now, because Brad Hutchison is now flashing his lights. Come on, Will.
My word, Adam Shepherd. Oh, there's contact. Newsham up into the air off the back of Adam Shepherd's car, but Adam Shepherd was all over the road then, coming into Agostini. Twice nearly got into the back of Carl Boardley's car, and then eventually he got rear-ended by Callum Newsham. They're both still going, but that sort of contact, Paul, cannot be good for the steering.
Not at all. That car looks a bit... Oh, no, Will Beach has gone wide and back on. That's it, Will. Gather it all up, mate. You deserve to be up there, so keep it going. He's only lost one place, though. The lead is now Hutchison.
Yes, Brad Hutchison then, who, remember, has had podiums. He won a race on the road at Donington last year, but has never been able to keep a race win because he was disqualified post-race for a technical infringement. Early days, but he is the race leader now down the back straight. Here, though, come Boardley and Shepherd. They're both up the inside of Steve Laidlaw, and Shepherd is really on his toes. He's up the inside of Boardley. Couldn't quite make the move stick, but they are now into the top 3. It's a Cupra, 1, 2, 3. The one that hasn't made the progress, really, I would say, is Joe Marshall. He's still sort of mired back in the midfield, but these 3 Coopers have made excellent work of the traffic.
Yeah, definitely. Darren Lewis, was it, or somebody was down the inside of another car going on the way to Coram, but Boardley... Oh, look at that. Was that Shepherd?
Yeah.
He's hitting everything.
I mean, he's certainly been getting his elbows out, but it's worked. He's gone from 10th on the grid to 3rd at the end of the opening lap. There goes Callum Newsham, look, battling away with Will Beach and Darren Lewis, and Joe Marshall flashing the lights behind them. A brilliant view there of the chaos that you feel when you're on the pit straight as they flash by you 3 abreast, and 3 abreast into Riches won't work. Will Beach and Darren Lewis leaning on each other, and Joe Marshall says thank you very much.
Wow, Will Beach has just been beaten up, and Rick Kerry's now into the back of him, and that's for the Gen 1 Cup. And what's going to happen down at the hairpin? Rick Kerry's not having any of it. He's going to try around the outside. Will Beach says, no, mate, not on your life. And he keeps the place.
Feisty stuff then in the opening stages. Hutchison leads by 2 seconds. Boardley second, Shepherd third. That's their battle there. That is a significant one. They've both got their eye on each other for the championship early stages in the season. And that, I think, is why Adam Shepherd really wants to make this move stick before the race settles down. Because once things settle down, they're both pretty evenly matched. And it will inevitably get harder to make the move as the tyres wear out. So Shepherd knows this is his chance to try and find the way past, but so far Boardley defending well.
Yeah, that right rear of Shepherd's car, the car behind Boardley's, how that has not damaged that right rear and maybe not broke a toe link or whatever, I'm not sure, but he is keeping Carl Boardley honest. There's nothing wrong with that car at the minute, but he's just lost a bit of speed there because Boardley went in late and got a later apex.
All about momentum, isn't it? Out of that corner, it leads on to the longest straight on the track, down the Bentley straight. The thing I'll be interested to see at the end of this lap, though, is whether or not they're catching Hutchison. I think they are. I don't think that's 2 seconds anymore, Hutchison back to Boardley. And then when they do catch him, what happens then? Because, of course, Boardley will find himself stuck in the middle, attacking and defending. He'll want a race win. Remember, Boardley, the reigning champion, hasn't won a race yet this season, and he knows now that he should have the pace to do it. Round Coram we come at the end of lap number 2. Brad Hutchison leading the way, but I think those two are coming, well, I don't know, actually, second half of the lap. Hutchison may be stabilising.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? 2-second lead. Brad's won round here before in Mini Challenge, I remember. That was his first win in Mini Challenge, if I remember. So he knows his way around the Snet 300 in a front-wheel drive tin topless. Marshall now down the inside of Laidlaw, and he has got that done. Newsham follows him through, and that's good stuff. And he's kept out of the way, and he's not caused himself any grief, so good stuff from Laidlaw.
Yes, indeed. Right, Joe Marshall here then battling with Callum Newsham as they drop through the Wilson hairpin. 3 Hyundais together here, really, with Newsham, Laidlaw and Darren Lewis. Darren Lewis, I don't think got the rub of the green, really, on the opening lap or so of the race. I, like you, expected him to go forward, and actually he's sort of stabilised. I think he started the race about 6th or so, didn't he? He was 5th on the grid, 7th at the moment, although trying to do something about that.
Oh, here we go then, side by side. That is interesting. Is he going to get that done?
Yeah.
Early doors, wow. Shepherd past Boardley with a hobbled car, in my opinion. Down the inside, that's not going to work. It turns him round. Shepherd sideways on the grass. Boardley will probably have to stay behind him. This will be interesting to see what happens now.
Well, he's not stayed behind him. Shepherd sideways, dirt on his tyres maybe, but Boardley goes back through. We don't know how Shepherd got the move done in the first place, so it's every chance that that wasn't the first bit of contact between the two of them, because Boardley certainly is showing no remorse, is he? He is not backing off, and he is not letting Shepherd back through. So briefly Shepherd into second place, but this is really benefiting Brad Hutchison. The gap did come down by about 0.4 of a second on the previous lap. It has now almost doubled, I would say, after these two tangled up at Oggies.
Wow, game on then, because Hutchison is Hutchison is up the road. I reckon he's 4 or 5 seconds up the road there, but this battle is absolutely astounding. Boardley, you might be laid back, but he don't want to sit down and be beaten by these guys. This is great stuff. Oh, wide again. He's going to have a right run on him here, Shepherd.
Absolutely, and it will not be lost on these two that they are really the early season championship favourites. I know Callum Newsham led the points coming into this weekend, but consistently these two have really been the fastest. And as much as Carl Boardley likes to pretend he's not really paying much attention to the points and pretend that he's not really that bothered about the results, he is, I'm fairly certain, keeping an eye on the points, and he knows that Shepherd is going to be a real threat. So down to the Wilson hairpin they go. Shepherd, a couple of knocks he's had now, but the car doesn't seem to be going all that slowly, although not the best exit from the Wilson hairpin I've ever seen.
No, I'd just be so interested. Mark Smith, the pole sitter. That's a shame, isn't it? That was contact maybe with Luke Sargent. Maybe they wanted to check the car. It's going back out, so hopefully they can have a little run to the end of this race and just see if it's all good. Marshall flashing his lights at these two, the 117, Shepherd and Boardley. Yeah, he wants to tell them that he's coming, because this Audi should be a lot quicker than it is at the minute, and if they hold each other up, these podium places will change.
Absolutely so. We're not even halfway through the race yet. Remember, there goes the race leader. And Brad Hutchison in the Bondit Ellen Roofing Cupra is looking pretty handy out in front, isn't he? But this battle refuses to die. Adam Shepherd right back on the tail of Carl Boardley. Carl does like that wide line, doesn't he, into Williams? I've seen that a few times. And, Adam Shepherd taking the tighter line. It looks good at first, but then down the straight, Boardley stretches the margin.
There's one of your burnt sausages off the barbecue. That's it. That's on the outskirts of the first corner T1 at Richie's. That'll be interesting. It should be off the line, but there's a slippery surface flag out there because it wasn't there at the start of the race.
Yeah, exactly. The surface flag is out. Doesn't necessarily mean there's something slippery on the track, just that there's something there that shouldn't be, and that, by the looks of it, is the bollard up at Richie's corner. And
the barbecue flag.
Barbecue.
Get your sausage out.
And we are moving on from that one. Carl Boardley, second place to the final corner. And Adam Shepherd, I mean, he's thrown everything at this so far, has Adam, and can't make the move stick. But I think the arrival of Joe Marshall in their mirrors, who's just set the fastest lap of the race, if Adam wasn't already being spurred on to get this move made, then he really will be now.
Yeah, this is it. Top four are going to be, the second, third and fourth is going to be very close. This Audi is now coming into its own. Look at I've been impressed with Laidlaw. Yeah. This is good stuff. Look at that. That's why that sausage is in the middle of the road, because they were clipping as Darren Lewis gets the job done. Laidlaw just sees him late. That's a great move by Lewis, but just going back to Laidlaw, he has been brilliant. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. For a debut weekend, it's not just the fact that he's doing well in this race, but from where he was at the start of the weekend to where he is now, pace-wise, huge improvement, and that's exactly what you want to see from someone making their first steps into the championship. Right, new fastest lap for Joe Marshall at 57.4. That was 8/10 quicker than the race leader. He is 5.5 seconds behind the race leader, but between him and the race leader are these two, Carl Bordley and Adam Shepherd, and they were both quicker than the race leader on the previous lap as well by about 3/10. I thought I spotted in the background a slowing car, and it might have been a white and red Hyundai. I'm going to wait to see where Callum Newsham is before I say anything for definite. No, there he is. It's all right. It was my eyes deceiving me. Callum Newsham's still there, but just doesn't have the speed of the group of cars ahead. But yeah, they're all bunching together is my point. Hutchison is slower than Bordley, who is slower than Shepherd, and they're all slower than Joe Marshall.
Yeah, that car may have been Luke Sargent, but let's just wait and see. It could have been. See, had that contact with Mark Smith, so look at how hard they're pushing. Shepherd ain't giving up on this yet, and it looks like they've just plateaued. Was he late? Look at the speed that Shepherd carries in. He's just took about 3 car lengths out of Bordley. Brilliant stuff.
And I think he wiped out another bollard as well then, so that's at least 2 at Coreham that he's claimed, and he may well be responsible for the one at Riches as well, because he's using every inch of the Snetterton 300 circuit that's available to him. Lead gap down again. It's a 58.3 for the leader, another 57.9 for Bordley and Shepherd. They're quite consistent, and they're consistently 0.4 of a second a lap quicker than Hutchison. So if they leave each other alone, these two, they will catch Brad, I think, but probably only in the final 3 or 4 minutes. This could really build nicely.
Yeah, this could build nicely, but look at what's going on with Joe Marshall. Joe Marshall is definitely catching now. He looks like he's catching in this sector in particular, which the Audi isn't that strong in, I wouldn't have thought, against those guys. I've driven that Audi, not that particular one, but an Audi of TCR category. That one is pretty impressive round here, but it's usually in the faster corners. He's catching, isn't he?
Yeah, most definitely. Although on the previous lap, they all did 57.9s, these three, although he was fractionally the quicker. But I think you're right. In the first part of this lap, we don't have sector times available this weekend, but if we did, I think they'd be lighting up green for Joe Marshall. He's definitely closing in through the first part of the lap. That's Will Beach in the pit lane. That's a shame. So a weekend that promised much for Will, but we've seen him involved with a couple of knocks. That damage on the left front was there from Brands Hatch, but I think there's now been a further knock maybe to the rear of the car. Leon from Capture Motorsport there just leaning in to assess the situation, but that's a shame. Will Beach has had good pace this weekend, but can't stay out of trouble.
No, it's been a bit of a difficult weekend for him personally, and also for the racing. So hopefully he can make amends in the next race later on this afternoon. Carl Bordley, he takes the randomest lines. It seems to work for him. I thought it was lack of front grip from Adam Shepherd, but you watch him. He goes around Coreham. It's Larry, that 117. They go around Coreham, and when they come out of Murray's, the last corner, Bordley literally gaps him, so that looks pretty close there. Watch him turn in, and then he seems to just drive away on exit. A lot of that is traction, but I reckon some of that is line as well. And you called it at Palmer's. It looks like Bordley is using more of a rear-wheel drive line into some of the corners where you clip an apex a bit later on in the corner. So that's right rear. That doesn't look square, does it? That's been knocked, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he had a knock on both sides, I think, at one point, but it is the right rear suspension that they're looking at, isn't it? So that's what's put Will Beach out of contention. It means the Gen 1 Cup is being led by Rick Kerry now, with Jeff Olden, who celebrated his birthday yesterday in second place. Now, Adam Shepherd wants second place in the overall race. For the first time in quite a while, they were no quicker than the race leader last time around. The top three all did 57.9s, whilst Marshall did a 57.5, and Shepherd, I think, can see the Audi getting closer. He can see that Hutchison isn't getting any closer in front, so the time to work with Bordley has passed.
It has, and this is going to close up between these three. Marshall's already on it. Here's Joey. He's going to be right into the back. He ain't catching up there to just go, oh, this is good fun, isn't it? Marshall is there to pass, and this will be very good now.
He's an intimidating enough bloke to have creeping up behind you anyway, but when he's at the wheel of that Audi, which looks pretty fearsome, doesn't it, in the mirrors, that would certainly catch your attention if I were Adam Shepherd, who again takes that early turning into Williams. But going to be fascinating now to throw a third driver in this mix, a different car as well in the Audi. Where is the Audi strong, and will Joe Marshall be able to use that to make a move? He's got the overall lap pace, but it all depends where he's generating that lap time.
Oh, left rear lockup for Shepherd. I don't think he's ran wide, but I don't think it helped him out. He really did struggle getting under the S's. Marshall is on a mission. he must have took a second out of these two at least, and Boardley hasn't defended. I just think 2 cars in front of him. So look, the left foot braking, you can see them all the way round this right-hander corner. It's such a difficult corner that tightens as they get round to it. I don't think the Audi will be as good as the cars in front through the last corner, but especially coming up now to this first corner, Ritchie's, it'll be right there.
Right, then across the line goes Brad Hutchison. That is 7 laps in the books. The gap goes up to 3.9 seconds. Before this really starts to ignite, let's head down to the pit lane. Jack Oliphant, I believe, has some news for us.
Very far behind.
Hello, I'm with Leon from Capture Motorsports, and well, there was a little bit of a problem for Will Beach there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he smashed off one of the big curbs and sheared a bolt in the rear hub, but luckily it was finger tight to get out, and replaced the bolt and off he's gone. So we'll see if he's all right.
The team seem to do a great job at just getting it fixed, getting him down and getting him straight back out as well. How proud of them are you?
Yeah, they're brilliant. Yeah, we've been running them for so many years now. We know exactly what size certain things are, what bolts we need and everything, and what usually goes and stuff. So we've got everything to hand if we need it.
Thank you very much. Back to you guys in the commentary box. It looks like a close battle for second.
Thank you.
It is indeed, yes, Jack. And here is the battle. Actually, not for second, Paul, but really more for third now.
That interview was more like the Shermanator than the Terminator. Yeah, look at this. We've got a battle on now. Joe Marshall is now starting to weave around in Shepherd's mirrors. He wants him to know he's there. This is going to be close now. And Brad Hutchison has now he's got to start thinking about just managing the tyres and the gap.
Yes, because there was the temptation there, I suspect, when the gap was coming down to respond and to start pushing harder and harder and harder, which, you know, is understandable. But if he takes too much out of the tyres, they might catch him anyway. Although I don't think there's been a lot of tyre management going on across any of this leading group, really. Certainly Joe Marshall not helping the tyres there, just snatching a break into Murray's. But having caught them, passing them is now proving to be a little bit more of a challenge. 4 minutes to go. Leader Hutchison goes through, does a 58.0, 58.0 for Boardley and for Shepherd and for Marshall, so they're all within a few hundredths of each other. The gaps are no longer coming down. It's now all down to racecraft, and I suspect really, Paul, trying to force the mistake out of the guy in front.
Yeah, definitely, and a little flash of the indicators there from Boardley, which is weird. But I mean, we've got 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. If Marshall's took this time to get up to the back of the cars in front of him, he has got to really now think, do I just stay here or do I give it the large one? He's got fastest lap, the car's quick enough, but has it used its tyres? So.
Well, he needs the points as well, really, doesn't he? He's had a bit of an up and down start to the season, but as he's demonstrating here, and he did at times at Brands Hatch, he's as quick as the likes of Boardley and Shepherd, but just isn't scoring as heavily as they are. So given an opportunity maybe to get past one or both of them, I think he'd be silly not to have a go. And he doesn't strike me as the kind of driver who enjoys settling for fourth, so I think we'll probably will see him have a little go at Shepherd, but whether he has the time to get both of them, we'll have to wait and see. Through the right-hander at Williams, Shepherd again turns in early, the back of the car rotating round nicely, but how good was his exit? Pretty decent, I think, and that is really the most important corner to get right, isn't it? Because down at Brundle and Nelson, there are a couple of different ways that you can try and overtake. It's difficult to defend down here, but a good exit from Williams means that Shepherd isn't under any threat hitting the brakes, and as they round the left and the right, if anything, he's coming back at Boardley.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? I'm so surprised how strong the right rear of that car is. From having that little, I've seen glances less than that snap toe links at the rear, and it just destroys somebody's race. So he'll be counting his lucky stars if that hangs on. But we've seen Shepherd before just have the worst luck, so hopefully he doesn't.
Well, yes, I was just thinking that, but I wasn't going to mention it. Across the line they will come then. Final lap. No, 2 more laps they have time for. Brad Hutchison crossed the line with about 2 minutes and 6 to go. Brad Hutchison just set his personal best lap of the race, a 1:57.8. 2 tenths quicker than the group of drivers behind, so perhaps he has been saving some tyre for the end after all.
Yeah, it looks like it. That's something we can hopefully ask him if he gets this job completed. Bit status quo this, isn't it? Joe can't get any closer. Those cars are so different characteristic-wise, and where they work better in the slower and the faster corners.
Well, let's wait and see if Shepherd gets tempted into a move on Boardley. That could open the door. If Adam makes a mistake chasing after Carl Boardley, that could also open the door. But the one driver who never really has looked like making a mistake in this group is Carl Boardley. Here comes Joe Marshall, not really looking for a move, just trying to distract Adam Shepherd. Sometimes that flash of colour in the mirrors can sort of prevent you from turning in. He's had good traction off the corner, but Hamilton's not really a place to try it. He's certainly winding up for a move here, though, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. He's caught himself out a bit there, though. He's turned in a little bit early to show his nose, and it's made it a bit too acute on the exit, so he's lost the car length, hasn't he? That car's definitely faster than Adam Shepherd's, and Boardley will be loving this because he doesn't have to look in his rear view so much now. But Marshall, for me, he might have just gone too early with that move, and it's dropped him back.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he sort of went into Agostini on a tight line and then still got off the corner better, so that does tell me that he's got more front tyre than Adam Shepherd. And again, turns in early, just trying to distract Adam and maybe force the mistake out of the man with more wins so far this season than anyone else. The championship leader, I suspect, or if not championship leader, certainly very close to it, Adam Shepherd, after yesterday's race. And Joe Marshall wants to try and get a piece of the action as well. Takes a nice wide line into Coram. You can see the gap grows on the way in, but then maybe starts to come back together again on corner exit. Shepherd is good through Coram though, isn't he? Gaps the Audi, closes on Carl Boardley. Such an ebb and a flow to this battle. The gaps between the drivers varying by the corner, it seems, but so far Boardley defending well. We're on the final lap now though, lap number 11 of the race. Brad Hutchison 3.9 seconds clear. It looks like he will be the race winner, but who will join him on the podium and in which order?
Yeah, definitely. So let's keep our fingers crossed for Brad Hutchison. This will be a great win for him, and hopefully one that he can keep. So let's hope that he gets it done. But the battle between these three has just been raging on. It's like a game of chess, isn't it? And 1 minute I think that Boardley's getting away scot-free, and then next minute he's got Shepherd in the back of him. The line difference that they take is phenomenal. It's literally like a different class of car. It's fantastic.
Yes, down the head to the hair, but he goes. He's going to look again up the inside, but just not close enough. That's what he tried a lap ago, and it didn't work. But I guess maybe he felt that was his best opportunity. Again, weaving around. But actually, Shepherd's sort of closing back in on Boardley again now. They're all bunching together on the final lap with half a lap to go. This ain't over yet. Carl Boardley's second place is not secure, and Adam Shepherd still with the lights on. He's not given up hopes of moving into that second spot. It could all kick off in the final sector. Shepherd's had a really good run there, I think, through Williams. I know that he has been gaining on corner entry, but maintained most of that, I think, on the exit of the turn. What can he do, if anything, under the bridge at the end of the Bentley Straight? Joe Marshall flashing the lights. He'll jink to the inside. There we go. Trying to distract Adam Shepherd again, but he's just that half a length too far back to do anything with him.
Yeah, definitely. I think that should be game over now. There's no way you can pass Bommel. You can't pass Coram. You can round the outside, but there's no way against this calibre of driver.
Yeah, absolutely. Round Coram they go then. Murray's, I guess, is a possibility, but not a worry for Brad Hutchison, who at last, we hope, touch wood, is going to get a race victory that he can keep. He's had a handful of podiums. He's never yet officially won a race in TCR UK, but in the 80th race in the championship's history, that all changes. It is Brad Hutchison victorious at Snetterton, Carl Boardley second, Adam Shepherd third, and Joe Marshall comes home in fourth position. A great battle between those three. Callum Newsham, you have to suspect, carrying some damage there. I think his car came out of that collision worse than Adam Shepherd's, certainly. He finishes a fairly lonely fifth. Then it was Darren Lewis, I think, in sixth. And this was a good battle that was going on the last lap. And actually, Luke Sargent has found his way ahead of Steve Laidlaw. Luke Sargent, who tangled with Mark Smith at the first corner of the race, is at least going to salvage a 7th place finish. A really good race that, and a brilliant victory for Brad Hutchison. I cannot wait to hear his thoughts with Paul O'Neill in a few minutes' time. Paul's going to dash over to the pit lane to chat to not only our podium finishers but also our Gen 1 Cup winner, Rick Kerry, who comes across the line now. Benefited from the issue for Will Beach mid-race, of course, but Rick Kerry will be only too happy to pick up another race victory. Class victory, I should say, anyway, in the Gen 1 Cup. So Brad Hutchison, a very popular race winner, and like I said, he did win that race on the road at Donington, and post-race scrutineering checks meant that he didn't get to keep it, but hopefully this time he'll be taking the trophy home with him up north. Brad Hutchison the winner, and Carl Boardley in second position, Adam Shepherd third, and Joe Marshall fourth, with Callum Newsham completing the top five. Then it was Darren Lewis and Luke Sargent, Steve Laidlaw and Rick Kerry. Rick Kerry the winner of the Gen 1 Cup, ahead of Jeff Alden, Will Beach and Mark Smith. They were all running, I think, at the flag, even after those last two, Beach and Smith, had to visit the pit lane after their collisions and issues earlier on. Mark Smith dug his way out of the field and probably had a radiator full of grass. I'm surprised, actually, that Luke Sargent also didn't have to make a pit stop for that reason, because he was through the grass at the same time. But he managed to continue, dug his way up into 7th place by the flag. But it was Brad Hutchison who got the win, and he will be absolutely delighted with that, and deservedly so. The Bondit Ellen Roofing Cupra, a race winner for the first time in the championship. Of course, he was racing a Cupra when he led at the line at Donington, and he really has gelled with this car. I think a few people were perhaps counting him out as a championship contender this season. I know he's only won one race. I'm probably getting a bit carried away here, but the way in which he won that race, you know, matching the pace of Boardley and Shepherd behind him, and actually in the latter part of the race looking quicker than them, he gapped them in the last 2 or 3 laps. You know, his long run pace over a race there was as good as anybody else's, so no reason why he can't win more races, and no reason why he can't score enough points to be a title contender. We get dropped scores, remember, so he can sort of forget about some of the bad results that he had maybe at Brands Hatch. Well, not bad, but, you know, the not amazing results that he had at Brands Hatch, perhaps. Brad Hutchison came out of Brands Hatch in 5th position, but it was that collision in race 1 with Luke Sargent that cost him a whole heap of points. Well, he can forget about that now with dropped scores. He's had a solid weekend so far here at Snetterton, with a podium yesterday and a win now. He's actually had the same results then so far as Adam Shepherd, a win and a 3rd place. Carl Boardley with 2 2nd places might be the more consistent scorer, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see actually what the point situation looks like after that race, because I reckon Shepherd, Boardley and Hutchison have all scored about the same amount of points so far this weekend. Of course, they've got the 3rd race to come. Shepherd had the advantage coming into this race. He was 8 points clear of Callum Newsham, but Newsham having a bit of an off weekend, and that collision at the start of the race didn't help him there. So he will slip behind Carl Boardley now, certainly. But like I said, that's all before we start counting drop scores, which will also benefit Joe Marshall. Joe Marshall's non-finish yesterday will count as one of his dropped scores. Non-start it was really, wasn't it? But I do think that Joe Marshall is the fastest man here, to be honest. He got the fastest lap in that race. I think he's the fastest driver, just hasn't been able to show it yet, but he'll be back at the front of the grid for that 3rd race later on. In fact, Joe Marshall, yeah, he'll start 2nd to Adam Shepherd in that one, so another chance maybe to get his first ever win in the championship. But it is a first ever win in the championship for Brad Hutchison today, and he will get out of the car now to be greeted by the team, and this should be quite the celebration. There's his dad, the first man that he wanted to greet upon getting out of the car. These two have been through the ringer a little bit in their journey to get Brad here. And it is a small family-run team. It's not one of the big organisations. They do the majority of the work themselves, do Brad and his dad. And to see them getting their reward is well, very rewarding, really. I'm very, very happy for them indeed, as I'm sure is Paul O'Neill, who joins Brad now in the pit lane.
What a race that was, and it was a job done by Brad Hutchison pretty early doors. I would remind everyone at home that the last time that you won a race in a challenge around here.
Debatable. Grey area. We won one. We've crossed the line first since.
Absolutely amazing, though, isn't it? I'm going to check swap bikes. Thank you very much, Jack. Jack Oliphant helping me out. Amazing race result, though. Absolutely awesome, mate. Job was done early doors, but you had to battle through, didn't you?
Yeah, it was. It's a bit carnage at the off the start. Obviously, I saw Carl got a mega start behind me, but obviously nowhere to go. Sort of got a good run down to turn 2, and then it was sort of all unfolded, the doors opened and the gap was there, so yeah, went through. I knew obviously with the reverse grid and the size of the grid today that it was basically a full reverse grid, that obviously it was important to get out there first and try and get the gap early on. Obviously it's what the boys did yesterday, but yeah, it's all thanks to my dad. He's an absolute magician with the car. You know, we got a podium yesterday, and he came back in. He said, "No, we can do better." Overnight, he watched the onboard, he watched the race back, and he just changed the car completely. And then he did it again in the morning. We had a completely brand new car, essentially setup-wise, something we've never tried before. Seems to have worked. But yeah, obviously thanks to Bondit and the guys and girls at Bondit and the team, obviously Ellen Roofing Supplies as well for getting us to the grid, because we knew when we stepped up to the big boy class, the Gen 2s, that we knew we had something to prove, and I think we've done that. So yeah, happy days.
I think you could be quite happy with that, what you've just said. It was stunning. You've got to remember as well, there's some fast people in the same kind of car, and your dad looking over the, you know, over the setup and looking at the onboard. I know it's your job as a driver to give him feedback, but that's pretty special for your dad to be able to see what's going on. And do you agree with him, or are you like, oh, just stick whatever you want on it, Dad?
It's annoying, but he is always right. We've been doing this for literally 10 years today, starting out in Saxos, and believe it or not, I speak a lot of gibberish when it comes to car setup. But he sometimes understands it and sometimes does his own thing. But yeah, he's an absolute magician, and obviously he's the secret weapon to our team, really, because he's what makes it work.
Always one of the biggest supported teams here, and it's always a joy to hear the family and everyone here. What does it mean to have this support here? When you're driving around on that last lap, are you thinking about that? Are you thinking, when I cross the line, I'm going to do this, or what are you thinking?
Not a lot of that time. It was actually quite calm. I think it wasn't that tense because obviously we got out early, so it was sort of fairly calm. I was just controlling everything. You have 20 minutes of nerve-wracking laps, not trying to touch curbs and making sure every rattle and squeak isn't anything mechanical. But yeah, it was just obviously I was watching the pit board every lap, making sure the gap was staying the same. You know, if it dropped, push a little bit. You know, just controlling the gap. But it does make it nice. It's a nice day for it as well. I might have an ice cream now and sit down for a bit.
Was it warm out there?
It was, yeah, it was very warm, but it's what we do it for, isn't it, I suppose.
I did see you try and headbutt that #1 board. I think your sister put it in front of the car and then someone took it away because they cost about 500 quid then.
Yeah, it was, someone asked me what my thing was and I said, I don't know, it's probably I just drive into the board at the end of the race. Nicky seems to have caught on to that now and keeps moving it. So yeah, we'll get another one and we'll give it another go at getting it.
Top work. I think you've got someone to congratulate you maybe. Carl Bordley, the TCR UK champ, he's come to say well done. I was actually going to quickly speak to Carl. We'll catch him in a minute. I was going to speak to Big H. Here he is. Mate, well done. Absolutely awesome. Fair play to you. Is that true what he was just saying about...
I didn't hear, but what has he said about me?
He said you're a horrible dad. He wishes he had someone different. He said you were a magician. He said you were a magician. To look at someone's on board and to make setup changes and work with him, that's pretty special.
We set the car up last night. I then watched the footage back this morning and I changed the car again. Yeah, there was something the car was doing. I thought, oh, could we trying to iron that out? And I said to him this morning, I said, Brad, we've got a fairly experimental setup in the car. It'll either work or it won't, and it did the job. But to be fair, he got off the start from where we were 8th or, and he did all the moves early on, and then just was able to just cruise home. It's good.
Fair play to him. What I was telling people at home was the horrible times you've had here in the past, and then to have the win in Mini Challenge and then here is pretty special for you as a dad, isn't it?
It is. That it kind of has to make this pretty much our favourite circuit, despite anything that's gone in the past. We've always done well here, yeah. So.
And you've got all the good luck charms. Susie, how are you doing?
I'm all right, thank you. How are you?
I bet you didn't think I'd be interviewing you, did you?
No.
Well, listen, I'll leave you to it. Go and celebrate. Fair play to you all. Super stuff. Excellent. Right. Let me... Oh, 1 second, Rick. I am going to speak to Carl Bordley. Let's go and speak to Carl Bordley, finishing second in that one. I think Carl's just a little bit busy. Excuse me. Sorry. We're just live. There you go. I got rid of your biggest fan.
Thanks.
I'm only kidding. It's great to see people here with their own social media, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit different, isn't it? So, yeah.
A bit different was the lines that you were taking compared to Shepherd behind you. Like wider entry, making a big difference and getting you away. I thought you just had better traction, but in some of the corners you were like magic, mate.
In some, but yeah, a bit slower in. So, yeah, we're just like we said yesterday. We're still trying to get our heads around this new tyre for this year. So. My car wasn't very good through Coram, really lively from the rear. So, and that's where Adam got underneath me at one point. So, yeah, it's just one of those. Just need to try and calm the thing down with tyres and make the tyres last. I thought I was going to get after Brad at one point, and then it just didn't really happen. Tyres seemed to switch on, and as soon as they switched on, they sort of pretty much switched off again. So, yeah, again, bit of thinking to do. But yeah, me and Adam had a little battle, and. yeah, we've had a chat about it afterwards, and I think it's all good. So yeah, it's what it is.
Well, it looked lively and it looked like good fun, and that's what it's about, isn't it? You always say, don't you, as the press, we're always like, if you do this and you do that, you'll do this, and you're like, nah, mate, I just want to have a good time, and that's how I live my life. And if you can do that, then it's cool, isn't it? Because it'll come.
Yeah, exactly. That was our ethos for the whole of last year, and it's not going to change, and it hasn't. So, we go out there, we want to have fun. I wish we'd have brought Brad back 5 car lengths and made it a bit of a 3 or 4 car mix, but it's what it is. So, we'll go again in race 3 and have another load of fun and, rattle some door mirrors and see where we get to.
Top man, Carl, I'll leave you to it, mate, 'cause we talk to you a lot, and I know that it's difficult talking to the press all the time, especially me. Rick, 1 second, I'm going to speak to Adam. I'll come and speak to you in a second. Adam Shepherd, can I quickly grab you? Sorry. Having a little chat from Darren Lewis there. We're all in the pit lane here. We're going to get told off. Now we'll be all right. You've got some damage on that right rear. That was quite a big hit, and to be fair, the car stood up well. It must have knocked the toe out. It's got to have done something.
Yeah, it wasn't handling too great, so I think it might have knocked the geometry out a little bit. But yeah, we got roughed up a little bit there, didn't we?
Big time, mate. And to be fair, did the car feel any different? I know it was early on, so you wouldn't really know if it had made a big change, would you?
No, we're struggling with the balance. The high-speed stuff we were fast. It's just we're struggling with traction and a bit of understeer. So who knows? We'll have to go back and look at the car. And it seems like as the temperatures come up, we've lost a bit of pace. So you don't know if it's damage or what. We'll have a look.
See what goes on. What about this last race we got coming? Are you going to make any big setup changes? Quite hot out there. Did you struggle with any push? Doesn't Carl Boardley take the weirdest lines?
Yes, yeah.
What was that all about? Oh, what's this? Oh, that's just come out of my mouth. It's not really, it's a fly. What is that? It's quite cool, isn't it? It's nice. Is that actually, looks like a World War II helmet. That's what she said. Anyway, Adam, talk to me about them lines that Carl Boardley took. I really was like, he made it work though.
Yeah, well, to be honest, that's a lot where I was catching him. I was a lot faster under the bridge, a lot faster through turn 1, and a lot faster through Coram, and then struggling in the slower speed area. So it was odd, to be honest. He was losing a good 4 or 5 car lengths through that, but who knows? He kind of drilled me in the side quite hard, so I don't know what's going to happen with that. Maybe it knocked his geometry out as well. Who knows?
Anyway, the cars look good, mate, but fair play to Brad. He's in the same car. He made it work, didn't he?
Yeah, he was very fast, yeah. I was kind of looking at how much he was going to tag the gap, but, yeah, we just didn't have the pace then.
Fair play, mate. Listen, let you crack on. Have a good one. Let's find Rick Kerry. Here's Rick. Come here, Rich. Oh, how is it going, boss? Gen 1 Cup winner. That sounds nice.
Yeah, it was good. I just would have liked a bit more of a race. When my mate and the golf come off, it was like, well, I just want to finish now, don't I? But there you go. So that's great to get a trophy this time, isn't it?
Exactly, mate. How was your car? Was it okay?
Yeah, good. Yeah, a bit understeering. We'd sort of gone a bit more aggressive on the rear, but I'm just sort of learning it and working on it, and I'm still getting used to front-wheel drive,
It's hard work. The Gen 1 Cup's a great addition, though, isn't it? I think it's fantastic, especially when you've got Gen 1 Cup cars, that can qualify on the front row on a reverse grid. It gives you a real good chance. Did you see Will Beach was leading the race?
No, I know, I see that, and then I see him all in the carnage. I thought, I'm just going to tag on behind the Gen 2s and hope they draw me to him, which is what happened, so it was good.
It was awesome to watch, mate. Well done. We'll catch you later on. Have a good one. Darren Lewis we're actually looking for now. Where is Darren? Darren was here, but he's kind of disappeared. He's like kind of walked off on me. That's nice. Oh, there he is. Darren. He doesn't want to speak to me, does he? He just said, hold that while I hit him. If you come away from that speaker for us, fella, it's quite noisy. Mate, I actually had you down. It's Goodyear Diamond Trophy winner now, but I had you down for maybe a podium because you're the one with the racecraft and you're the one, no disrespect, but you're the one who doesn't really have massive respect to the faster drivers. You'll go with anyone. And I thought, he's on for a podium here. Car just didn't go forward, did it?
Nah, so initial start we sort of got boxed in, so we were stuck on the inside from the start, and then all the fast boys all went around the outside, and then there was carnage. But it just didn't work for me. But I did do some radical setup on the car. And
how was that for you?
It felt a bit scary that time. So we got like 18mm toe out across the rear.
Don't tell us your secrets.
Anyone can do it if they want.
Good luck to them.
But yeah, so we just tried something radical because I'm struggling with the car. But to be fair, it was unstable in the fast stuff, and it was still no good in the slow stuff, so that didn't work for us. So we need to go back to the drawing board. But once I got past the new chap in the, I don't know what his name is, in the Hyundai. Sorry, mate. We got past him, and then we sort of found a bit of pace, but we were sort of in nowhere, you know, no man's land. But it's still some points, isn't it?
Still some points. It's a trophy, isn't it? And I mean, finished, yeah, exactly. But with being as radical as that, where do you go now? Is it just backing off from that radical setup?
I mean, we was a little bit quicker yesterday than what we went today, so I was hanging on. It just wasn't working for us. But we're just trying. So we can't get the car to turn in the slow stuff, so we need to have a look at it and see what happens. The fast stuff, the car's amazing. It's just the slow stuff, I just struggle to get off the hairpins. But we'll see what happens.
It's such a compromise, isn't it, when you've got a car that you don't want to over-rotate in the fast stuff and then getting that rotation in the slow stuff. It's a difficult one, mate, but it's good to learn, isn't it?
Yeah, no, we'll get there slowly, hopefully. Callum was quick, so we just need to. My driving styles must be just different to Callum's, but we have got slightly different springs and all sorts of stuff, so we're not quite the same, but we're close.
We'll give it a go. We'll just let the race winner back his car up. I think he's saying that we're big lads there, aren't he?
Well,
should we knock him out?
Got one. He's got to win. He's got to win, isn't he?
He's bigger than us, isn't he? Yeah. We'll give him a go. I'm going to wander on down and go and speak to a couple of people. Well done, fella, and good luck for the rest of it. Bit of a race going on around the circuit, but we're not going to be covering that, so let's see if we can just speak to a few people as we go down the pit lane. There's a lot going on in that race. Jeff Alden was someone I didn't see that much of, actually. So we can... Actually, Les might know what went on with Jeff. I'm just going to ask him. Les, can I just quickly ask you, Jeff Alden, what was going on? You're getting a bit of grief off your team, mate. You own the team, don't you?
Yes.
Tell him to shut up.
Shut up.
What was going on with Jeff?
Birthday yesterday.
Too much drinking.
Yes.
Can't say that. You'll get his license revoked. Is he all good? Is he okay for the next race?
Yeah, fine. We're good. Peace.
Perfect. That's what you want. Are you having any problems with overheating here? Is any of the teams struggling with it?
No, we're all right now. We're all right. We're on top of that now.
He's too fast, isn't he, for the air that's going through the vents? That's what it is. It won't overheat because he's going too fast. Anyway, listen, you crack on, Les. Keep up the good work, mate. No problem. Will Beach was somebody that... he's actually just there. I'm going to try and grab... If you just see Will there with the glasses on, he's just obviously showing people what's going on. He's probably looking at the stock exchange, to be honest. If I might actually ask if I can get him out here, or we can get Leon out there, and then we'll be able to have a little talk to him. Just 1 second. Leon or Will, can I just quickly talk to you? One of you guys. Yeah, if you want. Yeah, come out. Both of you will come out. Yeah, we'll just give you a little insight into what's going on. We'll come away a bit from that speaker. Will, what was that like to lead a TCR UK? What a start. What were you thinking? That was the fastest start I've ever seen. It was awesome.
Well, I just hooked it up right and away we went.
Was it an awesome feeling to, you passed a couple of cars and I was like, Will Beach is in the lead?
Yeah, well, cheers for that.
It was absolutely awesome. Leon, you must have been watching on the live stream and thinking, oh my word, we're leading. He hooked it up, didn't he?
Yeah, no, definitely, yeah. It was a fantastic start from him, which is he had a bog down in brands and stuff, so like to smash it on that first one, it was phenomenal. So yeah, put him in a good position.
What about Steve Laidlaw? He has been a brilliant driver today. I've been very impressed with him. How impressed have you guys been with the team as him?
Oh yeah, so obviously Steve's done a bit of racing before, but never jumped into a TCR car. And to jump into a Hyundai and hold on to it is phenomenal. And he's just done amazing all weekend. He's learned so much. He's been brilliant.
You must be proud of Capture Motorsport. I know you're both involved in the team, but you must be so proud of how far you've come in the cars that you've got. Let's be dead honest. They're not the fastest cars, they're not the newest cars, but it's great, isn't it, to come here and lead a race and be up the front when you've not really done much. It's good. Are you proud?
Yeah, we're very, very proud. We just keep it rolling now and try our best every round we go.
And tell me about that last race. What actually happened? I seen you run wide through one of the corners. It was a different camera angle than I'm used to, so I couldn't really see, but there was a lot of dust. So am I throwing you under the bus here because Leon's going to knock you out?
Well, I got a bit excited, I think. I thought, I'm leading. I outbraked myself, and that was my fault. But then after that, every left-hander we came to, it was just like coolant on the rear wheels. So every time I spun out on turn 3 and I think there was another corner, every time I turned in, the back end just went. So the guys are going to have a look at it now and see.
Is there much damage on the car at all from that last round?
No damage at all. So we're just going to get it back on the patch now and string it up and just make sure the wheels are pointing in the right direction and just give it a good overhaul and see what's broke or if there is anything. So.
Like a pro. I love how Leon runs the team and he's just looked straight down the camera and addressed the whole audience. You after my job?
No, yeah.
Listen, you rascals.
It's them teeth.
I'll let you go, but well done, spot on. But great stuff from this man. Steve Laylock was an absolute star in that race. So he's probably gone out now to go and join the other grid that he is involved in to go and race. But he was fantastic. But these Darren Lewis we've spoken to, Callum Newsham I wouldn't mind a word with because he got a big bang up the side of his car. You see the front left of that car that you can all see at home now. And it's quite a big hit. That'll be expensive, and it will be a bit of a pain as the team just try to get involved in it. Callum, thanks for coming out, mate. It's the last thing you want to do is come and talk to us. I'll just get out the way of that speaker. That's so loud that you probably can't hear it too much at home. But Callum, I was devastated for you there, mate, because that really did. It must have knocked the geometry out in the car.
No, it didn't actually.
What?
No,
you went up in the air?
I know. I was surprised. The steering was still dead straight.
And the car was fine?
Yeah, the car was fine, but we're just lacking so much straight line speed around here. Stupid.
It's actually the worst place you could be on a compensation way. Just tell people at home they might not understand the compensation, but basically if you're good you get penalised, don't you?
Yeah, it goes off the championship lead, so I gained 40 kilos of ballast, 6S ballast. But the BOP isn't helping us either because all the Cooper and the Audi have more horsepower than us and less weight overall, so yeah, I just got passed by the Audi down the straight at start-finish straight, and yeah, that's just ridiculous to me.
That is one thing that is a strong point with the Audi, isn't it? The actual straight line speed, and it is a good chassis. I've driven that car before, that type of car, so I do know its strengths. But once you get the BOP relieved, if that is the case, wherever you finish in the championship this weekend, it should get easier, shouldn't it?
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know if they actually do the I-30 anymore because I think it's the Elantra, so we'll just have to see what happens. You know, can't race him here. I think the 5th is the best we're going to do in the next race as well.
It must be disheartening when you've had such a good Brands Hatch, but you can take heart from that, can't you? Because there's nothing, like you say, there's difference in the compensation, but the BOP is the BOP, isn't it? So it's got to be better at the next round.
Yeah, Alton Park's not as. I don't think you need power around there as much, so it's more tight and twisty. So we'll see. Hopefully, I can bring it back then.
Is that an expensive bit of the car to change?
I mean, it's all carbon fibre, so hopefully not.
That'll be a yes then. Well, listen, I'll let you crack on because I know you're still in your race overalls. You don't want to be in them all day. Let you crack on. Well done, mate. And yeah, isn't that interesting? The geometry didn't move. I'm very surprised at that. Luke Sargent was another person who had a bit of a nightmare. Might actually just try and grab a quick word with Luke if he can see us. Yeah. Oh, he's waving back at me. He's one of those guys that when he knows you're live, he just likes to make fun of you. I was just saying some nice things to the viewers at home about being live, and then you just making me wait and waving at me. Mate, that was such a difficult race, wasn't it? I'm gutted for you.
Yeah, I went to Stewards a minute ago, and I was there for 4 seconds. It was like, you can go. I was obviously straight line, pulled across me, took him out and me out. And so, obviously with the Gen 1s at the front, they're a little bit slower and want to get past them. I was round the outside of him. Rather than go, do you know what, he's going to get past, let him through, he just come across me. So, here's what it is, we go again.
There's nothing you can do about that kind of stuff, is there? And I did say on comms, that's always the difficulty, inexperienced drivers in slower Gen 1 cars.
They're experienced, they're just in slower cars, but it was, yeah, it was stupid, but it is what it is, you know, it happens. I went back to last place and then got up to 7th, I don't know. which was fun, chasing down obviously Rick and Jeff and everyone else. But yeah, I think we could have got a podium in that race. Looking at the speed of everyone else, I think if we'd have got to the front, I was keeping up with everybody. Obviously I was catching people, but they weren't getting away. So I think if I'd not been taken out, I'd have got a podium in that race, which is what's annoyed me the most.
The car looked quick, and to be fair, you did as well, and I don't think it was the straightest thing in the world after it being banged across the grass. And just so people know at home, it was Mark Smith, wasn't it, you had contact with. Have you spoken to Mark?
No, he says it was my fault, apparently.
That's a typical racing driver thing, isn't it? I would probably say the same, because you just don't want to take the blame for that kind of stuff. But put it behind you now. Next race, go again.
Yep, go again. We're 6 again. 6 all weekends.
The devil's number.
Yeah, it's so hard to start this car. The Elantra, I got it right, and my Elantras are great. This thing's really hard to start for me, and that was the first time I had a proper start. You know, we went past Darren, I went past Laidlow, his name is. Went past him. I was up to second, and yeah. So it was annoying, but we go again. I think we'll do well in the next race. What happened to Joe, by the way?
Joe Marshall. He finished 4th.
Oh, okay. Happy days. I thought he'd not finished for some reason. No.
He was battling with the guys for the podium. He pushed, to be fair, he pushed them hard. He could have finished second, but he just didn't have the pace in the corners that he needed to. I'll find out a bit more off him now, but like you say, mate, you'll be quick enough, and it's just one of those things, isn't it?
Go again. Go again.
You be sound, mate. You be sound. Nice one. Thank you. I appreciate the drivers talking to me, because when they just jumped out of a race car, the last thing they want to do is come and talk to me. It's hard work, that is. Speaking of people to talk to and rapid drivers, Joe Marshall, sorry boys to take you driving away. Mate, you were rapid and definitely on for a podium. I think it just come at the wrong time where the tyres maybe have gone, but Audi looks amazing, mate, amazing.
Yeah, I mean, my aim was to get on the podium, so I'm a little bit annoyed at myself for that, but I use a lot of the tyre to get to where Shepherd and Baldy were. And by the time I got there, it was just like, I used way too much, so like, when I got a bit of push, then the brakes were getting overheated, so it was just like waiting for one of them to make a mistake, really, to get past them. I've done with Shepherd a few times, but yeah. I think P4 fastest lap, I think it's about half a second as well, I think. So the car was quick. We're confident in what the car can do and what I can do. It's just, for that drive shaft yesterday would have been well up there.
Yeah, and you know, looking at the two drivers in front of you that you're battling with, they didn't really hold each other up, did they? They were on it, they were pinned, and Shepherd never really defended, and that really didn't make you catch them up. It was just raw pace.
Yeah, I was just chatting to Shepherd then, and he said that's all they had that race, really, and I think if I don't know, I had to use all my tyre to get there, so it's like saying if I didn't use all my tyre, but I don't think I would have been there to attack them anyway, so it's just a little bit of bittersweet, really.
There was a couple of times that I've seen you just weaving out the backdraft of Shepherd's car. Was that temperature, or was that just showing your nose?
Just showing my nose. So into these hairpins, I've seen them braking a lot earlier than what I was doing, so I'd done me that a few times, and Shepherd made him defend, which means Baldy got away, so I could focus on Shepherd. But through Hamilton's, and they're so quick, them Coopers, so quick. So I was just struggling with the overtaking points, where I was struggling to get there. But yeah, I'm happy with it, I'm happy.
It did look like through Hamilton's, actually, just to be a nerd, it did look like they were carrying a lot more speed. Is that, because you can't take a lot of curb on the inside, is that compliance of damping, or is that just the nature of the chassis of their car? It seems to be able to take some super speeds. It's bumpy on the exit as well.
Yeah, and Coram as well, they're super quick through there. I was just, well, it might be characteristics of the car, because we were super quick into the hairpins, like going in and coming out, and then most of the track we were quick, but through Bommel and Coram, the Coopers were just so quick. So yeah, I don't know, we could maybe tweak a few things here and there to maybe help me through them two corners instead, but we're starting P2, so I think we just have to go for the win, just control the race, really.
Yeah, it'd be nice if you can get a win, wouldn't it, for this? You deserve one, to be fair.
I know. It's, I think I had bad memories here last year, actually. I did actually get into lead for about 0.1 of a second, then I come off, so.
Well, remember what you've said to me, and let's see if I can get you on the winner's circle later on, mate. We'll interview you later on.
Thank you, cheers.
Top man. Right, okay, so I think this race is about to finish. I think I may be heard in my ear, which is very nice. So I think we're going to go to an ad break, and then we're going to crack on to our next race. I haven't been shot, don't worry, but here's the ad break. See you in a bit.
Let it go.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
He's all the way around the outside, miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Welcome back to Snetterton, everybody then. TCR Race 2 is in the books, but we'll have more TCR action a little bit later on today. Their third and final race kicking off at around about 5:30, our final race of the afternoon. We've got a full afternoon of racing to come, though. We've got the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship up next, followed by the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup, and then that TCR race to round the day out. So it's a very short turnaround time for the TCR teams because they've actually only got about 2 hours before they're back out on the track for the final time. So an exciting afternoon to come then. The Fiesta Juniors having their second race very shortly, although it does look a bit like we're going to have a bit of recovery to be done after this mini race, and so it's going to be perhaps a few more minutes before the track is clear and we're good to go. But yeah, the Fiesta Junior Championship are going to be out soon. The fans trackside have been treated to lots of good racing today, and particularly after that first Fiesta Junior race. But there have been adjustments to the final result of that Fiesta Junior Championship race. You won't perhaps be super shocked to hear that. There was a penalty given for the winner on the road, Finn Leslie. Finn Leslie won that race ahead of Jensen Mason and Jensen O'Neill going, but was penalised for the contact that he had with Jensen Mason, or in fact it might have been Tommy Harfield. Anyway, one of those cars that he had contact with at Agostini when he got the lead, basically, and was seen to have gained an unfair advantage. So he was given a penalty, a one-place penalty, which knocks him behind Jensen Mason, and it means that Jensen Mason inherited the victory in what was a shortened race in the end after that early red flag. Finn Leslie still gets second place though, so still some good valuable points scored, and Jensen O'Neill going was classed third. Jensen part of that lead group, the top four really all absolutely together in what was a sensational final lap, and yeah, hoping that we'll get another exciting race this time around. The grid for race number 2 is based upon the race result, the amended race result from race 1, so Jensen Mason picks up pole position ahead of Finn Leslie and Jensen O'Neill going, and the group at front all looking set to pick up exactly where they left off, basically, after that race. And yeah, should be an entertaining scrap between them all. Minis, as you can say, are heading off the track, and so we're going to have the Fiestas up fairly shortly, with Jensen Mason keen to try now and get that second victory. The championship, remember, coming into the weekend, led by Jacob Hodgkiss, but Hodgkiss didn't start the previous race. So that's the other big story. Are we going to see Jacob Hodgkiss out on the grid at all for race number 2? The car made it to the grid, but then seemed to have an oil leak or something, and unfortunately didn't make it out to the start of the race. It led to a delayed start as well, so yeah, it was a bit of a tough start to that race, but Jacob Hodgkiss should be starting off the back this time. A couple of reasonably quick drivers back there as well, actually, so we could have a bit of a back to the front challenge from a few of those. But the great thing about Fiesta Juniors this year is that there really doesn't seem to be a dominant driver, does there? Jensen O'Neill going at Brands Hatch, I think everyone sort of thought, oh, he's going to be tough to beat, and he is going to be tough to beat, but he said the car did sort of fade a little bit as we went through that first race earlier on. Started strong, did Jensen, leading the way, but then was reeled in and overtaken, and as he was overtaken, that brought Finn Leslie into the battle, and when Finn joined him, it all started kicking off in the closing stages. So I'm sure Jam Sport will have made a few adjustments to Jensen O'Neill Going's Mark 6 Fiesta, and they'll be hoping that that will help to find him a bit more long run pace, basically, a bit more race pace than he had in the first one. Got Tommy Harfield, of course, starting from 5th as well. Tommy Harfield was on the front row of the grid for race number 1, and slipped back really midway through the race, having lost the lead. He then sort of came out the wrong side of the shuffle as it all kicked off around him, but this time around had another chance to go a little bit better, getting himself back onto the podium. Josh Watts up there as well. Callie Clifford had a strong run as well. She was actually the second of the Mark 6's home, the older generation of car, in 7th place at the flag. Smattering of spectators up at the top end of the track. A wild Jack Oliphant spotted wandering aimlessly across the racetrack. Hope he's bringing me a coffee. That would be very nice. He's come from the area of the track in which the cafe is, but I see a disappointing lack of hot beverages in his hand. But I shall be having words. Anyway, Jack Oliphant, who we will probably hear from a bit more during the TCR race later on. But yeah, waiting for the stricken cars from that previous race to be dealt with, and then we will have a start, we hope, to the Fiesta Juniors. There's the issue. There were 2 minis that were stuck on the exit of the Wilson hairpin. One of them has been moved, the other one in the process of being moved. So another 3 or 4 minutes. Hopefully we should have cars out on the grid in the next few moments or so. So you can see there the flags, the banners on the pit wall, still blowing in the breeze. Although I think the wind has changed direction slightly. It was a tailwind down that pit straight, but as you can see there, looking head on up the pit straight, sort of blowing more across the track now. So it's changed direction slightly. That'll change the balance of the cars a little bit, not by a huge amount. Not by a huge amount, but through some of the fast stuff, Coram, for example, it will affect them. They're going so quickly there, and it's such a wide open expanse of space. You can see that here on the infield around Agostini. There's not like places like Brands Hatch where it's very undulating and you can sort of hide away from the wind in the dips. It's not like a place such as Alton Park where there are lots of trees to shield you. Here it is just a wide open expanse of greenery, and they made good use of the space they've got here, in fairness, when they reprofiled the circuit all those years ago. But it is a little bit on the featureless side. And it just sort of means you're very exposed to the elements here at Snetterton. but things like Fiesta Juniors, wind speed, wind direction doesn't really affect them too much. It's more when you've got a single-seater or a prototype style car that you really start to feel it. But the Juniors, I believe, are very shortly going to be out of assembly area. I think we're probably more or less done with the recovery. Yes, we are. Here we go. Cars heading out of assembly right on cue. And hopefully we won't have to sit here for 15 minutes now and delay the start like we did last time. That was an unfortunate sequence of events, really, in race number 1 that delayed the start. But hopefully everyone will be able to pull up on their grid positions and get going on the green flag lap, and also hopefully we will have Jacob Hodgkiss amongst the drivers on track. There is Jensen Mason starting from pole position. Finn Leslie alongside. It's a shame really for Finn. He drove well in that race, but just that little bit of contact down at Agostini, the stewards didn't look too kindly upon. Understandably, there's been a big push over the last sort of 6 months or so for better driving standards. This is a junior category. Inevitably, you're going to get a few things going on that probably shouldn't, bit of youthful exuberance maybe coming to the fore, but they've learned. They really do seem to have learned their lesson, and you know, we still get unfortunate incidents, of course you do, partly because there's such a big grid, quite honestly, but we see far less of that overly aggressive driving that we saw at times last year. They have really cleaned up their act. It's a good group of drivers at the front this year. They set a good example, and they certainly provided some good racing in that first race, but they were reminded that if they do step out of line, then penalties will be dished out, and that's what happened to Finn Leslie, unfortunately. So hopefully he will learn from that and keep it nice and clean this time around, because I don't think he needs to get the elbows out to win. We know, we've seen in the past that he is more than capable of winning races just by pulling away out in front, really. He had that race, I seem to recall it was Silverstone, was it not, where he picked up his first race win. Yeah, I think it was, wasn't it? In the first race of the weekend, I seem to recall. He was quick at Knock Hill, his home track as well. So, yeah, Finn Leslie, talented driver, no doubt about it. And let's see whether he can now net that first victory of the season. So the green flag lap is underway, and Jensen Mason it is who leads them from pole position, alongside him the aforementioned Finn Leslie, with Jensen O'Neill going and Alfie Garford together on row number 2. Tommy Harfield and Josh Watts on row 3, both of them going better this weekend than really we've seen from them before. Row 4 for Callie Clifford and Archie Davis, with Ben Doughty and George Foxlow completing the top 10. Lee Blockley and Jack Burgess are on row number 6. Row 7 for Hayden Gray and Jack Sant. And the 8th row of the grid for Aaron Beattie and Harry Lindley. Row 9 then is where you find Michael Wheeler and Maggie Webster. The top 20 completed by Daniela Sutton and Thomas Merritt, with Jake Wardle and Jacob Hodgkiss hopefully at the back. Now, do we have Jacob Hodgkiss? I think we do, don't we? Yes, the blue car at the back of the field. One to watch, definitely, because he will come through the field if that car is working. He was the championship leader, remember, coming into the weekend. He had no race wins at Brands Hatch, but 3 second-place finishes, and that was enough in the end to net him more points than anybody else. He was 4 points clear of Finn Leslie coming into the weekend, but of course Finn's second-place finish and Jacob's non-start meant that that gap had gone out again, or swapped points actually in the favour of Finn Leslie, even after Finn's penalty. Worth saying though that actually, although he didn't start the race, Jacob Hodgkiss, he wasn't starting that race particularly high up anyway. He qualified only 16th for race number 1, so how many points he would have scored, I'm not sure. They've obviously been fighting some sort of a drama all weekend, but hopefully they've got to the bottom of that now, and if they have, he should have the performance to gain a good number of places. Only a 15-minute race though, so he doesn't have all the time in the world to get there. But one to keep your eyes on, that's for sure. As I suspect is the white car that starts third of Jensen O'Neill going. Jam Sport driver, son of Jamie Going, the man behind the team. He will be a bit frustrated, I think, to have lost that win. It really looked like a dead cert victory, didn't it? But that red flag seemed to do him in. The first start of the race, before the red flag, he seemed to be pulling a little bit of a gap over the rest, but then on the restart he never did get away. Built a small margin maybe after the first lap or so, but that was slowly eroded, and then he was overtaken ultimately. Didn't actually see how the move started, I seem to recall, but he did lose the lead. He then dropped down even further, had that little tangle at the pom hole where he was on the outside of a 3-wide situation that was never going to work. That was just a bit of bad luck, really, nothing else he could have done. But there were just a few things that didn't quite click for Jensen in race number 1. He'll be definitely wanting to make amends for that in the second one. Cars weaving around the way that they really sort of bounce around, very stiffly sprung rear suspension. Less so on the Mark 7s, I think, but you can see it's still reasonably stiff, because look at the way the rear wheel cocks into the air as they weave aggressively side to side. There is Jacob Hodgkiss, the erstwhile championship leader. Starting off the back of the grid, what can he do? 22 cars on this Fiesta Junior grid. So we have... now hang on, is that everybody? We had 23, didn't we? Yeah, so we're not going to see, I think, Jake Wardle on the grid. In fact, we might be missing a couple then, because I think Jake Wardle and one other perhaps are not taking the start. Jake Wardle, because it was his car involved in the accident down at Murray's. Though I'm hesitating, because that actually looks like Jake Wardle's car with the white bonnet. Yes, it is. So Jake Wardle is out there. So that's the car that was upside down at Murray's in the earlier race, and they've got the car repaired. They've stuck a new bonnet on. It doesn't match the rest of the livery, but at least he's out on track, and that's good news, because Jake was up inside, or just outside maybe the top 10 at the time of the accident. So yeah, nice to see that they have got the car fixed, and he's going to be taking the start from the penultimate row of the grid. So that grid coming into order now, coming into sight, and Jensen Mason, man who will start from pole. Keep an eye to Finn Leslie, though. Made a good start in the first race. This time around starting second. What can he do? Can he grab the lead into turn 1? Or will Jensen Mason be able to get the better of him? The green flag waved at the back of the grid. 4th round of the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship then about to get underway here in sunny Snetterton. The red lights are on. Long hold. Out they go now, and Jensen Mason does make a good start from pole position. Pretty even, actually. Most of the front runners, no major advantage, at least in the initial phase of the start. There goes Jacob Hodgkiss already going around the outside of people, but it's Jensen Mason who leads, or is it? Here comes Jensen O'Neill going up the inside. He's going to get past Finn Leslie, so Jensen O'Neill going second phase of his start was quite a bit better, actually, than Finn Leslie, and he is through into second position. So Jensen Mason leads the way. It is Jensen O'Neill going in second. It's Finn Leslie in third. Side by side before. Tommy Harfield up the inside of Alfie Garford, and then Callie Clifford getting involved. Callie Clifford has got past Josh Watts on the opening couple of corners. The Boston Bowl livery car of Josh Watts losing ground. There goes Hodgkiss picking his way through the field and getting involved in a bit of wheel banging there as they came out of Wilson, but they all live to tell the tale. Through Palmer's then. Leaning on that right rear tyre for the first time. O'Neill going is close enough to Jensen Mason here to think about a move into Agostini. Jensen is late on the brakes. Jensen Mason, they're both called Jensen. Very late on the brakes, keeps O'Neill going behind. Then we have got Leslie in third position still. Is that Garford or is that Harfield in fourth? I think Harfield, isn't it, the number 21 car? But Jensen O'Neill going, I suppose in the back of his mind, very much aware of the fact that he got slower as the race went on, or his car did anyway, in race 1. So he wants to try and hit the front now and build a margin rather than sit in the hot, dirty air behind the race leader. He couldn't be a lot closer, could he, as they go through Williams, though. Jensen definitely on the attack. And on this first lap seems to have a bit more confidence on cold tyres. Can he convert that, though, into a race-leading overtake? Or maybe down at the end of the back straight he can. He's in the slipstream, looking for the challenge into Brundle, but no, doesn't even think about ducking out of line. That was interesting. So content for now to ride in line behind Mason. It is Harfield in fourth. Look, you can see up on the curb there, chasing down Finn Leslie, who interestingly did not get the same sort of start that he had in race 1, did he? Lost position rather than gaining one. So around Coram then towards the end of the first lap of racing. O'Neill going with a slightly tighter line through the middle of the corner, but actually I think that line that the leader, Jensen Mason, was taking there was a little bit smoother, gave him a slightly better line under braking into Murray's. Then Jensen seemed to get a bit sideways through Murray's, didn't he? There goes Hodgkiss, by the way. So Jacob Hodgkiss, where's he going to be? I think he's passed about 6 or 7 cars on that first lap. The leaders go through. Mason ahead of O'Neill going by very, very little indeed. In fact, it might not be ahead at all because O'Neill going up the inside and into Rich's corner he goes as the race leader. Well, they're still side by side on corner exit. The momentum with the driver on the outside. That was Jensen Mason. But the next corner is the tight right-hander at the Wilson hairpin. That will favour O'Neill going. Mason tries to get in line, but Finn Leslie was in the gap on the inside. More touchy-feely stuff between the two of them, but that time Leslie was up the inside fair and square, I would say. Mason tried to turn in, but the red number 26 car was there. So Leslie into second and Jensen Mason goes from first down to third. That will frustrate him. Losing the lead to Jensen O'Neill going is one thing, but if he was in second place, he'd probably still fancy his chances of coming back against Jensen for the lead. Down to third, that's complicated matters rather. Through Agostini they go then. O'Neill going the leader, Leslie second, Mason third, Harfield fourth, fifth is Garford, sixth is Josh Watts, back ahead of Callie Clifford now, with Doughty, Davis and Foxlow completing the top 10. Hodgkiss 15th, by the way, from 22nd on the grid. So not a bad first lap for Jacob Hodgkiss. Non-started in that race earlier on today. Towards Williams, top 4 breaking away. Josh Watts and Callie Clifford having that good little battle for 5th place further back. And the right-hander hopping over the curb slightly. These two just dropping back now maybe from the top 2. Jensen Mason struggling a little for pace maybe. Tommy Harfield now looking to try and put a challenge in. Down the back straight we go then towards Brundle and Nelson in the background. Look, Callie Clifford is side by side, not with Josh Watts, but actually with Alfie Garford, that is, isn't it? So Clifford's got back ahead of Josh Watts and nearly got past Garford too. So that Mark 6 Fiesta of Callie Clifford is looking pretty racy. It's almost up the inside into the bomb hole as well. But decides not to go for the move. Callie Clifford, the Jam Sport Scholarship winner over the winter, which earned her the place in a Jam Sport car. And she is absolutely delivering now, isn't she? Up there inside the top 6 on merit. Behind her, there was another place lost by Josh Watts. That was Archie Davis, I think, going through. So Davis has gone past Ben Doughty on this lap. In fact, it's all changed in this group since the start of the lap. Doughty's dropped a couple of positions, I think. So O'Neill going leads then. Finn Leslie second, sets the fastest lap, interestingly. And Jensen Mason in third. Fourth, Tommy Harfield. Fifth is Garford. Sixth, Clifford. Seventh, Davis. With Josh Watts 8th, Foxlow 9th, and Doughty down to 10. Jensen Mason here defending third place against Tommy Harfield. Two similarly liveried cars, similar performance as well. It was a late move to defend from Jensen Mason. Harfield did well to avoid running into him there. And they continue out of the corner still in the same order. This fight for third is just allowing those top 2 to break away now. Look at the gap that these two have got over the third place squabble. Probably the best part of a second, I'd say, between the second and third place cars, but we know that Finn Leslie is not going to sit behind Jensen O'Neill going for the whole race, so they will start battling. That should bring these two back into play. Speaking of battling, Jacob Hodgkiss here around the outside of George Foxlow, so that means Hodgkiss is in the top 10. Jacob Hodgkiss, oh, and he's up the inside of Ben Doughty as well. That was supremely late on the brakes, but Jacob Hodgkiss is cutting through the field like the proverbial hot knife through butter, and he's well inside the top 10 now. This is remarkable. We're not even halfway through this race, and Jacob Hodgkiss suddenly emerges as a contender for a top 5. The top 4 might be a bit too far up the road, but top 5 or 6 finishing position is definitely on the cards, I'd say. Billy Blockley there, the red number 315 car on the outside line. That was Sant, I think. Jack Sant trying to get up the inside of him. But as they go out onto the Bentley Straight, on only the third lap of the race, remember, Jacob Hodgkiss is very much a factor in this one now. He is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th, I think, going down the back straight. Maybe 9th behind Josh Watts. But that might change by the end of the lap, I suppose. So through the right-handers at the bomb hole and Coram we go. Harfield still challenging Jensen Mason, but not been able to find a way past him just yet. Lead gap for Jensen O'Neill going is still not a significant one, and under braking into Murray's it seems to come down ever so slightly, with Leslie certainly not letting him off the hook. No, that is 8th, isn't it, for Hotchkiss, because Josh Watts has lost a few more places on this lap. He might be out of the top 10 now. Leaders go through. O'Neill Going steals the fastest lap back, but he's only 100th of a second faster than Finn Leslie, so they are trading lap times at the front of the field. But now 1.6 seconds clear of Jensen Mason in third. Hotchkiss goes through and is confirmed in 8th place. Jacob Hotchkiss with one of the best races of his life here. He was a front runner last year in the championship, very much expected to be the championship favourite, I think, coming into 2024. Started off well with those 3 second places at Brands Hatch, but now here at Snetterton, he's having to work for his points. That's a lunge, and it might just be a successful one. That was Burgess, Jack Burgess up the inside of Billy Blockley for 11th, but they both go out wide and opens the door for Hayden Gray in the silver, orange and black car. Hayden has gone past Billy Blockley. Is he going to get past Jack Burgess as well? I don't think he will. Down towards Agostini comes Callie Clifford, meanwhile, up the inside of Alfie Garford, and that was touch and go. There might have been a tiny bit of paint traded. Clifford goes through, but runs wide on the exit, so Garford comes back at her. Meanwhile, this battle, temporarily at least, has now settled itself in the favour of Hayden Gray. Ahead of Billy Blockley, ahead of Jack Burgess. I think they've swapped places 3 times in 2 corners, that group. Typical Fiesta Junior racing this. 6.5 minutes of it to go. Callie Clifford did not make that move stick against Alfie Garford, and they've now been joined by Archie Davis. A 3-way battle heading on to the Bentley Straight now. Clifford's car seems to be working really well in a straight line. I know she's getting a slipstream, but whatever they've done to that car, it is certainly producing the horsepower down the straights. Can she now use that to her advantage to move back into the top 5? She temporarily was in the top 5 at Agostini, but not quite able to do anything this time at the end of the back straight. Garford hangs on. Notice there the leaders were once again almost pushing each other around the complex that time. Finn Leslie, we're getting to the point in the race now, I would say, where in race 1, Jensen O'Neill Going started to lose a little bit of performance from his car. And is that starting to happen again? Finn Leslie looks a bit more of a threat now as they come off the final corner. That was a better run out of the corner for Finn. Is he going to try and convert that into a move into Rich's corner? It's a brave driver who will try the outside line, and I'm sure that Jensen O'Neill Going won't present the inside line for Finn Leslie. Down towards the first corner they go then, 1/10.5 in it, but still, a nose is shown by Finn, but knew not to commit to the move. You don't really do a lot of braking into that corner in a Fiesta Junior car. So if you're not already alongside going into the turn, you're not going to outbrake the driver ahead that easily. Jensen committed on the brakes. They both run a bit wide, but that's sort of the line you can get away with through Wilson. You don't really have to be inch perfect on the apex. Sometimes it's better to take a wider line actually in a front wheel drive car to carry that speed off the corner. Around the left-hander they go then. Mason still third, Harfield fourth. And then that group behind all appear to still be in the same positions as well. Bit of trim there falling off the just above the door, the driver's door of Jensen O'Neill Going's car. Black and white warning flags for Jensen Mason and Jack Sant for exceeding track limits, we presume. Is track limits, that's what the timing screen tells us. Only a warning for now, but keep doing it and you'll have time added on to your race at the end. Given how evenly matched the majority of this field are, that will lose you a good number of places. Into the back straight we go then. Finn Leslie with a little bit of work to do now actually. He's dropped away slightly from Jensen O'Neill Going on this lap, so Jensen might not need to be watching the mirrors quite so intently as we head underneath the bridge for the 5th time. Probably going to have time for 2 more laps at the end of this one, aren't we? Oh, Jensen sideways under braking. That was almost a little bit too extravagant. He is committed on the brakes. He's good on the brakes. I would argue perhaps a little bit better than Finn Leslie, but that shows how on the edge he is to be able to brake that late. He's having to take a few risks, and that Mark 6, it always does look a little bit bouncy, doesn't it? A bit stiffer than the Mark 7s, and that means under a very bumpy braking zone such as that one, it's easy to lose control, but Jensen gathered it together, continues to lead them through Murray's corner onto the pit straight again. Jensen O'Neill Going 2 more laps to try and defend, to try and hang on and claim a 3rd victory of the season, get his season back on track after a couple of slightly disappointing races. Crosses the line then, Leslie 0.3 of a second back. Lap times have dropped off now by about 3 or 4 tenths, which isn't a lot, but just not quite finding the performance they were earlier on. Had some changes here, by the way. Callie Clifford is back into the top 5 now, but she's brought with her Archie Davis. They're both ahead of Alfie Garford, and that is Jacob Hodgkiss all over the grass out of the first corner, but Hodgkiss is with this group now, so I said he could finish in the top 5, and I still think that he could finish in the top 5. He's got 2 laps to try and get past these 3, but needs to stop going on the grass, because that could very easily have ended in disaster there. So, Jacob Hodgkiss on the move. Already been a phenomenal drive this from Jacob from the back of the grid, but can he gain a few more positions before the checkered flag? He'll be really hoping that there's a bit more of a battle between these 3. Looks like there might be, because Archie Davis is looking to the inside of Callie Clifford, and Agostini then goes wide, and that opens the door, does it for Garford, who makes a very late jink to the inside, gets to the apex, but didn't really have much of an overlap, so it is still going to be Davis in 6th. That's exactly the kind of stuff that Jacob Hodgkiss wants to be seeing from this group. The more they trip over each other, the more they go side by side, the more chance he's got of catching and finding a way past them. Leaders out onto the Bentley straights. Still Jensen O'Neill going with the advantage over Finn Leslie. There is really the man of the race in a way, Jacob Hodgkiss, just on the back of this group. There he is, creeping into shot. Can he do anything? Can Finn Leslie do anything about Jensen O'Neill going? This is where Jensen had that moment a lap ago, and Finn, I think, knew that that was the place where he wanted to apply the pressure. But after his penalty in race 1, Finn knows that if he's going to make the move, it's got to be clean. He's got to make sure that it is contact-free. And that might be tricky, because as strong on the brakes as Jensen is... Oh, hang on, what's going on here? That's a very tight line for Finn Leslie. Jensen O'Neill going takes the wide turn in, but that almost opened the door beautifully for Finn Leslie. You can see through the corner. That gave Jensen more momentum, but I'm surprised they left the door open. He's slow off Murray's as well. So Finn Leslie taking to the grass, actually to avoid running into the back of him, I think, more than anything. Did that work, though? Did it get him alongside? It did not. It is still Jensen O'Neill going in front, but again, in the closing stages, Jensen's car is fading. He is losing performance, probably in the heat, and Finn Leslie sees an opportunity to get a race win, and this time hopefully get to keep it. Through Ritchie's we go then. It's going to be another last lap thriller in the Fiesta Junior Championship, because just as this morning, they're being joined by Jensen Mason and Tommy Harfield. So what was a 2-horse race is now very much a 4-way fight for the victory. Round the Wilson hairpin, Mason a bit wide over the curbs, but they don't seem to be monitoring track limits at Wilson, I don't think. I think it's through some of the more high-speed corners that they're more worried about it, so should get away with that. Out of Palmer's, down to Agostini. There you can see, ooh, Billy Blockley, that is Henry Foote, isn't it, going through? On Jack Sant, I think. But here we go, 3 wide. That's Hodgkiss now at the inside of Garford and Davis. Can he get them both in one? This would be a brilliant move if he can do it. He sweeps across in front of them, but goes too wide. Breaks himself. Back through on the inside line goes Alfie Garford. And don't count out yet Archie Davis from trying to make it 3 wide into Hamilton. Oh, that's not quite going to work, and Hodgkiss does just manage to fend him off, but Garford back through into what is 6th position. Callie Clifford looks pretty safe now in 5th, doesn't she? She's got away from that group. Out of Oggies we go. Where are the race leaders, though? Waiting to see what's going on between Jensen O'Neill going and Finn Leslie. They're heading down the back straight for the final time. And Finn Leslie, you know, is going to have a go here for the race victory. Down into Brundle and Nelson. This perhaps is his best opportunity, but I don't really think he's close enough, is he? Jensen O'Neill going might have just judged this to perfection. Through the right-hander at Nelson. There's really one more place to try and pass, but remember that little moment a lap ago where Finn, out of nowhere seemingly, got up the inside through Coram. If he's presented with another opportunity to do that, he might be a little bit more forceful. This time around, Jensen turns in when you'd expect him to. And the gap is closing, though. Finn Leslie quicker through Coram. Is he going to try and get up the inside into Murray's? It's such a difficult place to make an overtake. Jensen's locked up, though. Jensen's locked up. He's gone wide. Finn Leslie gets alongside him. It will be a drag race off the final corner. And this could be a photo finish. To the line they will come. Jensen O'Neill going versus Finn Leslie. It's almost a dead heat. Finn's on the grass, but I think he might just get there. Finn Leslie by a nose wins the second Fiesta Junior race of the weekend by 22 1,000ths of a second. And that was clean as a whistle. He should get to keep that one. A brilliant run off the final corner. He put the pressure on Jensen O'Neill going. forced the mistake at the final corner, and that lockup was the thing that cost Jensen the win, and Finn Leslie, by a fraction of a second, manages to steal it on the line. Fantastic racing. That is how it's done. We've had two really exciting races from the Fiesta Juniors today, but that one, driving standards, impeccable. That is much more like it. Finn Leslie the winner, O'Neill going second, Jensen Mason comes home in third, and Tommy Harfield in fourth ahead of Callie Clifford and the rest. Jacob Hodgkiss from the back of the grid ended up back in 8th in the end, so he had, in fact he fell behind Ben Doughty, so something happened to Hodgkiss on the last lap because what in fact that's really changed. Hang on, what's going on there? Is that a, what happened to Alfie Garford? Garford, oh, came into the pit lane. Garford came into the pit lane on the run to the flag. So I'm not sure what that's all about. Maybe he ran out of fuel, but Alfie Garford retired to the pit lane on the final lap. Finn Leslie didn't, though. It all came good this time for Finn, with a drag race out of the final corner that he came out on top of with a victory by 22 thousandths of a second. Jensen O'Neill going with second, and Jensen Mason in third. Then it was Tommy Harfield and Callie Clifford, Archie Davis and Ben Doughty with Jacob Hodgkiss, George Foxlow and Jack Burgess completing the top 10. Hayden Gray, Billy Blockley, Tom Merritt and Henry Foote were next, and then in 15th position it was Jack Sant ahead of Jake Wardle. Good to see him out after that roll in the earlier race. Daniel Sutton 17th, Harry Lindley 18th, Michael Wheeler and Maggie Webster complete the top 10. Alfie Garford, for reasons unknown, retired to the pit lane on the run to the flag. Josh Watts also a late retirement, that's a shame, and Aaron Beattie also failed to see the checkered flag. Well, a phenomenal second Fiesta Junior race of the day. Let's get all of the feedback, all of the reaction from the drivers, along with Richard John Neal.
Thanks, Andy. I'm going to talk to, we're short on time, so I'm going to get Jensen and Finn together for this one. And how fitting is that with the superb finish that we've just had? Jensen, Finn, I take my hat off to you. I haven't got a hat on today, but never mind. Finn, I'll come to you first of all. On the line, obviously you were trying to tee up Jensen. Jensen was doing a super job defending, but let's hear your take.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, the whole race we sort of pushed away, created a gap, which is what we needed to do. Looking at the bigger picture at the end of the year, we don't want to do anything stupid that's going to ruin the championship. And yeah, I just saw an opportunity at the last corner and took it.
Jensen, so near but so far.
No, it was a really good race compared to the first one. Obviously, I've raced Finn in karting and same in cars, really good clean racing. I'm really happy with that.
And looking forward to the next round of renewing battle, you two.
Yeah, it should be good.
Yeah, hopefully another good battle.
Yeah, it's great. They've got the cars are equal, aren't they? The Mark 6 and the Mark 7. There's a lot of debate, but you two guys just given us a superb race. Well done again. Congratulations, Jensen. Finn, well done after that earlier race as well. It's a good thing for you. Let's go back to Andy. Well done to the Fiesta Juniors.
So we've lost Richard down in Parc Ferme. Apologies for the... oh, he threw back... I beg your pardon. He did that sooner than I expected, did Richard John Neal, just keeping me on my toes. But we have to move on to our next race, which is the Miltech Sport Civic Cup, I presume, because I've got Paul O'Neill next to me in the commentary box, and that usually means one of two things. So it is the Miltech Sport Civic Cup Championship. I am paying attention, I promise, I really am. Let's start build-up then to our next race. It is the third race of the weekend for the Civic Cup. So, the Civic Cup drivers in action very shortly. And the Civics will be hopefully about to put on a show, much as they did in their second race earlier on, the reversed grid race, which saw a cracking drive through the field by a couple of contenders really, but Max Edmondson in particular, who came through to win the race. It was his teammate at Area Motorsport, Josh Files, who won the first race earlier on in the day, but race 3 could be a different story, although it is those two that start together at the front of it. Josh Files and Max Edmondson row 1, with Sam Kirkpatrick and Spencer Stevenson in behind. This domination though really by Area Motorsport and Ben Sharp Racing is really the big sort of story of the weekend. In that second race earlier on today, 9 of the top 10 cars were run by those two teams. The only interloper was Dan Petters in his self-run car. which completed the top 10. So Area and Ben Sharp Motorsport definitely are finding their feet and asserting their dominance here at Snetterton, but whether that will be the case in race 3, we shall have to wait and see. As I said, Paul O'Neill joins me in the commentary box again. You've been out there probably on a deck chair with an ice cream, sunning yourself on what is a lovely day to be a spectator. Not such a nice day, I'd imagine, to be a racing driver stuck inside the cars, but it's been a good day so far for the Civics. 2 good races this weekend, and I'm interested to see what happens here. It's one apiece at the moment for Josh and Max. They will both want to leave Snetterton with the advantage.
Yeah, definitely. This is the kind of front row that can cause problems, because you've got Max Edmondson wanting to put his stamp probably on the team and back on this weekend after that fantastic win in the second race of the weekend for the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. And you've got Josh Files, who will want to put, obviously, Max back in his place. And it's all friendly banter at the minute. I hope it doesn't turn into anything other than that, but you never know. But this is, as a racing driver, I know you get into this awkward part of the teammate scenario where you kind of like go along with it for a bit, and then after a bit you're just like, no, I really need to either fire this person off or stick one in the door and make sure they know I'm not here for a laugh. So I hope that doesn't happen, because they're 2 great drivers, but there's no way on this earth they're not going to have crosswords this year.
But they're just so evenly matched, aren't they? And you know, because their race pace is so even, you know, last weekend or last time at Brands, maybe Max was fractionally quicker. This weekend, Josh is fractionally quicker. But once the race settles down, it's difficult to get one over on the other, isn't it, really? So it's the start of the race which is your opportunity. That's always a chance to be aggressive anyway. And I do sort of agree with you. At some point, you feel that one of them is going to know they've got to make that move aggressively. The other's going to try and defend, and it could end in tears. But I hope it doesn't. But it's certainly going to be a fascinating battle over the season to watch between the 2 of them. It is Josh Files and Max Edmondson then together on the front row of the grid. Sam Kirkpatrick and Spencer Stevenson together on row 2. Jack Riddell, hopefully, is there. Yes, he is. That's good news, because he was in the barriers pretty heavily, wasn't he, at Agostini towards the end of the earlier race, but will start 5th ahead of Alistair Camp. Row 4, Will Redford versus Liam McGill, with Harvey Caton and Dave Marshall at the back of the top 10. Marshall flew, didn't he, in that earlier race today from the back of the grid. Nicholas Cristoforo is 11th, and Owen Hillman, such a shame that he went off at the start of race 2. He's got another chance for some good points, though, starting 12th. Then it's Scott Smith and Josh Bromley, Jamie Petters and Daniel Petters sharing the 8th row of the grid, the brothers, with Jordan Brennan and Aidan Hassan on row 9. Row 10 then for Harry England and William Butt, with Mark Hughes and Lewis Kent next. Lewis, of course, didn't set a time, second fastest time anyway qualifying, which is what we're basing this grid on, with Wes Swain and Alex Kite at the back. But again, Alex Kite had that mechanical drama towards the end of race number 2. Again, hopefully they have got that car sorted.
Cool. Just so the viewers at home might have seen a different little bit of a grid, Petters weren't on the same row. We've got an amended grid that you're reading off, which I would say was the one to go off. I don't know if we picked up a TSL one that is maybe not right, but anyway.
It has been amended twice, so that is possible. There were a few amendments.
That's not a lot, that.
I've seen it worse. I have seen it worse. There were quite a few. There was a lengthy list of drivers who were summoned to race control after race 2, and I think the clerk of the course has been handing out a few penalties. Car 45, Alistair Camp, 2-place penalty for causing a collision. That was the one up at Oggies, wasn't it, with Harvey Caton. Car 86, a 3-place grid penalty. That was Daniel Petters, so that's why he's been moved back a row or 2 for causing a collision. And then cars 92 and 97, Wes Swain and Alex Kite, starting at the back of the grid because of engine changes. So Alex Kite, they've had to put a new engine in that car, the same for Wes Swain. Car 76, meanwhile, has withdrawn, and that was Simon Welch. Now that was a gearbox problem I think I saw on social media from Simon. He finished the race, but the gearbox is done, and they presumably didn't have time to put a new one in. So sadly, Simon Welch not going to be taking part. We still have 24 of them ready to do battle in what should be, like I said, a really interesting race. We're talking a lot about Josh Files and Max Edmondson. What are the chances, do you think, that anyone can take the fight to those two? I mean, they haven't been able to so far, really, have they?
No, unless they get into each other at the hairpin, maybe. But, you know, the temperature's up. This will be the hottest race for the Civics today, I think. You know, the ambient is up, and the tarmac it took a beating of the heat. So, yeah, it could play havoc with one of the two cars. They could back each other up. I just don't see them giving each other an inch, so that is going to bring other people into play.
Interestingly, and you just reminded me actually of a conversation that he had with Josh Files post-race earlier on today. He said that Max Edmondson had put some new tyres on for race number 2. Josh hadn't. So presumably that means that Josh has got this extra set of tyres now, front tyres presumably, to put on for race 3.
And if that's the case, apparently round here, the new fronts are special.
Yes, absolutely. Josh said, didn't he, in that interview that he could quite clearly see that Max had an advantage. Now, he would say that because Max beat him in the previous race. There has to be a reason that Max beat him in the previous race, but, you know, there is probably some truth to that, isn't there? That the tyres on a hot day like this, a technical track, lots of corners, front end limited, you need those fresher tyres, and if Josh has a fresh pair to put on for this third race, that could be the winning difference. He's still got to get the car off the line well, though, and we'll find out in only a few seconds whether he's able to do so, because the green flag's been waved, the red lights are on. For the final time this weekend, we're racing in the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. There, even start from the front row men. Spencer Stevenson's away well from the outside of row number 2, though, and was challenging Sam Kirkpatrick for third as they raced towards the first corner. Edmondson weaving around, trying to get the better of Josh Files, but he can't go around the outside into the first turn, and it is Files who will hold the advantage. Edmondson second. Is that Stevenson third? I think it might be. Spencer Stevenson's gone round the outside of Sam Kirkpatrick into third. Campy's buying into this as well. His car squirming around on the outside line. Harvey Caton trying to gain some ground too, but it is Files with the early advantage as they head out of Wilson and up towards the left-hander at Palmer's. A brilliant start that from the pole sitter.
Yeah, that was proper stuff, wasn't it? And look, they're already gapping the rest of the field, so yeah, no one's had any big contact yet. Bit of grass, and there's the sausage has already been hit. So yeah, look, we've already got people on the move. That's Kirkpatrick in the 22 trying to get down the inside. That's not going to work, but Camp's in the mix again. Will Redford there on the outside of Liam McGill, who led until the last lap in the race earlier on today, but now has a bit of ground to make up. That's a Smoky Pro Alloys car, and it was one of the EP3s. Remember, Alex Kite was coming from the back with a new engine in the car. Oh my word, that is Jack Riddell, and he's collided heavily with Spencer Stevenson. That had all the hallmarks of a brake failure, and into Oggies. You don't think of that as being the fastest part of the track, but you could see the speed he was carrying, and unfortunately, poor Spencer Stevenson, no way that he could have known that was coming. That was a scary moment. That was horrible. It looked, hopefully, as if they will both be okay. He glanced it at the best place if you're going to hit a car. Yeah. He didn't hit him in the door or anything like that, so oh, they're both out. Brilliant. Good. Thank goodness for that, because that could have been horrible, and one in the door would not have been good.
Oh, that's such a shame. Jack Riddell's team, they'd worked hard to get that car fixed after his off in the earlier race, which I suspected then might have been brake related, and that certainly seemed to be a similar thing, didn't it? So the temperature perhaps playing havoc with the brakes, who knows, but the main thing is they are okay, but a shame that two potential podium contenders are in the wall and out of the race. The rest of them then making their way through Murray's for the first time. That's really shuffled the order through the middle part of the top 10 now. Will Redford seems to have gained out of all of that, picked up a few places. Big lunge on the inside by one of the Pro Alloys machines at the final turn, but it's Files by 1.2 seconds, Paul, clearing off out in front.
Yeah, that new front tyre setup on his car is definitely giving him the bite to crack on out of maybe the last two sectors where you just need a front tyre that'll work for you. McGill down the inside of Redford. That's a great move if he gets that done. Spot on.
Done it, nicely done there. Liam McGill through past Will Redford then, so that puts McGill into the top 5 actually. Oh, more drama. Ooh. I thought I saw that kicking off in the background. That is Scott Smith, and I'm not sure who he tangled with. Cristoforo possibly, who he was battling with going into the corner, or it was Owen Hillman behind. There's a yellow flag still out at Oggies, of course, but there was briefly one out there at the Wilson hairpin as well. You can tell it's the last race of the weekend, and drivers are pushing a little bit harder now just to get that good result. But a couple of drivers coming out of this pretty well. Liam McGill definitely one of them into the top 5.
Yeah, Caton there in that white and blue car was just flashing the brake lights in the straights. That's telling me he's got pad knockoff. So the pads are being pushed away from the actual brake disc when it runs over the curbs. It just rattles them, and the resonance just parts the pads away from the disc. So you have to pump the pedal to get the pads near the disc for when you really hit them hard. So that's interesting, that is. I've not seen that today, actually. So he's feeling he's got a little bit of a long pedal, obviously.
So brakes perhaps the talking point more than tyres, actually, in this third race of the day. Notice Dave Marshall was closing in on this group as well. Dave Marshall in 8th position. We saw how rapid he was in the first race, and quite a bit further up the grid this time than he started race number 2. So he is perhaps going to be a bit of a threat as we move forward in this one. We are nearly a third of the way through the race. There is Dave in the red FN2 at the back of that little gaggle. At the head of the field, Josh Files just continuing to charge clear. Edmondson second, third is Sam Kirkpatrick, and fourth place for Alistair Campy. That car bouncing around a lot as it turns into Murray's. It doesn't look like a happy car, and yet he is getting good lap times out of it this weekend, isn't he? So perhaps from the outside the setup doesn't look right, but clearly Camp is enjoying it.
Bit like when Michael Schumacher went to Ferrari and the car was not the best out there. He still did the business. He's a champion, listen. He knows how to drive a front wheel drive tin top, so you're dead right. He's definitely outpacing the car this weekend, Campy.
Oh, now that is another, possibly the same Smoky Pro Alloys car. I still haven't identified the, no, it is Alex Kite, isn't it? It's Alex Kite again. So, I mean, it's a new engine. They haven't had very long to fit that new engine in as well. So you will know more than I do about this, but it's not as simple as undoing a few bolts, taking one out, putting a new one in. Everything has got to be put in absolutely right, and in a rush, which they would have definitely been, it's easy to get something wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, but it could be anything. It could just be breathing heavy, but that would make me want to pull over. That is like a catch tank has fell off, or there's some oil. It might even just be oil dripping onto the exhaust manifold. It looks like it's coming from the bottom of the car as if a sump has cracked or something like that, but I'm sure we'll find out. But I hope he doesn't blow that engine up.
Yeah, it's been a tough weekend this for Alex Kite. He's had good speed, but just hasn't quite been able to deliver the results that he potentially could have delivered, but not necessarily through any fault of his own. Battle there, that's one of the Petters, isn't it, losing a place? That was Cristoforo, I think, up the inside of Daniel Petters. Lewis Kent, by the way, knocking on the door of the top 10 now as well. He just goes through shot ahead of Josh Bromley, so that's 11th place now for Lewis, who has done more overtaking this weekend than any other driver, and is hardly going to have a top 10 result to show for it.
That's a bit sad, that, because Lewis has been absolutely astounding, isn't he? And we need to make sure we come up with a carless driver of the weekend, don't we, for the Texport Civic Cup? But there's the oil and there's the smoke. Alex is just in the background. He's saying it was doing this and it was doing that. The car obviously had oil on the back tyres. That's what they're looking at. That's a disaster. Alex is such a talented man, isn't he?
Yeah, we've seen him go well in TCR machinery in the past, haven't we? We've seen this man go well in TCR machinery in the past too. There are lots of drivers on this grid who have performed well at, some would say, higher levels of motorsport, but actually it doesn't get much higher a level of motorsport than this when you look at the cars and how evenly matched they are. And the talent that we have on the grid. If you can come out on top this season, it probably means more than any other year in the history of the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. Will Redford then on the tail of Liam McGill. So McGill's come through nicely here. Started off the top of my head, I think, towards the back end of the top 10. He did, but he started 8th actually. He's up into the top 5, but Will Redford wants to try and find a way through.
Yeah, well, it'll be back past him, won't it? Because McGill did him a lap ago, I think. But yeah, Redford is not letting him get away. I thought he would have dropped him because he just passed him pretty easily at the hairpin.
Yes, you're right actually, but Will Redford perhaps learning from Liam and figuring out where he could go a little bit quicker. He peaks to the inside of D'Agostini's, and McGill actually has missed the apex, so Redford much better front end on his car, gets the overlap, but that's only half the job done because Hamilton, we've seen, is a tricky place to get stuck on that inside line, but he's got his nose in front, and Liam McGill, in fairness, didn't fight that too hard.
No, he didn't, did he? Oh, what were you saying? Back down the inside, McGill. Oh, and Redford, that's contact, that fair play. That's either contact or brilliant close racing. Has he missed a gear or something on the exit there? He's just tucked back in because Caton now is getting apexes and going to be in the toe now.
It's that tight line, isn't it, through Oggies in a front-wheel drive car. You just lose your momentum off the corner. Petters in the pit lane now as well. What are they looking at down there then?
That might be gearbox.
Okay.
Ben Sharp on the right.
Yes,
he's a clever kid, isn't he?
Very and a quick driver as well, but knows how to build a car, doesn't he? But if that is gear linkage, that could be the second of the weekend, couldn't it? That's what happened to Lewis Kent yesterday in the closing stages of race number 1. Kent can't be that far behind this little group of cars now, actually, because you saw a very sideways Dave Marshall in 8th place. I think Lewis is up to 9th now, potentially, if not right on the tail of Cristoforo for 9th place. So, yeah, Lewis Kent charging forward. So Will Redford cocking the rear wheel, runs a little bit wide, and Harvey Caton looking to try and buy into this as well. There Max Edmondson goes 3.6 seconds behind the race leader, and actually Sam Kirkpatrick looking maybe like he could give Edmondson a bit of a headache before the end of the race. Being spurred on by Alistair Camp, really, isn't he, Sam Kirkpatrick? That's the effect that pressure can have on you. Sometimes it brings the best out in you.
Yeah, definitely. He's really pushing him on, isn't he? And talking about pushing him on, look at this battle going on now. This is relentless, isn't it? They're really McGill trying to get that place back from Redford, but further on down the field, that is a great move. Is that Jordan Brennan? It is Jordan Brennan in the Liquimolly car. Not quite able to get the better of Josh Bromley there, but good to see Jordan. Well, not having any mechanical dramas, quite frankly. He did earlier on in the weekend, but not today so far, and showing actually the pace that he's got when the car's working well. He's plagued normally by terrible misfortune, but just outside the top 10 now on genuine pace, and I think if he could get past Bromley, might even have a chance of closing in on the top 10 runners in front of him. Harvey Caton on the tail of Liam McGill. A move coming soon, do you think? It looks like it. The body language of Caton's car says to me, I am desperate to get past you, and if he's close enough now going into Palmer's, as he runs wide on the grass, that might give him a bit of an edgy car on turning. Yeah, he just misses a little bit of the first part of the apex, and he's just lost out there, isn't he? That's cost him a bit there. He needed to be in the toe, really, of Liam McGill's car coming down the back straight. Yeah, just not quite close enough now then to have a go down at Brundle. There you go, the leading group. Pretty static, really, between them at the moment. Redford next in 5th. Gill and Caton fighting for 6th position. So things calming down temporarily out on the track. Let's use this opportunity, shall we, to head down to the pit lane and hear from Jack Oliphant. Jack, who have you got?
I have Jamie Petters here to talk a little bit about why you're not out, but also what's happened to Daniel Petters.
Yeah, so unfortunately his gear linkage is broken, so that's taken him out of the race. But he had a very good start, made his way from 13th up to about 8th, so it's unfortunate for him, but yeah, it's what happens in racing sometimes. And
what happened to you as well, of course, because you are supposed to be out there?
Yeah, unfortunately I'm not out in this race because my diff is broken, and amongst a few other issues, just couldn't get the car out in time. So it's unfortunate, but we'll go again for Alton Park.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to seeing you at Alton Park. And Daniel, of course. Thank you very much, Jamie. Just a little update for you guys as well. We've had Alex Kite come in a couple of times. Rear contact initially on the rear right, and then apparently that might have broken some fluid stuff, and apparently there's lots of water or some kind of fluid in the engine bay. I couldn't get close enough to really ask. I'm going to go talk to him now and maybe get back to you.
Thanks, Jack. Right, whilst we've been hearing from you, a bit of drama out on track, we believe, centred around Alistair Camp, who we think has been on the grass through Riches. Now, whether it lost him a place or not, I'm not sure, but the cloud of dust emanating from that part of the track would suggest that it did, and yes, it did. He's behind Will Redford now. Alistair Camp and mistake, not words that we often put in the same sentence, Paul.
Yeah, but I think that just tells you how difficult it is to drive this FN2. It is not an EP3, and it's a different driving style. And with this heat and with this particular circuit, I'm guessing he's just run wide by turning in too late, or maybe the brakes have just overcooked a bit. So yeah, unforced error, and that's putting back in the clutches, isn't it?
Very much unforced really, because he was the one applying the pressure to Sam Kirkpatrick, and in the end is the one that made the mistake. It lets Sam off the hook, and maybe he can now try and chase after Max Edmondson, because Max is only 1.5 seconds ahead. So Sam Kirkpatrick looking racier in this one. There they go, look, 2nd and 3rd through shot. 4th Will Redford now, 5th is Camp. Redford's rear bumper hanging a bit loose as well after a bit of touchy-feely stuff with somebody. McGill and Harvey Caton, then Dave Marshall, Cristoforo, and Lewis Kent still trying to chase this little group down. And then still Josh Bromley, I think, ahead of Jordan Brennan in the battle for 11th position. Closing stages then, we're going to be starting the final lap this time around, and Josh Viles has made this look very easy. I know he probably, and you can ask him this after the race, he probably has put some newer tyres on the front of the car, but even so, he still had to drive the thing and not make any mistakes like that, for example.
Yeah, defo. There's a lot of people struggling with track limits here just because the cars are just running out of front tyre and going over the curb and knocking that sensor and making sure that they're getting warnings. Not seen too many warnings, to be fair, but the leader ain't bothered about that. 4.5 seconds lead in Civic Cup is pretty impressive.
No, absolutely, and it's not been one of those races where it's all kicked off behind and he's been able to escape. That's just raw pace. 2 minute 10.2 last time around, 4 tenths quicker than anybody else. That is Harry England, meanwhile, going up the inside. Oh, my word, and that is Owen Hillman, bang into the barriers, coming out of the first corner, and Owen now stranded in the middle of the road. You can see him trying to steer the car out of the way, but that's going nowhere.
No, the broken steering on that. Is that the second time he's gone off that corner? First corner, turn one. I mean, he must have dropped the left rear and turned himself into the barrier. That might be a safety car or an early checkered, because that car, he cannot move it. The wheels are just pointing in different directions.
Luckily, we're on the final lap, so the majority of the pack, if not all of them, I think, have gone through, so we should be okay, but a scary place to go off. It's such a quick corner, and so often we see cars get fired to the inside on the exit where there is no runoff area, just an Armco barrier, so good to see that he was all right, seemingly. Will have rung his bell a little bit, that's for sure, but Owen Hillman, a bit of a day to forget today, a day that promised an awful lot. It has promised an awful lot for Josh Files, but he is going to deliver on that. A race victory yesterday, a podium earlier on this morning, and now seemingly on his way to a second victory of the weekend, a second of the season. There goes Josh Files through the bomb hole, and this has been an ominous performance, I would say, for the rest of the field, because now he is clicking with his car. They've sorted that diff issue out from Brands Hatch. It looks as though he's pretty much unbeatable. Yes, Edmondson beat him in the reversed grid race, but with a tyre advantage, actually only managing to beat him by a second or so. That will have Max a little bit worried, I think, but Josh Files will be living the dream, comes across the line, claims the checkered flag for the second time this weekend. Josh Files is a winner in the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. Max Edmondson comes home a solid, if unspectacular, second, and Sam Kirkpatrick will complete the podium finishes. Will Redford, good to have Will Redford back up there, 4th place. Campy in 5th, 6th for McGill, 7th Caton, 8th Dave Marshall, and Lewis Kent never did quite catch Cristoforo there and ends up finishing in 10th position. Paul's heading down to chat with our podium finishers at Parc Fermé, and that will be an interesting set of conversations, although I think it's fair to say most of the action took place further back rather than at the front. Race Control putting a message out to everybody that there is a car stuck on the entrance to turn 2, which of course is Owen Hillman, who has really capped off a bit of a disastrous weekend for Pro Alloys Racing. Actually, they've had good pace from particularly Hillman and Alex Kite, and in the end they're just not going to have any results to show for it, and in fact, if anything, they're going to have a couple of pretty badly damaged cars. So, Josh Files, the winner for the second time this weekend in the Miltech Sports Civic Cup by 4.2 seconds over Max Edmondson second. Sam Kirkpatrick is third, ahead of Will Redford and Alistair Camp. Liam McGill, Harvey Caton, Dave Marshall, Nick Cristoforo and Lewis Kent complete the top 10. Then Josh Bromley and Jordan Brennan ahead of Scott Smith and Harry England. 15th for Wes Swain, Aidan Hassan in 16th, Will Butt 17th, then Mark Hughes, with Owen Hillman a late retirement in that spectacular accident at Richie's Corner. Dan Petter's retired to the pits, as we heard, and Alex Kite, we're hearing from Jack Oliphant, had a new engine in for that race, which we know, but he actually thinks it was just a bit of contact that knocked something loose. So not the fact that it's a new engine specifically, but more that it was a bit of contact that did some damage. So thanks, Jack, for the update on that, and shame for Alex. Really do feel for him. I feel for Pro Alloys Racing. There were a few actually after that race who will kind of wish that race hadn't happened, I think. Jack Riddell and Spencer Stevenson with that nasty accident, and Doggies again, good to see they were both okay, but hopefully the car's not too badly damaged, because of course we're back in only a few weeks' time at Alton Park on the Island Circuit for the next couple of races. Then we go to Croft, then Silverstone's National Circuit, Thruxton in Hampshire, the first time that the Civic Cup and TCR UK will have visited Thruxton. And then we're at the Silverstone International Circuit for the Championship Decider. Right then, let's get the thoughts of our top 3 drivers and head down to Parc Fermé and Paul O'Neill.
That'll do then. Josh Files going to see his team first. I will not let you do that. Yes, I will. That was nice, wasn't it? I've got to say, let me take my sunglasses off. That's very unprofessional. It's very hot here today. That's one of my first questions to Josh, because he had brand new front tyres on. Not too sure what else strategy-wise the other drivers were doing, but that was a fantastic effort. First lap was gone. That's a massive margin, mate, to win by that amount of time. New front tyres, I always think that's a risky thing to do, mate, but you know better.
No, we tried it the other day. It definitely worked. I'm just too stingy to buy them normally. I saw Max in race 2 and I just knew that I had the pace, but he had the tyres, so we put them on, went for it, and it's made all the difference. The car's just, you know, on a knife edge really. It's perfect for me, so yeah, I'm chuffed, well chuffed.
Was you not worried about that accident that happened behind you when you come up on the second lap? You might have thought, safety car here is going to ruin me work.
I didn't see a thing, to be honest. I saw obviously Spencer was, I think, in the wall somewhere, but they obviously localised it under yellow, so just backed off a little bit for those couple of laps to make sure that, you know, nothing else happened, and yeah, just kept going. And then just at the end, I was banging in the 9s, but I could see I was just gapping Max, so just stroked it home. It's really good.
What did Max say to you when you got out of the car?
He said, "I can't keep up with you, go away."
Fair enough. I'm going to ask you this. This is early doors, mate, but are we going to have this friendly rivalry, or are you like every racing driver? You're going to end up in the doors of each other, aren't you, later on in the year?
Oh, at some point, but I've got a whole car that's painted, ready to go again. So, like, I'm good for it. No, honestly, no. Obviously, Max had a little accident yesterday. So, me and my girlfriend, paramedic, took him home, looked after him last night. So he's already like a little brother to me. So we'll have a friendly rivalry. I'm sure it'll get a bit pushy and shovey at some point, but it'll always be, you know, fair game. So.
This weekend, you've really stamped your authority on the championship. A lot of people in the media, press like me, seeing you at Brands, I was like, fair play, you know, he's done well there. But Max just looks far too fast. But did you really know that you had a problem with the differential? Or was it like, I hope it's the differential?
Well, I had no traction at Brands on a car that's not really got that much power. You'd expect to have quite a bit of traction. So we were looking into bits and bobs, changing the setup, but nothing was working. So we checked the preload and realised there wasn't any. So yeah, at that point there was a choice for the Sunday to put a new gearbox in and try it, but I just said, look, we know what we've got, let's go with it. And then when we got it back, we found the diff plates were actually broken up totally. So popped a new diff in, and it's literally transformed the car. So yeah, it's wicked.
It's like one of the best. People ask you what's the best feeling as a racing driver. It's not actually winning all the time. It's if you're struggling for pace and you find something wrong. It's like I knew it wasn't me.
Yeah, exactly that. I was like, I knew something was wrong, but yeah, I don't know the car that well, so maybe, you know, now I'd obviously probably track it down a bit quicker. But yeah, these cars are just absolutely wicked. You've got to come and have a go, Paul.
Absolutely not, mate. Looks too fast for me. You look like this is the most I've seen you enjoy your race. I know we all enjoy racing. We're very privileged to do it. This looks like a really enjoyable time for you, mate.
It is. I mean, you know, I've obviously done very high-level motorsport for a very long time, and there's a lot of stress and pressure with that, and it honestly consumes you and your life, which you all obviously know. So last year I just took a year out, obviously did that one TCR round, but then, you know, the bug's always there. You've always got to go racing, don't you? It's in your blood. So bought this from Rob. Best decision I made, because it's absolutely wicked. I'm having the time of my life, and yeah, we're just laughing. It's really good fun, and we're just all enjoying it, and yeah, be doing it for a while longer.
Perfect. Listen, I'll let you go and celebrate with the team. Well done, mate. Area are doing a great job, and yourself are doing a fantastic job as well. Right, let's give Max Edmondson. He's not going to hear me from here, but let's see if we give him a wave. Here he is. He's like, who's he waving at? Oh, he's got his hat on. Here we go. So Max is coming over, and as Josh touched on, we did speak about it in the pre-race. He had a bit of an accident, and don't worry, we're just talking about something else. But paramedic helped you out, and Josh helped out with that as well, didn't he? But he's not helping you out on track, is he?
He was way too fast. I had nothing left. It wasn't fast enough. It's his home track. That's what I'm saying. That's my excuse.
But he had new fronts on. Seen what you'd done with new fronts.
I had new fronts as well.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So there was
just much quicker.
What will you take from that? Will you look at data and see where it is?
No, I know where he's faster. I just can't seem to do what he's doing. I presume that's from experience and driving lots of things. But yeah, I was pushing 110% the whole way, and then I think towards like the last 3 laps, I knew that I wasn't catching him, so I had to manage the gap to Sam, because Sam was catching up to me a bit. But I'm happy. It's a good points haul. I think he's slightly caught on me points, but obviously it's only round 2, so it's a long way to go.
Yeah, you're not too fussed here. You just got to keep scoring points and do what you do. You know how to win the championship, but like I keep saying, it is so good to have someone like Josh around, and this championship just looks even better than it did now, didn't it?
Yeah, it's always good to have big names, because then it shows that the championship's good, and obviously big names, fast drivers want to come and do it.
Top man. Listen, you crack on. If you see Sam, can you tell him to come over here, please? Sam Kirkpatrick is going to come over and speak to us, hopefully. Oh, here we go. He's coming over. That's nice, isn't it? They're all very nice, these drivers. Usually they're like, shut up, mate. Go and do it yourself. Go and speak to him. Sam, how are you, boss?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. No one ever asks how I am, so that's very nice. I forgot how tall you were, mate. Thank you, mate. Great result. You must be well happy with that. You nearly had a P2 on the go there. Max was saying he was looking in his rear view.
Yeah, well, I had Ali all over the back of me for most of the race, so I was looking back rather than ahead at that point. But then Ali went wide at the first corner, and I thought, well, I'll maybe have a go at Max. But then I missed a gear and dropped back a bit, and then I thought, well, I'll just settle for third now. No need for heroics when there's a big gap behind me.
How are you finding the championship, mate? You're looking fast, you're looking strong. Just been speaking about Josh and other people that are in it. This is, in my eyes, one of the hardest one-make championships in the country, full stop.
Yeah, definitely. There's some really, really good drivers, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's better having a challenge rather than just going out and knowing you're going to, guaranteed get a top 3. It's nice having to fight for them.
What are you thinking about Alton Park?
I'm not the best at Alton Park, so we'll see how that goes. I've not been for a while, but yeah, I'm hopeful. The car's feeling good, so we'll see how it goes.
Top man. Leave you to it. Well done. Really good to see you on the podium, mate. Right, let's go and find, no problem. Let's go and find my man Josh Bromley. Here he is. Hello, Josh. Oh, my word. Who punched your car? What's going on here?
Had a bit of a rough time that race, I think. If you look at the left-hand side, it don't look too much better either. So, yeah, good fun though. Good fun. So
it looked like a good race. You've been in the wars today, haven't you? Literally every time I've looked, you've been fully involved. And great racing though, as long as you finish. And it's nice to have a bit of silverware, isn't it?
100%. I've had a bit of good fortune with this one. I hope both Spen and Jack are okay. But yeah, we'll take the result. We've had a tough weekend. I think there's both me and the car setup we're struggling with a little bit, but we're making some progress with it. So yeah, a big shout out to AD at AMW, who's doing a really good job. So thank you to him.
Top work. I was going to ask you about that accident. You've seen it unfold. It looked to me like it was a brake pedal to the floor maybe, or something like that. It can't have been a sticking throttle. The car just didn't want to stop, did it?
No, I think a few people are struggling with brake issues at the minute. We suffer really bad from pad knockoff, but this car so far, touch wood, touch my head there, it's been all right, so we've been okay, but I know a lot of people have been struggling.
Top work. Listen, Paul Winfield, trophy winner, fantastic work, mate.
Perfect, thank you very much.
No problem, well done, Josh. Right, Marky Hughes is the Goodyear Diamond Trophy man, as usual. How was that for you? A lot of cars on this grid. There's always somewhere battling, isn't there?
Yeah, there's loads. I mean, I just had to finish this race. Points make prizes, so I didn't really want to race. Done my quickest lap, but that's the typical racer in me. But yeah, no, track was good, but the cars going off left, right and centre. It must have been great to watch on TV, but not when you're on track.
I'll tell you what, mate, it was a great race. The one thing I did take from it was just there was a lot of pad knockoff. There's a lot of people just knocking their pads back on. Harvey Caton was one of them, but the heat doesn't help, does it, in this situation?
No, it doesn't. I've got a really bad brake vibration. Obviously, I've seen Ruddle's gone off again, head on into something, and I've just speaking to Dave, my teammate. His pedal went solid, so I think he's got a brake servo issue, something. So he was nursing it the last couple of laps. But no, good performance really for the team.
Well, listen, mate, it's been a day of silverware for you, so you must be well happy. What are we doing at Alton Park? Are we going to be up the front again?
I will try and get somewhere in the middle. I'm not a good racer, I'll admit that. I just want to, finish the race, enjoy it. That's what it's about, enjoying the weekend.
Top work. Listen, let you crack on. I think your cars are all getting cold out of here, but well done. See you at Alton. Nice one. Cheers, fella. Excellent stuff from the Miltech Sport Civic Cup. I thoroughly enjoyed those two races today. They've been absolutely superb. Right then, I don't know what's going on next, but I think it's Metros. So I'm going to hand you back to our commentator, Andrew McEwen.
Yes, thank you very much, Paul O'Neill. And yeah, the MG Metro Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup is up next for their second race of the day. Their first one was fantastic, wasn't it? That battle between Robbie Kenning and Mike Williams earlier on this afternoon went right down to the wire. There was a good battle between John Moore and Dick Trevitt for third. And then another good scrap further back between Tim Shooter and Phil Goodwin. So in fact, up and down the order, really, there was some good racing, and hoping that we're going to see more of that now in race number 2. Robbie Kenning, who was only 3rd on the grid for that first race, but managed to come through and claim the win, with Mike Williams hot on his heels. But it was a move that was made about halfway through the race, ultimately, that allowed Kenning to claim victory, and he... I would say never looked back. Actually spent the majority of the rest of that race looking in his mirrors, trying to make sure he didn't leave the door open for Mike Williams to come back by him. Well, as promised, we've not had a cloud in the sky all day here at Snetterton. Perfect day for motor racing, and with 2 more races to come today, this and our final TCR action. Hopefully we're going to round the weekend off in style for the spectators, many of whom have stuck around now until the end of the day, and hopefully are going to enjoy what the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup has to offer. See there, that wind still here, albeit not as strong as it has been, definitely, across the start-finish straight, onto which I'm hoping very soon will emerge a grid of Metros. 15 of them we're hoping for, although we did lose no, I don't think we did lose anyone actually in the early race. I think everyone got to the finish, apart from maybe Ben Young. Ben Young, I think, was a non-finisher, but everybody else was still running at the end of the race, and that's no mean feat really in cars that are not the youngest on the package here at Snetterton, and finding spare parts for the Metros can sometimes be a bit of a challenge as well. So mechanical sympathy and you know, keeping the car in one piece over the weekend is important. But most of the front runners in this championship have been here for a little while now, really. Robbie Kenning, Mike Williams, Dick Trevitt, definitely all been around in this championship for some time, so they know what it takes to keep the car together. And many of them, of course, will prepare the cars themselves. This is not a championship like TCR or Civic Cup, where you've got the big teams running lots of cars and, you know, 30 or 40 mechanics working on the cars at any one time. This is proper club racing, and very often the driver is also the mechanic and engineer on the car. Got a course car there making its way around, so we're not quite ready to get cars back out on track, but hopefully it won't be too much longer. And the bit of barrier repair work over at Rich's, and that's after the Owen Hillman shunt in the Civic Cup race just now, where he unfortunately made some pretty heavy contact with the inside Armco barrier, but he was okay, and car a bit worse for wear, but the Pro Alloys team will get that sorted, I'm sure, for Alton Park next time. But the barrier needing to be fixed before we can release the Metros out on track, but that is now done, and we're getting cars leaving assembly area and heading for the grid. So, Robbie Kenning with pole, Mike Williams, I think, knowing the significance of trying to get in front, because actually, although he led early on in race 1, Mike Williams, Robbie Kenning, once he did get through mid-race, just had that one advantage over Williams. Williams, I think, was quicker in the latter part of the race, but couldn't find a way through. There's a big advantage to being the lead car, and that was the advantage held by Robbie Kenning, but he pulls up onto the pole position with Mike Williams alongside. Scott Woodwis there from the BRSCC, taking some pictures for social media. Be sure to give the BRSCC like and a follow on the old socials, TCR UK as well. TCR is on TikTok now as well, I believe, and Twitter and all of the social medias. There are others. X, sorry, not Twitter. Slap on the wrist for that. I was never on that particular social media platform, so I don't really care what I call it. But yes, X. We are on X, our TCR, and Maybe the Metros are. I don't know. This doesn't seem like the kind of championship that would have a particularly strong presence there on X or TikTok, but maybe they do. Give them a like and a follow anyway, and you can get involved if you want to. There are cars out there still that you could drive. Less so perhaps than other championships. It's not really one of those series where you have higher cars necessarily. There aren't many of these cars around, but there will be a couple up for sale every now and again. So if you fancy getting yourself involved, then do head over to the social media channels, and you might just see an opportunity. Whistles blowing. The green flag, I think, is about to be waved, as it is now, and we get eventually Robbie Kenning off the pole position. Bit of a stutter as he began the green flag lap then. And we can take a look at the grid for this second Hickford Construction MG Metro race of the weekend. Robbie Kenning on pole, alongside him Mike Williams. Then it is John Moore and Dick Trevitt, with Matthew Simpson and Phil Goodwin on row 3. Fourth row Tim Shooter, and he's got alongside him Richard Cowley for company. Then it's Richard Garrod and Neil Burnett on row number 5. Row 6, Carl Wheaton and Paul Deacon. And then it is Melanie Garrard ahead of Zach Gardner, with Ben Young hopefully at the back of the field. I'm not sure if he is. Let's see. 15, yeah, I think we've got 15 of them out there, so I think we have got the number 46 car. I think it's the grey car at the back of shots, which is Ben Young, who was the non-finisher earlier on today. There he goes, and is number 46. So we've got all 15 of them back out there. That's good news. So as they make their way around the track, chance to refresh our memory as regards to the point standings. Dick Trevitt, the leader in the points, coming into the weekend, but obviously didn't have a great run in race 1, only 4th place, whereas Robbie Kenning, second in the championship, and actually, I say second in the championship, joint championship leader, actually, on 39 points apiece, those two, were level on points. So of course that means that now the championship lead goes solely in the direction of Robbie Kenning, and if he can win again, he'll obviously extend that margin. Drop scores already actually being calculated, and on drop scores he was a little way behind because he obviously had scored more points out of the first 2 races, which means that when you drop your lowest score, it did switch around the other way. But it is probably a bit too early to worry too much about the drop scores. Only a 12-race season though, so with this 4th race of the season about to begin, at the end of it, we will be a third of the way through the year for the Metros. Deliberately, it is a shorter calendar to try and keep the costs down, very much in the spirit of club motorsport. Most club championships, to be honest, tend to only have 6 or 7 rounds a year. Just the 2 races, always a single-day format for the Metros as well. And, that's why we still get pretty healthy grids for the Metro Cup, even after all these years. There's Tim Shooter in the white and green number 4 car. He was having that good little battle with Phil Goodwin in the race earlier on today. Might well see a resumption of that in this one, I think, because Tim, I don't think got a great start in race 1, but once he got going, picked his way through the field, bridged quite a big gap actually to Phil Goodwin, but then I think just ran out of time to get past him. But starting together now on the grid, if he can get off the line well, Tim could challenge Phil for position inside the top 6. So accelerating and heavy braking going on out of the last corner as drivers try and generate some heat in the brakes and the tyres ahead of just 15 minutes of racing for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. Race 1, 20 minutes, race 2, just the 15. So slightly less time to get the job done in this one, but less time for Robbie Kenning to have to defend out the front of the field as well, I suppose. Makes the first few seconds of the race, that start and run through the first couple of corners, all the more important really in a shorter race. See there, Kenning glancing over at Mike Williams, the man who he hopes to beat for a second time today here at Snetterton. Back row of the grid, almost in position. Once it is, we'll get to go ahead to release the cars. Yellow flag was waving there briefly, but that is now cleared. The green flag ready to be waved at the back of the grid, which it now is. And Robbie Kenning and Mike Williams then starting together on the front row of the grid Who's going to get the launch into Rich's corner? Quite a long, slightly uphill run into Rich's, so the initial launch is important. Who gets the best initial launch? Well, pretty even, but I think going through the gears, Mike Williams was maybe a little bit quicker there than Robbie Kenning. He's on the outside line, is Williams. He's got his nose in front, but that's the long way round through Rich's corner. Who's going to come out of it first? Well, they're absolutely neck and neck through the right-hander. Mike Williams hanging on around the outside, almost leaning on each other, but they just left each other enough space, and they still are level as they head for the Wilson hairpin. But there, surely the advantage will be for the driver on the inside line. That is Robbie Kenning, and he will hold on to the race lead. It's again not been a great start for Dick Trevitt. Looked like Matthew Simpson got away well, as he did earlier on today, and he's up into third place, as he was, I seem to recall, earlier on today. John Moore fourth, and Trevitt just about coming on to fifth ahead of Goodwin. Tim Shooter next in line behind. Head of the field. Job done so far for Robbie Kenning. He's held on to the lead. Can he stay there for the duration, though? Down into Agostini. Covers the inside line. Mike Williams looks from the outside, tries to get the power down a little bit more quickly on corner exit. But he'll now be fearing the worst, I think, Mike Williams, because once he fell behind Robbie Kenning in race one, he just could not find a way through. And he's now going to have to try and find some inspiration from somewhere to make it happen. He's got a bit longer this time, I suppose, hasn't he? There's been a bit of a kerfuffle there, has there, through Oggies. That was the number 6 of Cowley. White car there at the front of that group. I think he just gained a place, but it maybe just knocked the other cars off their rhythm slightly. It was the 59 of Neil Burnett that he was going past. Although Burnett actually started 2 places behind him on the grid. Right, leaders down into Brundle and Nelson. Mike Williams just weaving around behind Robbie Kenning slightly. Kenning not making a mistake so far. You can see how low to the ground these cars run. There's very little in the way of movement from the chassis. It doesn't really roll around or lean too far side to side. And corner then, Williams wriggling around, trying to find this opportunity to get the race lead away. He's very sideways through Coram there. The car in second place wiggling around all over the place, but then actually it's Kenning who seemed to outbrake himself slightly for Murray's. So Williams has had a better run off the final corner. Took it to the slipstream, tried to challenge maybe as they head for Richards. Couldn't see Williams there, so closely tucked behind the race leader was he. On a hot day like this, though, sometimes actually when you're that close behind another car, you lose any effect of the slipstream because the engine starts to overheat. You're just sucking in all of the exhaust fumes and the hot air from the back of the car in front, and that obviously will affect your engine performance. So Mike Williams, perhaps for that reason, is not driving in the wheel tracks of Robbie Kenning through the Wilson hairpin. Mainly, I suspect, just trying to force a mistake and do something different. If he just follows Kenning's line, then he's never going to get past him. Kenning is going to have a race-long defensive job to do here if he's going to win this one. Simpson, the big mover then, 2 places gained from 5th to 3rd. Richard Garrett as well in 7th position, gaining 2 spots. Quite a bit of movement actually further down the order, but Kenning and Williams retaining their grid positions, starting to pull away now from Matthew Simpson in 3rd. Dick Trevitt still stuck behind John Moore. To the inside of John as they head through Hamilton. Then onto the brakes for the tight right-hander at Oggies. Trevitt closes in on the way into the corner, but he's a bit too far back really to think about the move. Down through the right-hander they go, pitches the car in. And Dick Trevitt, now is he close enough this time maybe to have a go at John Moore? I suspect he will be. A bit of a slipstream maybe down the back part of the circuit towards Brundle and Nelson, where perhaps Mike Williams is thinking the same thing. Is he close enough to poke a nose up the inside? Not really. So Kenning stays in front. 3-way battle then for 3rd. And then a big gap back, isn't there, to Phil Goodwin and Richard Garrett behind. Richard Garrett then ahead of Tim Shooter. That's been a change as well. On the first lap that happened. So Tim Shooter, who had been looking to rekindle that battle that he had with Goodwin, just not quite able to stay with him in the early stages. But again, he was a driver that definitely got quicker in the first race as it went on, so we'll not count him out just yet. Leaders out of Murray's, across the timing line. Robbie Kenning leading still, but not getting away from Williams. Mike Williams quite as close maybe this time as he was at the end of the previous lap, and actually that's reflected in the lap times. Robbie Kenning does a 2:24.0. Fastest lap in the early race was a 23.4 set by Kenning as well, so there's more speed to be had from the race leader. Here he comes, he's under pressure, and Mike Williams this time I think he's going to commit to the inside line. Kenning couldn't turn in. Williams was just hovering around inside of him, but then as they come off the corner, we head towards a couple of left-handers, and that will favour the yellow and blue car of Robbie Kenning. He holds the advantage for now, but Mike Williams at least is doing something. He's not content just to follow Kenning home. Tried to get to the inside, did get to the inside, but he would have had to have been even later on the brakes than that if he was going to get past him. What about it? Agostini thinks about it, snatches the rear brakes slightly, and Robbie Kenning just can't quite shake him off. The left-hander then towards the kink at Hamilton. It is a nearly 90-degree corner. Oh, and Kenning gets it all wrong over the curb. He's sideways, he's on the grass, and through goes Williams. I was about to make the point that that is a trickier corner than it looks, Hamilton. And Robbie Kenning proved the point for me. That's a big shame. He's clipped the tyres, hasn't he? That's what's happened. He's clipped the tyre stack on the inside corner. You can see the left front corner of the car really badly damaged. And that might mean that he has to come into the pit lane because that will be rubbing on the tyre. It might have even damaged the steering. And that's a shame for Robbie. A tiny misjudgment. A few drivers have done that this weekend. Spencer Stevenson did it, I seem to recall, in the Civic Cup qualifying session yesterday. It's a little tyre stack that's placed there to stop them cutting the corner, but it is easy sometimes to just take a bit too much of that inside curb. And unfortunately, that's what happened for Robbie Kenning. So Kenning did well to gather that together, in fairness, and actually isn't going slowly, is he? He's not been dropped massively by Mike Williams. So maybe he feels that he could still retaliate here. He'll just be feeling the car out. We're not quite halfway through the race yet. So he'll just be feeling the car for damage. If he feels like it's okay, he'll carry on pushing, I'm sure. Kenning with the mistake, having just set the fastest lap of the race as well, but he was feeling the heat from Mike Williams. That attack that came at the hairpin would definitely have caught Robbie's attention. Just led to him taking a bit more of a risk maybe than he should have done, but he's right back with the leader as they go through Rich's corner. There's Simpson still third, Moore fifth, Trevitt in fifth position. A big gap back to a good fight for sixth, where Tim Shooter has not only got back ahead of Richard Garrett, but he's got past Phil Goodwin as well. In fact, Garrett has slipped back to ninth place, so it's all changed behind them. Tim Shooter now back to sixth place that he was trying so hard to get in the closing stages of race one. Has now managed to do it. Unlike in the earlier race where he was sort of busy defending from Dick Trevitt, he's got Trevitt behind him again, but actually he's on the attack to try and recreate that third place finish that he had earlier on today. This time there's Matthew Simpson that he has to get past. He did get past Matthew Simpson in the early stages in race one. Simpson having had the better of the starts, but Simpson now is looking pretty handy in that third place, isn't he? There's the tyre stack that caught out Mike Williams, caught out Robbie Kenning, I should say. But could have been an awful lot worse. That he's definitely struggling now, though. That left front corner that you really lean on around corners like this at Williams and Rich's, Bombhole, Coram. So if he has damaged that left front corner, that will definitely be holding him back through those sections. And I would not be surprised to see him just sort of limping this one home now. Here come Simpson and Moore. Moore to the outside under the bridge, trying to claim this third place then, but Matthew Simpson having nothing of it. Holds the inside, picks up a bit of understeer again mid-corner, but not enough to allow John Moore through. John had a better run out of the corner, but there's nowhere to go into the bomb hole. Peaked to the inside, but not ultimately able to get the pass done. Round the right-hander at Coram. There you can see Williams getting away now. 5.5 minutes to go, and he is looking pretty secure out in front. The real fight is the one behind, where actually now Dick Trevitt is back on terms with John Moore. So Moore, who had at the start of that been applying pressure to Matthew Simpson, now feeling the heat himself from Trevitt. Right, Williams sets a new fastest lap of the race as well. That's a 2:35.5, so we're getting down to within a couple of tenths now of the pace from race 1. Probably a little bit cooler now, maybe, than it was earlier on today, so still very sunny, obviously, but it's just cooled down a bit in the afternoon. Could allow them to go even faster, actually, as we go into the closing stages of the race. Ooh, that's not the fast line through Wilson, though, for Matthew Simpson. Runs out wide. John Moore looks to try and get the run into Palmer's, not to go round the outside necessarily, but to try and get the better exit, but he just didn't quite manage to carry the mid-corner speed there, did he? So Simpson now has a bit of a gap, and actually it's more under threat from Dick Trevitt. So Dick Trevitt looking inside, more just in the braking zone there, moves across to the left to cover. Three-way battle then going on as they head for Hamilton. Trevitt looking to try and find a way past. There's a big gap back, isn't there, to Tim Shooter in 6th position, 15 seconds back to Tim Shooter in 6th, but Shooter only half a second clear of Phil Goodwin. So that's a battle that's still continuing on, even though it looked as though Shooter was definitely the quicker of the two. Now, here comes John Moore, the 3rd position, heading down the back straight. He's got the inside line on Matthew Simpson. He's got a full overlap. Is Matthew feeling brave? Will he hang it tough around the outside through the left? He's going to try it. That gives him the inside line for the right at Nelson. And as long as he gets the car stopped, 3rd place should still be his. He ran a bit wide, but actually John Moore is the one slow off the corner. And Dick Trevitt drives around the outside of him. So Dick Trevitt straight through. That was just all about momentum, really. I don't know whether Moore missed a gear or something must have gone wrong, because he should have been quicker than Simpson off the corner, really, given the lines that they took going in. But actually ended up losing a place. So Dick Trevitt up to 4th and achieves what he was never able to do in race 1, and that's get past John Moore. Now can he get past Matthew Simpson? He did have to pass Simpson in the early stages. He's got 2 laps left now to try and gain 1 more place, and he might just be able to do it. He looks quicker than Simpson now, doesn't he? Through the double apex right-hander at Rich. He has a good opportunity to overtake. He's coming up now into the hairpin, but Simpson knows it, moves to the middle of the road to cover. He's later on the brakes than Dick Trevitt. Is he too late on the brakes? I don't think so. Got the car turned in nicely. It's a bit wide on the exit, but yeah, Robbie Kenning, Dick Trevitt is going to have to make a bit of a risky move here, I think, to get past Matthew Simpson. Simpson is under no circumstances going to make this easy. Podium place up for grabs, and Matthew Simpson don't think had a podium at Brands Hatch, did he? No, he hasn't had a podium yet this season. Won't want to pass up on the opportunity to get one here this afternoon. Dick Trevitt taking a very interesting line out of Agostini's there. Hamilton. And the right-hander at Oggies. Oh my word, Dick Trevitt's so late on the race. Too late again. He did that earlier. He's got off the road completely. Dick Trevitt, for the 2nd race in a row, gets it all wrong at Oggies and bounces his way back onto the track, but back behind John Moore again. So that is 2 races in a row now that Dick Trevitt's done that. Outbraked himself into Oggies and just avoided the back of Matthew Simpson's car. But Simpson now let off the hook well and truly. Shouldn't really be coming under too much pressure from John Moore, because John's pace seems to have sort of ebbed away in the closing stages. Some more rounds Nelson, and here comes the 96 of Dick Trevitt, trying now to make up for that mistake at Oggies. He's got past John Moore once already, but that was sort of an opportunistic move, wasn't it? Moore had that go at getting past Simpson. It didn't work. It lost him momentum, and Dick Trevitt sort of drove straight past him. Dick's not going to have it so easy the second time. We're starting the final lap this time around, and Dick Trevitt does get a good run off the final turn, though, in fairness. Is he able to draw level, I wonder? It looked like he might have been going quickly enough to do so. In the background, no, not quite. It's still John Moore in front, but Dick Trevitt all over him, right in the wheel tracks, heading for Riches. And then jinks to the inside of the last second. That's a late lunge. Wow, what a move that was at Rich. As I said in one of the earlier races, you don't do a lot of braking into the first corner here. And that makes it very difficult to outbrake somebody. But Dick Trevitt just managed to do it perfectly. So he's confident under braking, despite that moment that he had at Oggie's half a lap ago. And moves back ahead of John Moore. But I doubt he's got time, really, now to catch Matthew Simpson, who's over a second and a half up the road. There is Simpson in the distance. Just not sure Dick Trevitt's going to be able to do this, but we'll see. Down into Agostini then. Dick Trevitt moves to the inside of the road there, just in case John Moore thinks about getting up the inside, which he was thinking because he turned in very early there, and it might have just been enough to distract Dick Trevitt there. You could see him understeering wide, the car bouncing around on the suspension, but he somehow still managed to carry some good speed off the turn. Heads past the tyre stack that claimed Robbie Kenning's chances of a race victory. And Trevitt's off again at Oggie's. Second lap in a row he's done that. And this time he's off properly. He avoided the wall, but that's now the third time we've seen him do that today. Twice on successive laps. Well, not successive laps, twice in the last 3 laps that he's done it. And now he really has done it. He's not going to get back on terms with John Moore now. So John Moore back through into 4th. And yeah, Dick Trevitt then with a brilliant bit of driving at Rich's, and then unfortunately I think a slightly long brake pedal going through Oggie's once again puts him off the road. But no such issues for this man. Mike Williams didn't win the first race, he just never could find a way back past Robbie Kenning, and who knows, maybe Robbie would have had an answer for him in this one too, but Kenning clipping that tyre stack, damaging the left front corner of the car, and that in the end made life rather easy for Mike Williams. Accelerates past the pit lane entrance towards the timing line, and it is Mike Williams who will claim the victory in race number 2 of the weekend here at Snetterton in Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. It's Williams victorious, it's Kenning who comes home in 2nd, and 3rd place should be Matthew Simpson. Yes, it is. John Moore 4th, Dick Trevitt 5th. Look at the battle going on further back between Phil Goodwin and Tim Shooter. There it is, look, through the final turn. Goodwin defending into the corner, but Tim Shooter looking to try and get the run off the turn. This one could be quite close at the line, but I think for the 2nd race in a row, Phil Goodwin is just going to fend off Tim Shooter, who was ahead of him at one point in this race, but then fell back again. And in the end, Goodwin ends up in 6th position. Here comes Carl Wheaton, enjoying a good battle with Neil Burnett, and just ahead, Melanie Garrard. These three have been very evenly matched all day. Melanie didn't qualify this morning, but did then get involved in a pretty interesting battle with these two. This time around, she's going to come out on top in 11th position, so not quite inside the top 10, but getting the better of the two drivers with whom she's been battling all day. And Carl Wheaton and Neil Burnett. Not involved is Paul Deacon in this race. For whatever reason, he's dropped back from this group, but here they come. Garrard crosses the line in... hang on, where's Richard Garrard gone? Richard Garrard crossing the line... not crossing the line yet, so have we lost Richard Garrard on the last lap? In fact, Melanie Garrard's not showing either, so I suspect that might just be a transponder issue, because I'm pretty sure oh no, hang on, that is Richard, I think, isn't it? That is Richard Garrard. So has Melanie vanished as well? I thought she was there as they came across the line, but I could stand corrected. So that's going to mean a little bit of recovery work to be done before the next race can head out. We've got a race before TCR UK, but during that race we'll be building up to the final TCR UK race of the weekend, so don't go anywhere. Race 3 for TCR UK coming up in the not so distant future. But it's Mike Williams who celebrates a victory in the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. 3.2 seconds his winning margin in the end over Robbie Kenning in 2nd, Matthew Simpson 3rd, John Moore 4th, and Dick Trevitt in 5th. Phil Goodwin was 6th ahead of Tim Shooter 7th, Richard Cowley 8th, 9th Zach Gardner, and 10th place for Neil Burnett. Then it was Carl Wheaton, Paul Deacon, Richard and Melanie Garrett never did get to the flag, so I'm not sure what happened to them. Unrelated problems, I suspect, because they were some 14 seconds apart on the track, but neither of them will finish. And then we never once again had Ben Young, unfortunately. He did make it out, but he retired to the pit lane just 3 laps into the race. So the Metro's leaving the track. Well, that looks like Richard Garrett's got his car fired up again, doesn't it? So he'll coast back into Parc Fermé, where he will see Richard John Neal, who is ready to have a chat with our podium finishers from the 2nd race of the weekend.
And it means we get to chat to Fluffy again, doesn't it? But not until we've had a chat with Mike, who takes the win, and Fluffy out of the car first. Mike, can we grab you? He's having a little chat, isn't he? So I don't know whether we can get a signal in here, but we'll. Sorry to interrupt,
yes.
but unfortunately your prize is talking to me. That's not very good, is it? Do we need to get outside? Well, good to see it. Mike, well done.
Thank you.
Super win. Lap 3, I think, was when the move happened, and you'd made a move already at the hairpin. Yeah. And then,
it's a bit of a blur.
Bless him, I think he hit a tyre stack or something.
Yeah, in Hamilton, unfortunately for him. But he was kind of holding me up in all the places that mattered, I think. I just can't keep up with him on the straight. But once he hit the ballard at Hamilton, he went off the circuit a little bit, slowed him down, gave me a little breathing room to get some time up ahead of him on the corners, where I was making up some good time, enough to stay ahead on the straights. So it was quite easy from there onwards, if that makes any sense. It's never easy, is it? But it was the easiest part of any race or qualifying I've had today. So yeah, once I'm in the front, then it's just plain sailing then. So it's a shame I lost the lead in the first race, innit?
All sorted from race 1. What was it?
We don't know, to be honest. It's not misfiring as much, but it seems a bit flat. So there's not something not right. We've changed wiring, we've changed this, that and the other, looked at the fuel system. So it's one of those things, because it was intermittent in qualifying, we don't know actually what it is. So you don't know, it might come back next time we're racing. That's the worst thing. So it's just a case of change everything, I think. It's a new engine, so it shouldn't be the engine. So I'm probably thinking it's wiring or fuel system or something daft like that.
I was going to talk about the new engine, because obviously we lost you at Brands and we didn't get the chance to talk to you. Which part failed? Describe what the breakage was on the engine at Brands.
All of it. There was nothing salvageable from that engine. Wow. I think I might be able to salvage the sump. That's about it.
And is it difficult we were talking about these cars, a few come up for sale every now and again, but is it difficult to get the parts?
No, I mean, it probably is for some people, but I managed to buy a stock of the pistons, liners, rods, cranks from Rover when they went bust. Right. I've still got about 4 sets left, so I just throw a new engine together, and they cost me, I think it was, I don't know, probably about $8,000 for the whole lot, you know what I mean? And it's like, you wouldn't pay that for, a couple of engines if you get a builder to do it, and I've had sets and sets and sets. They're not the best, because I went to build a new one just a couple of weeks ago, obviously. We found an imperfection in the crank, so we had to throw that away. But that's the great thing about having 5 or 6 sets left, isn't it? You can afford to throw a bit away. And then if we get pistons going, then at least I've got a spare set of 4 pistons and liners and stuff. So yeah, I mean, in that respect, for me, it's easy to build the engine. It's just the time. I just don't find the time to do anything, and I give the car to somebody else to fix all the bodywork, because it would save me time, and they hadn't finished it a week before the race. So I ended up going up there and helping them. And then the engine went, because I didn't have time to do anything else in the car. I didn't really check the engine. I thought it might last me a couple of races this season and get a new one in, but off it went. So yeah, that lasted a year and a half. So they don't last long, to be honest, if you're thrashing them. But hopefully that one will last me this season and a little bit beyond, maybe.
Fingers crossed for you. And Donington Park GP next time, so that's a cracking circuit, isn't it?
I love Donington, but I'm not a great fan of the GP edition. No, it's just a wiggle left, come back on yourself again. It kind of just, the international circuit, I love it. So I love Donington, don't get me wrong. I just find that bit a bit like I can't do Craney curves as often. That's all that extra bit is to me. Yeah. I get 2 times less around Craney curves instead. So,
just cut the corner.
Seen it done.
Mike, well done. Great to see you back on top form.
Thank you.
And we'll see you later on in the season. Mike Williams, who takes the win. Let's get Robbie Kenning. Robbie, what happened? Was it pressure?
No, it was a pesky tyre wall. That's not actually a tyre wall. It's full of concrete and it doesn't move. So the back end decided to overtake the front. I'd done it every other lap and it had just bit in a bit too hard, and well, you can see the front of the car, it's knackered. It just was cooking on the way round, so I figured, bag the points. We've got the championship lead at the moment, so let Mike go off for the last few laps and take it home.
With the damage, is there ongoing further damage for you keeping out there?
I don't think so. I mean, realistically, it probably needs a wing, a radiator, front bumper. It's a weekend's worth of work if that. It might need a flitch to be repaired, but it didn't feel quite right going around the last few laps.
Points are good though.
Points good. Championship lead now, I think, coming out of here. So happy boy. So hello to everyone at the family. Yoo-hoo. So I'm a happy boy.
That's good. The car doesn't look too happy, but as I say, it's great that you managed to get it home, and you'll take that.
Yeah, I'll take it home. Let's say at the end of the day, you know, baby due next month for Donington. So we've been put on standby for 17th to the 24th. So you can guarantee when I need to be at Donny, it's gonna turn up. But luckily, my mother-in-law's stepping up to be there for the wife, so I can go and hopefully win some races.
I hope it all works out time-wise, and the best of health to you all, and good luck, and we'll catch you later on in the season. Robbie Kenny, thank you very much, Robbie. And third position goes to Matthew Simpson. So, have we got Matt anywhere? Matthew Simpson? Ah.
How are you?
Well done. Very good, thank you. Welcome back. First podium since last race of last year, which sounds like a long time, but it isn't, because we've only had one round so far.
Well, it feels like a long time. Yeah, Browns was... It's not my best circuit for some reason, you know, in this car. The other car was all right, but I've just been put off by him. Yeah, in race one, my gear linkage came off, so I had third and fourth. So that was it for the whole race. So to get fifth in the first race was actually a pretty good result, I thought. But this race, I managed to get a good start, got upside John. He thought about squeezing me against the wall, and then I just thought I'd keep my foot in, and yeah, then it's about keeping them behind me. Then those two are battling. They gave me a break for a minute, and then they'd catch back up with me, and it'd be my turn for a battle. But yeah, happy to come away with a podium.
That's really good. How long have you been involved with the Formula?
This is my third season with this Formula. We raced with them in the past when I raced with the MG Cup. I'd been with Tomcat, but yes, first it gets me up. Look at them. They want me to say plumbers on camera.
You just did, I think.
Well, there you go. Cheers.
And yeah, so what would be your advice to anyone looking at a Formula to race, thinking classic-wise? Come here.
Yeah, it is reasonably priced. It's a real family atmosphere. Everybody helps each other out, and there's just a wealth of knowledge. You've got Dick, who's 80 years old and still pedalling very hard, and putting us all to shame at times, to be fair. You know, as I say, everybody is just so friendly, and we can get hold of anything, and I've got all the advice that you need. So, yeah, get some more drivers out there. It'd be great.
I was chatting to some of the lads at Brands Hatch in the paddock, and they were telling me that, yeah, you know, new drivers that are coming in, there's help, there's encouragement, and a little bit of camaraderie.
Oh, absolutely. It's great camaraderie. We leave nothing on the circuit and have a good time in the paddock. So you could be, we're the best of mates, but we wouldn't take each other out. So it's a lot of respect in the championship, and it's been going a long time. So yeah, it's hopefully for a lot more years to come.
Nice one, Matthew. Well done. Welcome back to the podium.
Yeah.
Excellent, good to meet you, and we'll see you later on in the season. That wraps things up from our support coverage here at Snetterton, but of course we still have the third and final race for the TCR UK Championship coming up. So from me in the support paddock, thanks for watching. Stay with us though, don't go anywhere, because we're looking forward to TCR coming up in just a few minutes' time here on the stream.
Let it go.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Got so much weight and have to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Let it go.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders and have to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Let it go.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders and have to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Welcome back to Snetterton, a sunny Snetterton. You're not even in the shade, mate, to be fair.
No.
Paul
I'm
O'Neill.
getting Snetterton, that's why.
Oh, he's done me there. Nice one, Jack Oliphant. Fair play. How's things? How's your day been, mate? How's TCR UK looking from your perspective? It was nice to see Brad Hutchison take that win.
Yeah, Brad's one of the biggest personalities on the grid, isn't he? And I think after he got the win taken away from him, I think it was at Donington last year, he was absolutely buzzing. His whole family and support series are here as well. I mean, he brings more fans than anybody else, so it was really nice to see him so happy. And he's always happy to go and have a chat or play the games or do any of the social bits. So yeah, really buzzing for Brad. But to be fair, I've had a great day as well. All the drivers have been really welcoming. They've been all, nearly all, happy to come and do the socials and stuff. To be fair, normally they're all very happy. I caught one of them at the wrong time after a bit of an incident. Not Luke Skywalker, anyway. If anybody, that's a joke from the social media. You have to go and watch it if you want. But yeah, it's been a really good day, and I think everybody seems to have enjoyed it. Yeah, so I'm happy with it so far.
Yeah. What do you think, as a driver, what's it going to be like now to have driven the circuit? It's probably its hottest, but this will be a different heat now, where the tarmac has soaked up a lot of the heat.
Yeah.
So the changes that they're going to make in a front-wheel drive car are going to be probably minimal, but at the same time, there'll be drivers out there who have made big changes, maybe.
Yeah, well, I think obviously there's some drivers that have had to repair the car. Maybe they've decided to try a different strategy and setup. I know Darren Lewis has basically just been changing the car back to front all the way through the weekend and trying to find something that'll work. Obviously the heat has changed, but the biggest problem for me driving in these conditions is actually driving into the sun. Because obviously going down this pit straight, going down the pit straight, you're driving straight into the sun. You're trying to find your braking zones, going into Ritchie's, even going into the first corner on the first lap. That can be really dangerous, and you need to keep your wits about you.
It's very true that, and I forgot about that. I mean, the sun isn't that low, to be fair, is it, into the first corner? But still, we're squinting now, aren't we?
Yeah.
When you're going into the first corner, it's super fast, but you do see at this time of the day or a bit later on that with the sun dropping a tiny little bit, people will have bigger visors on the front of the windscreens. Might not be the case, but that might be a problem. When they line up to the grid, there might be a few drivers like, oh, I can't see the lights, because the lights are quite high, aren't they?
Well, exactly. The lights are quite high, especially if you're starting on the front rows, so the likes of Adam Shepherd and Carl Baldley's up there and stuff like that. They might well have a little bit of a problem, but they're very experienced drivers. They'll have all driven in these conditions before. We're talking about them as if they're brand new to it. They're not Fiesta Juniors, are they? Whereas this would be a bit of a shock for them. They're going to be fine with it, but for me, that was always a bit of a surprise when it came to the last race on a Sunday, and the sun was setting, especially when you're in sort of September, October time, and you have to drive straight into it. It's always a bit of a shock, but they'll be absolutely fine with it, I'm sure. And as you say, hopefully the air temperature might cool down, might make the engines work a bit better, but the track temperature will still be just as high.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like anyone's been having any temperature issues with any high temps in the cockpit. I've not heard anyone say anything about, cockpit lights going off and the temperature of water and oil. Seems like it's been pretty steady. No one's really had any brake problems either. Tyres have been great. Goodyear always bring a good tyre.
Yeah, exactly. I think the reliability of the cars is second to none, aren't they? We haven't had anybody complain about that. So it's a really great advert for Goodyear. It's a great advert for TCR, and the cars are built solid. So the teams have done a great job as well. Any little niggles are out there or anything like that, even in the Civic Cup, to be fair, as well, any little niggles and stuff, or even massive engine changes, the teams have been able to actually get down and dirty, and they've been able to get the cars turned around. So yeah, everybody knows these cars back to front, and it's been a great day.
Yeah. So the next race is TCR UK, and it's going to be the last race of the day for the TCR cars. Adam Shepherd starting up the front. Got to say, he's got to be looking for another win, isn't he?
It looks like it's a very similar grid anyway to race 1. Obviously, if anybody's out there is wondering, race 3 grid is actually the second fastest lap from qualifying. So it's nothing to do with race 1, nothing to do with race 2. It's the qualifying times. And he was very quick, Adam Shepherd, and quite consistent in qualifying. So there's reasons why he's seen as one of the more exciting drivers over the weekend. Definitely going to be a part of the Carlos Oils, I think, a driver of the weekend. So he's definitely going to be one of the people to be looking out on. But now he's got Joe Marshall starting alongside him, which he didn't have in race 1 because Joe didn't make it to the start. That's going to be a headache for Adam. He's not going to have it all his own way.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and it's like, not to be disrespectful, but it's the right drivers at the front of the grid now. For the third race, second fastest lap of qualifying puts you on the grid for that. So yeah, I'm expecting some really good things. And Joe Marshall, he's got to be in with a win. He showed super pace, fastest lap in that last race as well.
Yeah, I mean, that reverse grid, he was rapid, wasn't he? And apparently he just got up to the back of them and he cooked his tyres. That's why he couldn't really attack, but he had the pace to try and go for them. I'm very hopeful that we can see a little bit of a fight, a little bit of a punch from him going into turn 1, and maybe not punching Adam Shepherd physically or anything like that, but we're hoping to see a little bit of fight and a little bit of feistiness, and Adam Shepherd will have to prove why he's a race winner. And to be fair, he actually did very well in that reverse grid as well, did Shepherd. So he's definitely going to be up there. There's no reason why he won't win this race, but Joe Marshall needs to prove that he's a championship contender as well.
Yeah, definitely. Should we go and take a one then?
Yeah.
We'll go and speak about the drivers as we go past them, because they've all got a story and they've all either been in the wars today or they have been right up the front. So just give you a little rundown if you just want to have a... So this is where the cars stop and you'll see us interviewing everybody. First, second, third. It's where the cars come in. They'll be put into park firmly so they can't be touched by anyone. That's the big TCR UK board where we try to interview the drivers because we've got all the sponsors on there. And also Rick Kerry, he's had a decent weekend. He's had a Gen 1 Cup win.
Yeah.
But he started on the front row this morning as well. So he must be quite happy about being in TCR UK. And with this being a Gen 1 car, it's not the easiest car to pedal around when you've got such fast Gen 2 cars around you.
You know, exactly, and obviously I think he's quite happy that he's got that rivalry with Will Beach, and I think, to be fair, whenever I've spoken to Rick, he's always been very happy. He was obviously happy with taking the Gen 1 Cup wins, getting trophies. That always makes people happy, doesn't it? But yeah, his car always looks supremely good. He's always got a smile on his face, and he's competitive, and he's one of those drivers where if it is getting a little bit dull, spaced out towards the front, you shoot it back to him and you're going to have a good race on your hands with the Gen 1 Cup. So yeah, he's a big asset to the championship.
Yeah, definitely. Talking of assets to the championship, we just had a little look around Rick Kerry's car. What I will say is thank you to our sponsors, and especially, if you follow me, Liqui Moly, who have been fantastic to us. They're on a lot of the cars as a championship sponsor, but they also support Callum Newsham pretty well as well. So a big thank you to Liqui Moly, because without sponsors like that, we couldn't go racing, and we wouldn't be able to pay for your £3,000 a day fee, would they?
No, absolutely not. I've got to have my accommodation and everything like that. It's got to be of a certain standard. No, we're not all divas like Paul O'Neill, obviously. But
well done.
No, it's you're right. The sponsorship, motorsport's an expensive sport. No one's going to shy away from that. Everybody knows that. So it is crucial that we have great sponsors and supportive sponsors like Liqui Moly, Carlos Oils, and obviously everybody that's on Rick Kerry's car and all the way down. Maximum Networks are always a big sort of supporter of the Civic Cup and the TCR. So on every single car, there's stories of sponsorship and people supporting these drivers, which is great to see.
Definitely. Right, let's move along. Let's move along, Jack. So, Carl Baldley, he's had a so-so start to the year, isn't he? Brandt Hatch has been a bit like Snetterton. He's been on the podium, he scored big points, but he just looks disappointed by the bite of his car.
I know, he just seems to have a little bit of a frown on whenever we see him, and there's no real reason why, because he's scoring very well. Most people in his position would be absolutely buzzing with where he sits in the championship as well. He's only third, and he's only a handful of points behind. There's a long way to go in the season, so I would expect him to get a little bit happier. I think it's just quite because he's not quite as happy in the car as he was last year. He felt like he probably had it dialed in. Now he's talking about the tyres have changed, so that's had to change the makeup of the car. He'll get there in the end, but yeah, okay, it's taken him a little bit longer than it would. We want to see a happy Carl Baldley back again on the pits, don't we, really? That's what we wish.
It is interesting, you know, when we do interview him, I know especially with Andy, he's always like, oh, I don't think about these things, I'm just happy to be here. But rubbish.
Yeah.
We race cars, and when we race cars, we try our hardest, and you're not happy to be beaten by other people in the same car, but at the same time he's very respectful, and when Brad won,
yeah, he was happy.
He was very happy for him, so I do respect Carl's approach, but at the same time, don't think he goes home and goes, oh, that was great.
Yeah.
He is literally wanting to win. He's not a champion by being a nice person.
Absolutely not, no, and even when I think Andy was speaking to him yesterday, he was saying that the car's not quite set up, but he's okay, and he's sort of there or thereabouts. You can tell that he's not quite happy coming second place. We were actually saying that Adam Shepherd, Callum Newsham, those drivers actually need to take advantage of the fact he's not quite as happy as he needs to be, because he will come to the front, he will win races, and they need to try and take advantage and get an early lead in the championship while he's not quite as happy. Maybe that's playing on his mind as well a little bit. Maybe that's why he's not quite as happy. He's seeing people eke out a lead.
Yeah, definitely. Let's have a little move along then. I've just seen that the race that's going on at the minute has actually been red flagged, which is interesting.
Jeff Alden, I'll tell you what, I don't know if you heard this or not on the commentary. Andy mentioned it at least 52,000 times. It was his birthday yesterday.
Do you know the best thing about that is, I've heard it been mentioned a million times, but also, as I walked through his garage, everyone else mentioned it to him. Did you know it's Jeff Alden's birthday? I bet Jeff is fed up with people going on about his birthday.
He hates it. I can guarantee you, if he went over there and said, "Oh, happy birthday," we make a song and dance about it, he'd turn around and walk away and get in the car early.
How old is he, do you know?
Oh, he wouldn't tell me. He's number 19, so he said maybe he's 19. We'll let him off.
he wishes.
Yeah.
Very good, though. Let's just talk about Mark Smith.
Yeah.
Disappointing for him, wasn't it, starting so far up the front, and then having that little bit of contact with Luke Sargent. And it's a shame because, you know, you're in a Gen 1 car, and when you're in a Gen 1 car, to me that says that you haven't got as much money as some of the people, you know, with the Gen 2 cars. So I'm just hoping that there wasn't too much damage on the side of the car, but I know they were fixing it pretty rapidly before the start of this race.
Yeah, I think Ben Sharp Racing as well, who's obviously one of the front runners in the Civic Cups. I know they run their teams well and everything, but it's their only TCR car. I think they sort of pinned quite a few hopes on it to hope to get more cars on the grid under their name, but it is always a bit difficult because it's not only the race that gets ruined, it's potentially the bank account as well. So fingers crossed, Mark is back and he's able to get out Alton Park as well, properly fixed up.
Yeah, talking about going out, I think we're going to start to get the ball rolling with TCR UK. Jeff Alden's car's coming out. A lot of these drivers are getting told to get in. This other race that's going on behind us has been red flagged, so we're going to wrap it up and we're going to head back to you guys and tell us what's going on next.
Let it go.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Welcome back to Snetterton, everybody, where TCR UK are about to conclude our 2 days of racing here in the sunshine of Snetterton. Cars very shortly will be released out of the pit lane, and their final 20-minute race of the weekend beckons for them. And yeah, this could be an interesting one. The first two races have both been very interesting, that's for sure. Lots of storylines to come out of those races. But what is going to happen now in the third and final one. I wonder, we're back, as Jack made the point there, to having some of the more expected front runners at the front of the grid, but that doesn't mean it will be any less of a dramatic race, because as we've seen already, there is a group of 3 or 4 drivers at the front of this grid who are all almost identically paced, and so actual fact that doesn't really make for boring racing. It makes for very close racing. Paul O'Neill has just given me a heart attack. Thank you, Paul. Paul is back in the commentary box, everybody, you might have guessed. I don't know whether I'm going deaf, but that's 2 people who have crept up on me today and nearly made me resign live on air. So thank you for that, Paul.
That was the best thing I've done all day. I come round the back of you, you twisted round, you completely missed me. And I thought, I'm going to get a bombastic side-eye off you. You didn't, and you were like, "Roo!" You need to get a grip of your life, mate.
I do enjoy working on these events. I need to keep telling myself that. Paul, what are your thoughts moving swiftly on ahead of this third race of the weekend? As I was trying to make the point, we've got the quick guys back at the front now. They're all very evenly matched, and I'm particularly relishing the idea now of Joe Marshall hopefully taking up his front row starting position that he wasn't able to do yesterday, because I think he's the only one with an answer for Adam.
Me too. If Joe gets a good start, this will be a really, really good race. There is no way that Joe Marshall is going to let this opportunity go beyond him, because let's be perfectly honest, this is probably the Audi's best circuit.
Right.
And that's not being horrible to the car or the team or the driver. It just suits this circuit. Fastest lap last time out. Had to, got so far up into 4th place. He'll make a move, and I think Adam knows that.
Yes, and does that mean Adam will race him differently? Because Adam is very much thinking championship. Joe Marshall may still, in his mind, quite rightly, think that he can win a championship. If he starts winning races, he's in the fight as much as anyone else. But do you think Adam might just sort of... Is he the kind of driver, do you think, that will think like that and sort of take a step back and look at the bigger picture and sort of realise that Joe's fight in this race is maybe not the fight that he needs to get involved in?
I think that's a very good point, well made, because Adam will probably count his lucky stars that he's in a car that can compete every weekend. The last thing he needs now is a collision of some sort, a car breakage, and a load of points lost. I would like to say, as a driver, if you're looking to win the championship, you would always just give other people a wide berth if they're going to be that desperate to win. I think Joe will be not desperate, but he'll know this is a good chance. So I would say you're dead right. I think he will race him differently, but at the same time, he won't want to lose too many other places. And when you start driving defensively from the get-go, it's like rugby. If you go in half-hearted for a tackle, you can end up turning yourself around or getting a broken leg or whatever. So, yeah, that's my line.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point, really, I think. And but then the flip side of that, from Adam Shepherd's perspective, is that you've got to score when you can. He's on form at the moment. The way that the BOP works, the way the compensation weight works, you might not be this quick every single round. Just because he's had a really good first 2 rounds doesn't mean we'll go to Walton Park and he'll be the dominant car. Look at Callum Newsham. He was the fastest man at Brands Hatch. He's been consistently the 4th or 5th fastest driver this weekend. Now, that's not Callum forgetting how to drive. That's just that the car doesn't suit this track, and that BOP and the compensation weight has hurt him. So, knowing Adam reasonably well, I've got a funny feeling he's not going to back down. I think he will want to score points when he can, because he, of all people, knows that being consistent over the full season ain't easy.
Yeah, and I just hope he remembers about the time he come here when we started to cover the championship, and he had a chance of winning, and he went off in free practice, caused loads of damage to the car. And that might play in his mind where, like Carl Bordley, you just got to pick up the points when they come along. And you said it, earlier on in the day, sometimes you're not judged on your race wins and your maximum point scores. You're judged on when you make good points when things are against you. And that is what he probably needs to recognise. Listen, Adam doesn't need to listen to anything we're saying. The guy can pedal, he's fast. And what I love about him is he drives the car on the nose, and he gives us something to talk about.
Always exciting to watch, isn't he? And that is what we like about Adam Shepherd. But yeah, you make a good point there about Carl Bordley. Still hasn't won a race yet, but he's had 3 second-place finishes, a third-place finish, and a fourth-place finish. He's never been worse than 4th, so Carl Bordley still sits 3rd in the points. The points provisionally after that race earlier on. Shepherd leading on 183. That is now 19 more than Callum Newsham, who's still there in 2nd place. Bordley is third, but that's only after the drops because we are now 5 races in, so we're calculating drop scores. So Boardley has more points than Newsham, but not after the drop scores. 2 points between them. So 164 for Newsham and 157 for Boardley. And then a big gap back to Hutchison, Marshall and Luke Sargent behind. But yeah, Boardley solidly going about his business. Third in the points still. You know, there have been a few drivers over the years who have said if you can finish on second or third in every race, you'll probably still win the championship. And, you know, that's why I think Adam Shepherd wants to get these wins in when he can.
Yeah, but if you asked every driver on the grid how they would like to win the championship and you give them an option of you never win a race but you'll win the championship, there'll be a lot that say, oh yeah, of course. I don't think Adam Shepherd would be that person. No. If you give him a 50-50 chance of winning a race and winning the championship instead of just winning the championship with no race wins, I think he would definitely go for the race win.
I suspect so. That race win that he had yesterday was his 4th career win. That means he's now 5th on the all-time list of winners. And another win would put him joint 3rd with Jack Constable and Alex Lee. So he is really sort of making his presence felt on the TCR UK stats sheets. He is 3rd all-time for podiums. 15 times he's been on the podium. He has led 107 laps, one of only 5 drivers to have led over 100 laps in the championship. He is really becoming one of those drivers that years in the future will remember as the heavy hitters in TCR UK.
Yeah, definitely, and that is something I like to see. What I was going to say to you, we need to make sure. Sorry, my mind was elsewhere then. I was looking at that heat haze. It looks amazing, doesn't it? That's hot, isn't it? What time are we on? This is 5:45 in the evening, and it's properly hot. And that crosswind is getting.
Yeah.
That's going to cause not massive problems, but into turn 1, that can upset cars. It doesn't matter what car it is. It'll upset a car with a bit of aero like these cars have. So that'll be interesting. So we've got to make sure we remember we've got a short list, hopefully, as the race goes on, for the Carless Fuels driver of the day. Look at that. Is that Nick Hart with them what do you look like, Robo-Cops with the old guns?
There's no order to this releasing from the pit lane, is there? Maybe that's something that could be looked at in future rounds. It's a bit of a free-for-all.
Do you know what that's like? You know when you're like on the Wirral where you're from and you're like trying to get out of a like multi-story car park and there's loads of BMW drivers everywhere and they're all trying to flat out. I mean, I'm trying to be
not that many BMWs on the Wirral. I hate to break it to you, Paul. It's not that kind of place these days. No.
I thought the Wirral was an expensive place.
Not my side of the Wirral, mate. Not my side. It's split down the middle, and I'm not earning enough yet to be on the proper side.
Split down the Wirral.
Oh, I see what you did there. The puns are coming out. Jack got you with a good one before. I enjoyed that. That was he's on form today.
Wasn't really
Jack.
listening to him, to be honest.
No, well, neither was I. I wasn't going to tell him that. Anyway, Jack has done a splendid job on all the social media. Do give us a like and a follow on the socials, by the way. We're on what social media platforms? We're on all of them, I think, now, Paul.
Everything.
I think it's everything,
We're on TikTok, which I don't have. We're on Facebook, which I have, and my mum's my only friend. We're on, obviously, YouTube. We are on Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter. Instagram.
Yes.
We're on everything.
Yeah.
So make sure you have a look at us, TCR UK. And Jack's done a great job this weekend, and also last weekend as well. He's a good addition. And one thing I like about him is he's a driver that isn't stupid.
Yes.
Because we're all silly.
Yeah. No, I'll go with that. I'll go with that. He knows what he's talking about. We haven't yet gone to a track where I've commentated on him crashing at, though, and as soon as we do, I'll be reminding him of that. Donington's always good fun. We're not going there, sadly, this year. Perhaps that's the reason why. Maybe he had a word in Stuart Lyon's ear, and he knew what was coming. Anyway, cars heading out to the grid, and that temperature, it is warm, but we haven't, I don't think, seen a huge amount of tyre issues, really. The pace has been quite consistent over the race. Brad Hutchison pumped in his fastest lap, I think, on lap 9 or 10 of the earlier race. So this tyre, even though it's grippier and therefore presumably a bit softer than the old one, it seems to last.
Yeah, do you want my honest opinion? I think, Goodyear's an excellent tyre, and Mickey Butler is a massive supporter of what TCR UK do. And I think what you've probably got is a tyre that works very well on these cars because the cars don't ask a massive amount. There's no massive torque load through the cars compared to other championships, and there's, laterally, grip-wise, they are special, but not usually the lateral grip that catches you out, it's the torque through the front axle of the engine. So these engines are phenomenal. I mean, you've been on a passenger ride with me in one of these cars, and that was in the wet, but you felt how you know, drivable the engine was in that particular Audi TCR Gen 2 car. So you know what it's like, mate. And these tyres are phenomenal. Ridiculous in the wet that day, wasn't it? To get the power down in a front-wheel drive car with 300 plus horsepower, big plus, is pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. They've done a good job, and the right tyre for the job definitely on the cars for this season, and most of the drivers, I think, would agree with that. Mr. Boardley perhaps aside, although he does just slowly seem to be getting on terms with it, getting the balance of the car feeling a bit better. He's at no point looked like the fastest driver on the grid this season, but he's getting quicker.
Yeah, listen, Carl Boardley reminds me of a Man United team, if you're into your football, 15 years ago, where they'd be scoring big points, but playing in third gear.
Right.
When he gets it right, championship's on.
Yeah.
Telling you now.
Absolutely.
Not just Carl, his team.
Yeah,
Carl and the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was, I seem to recall, Alton Park last year where he really ignited his championship challenge. He won at least one, if not two races there, I think. Maybe just one, but he was on it at Alton Park. And that started that brilliant run mid-season of race victories that Carl started to pick up. Yes, he won the second race at Alton. Then he won two races the next round at Knockhill. One race of the two at Silverstone at the round after that. He got all four of his victories within the space of about 6 races, and it all started at Alton Park. That was where he got his first race victory, and I would not be surprised if he does the same again. The cream really seems to rise to the top at a place like Alton Park.
Sun cream.
It is that kind of day, isn't it? The sunglasses are out. We've got proper grid girls this time, but nice to see the juniors getting involved on the grid earlier on, and I'm sure some of those are eyeing up TCR cars, some of the Fiesta Junior drivers for perhaps a few years in the future.
That was a lovely thing to do.
Yeah,
to have the Fiesta Junior kids on the grid this morning. I thought that was really, really spot on. And you know, what you've got, I always laugh because when you see youngsters, sometimes you forget that you'll see them in 10 years' time and they'll be winning championships that maybe you're covering or you've competed in. And that's why I always try and spend as much time with them as I can, because it's not that they need people to look up to or whatever. It's just the fact that you just never know who you're talking to.
Yeah.
You know, I remember commentating on Lando Norris. I knew he was good, but I didn't ever think he'd get to F1. And yeah, I think it's fantastic that these youngsters get the chance to get in the media. Brad is just literally flat out all the time. That hand, I don't even think that's his hand. I think he's got a hand in the cockpit that he puts up. It's like a fake waving hand.
Yeah, no one can be that cheery all the time.
Absolutely
it's not natural,
not.
is it?
It's
Especially
not.
in this business.
For a human to be that happy, you've got to question them. I'd say his dad makes me laugh.
Yes.
He's a legend, you know. That is genius. That interview that he did that's impressive, that, you know, mate. I look at a lot of data and a lot of video, you know, for drivers, and it's difficult to make a setup change on what you see. If you can hear it as well, it's a little bit easier, which he will do. But that just that team and that guy, his dad, that's proper, really good.
Well, it's nice to see them getting the rewards for all of their effort. I touched upon this, I think, earlier on in the day, but they have put an awful amount of effort into this, and they have to almost put more effort into it to take on the big teams, because it is just them. It's such a small unit. They don't get a lot of support from elsewhere. They don't have the biggest budget of any team on the grid, and yet here they are. You know, they've made the investment in the Gen 2 car. The Cupra obviously suits Brad, but it does seem that it's a bit more workable. They make changes, it seems to work, and maybe it is becoming more second nature for them now. They understand the car, and that will make it easier, won't it, to anticipate what you need to do to it.
Yeah, they've picked it up quicker than, you know, maybe they picked up the Audi Gen 1. This car is probably more easier to set up, or it reacts to change more. Some cars are difficult. I've done a bit with the Gen 1 Audi, and it was difficult. It was quite flat compared to the Gen 2 cars, so it's good to see. But, you know, Martin Hutchison and his team, and they brought in some big sponsors as well.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
Fair play. That's how you go racing. You don't want to dive into your own dollar account. You want to get ripping someone else off. Not saying that they rip sponsors off. That's what racing chooses.
Yes, definitely not ripped them off today. They've delivered that race victory, which I'm sure all of the sponsors of that team are very, very happy about indeed. The grid slowly cleared of team personnel then, and the green flag lap will begin in earnest in a moment or two, and we'll see whether or not the third race will provide us with another different race winner. We've had already, across those first 5 races of the season, we have had 4 different race winners. Adam Shepherd, the only repeat winner so far. And yeah, this is going to be an intriguing race to conclude our activity here at the end of the weekend. And well, we might be scared to make predictions, but other people, Paul, less so. And it's been a while since we had an Audi challenging for a race win. What do we reckon? Joe Marshall seems to be getting some love.
Joe Marshall getting some love, yeah, on my Instagram. Jamie Tonks just sending us a message saying Marshall for the win. Honestly, I think I can't pick between them, but Marshall ain't, the way he got on the back of that second place battle tells me that he wants something from this weekend. He really does. I mean, he had a nightmare start, didn't he? But anyway, here's your grid. I'll let you crack on.
Thank you very much. Well, there was the grid anyway, briefly. At the front of it, Adam Shepherd with another pole position, his second of the weekend. And he will have Joe Marshall for company alongside him. And for Adam Shepherd, that is his 4th career pole position in TCR, joint second of all time. Alongside him, the Audi of Joe Marshall, Carl Boardley and Callum Newsham should be there on row number 2. Remember, Newsham's car's had a bit of repair work done to it after the collision that he had with Adam Shepherd early doors in the race earlier on today. Down here, actually, at the Agostini hairpin. Didn't seem to affect the Cupra too much, but the Hyundai did seem to run out of pace a little bit as the race went on. So Shepherd on pole once again, with Joe Marshall looking to become the second first-time winner today after Hutchison finally grabbed his first victory earlier on in the afternoon. Row number 2 then for Carl Boardley, the reigning champion. Car number 1 hunting for his first victory of the season with Callum Newsham alongside, who got his first victory back at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago. Brad Hutchison got his first victory earlier on today. Luke Sargent winless so far, but consistently inside the top half dozen this weekend. Needs to try and avoid some first corner drama this time, and he might be on for a better result. Darren Lewis is next in the Hyundai with Will Beach, who's been in the wars a bit this weekend. Be nice to see him round out the weekend with a Gen 1 Cup victory. Rick Kerry has been the thorn in his side this weekend, though arguably the quicker of the two this weekend. He's picked up 2 wins in the Gen 1 Cup, and he's got Steve Laidlaw, the debutant, completing his debut weekend from 10th place on the grid. Mark Smith and Jeff Oldham will be at the back of the field, and yes, we do have the Cupra and the Astra at the back. Jeff Oldham celebrating his birthday yesterday, and again, would love to complete those celebrations with a decent result here at Snetterton to round things out. So Adam Shepherd then weaving his way down the back straight here at Snetterton, generating the tyre temperature. The start so crucial here. We know Shepherd's starts recently certainly have been exceptional. Joe Marshall, we didn't get to see what he could do from the front row yesterday, but any difference in the start procedures between those two cars? Do you think there is an advantage between a Cupra or an Audi on the front row, or is it all down to driver reaction time?
It'll be mostly down to driver reaction time. What I was not laughing at, but it was quite interesting, because there was quite a lot of Gen 1 cars at the front of the race 2 grid. When we had that great shot from the rear of the grid facing up to the lights, you could tell the cars who were using launch control and the race start, because they all had the brake lights on and the cars were sat down squatting, ready to go with the revs on, and the other cars obviously were just making normal clutch off on the power starts. So I'll tell you the honest truth, the best starts I ever made, even if I had a race start strategy in the car, it was always an analog. Really? Just use the rev limiter, and that'll stop the wheel spin. This pulling the handbrake and pushing this button and twisting your arm around the back of your head and then grabbing your wallet, then it just didn't work. It just didn't work. Anyway, you're the lead comms, you crack on.
I'll try. Right then, cars lining up on the grid, and there is our most recent winner in TCR UK, Brad Hutchison. 5th place for him, and Steve Laidlaw's car bouncing around as it comes to the grid further back. Still bouncing around quite a bit, actually, as he's on and off the brakes and the clutch then coming to the line. So the Hyundai pulls into position alongside Rick Kerry, former BMW man, who, as he said earlier on, I sort of keep forgetting about this, still learning front-wheel drive. Remarkably little front-wheel drive experience for someone who's been in the business for so long, so he will inevitably get quicker as the year goes on. It is the final race of the weekend. It's round number 6 of TCR UK for 2024, and it's Adam Shepherd looking for a third victory of the season. He's starting from pole, but will he lead into turn number 1? The lights are out, away they go. Even start, I'd say, from the front row starters. Boardley's away well from third too, but can't quite get to the inside of Joe Marshall, who slammed the door in his face. But it's Adam Shepherd once again who gets the whole shot and leads them into the first corner. Hutchison round the outside of Callum Newsham for 4th. Hutchison, having got that win earlier on today, is up for another one and he's into 4th place, finds a gap in front of Newsham and makes 4th place his own. Shepherd leads then, Marshall 2nd, Boardley 3rd, Newsham trying to come back at Hutchison, but Hutchison, I think, is riding a bit of a wave of confidence now, isn't he?
Yeah, he looks a bit fiery, doesn't he? He's sticking his nose where it isn't welcome, but he's getting involved, and I think he's just looking for that bit of respect. Did you see Shepherd come round Palmer's then? That right rear nearly give up, but he's gapping Joe Marshall behind.
So confident on cold tyres, isn't he, Adam Shepherd? Always has been, and yeah, Joe Marshall can't live with him at the moment, but over 20 minutes, will that still be the case? Adam reckons he's been driving within himself to protect the tyres so far this weekend. He might just have to dig a bit deeper in this one now that Joe Marshall's in 2nd place. Callum Newsham here then on the tail of Hutchison as they head for Oggies, and Callum Newsham could do with a decent result. He's had an okay weekend. That collision with Shepherd he could have done without, really, but is he going to be able to find a way past the blue Cupra? He couldn't do it yesterday. This was the battle really that entertained us the most in race 1, and already they're together in race 3.
Yeah, look at them. They're already stretching out, aren't they? Shepherd's first lap is absolutely phenomenal. Even with that big slide at turn 3, the left-hander at Palmer's, he's still getting away, isn't he? And again, Boardley just looking like he's trying to look after those tyres and just make a move, really.
Yep, Carl Boardley dropping back from the top 2. Hutchison not really able to ask any real questions of the reigning champion just yet, but in 4th position. Luke Sargent at the races as well, just behind them.
Have you seen that? Oh, look at this!
My word.
Newsham into the back of Hutchison. I don't know if Hutchison's got a problem, you know, because he was a bit slow into Coram, but he's got a massive flame that keeps coming out the back of that car on upshift, which, or maybe it's just on overrun. It might be when he's coming out the throttle. We might see it again sometime, but it's the only car doing it, and that to me would say the car is maybe overfueling. I didn't see it happen in the races prior to this, but yeah, big orange flames out the back of Hutchison's car when you see it from the rear.
It looks spectacular, certainly, but like you said, that might be a bit of a concern. Darren Lewis in the background trying to get past Steve Laidlaw, but Steve is late enough on the brakes into the Wilson hairpin to keep him at bay. But yeah, very close moment that between Newsham and Hutchison through quarter. Not a place that wants to be making contact. Might have traded a bit of paint, nothing too serious, but yeah, that would certainly have caught Brad's attention. Will Beach is leading in the Gen 1 Cup, by the way, ahead of Rick Kerry by a couple of seconds, actually, nearly 3 seconds at the moment, as once again Darren Lewis fishing around on the inside. Laidlaw late on the brakes, but that time, Paul, a bit too late.
Yeah, oh, look at that. That's great driving from Darren. He could have drilled him then, to be fair. Do you know, I thought, oh, Darren, get down the inside. Why haven't you braked later? And I didn't realise that Laidlaw had actually, like, outbraked himself, so... been impressed with him. I know he's done a lot of racing this weekend, but to jump in a TCR UK car, it's impressive, that.
Absolutely, and again, getting quicker with every single race that he's done. He's now in 7th position. His results so far this weekend, Steve Laidlaw, 9th in race 1, 8th in race 2, 7th at the moment in race 3. Steadily getting better and definitely finding a little bit more performance. The leaders then 1.4 seconds apart at the start of the lap. I don't think that's coming down, really, is it, in this lap? It really is about the fight for third then. Brad Hutchison, I would say, coming back at Carl Boardley now.
Wow, yeah, definitely. But I tell you, I cannot get my breath how quick these front two are compared to Boardley. There is no way that is 3.3 seconds to Boardley now. That has got to be 6 seconds at least. I mean, the two at the front are the class of the field. I just hope that Joe can push on and try and get a bit closer.
Shepherd sets a fastest lap, a 1:56.290. Remember, his fastest lap yesterday, a 57.3, was a lap record. He's just on a 56.29, really. That's significantly quicker than he went in yesterday's race. I'll double check I've not misread that in a second, because at the moment distracted by Steve Laidlaw and Darren Lewis kicking up the dirt through Rich's corner. Darren Lewis, excuse me, still can't find a way through. Laidlaw there is a bit of overdriving going on here, I suspect, to keep Darren at bay. He's gone wide again at Wilson. Darren alongside him, but still Laidlaw in front.
Yeah, you can see every time that Laidlaw goes off camera, you can actually see a puff of smoke, so you know he's ran wide. There's only a matter of time now. That is so much pressure from Darren Lewis. This is absolutely phenomenal. He's going to get him now. He's got to get him. He's got to... That is... He's gone wide again. He's got to keep his nose there, otherwise he ain't going to get past.
Yeah, and you can go wide into some of these tight corners at Snet, can't you? And then straighten the steering up, get on the power and carry good speed off the turn. Darren Lewis, though, definitely looks the quicker of the two, but just can't yet find a way by. Into Oggies they go. Round the right-hander, Lewis again with a tighter line. He's into the back of him this time. Good car control from Laidlaw. What was that about Darren Lewis not showing people much respect? That was pretty feisty.
Yeah, I think he's quite embarrassed about that, to be honest. It was not a great camera angle. I couldn't really see. Well, that's made some damage at the back of that Laidlaw car, isn't it? I think, to be fair, he looked like he'd come out the throttle to let him go and say sorry about that. But yeah, he needs to get past pretty quickly, because otherwise he's going to get stuck there.
I suspect so. Right then, back to the third place group. Hutchison not being dropped by Boardley. Maybe Newsham starting to slip back a little bit.
Did you see that? Everyone in that group braked for Coram except for Callum Newsham. Callum Newsham's car did not show brake lights. That's as if what he's saying is true and the car has got no power and he's just gone in with big throttle and then just lifted to get the car turned in instead of braking. I'm very impressed with that, if that's the case.
Well, that is kind of how you drive the Hyundai, though, isn't it? All of the drivers in the Hyundai say that it's got a really good front end. You can lift off, it will hook up and turn through the corner. But yeah, you're right. He's been saying he's down on power, and it would show up around a track such as the Snetterton 300 circuit. Brad Hutchison then on the tail of Carl Boardley. That would be quite the feather in his cap if he could find a way past the reigning champion. Joe Marshall, by the way, new fastest lap. Now, Paul, I'm not seeing things. They're going a second a lap quicker than they've been at any point in the races so far this weekend. In both of the first two races, the fastest lap was either a mid or a high 57s. Explain to me, please, where they've suddenly found a second a lap.
I have not a clue, because I know they were on new front tyres in race 2. So has there a heat cycle gone through it? Have they done something drastic to the car that's worked? I mean, that is super fast, unless it's a big toe. Talking about a big toe, I think Darren Lewis has got his big toe down the inside of Laidlaw here. Oh, good move.
Finally gets the place. That was the third lap in a row that Laidlaw had outbraked himself at Agostini, and I think finally Darren Lewis had had enough and decided he was going to make the move. The surface flag is out at Oggies because of the bollard that Lewis left discarded there a lap ago. So through he finally goes. The trouble is that Luke Sargent is now 6 seconds, 7 seconds up the road, so that's probably the last we'll see of Darren Lewis in this race. But yeah, I've never seen anything like that. We're into the low 56s now, comfortably. New lap records being set, but interestingly, Marshall, by only a tenth of a second, was quicker than Shepherd, but it was a good lap still from Shepherd. Marshall was just better.
Yeah, definitely. Talking of which is Boardley and Hutchison. Hutchison was a lot closer middle of that lap, and he's a lot closer now, and that's going to be... This is going to be the battle that we look at, because I don't know if Carl Boardley is now... He doesn't look as pressurised as he has done in race 2, but still Hutchison is oh, he's quick, and what is going on?
56-0.
56 dead.
And 4 tenths quicker than the leader. Joe Marshall is on another level. I mean, Shepherd's going 6 or 7 tenths quicker than he's been at any point this weekend, but that is an insane pace from Joe Marshall. We could have a race on our hands here.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I've driven enough TCR cars around here to know that you're happy with a 57. You're happy with a 57. 56. Look at the speed he's took out of him. And that... It doesn't matter what car Adam Shepherd drives, it always looks the same. Not just the colour scheme of it. Oh, look how hard he's pushing, running wide there, Joe Marshall. But on entry of slow corners, he has the nose of the car in the floor, rears up, and there's no grip at the back, and it goes in like a Scandi flick. It's like WRC. It's crazy. The driving style of that lad is pretty special.
I've done quite a lot of sim racing with Adam over the years, particularly through the COVID years, and I made the mistake of asking for his setup once, and that's exactly how he sets the car up on the sim. It's undrivable for a mere mortal like me. He loves a car that is very, very sideways under braking, and again, it works with the Cupra just as well, if not better, than it did with the Hyundai in previous years. But Joe Marshall, as impressive as Adam Shepherd is going even more quickly, and that gap surely is under a second now. So is this one. Boardley and Hutchison looking pretty evenly matched at the moment. Hutchison may be the quicker of the two, but where, if anywhere, can he make a move?
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? It's into the slower corners where you can get the move done, but if you're brave, you can hang it round the outside. Looks like Shepherd's responded there, hasn't he, in the last sector? He was a lot closer than that, Joe, in the middle sector, and now he's just looks like that's going to be about 1 second, I reckon, or maybe a bit less.
Well, let's see what the lap times are. 56.3 for Shepherd, still a 56.1 for Marshall, so he was nearly 2/10 faster, but you're right, the last part of the lap he was quite a bit slower than Shepherd, I think.
He's ran a little bit wide there, Shepherd. Did you see the dust he kicked up? Well, look how much he's closed on it. That's how good the Audi is in the first corner, look at this now. The first corner is very quick, double apex, and carrying speed through there is the Audi's trait. This is game on here, mate.
Absolutely. I mean, the balance just seems to have gone away on Shepherd's car all of a sudden. Understeer through the first corner. Again, the car looks a bit lazy through Wilson, and that's music to the ears of Joe Marshall, who is almost within striking range now. Looks up the inside into Agostini. Shepherd turns across his nose, misses the apex, had to carry more speed into the corner than he wanted, but look at the traction of the Audi on corner exit. Marshall looks to the inside into Hamilton. That's a difficult place to make a move, and Shepherd is having none of it. There's the answer to our question then, Paul. He ain't going to hand this over without a fight.
Well, I'll tell you what, he wants this win more than he's thinking about a championship, and I respect him for that. But look at this now. Oh, he nearly had it down the inside. He just needs to be underneath that diffuser, and he's... Joe, you've gone in too quick, mate. Come on, lad, you're better than that.
And he quite clearly has the better car at the moment, doesn't he? He's got much more grip, much more front end. It's only a matter of time, I fear, here before the move is made. He's quick down the straight as well, looks to the inside into Brundle. This is where it all went wrong for him in the reverse grid race a year ago. This time, though, keeps it clean. He is one good overtake away, Joe Marshall, from his first ever TCR UK win, but where does he make the move?
Right, Marshall needs to be look at the rear of that car. He needs to be as close as he can. He doesn't, look at that, he brakes in the middle of the corner. He needs a good exit, as good as he can through this last corner, because Shepherd is fantastic in this last sector. The first corner is the strongest corner for Joe's car. If he can be close into the hairpin, then he's got a chance to make a move maybe at Palmer's or into the hairpin. But at the minute, he just looks that little bit too far away. But look, see how he closes now as he gets on the brakes, turns in, double apex, really fast corner. You can see he's just taking a lot of dust in there, isn't he? Look, he catches him up a little bit.
Oh, Shepherd's car wiggling around under braking into Wilson, but that time Marshall not really close enough to take advantage of it. 8 minutes to go in this 6th round of the championship, and Joe Marshall knows that this is his best opportunity that he's ever had to win a race in this series. Round the left-hander at Palmer's they go, then down the hill towards Agostini. Shepherd continuing to lead. He's put together a good couple of corners there, and now there's maybe a little bit of inconsistency creeping into Joe Marshall's driving, but how much of that is the adrenaline taking over, and how much is the fact that he's now so close to Shepherd? His brakes are starting to overheat, his tyres are starting to overheat, and maybe he's starting to build a bit of frustration too.
Yeah, he had a chance, didn't he, around this part of the lap just before, but you've got to either take your chance or don't show your hand, and unfortunately I think he's shown his hand a bit too early, because Shepherd is a bit too clever for that kind of driving.
Bit of tyre smoke coming off the left rear of Shepherd's car there as he pitched it into Williams, but it worked. He's carried good speed off the turn, and it means that Shepherd has maybe a length more in hand at this point of the lap than he did a lap ago. Flames spitting there from Marshall's car on the upshift as he hits the brakes into Brundle. Really difficult braking zone, a bumpy left-hander into the right-hander. Shepherd climbs the curb. I mean, he is now clearly starting to push harder than he's had to at any point this weekend as well. There is a mistake, I think, waiting in both of these drivers. It could be a case of who makes that mistake first.
Yeah, definitely. That bomb-hole corner into Coram is just spectacular to see, isn't it? Is that Brad Hutchison?
Yeah, ahead of Boardley. So whilst we were watching this, Hutchison's got past Boardley. Didn't see where it happened, but there is the Bondit Cupra, and Brad Hutchison into 3rd place on merit, and he's overtaken the champ to do it.
Yeah, Carl's not going to be happy about that again. I thought he would have been right on top of this car before we got to the middle of this weekend, but yeah, that just shows you Hutchison's on a roll. But Joe's got to start thinking about, look at the rear of that car of Shepherd. The one thing I can see here is if Joe gets closer than this, I think Shepherd may be pushed into a mistake.
Yeah, because Shepherd is not able to brake seemingly quite as late as Joe Marshall, but even then, his car looks more on edge than Marshall's. Marshall's looks more stable in the braking zone. That just gives the driver the confidence sometimes to throw it up the inside. He's maybe a touch too far back here, shows his nose, tries to distract Shepherd, force the mistake maybe out of the race leader, but Shepherd spent enough time in front of these races now that he doesn't make many mistakes. Taps the brake, they both do there, going out of Agostini to make sure they've got the pedal underneath them into Hamilton and Oggies. They're both struggling, they're both having to think about a million things at once. In this situation, Paul, are you one of those drivers who'd rather be the leader, or would you rather be the hunter? Would you rather be Shepherd or Marshall here?
I would rather be Marshall here because I just think he's got the strongest car. He just needs to think 3 corners ahead and where he wants to get this job done. It's sometimes you have to take 2 steps backwards to make 3 steps forward, and that's a difficult thing to try and tell yourself when the height of adrenaline is in action, and everything else that's going on. The brake light flashing that you're seeing, like you said, they're just pumping the pedal. They'll have to. If Shepherd keeps doing that, he's going to knock the pads away from the disc. He's going to have to tap the brakes, and he's going to have to really look after the brakes as they go round now for the last 4.5 minutes of this race, because if he gets to a hairpin and he hasn't got a brake pedal, this is the closest that Joe's been here. Yeah. This is close now.
Yes, and we know we're heading towards a part of the circuit at which the Audi seems strong. It also happens to lead into one of the best overtaking opportunities on the lap as well, so could this be where the move comes then? Shepherd leads across the line. Joe Marshall in second position then. Can he find a way through? He's got 4.25 minutes to try and do this and claim his first victory in the championship, but Adam Shepherd, from a championship perspective, wants the points for the win, whilst Boardley and Newsham perhaps are struggling. Ooh, the inside looks Joe Marshall, not able to do it into the Wilson hairpin. Hand back to Brad Hutchison, now a bit of a lonely third place actually. Boardley in 4th, Newsham 5th. Further back, Will Beach still leading in the Gen 1 Cup as well. So the fight is for the lead. There's nothing else happening behind. It is all about Adam Shepherd versus Joe Marshall. The pace now still in the high 56s, even at this point in the race. That is very impressive indeed. Yes, they're spurring each other on, but to be able to pump these mid to high 1 minute 56 lap times in, even at this point of the race, it demonstrates how good the tyre is, but also the fact that neither of these two are laying off one little bit.
This is like a heavyweight. Oh, Adam Shepherd. Well, we did see the 117 a lot of the times wide at a lot of the corners. I've got to say, he's only been doing it a little bit more than Joe Marshall has, so yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on Joe Marshall, but he will know next time he comes along and the board will go out and it will say 117 black and white flag. You better not do that again, mate.
And if you're Adam Shepherd and you see that and you know you're going to have, 2 laps probably left at the end of this one, and you're on your last warning for track limits, and you've got Joe Marshall a car length back, flashing his lights, peeking out into the braking zones, how do you not make a mistake here? How do you... Oh, speaking of, there goes Joe Marshall all over the grass out of Brundle and Nelson. That was definitely track limits, and that's definitely a corner at which they are monitoring it, and that might now be Shepherd for the win.
That's game over. Yeah, that's game over. He's just gone in too hard. Look, he can't even lean on that left rear. That is now going to go up to 5 or 6 seconds, that lead now. So that is game over. We don't even need to talk about track limits now, because he will have seen that in his mirrors, Shepherd, and he'll be like, right, okay, I'm going to drive a Skye Electrics car now.
Well, let's hope so. He's got 2 more laps to survive. Across the line they go, 1.5 seconds is the gap, so it's not a massive gap. And he'll have cleaned those tyres up by now, you'd imagine. So Joe Marshall, again, the hunger for that first victory will drive him here. He's not going to be particularly worried about track limits warnings. We're that late in the race now anyway. He might as well just throw everything at this. And I don't know, 1.5 seconds, he's closed a bigger gap than that once in this race, but he just hasn't got a lot of time to do it.
Yeah, I just think he's worked his tyres too hard now, maybe. I hope I'm wrong, but I think that Shepherd's car is so nosy, and the rear axle is like a trailer. You watch Shepherd's car as they come down to the hairpin. You see a little bit of tyre smoke, that's the rear's locking, and the car just a little bit of a wobble, and then it turns in. The rear is just following the front round, that's all it's doing. On the Audi, it just looks like the car gets to the middle of the corner, and it's just a characteristic of the Audi. It gets pushed from the rear, so that just uses the front tyres up a bit more. But look at this, Will's still in the lead, isn't he?
However, I think Rick Kerry's a bit closer to him now. Rick, well, actually was slightly slower than him on the previous lap, but 2.6 seconds only is the margin for the Capture Motorsport Golf. The VW Golf that's won plenty of races in TCR UK overall down the years, but is it going to claim another Gen 1 Cup victory? He's very wide at arms.
One of the best TCR cars I have ever driven. That Golf is fantastic. If you wanted bang for buck, that is one of the best front-wheel drive cars I've ever driven. It is absolutely amazing. I honestly wish, if I wasn't here with you, Andy, that I was in a Gen 1 Golf, because I'd have a proper go. A really good car.
The Gen 1 Golf has won 9 races in TCR UK history. Actually, the same amount of races now as the Gen 2 Cupra. They both won 9 races. That is about to change, it would seem, with Adam Shepherd on course for another win in the Cupra. The majority of those Golf wins, of course, came courtesy of Dan Lloyd back in Season 1 of TCR UK, with Isaac Smith then adding to the tally a couple of years ago. But it's great to see it's still a handy car, and it now has its own class, if you like, to battle against similarly aged cars, which is nice to see. Adam Shepherd also, we think it's nice to see the last lap board. It won't be so nice to see that Joe Marshall is sort of slowly coming back at him here. It's a big ask, this, for Marshall to challenge Adam Shepherd. It's looking good for the driver of car 117 to claim a 3rd victory of the year. But plenty of candidates, Paul, over this race and the previous 2 for this Carlos Fuels driver of the weekend. I mean, whilst things are relatively quiet on the last lap, watch that change now. What are your thoughts on that? Who do you think deserves it?
Oh, I'm going towards Brad Hutchison, because of the race win and because of the manner of the race win, and obviously just the overall pace he's shown all weekend. And yeah, I can't, if I'm honest, I can't really look at anybody else.
I agree. First win in the championship and 3 podiums he's on course for. He's never done that before. 3 podiums across the weekend. And actually, I think he and Adam Shepherd are both going to achieve the same thing. 3 podiums, of course, Shepherd with 2 wins. But yeah, I think Brad, that's a great place for that award to go. He absolutely deserves it. And yeah, he is going to be winning more races, I suspect, before the end of the season. Joe Marshall, I mean, if that's not a sign of desperation, I don't know what is. But I can't really blame him throwing that last little bit of headlight flashing at Adam Shepherd. But I don't see Adam making a mistake now with only a few corners to go. He's kept that gap back to Joe Marshall and managed this race beautifully.
Yeah, he really has, hasn't he? Then flashing lights remind me of a night out in Warrington, which is never a good thing, if I'm honest. But no, he's run faultlessly, Adam Shepherd, and he deserves this win. I'm just so glad to see him in a fast car.
Yeah. And a reliable car as well, more to the point so far. Anyway, round the final couple of corners he will come. Callum Newsham still pushing on, but for Adam Shepherd, it does look as though it is going to be a 2nd victory of the weekend. The checkered flag waves for Adam Shepherd, with Joe Marshall coming home in 2nd place. 1.6 seconds in the end was the margin, and for Adam Shepherd, a 5th career victory in TCR UK, with 3 of them coming this season alone, and we're only 6 races in. Could this be a really special year for Adam Shepherd? Marshall 2nd, Hutchison 3rd, 3 podium finishes from 3 races for the likeable Northerner, with Carl Bordley in 4th and Callum Newsham 5th, and Adam Shepherd will be very happy with that. Got to feel a bit for Joe Marshall. Had he had that pace at the start of the race, then who knows? If he'd have had the entire race to put some pressure on Adam Shepherd, then that might have made a bit of a difference. But that was, in the end, a pretty comfortable victory for Adam. 1.6 seconds the margin. And as I said, that is his 5th career victory. It is the 10th victory for the new shape, the Gen 2 Cupra. Bear in mind, it's only been in the championship, really, for a couple of years, en masse anyway. And he also has now moved, has Adam Shepherd, to 3rd on the all-time laps led list, because he's led another 11 laps there. So that's 122 laps led, which puts him ahead of Alex Lee, behind only former champions Lewis Kent and Dan Lloyd. But there are plenty more laps to be raced this year, and I suspect they won't be the last laps led by young Adam Shepherd. I think he is going to be a force to be reckoned with all season long. So Adam Shepherd then with a race win, a fastest lap and a lap record to boot, and extends his championship lead then with his 3rd win of the season here at Snetterton. Joe Marshall comes home in 2nd. Brad Hutchison completes his hat-trick of podiums, with a slightly disappointed Carl Bordley in 4th. Callum Newsham 5th, Luke Sargent 6th, Darren Lewis 7th, ahead of Steve Laidlaw, and then Will Beach in 9th place gets himself a Gen 1 Cup victory. I think that's his first of the weekend, actually, for one reason or another, with Rick Kerry this time having to settle for 2nd in the class, although that gap did come down to under 2 seconds by the flag. Jeff Oldham was 11th at the flag, and Mark Smith came home in 12th. Those two were very close, actually, almost side by side at the line, just a quarter of a second between them. It's been a good day, weekend indeed, of racing here at Snetterton. The TCR UK Championship will head next to Alton Park for a slightly different kind of event, because it's just the one-day event at Alton on the 8th of June. So 2 races and a qualifying session up at the picturesque Cheshire racetrack. And the 2 races there last year proved to be very significant in the championship fight. We thought we kind of knew the way that the championship was going, and then it all changed at Alton, so you never know. It's not going to be straightforward, that is for sure. But yeah, looking forward to heading to mine and Paul and Jack's local track, actually, up at Alton Park. Hopefully another great day of weather and great day of racing. The 8th of June then for Alton. We've got more cars on the way for that as well. Has been mentioned a few times that the grid size has shrunk a little bit this weekend, but we are expecting that to be bolstered with a couple of returning drivers and a couple of new faces on the grid for Alton Park next time out. So again, keep tuned on the social media pages for all of the information on that, as we have less than a month now until we are up in the Cheshire countryside. Then we head to Croft, then the first of 2 visits to Silverstone, the Silverstone National Circuit on the 17th and 18th of August, then Thruxton, the debut for TCR UK in Thruxton, and then we go to the Silverstone International Circuit to complete the championship campaign. So we're just waiting for Paul to get in position with podium drivers down in the Snetterton pit lane at the end of what's been a busy 2 days of racing here, not only for the TCR but also for the BRSCC, who have put together again a fantastic support race package. If you want to get yourself trackside, be sure to head to the various websites. Alton Park, of course, the next racetrack that we'll be heading to. So if you want tickets to Alton, head to their website and you might have a chance to meet Paul O'Neill. Let's speak to him now, along with our podium finishers.
One of the hardest race wins that Adam Shepherd has ever had. The 117 didn't let him down. The car was moving around all the way through that race. Get your cap on, Captain. Well done. That weren't easy, was it?
No, we lost power steering on that 3 intermittently, so that's hard work.
Is that what that noise was? Just as you were coming up here, I could hear a whining noise. Because they're electric power steering, aren't they?
They are. After lap 3, it was intermittently cutting out through high speed under load. So it's, every time I turned into turn 1, it went rock solid. So I'm hard in the steering, and then it comes back, so it tries to throw you sideways. So that was hard work, but no, I enjoyed that.
Wow, I wondered if you were using a different line sometimes, because you've been watching too much Carl Bodley. The first corner, Richie's, you were just on the dust on the exit all the time. I was like, mate, you don't need to be doing that, but you're out of breath. Yeah. You're out of breath. How hard is it to explain to people what that would be like in a road car? Like, what's it like? Is it when you switch the engine off, isn't it?
Yeah, if you ever sit there in a road car with the engine off, trying to steer, you know how heavy that is. Probably times that by about 3 is how heavy the steering is. So the laps when you see me go deep is when it cuts out. So I lose steering and I put my body weight into it, and then when it comes back, it twitches. So it's it was doing it turn 1, under the bridge through the left-hander, so I'm losing power steering as I'm turning right, and then all through Coram it's on and off. So I was just wishing that to end.
How have you won that race?
I don't know. We changed the car. Race 2, the car wasn't that great, and spoke with the team, and yeah, the car then was miles better. If it wasn't for the power steering, I think there's a bit more time in it again. But yeah, really pleased. 2 wins in a second, and yeah, great.
Is that what the track limits warning was for then? Just you running wide because of power steering?
Yeah, I couldn't keep it turned in. And I had to loosen my belts a little bit to get my body weight over the wheel, so it wasn't easy.
What an absolute Adonis! You're like a Greek Adonis, mate.
Well, there is that, yeah.
Where's the gun show? Well done, mate. Brilliant win. See you next time, mate. Well done. Spot on. Right, let's speak to second place, Joe Marshall. I bet Joe isn't sweating as much as Adam Shepherd. That was pretty phenomenal. I've got to say, I'm a bit gutted, actually, because I wanted to see... I know I shouldn't really have favourites, and I haven't, but I really wanted to see Joe Marshall win this one. Joe, I'm just saying how disappointed I am, because I really wanted you to win that race, and I shouldn't say that being a pundit, but I just felt for you then, mate. Did you know anything about Adam's problems?
No.
He didn't have any, I'm joking. No, he had power steering intermittent, so he was running wide, and he got track limits. You've probably seen that. But mate, that lap time you did was in the 56s low.
He was. The thing is with that Cooper, I don't know what it is. He's quick out the right corners, so out of that left-hander into the hairpin where we're good on the brakes, but he just gets out a little bit too far ahead. So it's either down inside, make a bit of contact, or so he's just like quick and good in the right places. So it's so hard. Like you saw in race 2. It was just Bodley, Shepherd and me just all following each other, because they're quick in the right places compared to where my car's quick. So it's just like the pace was there. Then obviously I was pushing a bit too hard, made a little mistake which made me drop back a bit. But I mean the pace was there. So
I was about to say that you have to kind of think 3 corners ahead, don't you, to pass in this game. Yeah. But with the cars being so different platform-wise, it's such a difficult call, isn't it? And you just weren't in the right part of the track to capitalise. Your car looked unreal through turn 1.
Yeah, so turn 1 we were really strong, but then because he was a little bit further ahead, so we're good in. He was really good out of every corner. So I run into turn 2, get right up behind him, ready for turn 3, then just go around the corner quicker. So it's like it's still hard to overtake without making a real lunge. And after the weekend I've had, all I did is get on the podium, to be honest, because we qualified second, didn't even start race 1, got from 12th to 4th for race 2. So I think, yeah, I'm pretty happy with P2 at the minute.
Well, it'll do your championship a world of good, fella, and I'm sure that going forward you'll be sound. So looking forward to Alton Park. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean it's local track. We've got his car dialed in now. It's so good to drive. It's a pleasure to drive. So from last year to this year, it's a massive improvement. And Alton Park, it's my local track. I've done quite a few laps around there, which is good. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think the championship in itself is so close. If you think about where all the points are and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Top man, well done, mate, and well done to the team as well. Rob Boston Racing giving you a fantastic car. Let's speak to Brad Hutchison, because Brad has won a few things here. Well, a few, he's won a couple. He's won actually some good stuff. I'll get you away from that horrible noise, mate.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I'm not on about your dad.
Say. Who are you on about?
Mate, what a weekend. What a weekend, fantastic. You've really stamped your authority on being the Cupra man.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a nice change, isn't it? Because I think we always knew we had the pace and we always knew what we were doing with the car. It's just that unfortunately the Gen 1's just sort of got a bit long in the tooth and weren't able to keep up with the Gen 2 stuff. So yeah, it's nice that we can come in and compete with the fast boys that have been doing it all last season as well, and get up to speed fairly quickly with the new car. I think we know what we're doing in the wet, and now thankfully we know what we're doing in the dry. So yeah, on to the next one.
Sponsors all happy?
I think so, yeah.
Better I'd be.
They look it, yeah. Yeah, all Bondit, Ellen Roofing Supplies, everyone there, William Waff, everyone at home that's watching. That's obviously a long trek down from Scotland for some of the supporters and some of the sponsors. So, yeah, no, I think everyone's happy at home. I've got a lot of texts and messages to go through when I get back as well. So, yeah, all good.
Awesome, mate. What are we thinking about Alton Park? It's the local track, innit?
Yeah, it's my unofficial home track. I think it's the closest by geometry, but I'm a Yorkshire lad, so I call Croft my home track. But yeah, I think I've probably done quite a few laps around Alton. It is a very good circuit, and I think it'll suit us quite well with the slow stuff. It's quite similar to here, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Perfect. You are also our Carless Fuels driver of the day. Me and Andy chose you. There was no one else really, mate. Sum up your weekend for us.
Well, that's just a cherry on top, really. That's better than the win.
Oh, Andy, he loves us, mate.
Yeah, no, I'm really happy. It's been a great weekend all round. I mean, it does make the drive home now, that the 4-hour drive home, a bit nicer as well. But yeah, no, over the moon, really.
Top man, well done. Excellent stuff. Well done to your team. Absolutely brilliant. Let's go and speak to, I think it's Darren Lewis who we got a chat to. 1 second. Yes, it is Darren Lewis. Quick word with Darren. Follow me. Darren, sorry to interrupt, mate. All good. Goodyear Diamond Trophy winner. Happy with that. You had a right old battle there with Laidlaw. Wow. You had a nibble.
So, yeah. I did back off, so I didn't turn him round, to be honest. It was a bit of an accident, but, you know, we're all right. He's okay. We took all that radical stuff off earlier. We went sensible, and we went a second and a half faster. So that was all right, wasn't it?
Absolute winner. Your car looked quick, mate.
Oh, it felt like I was back at Brands Hatchet. You remember I said how the car felt really good and it had plenty of pace. But, like, I think we'd done a 58.0. And earlier, all we could do was a 59.4. So
Big move, that, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, definitely. So, just a shame we found it at the end of the weekend, isn't it?
Standard, isn't it, mate? Standard. Well done. Good luck at Alton, and we'll catch you later.
Nice one, mate. Cheers.
Top man. Right, there is one more person we need to speak to. I don't know if he's here. The Gen 1 Cup winner. Will Beach. Where is he? Will Beach. Will, come here, mate. Bring the family. Is this the family? It's gonna. Don't put that blower on Will's hair. It'll blow off, and mine. Will, well done. Hello, mate. How are you?
Good.
Has he done a good job today? He looks just like you, mate. What a weekend. A great way to finish the weekend, mate.
Yeah,
I can't imagine how emotional it is, because it's a difficult thing to race with what's gone on in, personally, but good stuff. He'd be proud, wouldn't he, your dad?
Oh, yeah, he'd be very proud. And I got in the 59s, which I wanted to do all weekend. So.
Rapid.
So, well, yeah. Yeah, but no, fantastic weekend. Top it off.
Onwards and upwards, Alton Park. What are we thinking?
Home track in it, so we've been there plenty of times. We don't come here very often because it's so far away. So, But on to Alton Park next.
I love how he says home track with that Scottish accent he's got.
Scottish, Welsh.
Right, enough of that. Well done, Gen 1 Cup winner. What a fantastic weekend it's been. Look at how many people are around here. It's like the best thing ever. Anyway, it's been a fantastic weekend here at Snetterton. We've had a great time. The kids have had a great time. Will Beach has had a great time. I'm Paul O'Neill. I've had a good time. From everyone at TCR UK, we will see you next time, 8th of June, Alton Park. He's going to be the overall winner. I won there once, about 50 years ago. See you soon.